the awakening system of sand hidden cannon fodder. The team leader is surprisingly the Blaze Escape Leaf Warehouse, and the journey begins with a soaring start. At the graduation ceremony, the teacher places the headband on Higashikawa Shinichi ding. Large planting system activated. He is taken aback. After 4 years of transmigration, the system finally arrives. Designate an area, plant trees, and procreate. Survival of the trees grants strength. The higher the regional prosperity, the greater the rewards. Upon returning home, he plants 20 trees. Endure until invincibility before emerging. In the classroom, only he and Bandage Boy, Mindjima Daifuku, remain, a genius puppeteer, perpetually second. The first is Higashikawa Shinichi. The door swings open, and 2 women enter. The taller one has green-brown hair styled in a bun, dressed in a black tank top. Her figure is ample. The woman most adept at extracting everything from others, Leaf Warehouse. Next to her is a girl adorned with colorful patterns, seemingly absent of any presence. Mindjima bows with excitement. Lady Leaf Warehouse. Higashikawa Shinichi is also taken aback. The team leader is actually her, the newly promoted Blaze Escape Ninja. Leaf Warehouse glances at the profiles of the two. One excels in the body replacement technique, having defeated a Chunin. The other is a genius puppeteer. This school differs from the outside world. Any mistake could lead to death, so cast aside your pride. At the third training ground, spanning the size of 4 football fields, Leaf Warehouse instructs them to introduce themselves. Higashikawa Shinichi gazes at Leaf Warehouse's back. What a splendid back! It would be a shame not to use cupping therapy. Leaf Warehouse suddenly turns around. He feigns innocence, feeling guilty. Could it be that I sensed incorrectly? With the system and Leaf Warehouse leading the way, can they survive this trial? Will planting trees truly enhance their strength? How formidable will Minajima's puppetry prove to be? What test will Leaf Warehouse impose upon them next? This commencement is even more thrilling than the challenges of Konoha. Leaf Warehouse conducts the team test. Higashikawa Shinichi employs the body replacement technique to toy with the Blaze Escape Ninja, forcing her to unleash her trump card. Leaf Warehouse introduces herself, skilled in Blaze Escape. I favor peace. You're my first and last batch of students. Refer to me as Master. The colorful girl speaks first. Proficient in sealing techniques, I harbor a hatred for mist ninjas, seeking vengeance for my parents. Mindjima Daifuku exclaims with enthusiasm. Expert in puppetry, I aspire to become a formidable warrior like Monzaemon. Higashikawa Shinichi's eyes gleam. Specializing in the body replacement technique, I wish to transform the desert into an oasis. The three are momentarily stunned. Such ambitions seem utterly absurd. Leaf Warehouse intends to test their mettle. Do not use Blaze Escape. Rely solely on the body replacement technique and physical combat. Mindjima unties his bandages, summoning an ironwood puppet. The colorful girl draws a kunai and charges forward, only to be sent flying by several kicks from Leaf Warehouse. Landing in disarray, Higashikawa Shinichi shakes his head. Where's the ninja who engages Hiden in a frontal clash? He forms hand seals, creating 6 shadow clones, tossing kunai in coordination with Mindjima. Iron Sand. The puppet releases a torrent of iron sand. Leaf Warehouse leaps to evade. Too slow. Kunai are shot towards Mindjima. In a display of skill, Donchuan Shinichi utilized a substitute technique to deflect the attack, while Fungdak coordinated his offensive. The iron sand spewed forth was but an illusion. Dissipating in a smoky, Song found himself ensnared by the intricacies of the doppelganger and transformation techniques, exclaiming, "Capture net!" Seizing the opportunity, Jun cast forth 3 puppets from various angles. Yitsong struggled to discern reality from deception, unable to evade with a resounding boom. 3 fireballs materialized. Such disregard for martial ethics. The puppet, transformed by Donchuan Shinichi, was consumed by flames, and the capture net was lost as well. Fungda shouted in despair, "My puppet!" Taking a deep breath, Yitsong finally realized he had been toyed with. Reflecting, I was swayed by my emotions and misjudged the situation. Could the 3-body technique compel Yitsong to unleash fireballs? Donchuan Shinichi's maneuvers were more dazzling than the puppet techniques of the sand-hidden village. What lessons would Yitsong impart next? Could the dream of transforming a desert into an oasis truly be realized? This twist left spectators exhilarated. Donchuan Shinichi found himself embraced and playfully rubbed against Yitsong. Indeed, the Sandninja version of Tsunade lived up to its reputation, making this moment a resounding triumph. With a hint of complaint, Donchuan Shinichi remarked, "Master, you nearly took my life in an instant." Yitsong appeared beside him, delivering a sharp slap to the back of his head, pressing him into a warm embrace. Your thoughts are a perplexing mix of affection and annoyance. Dongchuan Shinichi squirmed. The sensation was not merely unpleasant, but rather painful, his head buzzing. Realizing something was amiss, Yitsong's face flushed crimson as she hastily pushed him away. Dongchuan Shinichi tumbled several times, but found joy within, thinking, truly, the Sandninja version of Tsunade. I shall remember these slaps. Observing the spectacle, June rolled her eyes and, sitting cross-legged, began her meditation. I shouldn't be here, I ought to be beneath the vehicle, she mused, her all-black attire blending into the shadows. Meanwhile, Fundak continued to weep over the fragments of his puppets. Yitsong commenced his critique. June, your impulsiveness is problematic. You must learn to collaborate with your teammates. Turning to Fundak, he added, your reactions are too sluggish. You need to understand the importance of coordination. He then addressed Dongchuan Shinichi. Your calculations and teamwork are commendable, yet there are significant gaps. Your opponent may employ a technique of duplication, which will double your computational burden. Dongchuan Shinichi nodded in acknowledgement. Yitsong smiled. I shall teach you suitable ninjutsu, feeling a surge of gratitude within him. Ninjutsu is a precious art, difficult for commoners to master, he contemplated. Even envisioning names for his future children as training commenced, Yitsong summoned over a dozen stone pillars. Jump alongside them. Using chakra, to adhere, do not step on the apex, she instructed. Once they had mastered this, she began to attack with wooden shuriken, requiring them to predict their landing spots. The trio found themselves in disarray, particularly Dongchuan Shinichi, who endured both blows and embraces from Yitsong, while simultaneously learning exclusive ninjutsu. This treatment surpasses even that of the Prince of Konoha. The dark history of the Jin has been exposed. Wolfo emerged from the shadows cast by the destruction of its puppet. Moving forward, will Yitsong's kunai become even more formidable? Is Dongchuan Shinichi's grand plan of tree planting about to commence? The plot is even more captivating than the blazing release. Dongchuan Shinichi will outshine Yitsong. With 20 poplar trees planted, he will ascend to divinity in his dreams. After an afternoon of training, the number of times Yitsong struck Dongchuan Shinichi surpassed the total of his hits on the other two combined. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the three lay on the ground. Unable to move a muscle, Yitsong chuckled and remarked, from now on, let us prioritize evasion and reflexes. A single kunai can be fatal. He then proclaimed, I shall treat you to barbecue. Dongchuan Shinichi was the first to rise, starving. I must make up for it at the barbecue restaurant. He consumed the equivalent of 3 fundak and 6 even by himself. The others looked at him as if he were a pig. He paid no mind. Since I turned 6, I have never been full malnutrition indeed. After finishing, he hurried to the plant shop. Purchasing 20 poplar trees, the shopkeeper delivered them to his home, with him covering the shipping cost. His home boasts a small courtyard, once brimming with vegetables. Now that there are trees, I no longer plant vegetables. Dug holes, planted trees, watered and stabilized the soil, meticulously attending to each detail. That night, he dreamt, clad in golden armor, wielding a staff, with a mere wave, commanding thousands. How majestic! Upon waking the next day, he still savored the memory. If only I truly possessed such strength. The Sandninja are impoverished. Even drank missions are assigned. Tasks like collecting trash yield a mere 4,000 ryo, with the master taking half. The remaining 3 sharing the rest. Dongchuan Shinichi became the captain, handing 4 1,000 ryo notes to Yitsong. She declined. If I lack funds, I shall undertake a rank missions. You all take the money to train diligently. In 3 months, they're to embark on a mission outside the village. Once more, Yitsong treated them to barbecue. She had researched Dongchuan's background, a commoner, surviving on pension and free resources, mastering the body flicker technique to become the best. The training intensity is high. Without proper nutrition, one may falter. Eats from a bowl, so he must be well fed. Dongchuan was moved. I've even thought of names for our second child. The following day at the training ground, he approached Yitsong with a rose in hand, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Is he attempting to go against the teachings? Can tree planting truly lead to divinity? Is the rose a symbol of confession? The daily struggles of the Sandninja, disrupted by this master and disciple duo. Moving forward, will Yitsong accept the rose? What changes will occur after the poplars are planted? This plot is even more thrilling than the barbecue. Dongchuan Shinichi presented a rose to Yakura, flattering her with his words. The Sandninja queen transformed from a seemingly indifferent persona to one that was genuinely touched by his gesture. He approached Yakura, holding the rose delicately, and declared, Master, you're the most radiant rose in the desert. The Sandninja is fortunate to have you. I purchased this with the first reward for my mission, symbolizing my earnest desire to become stronger inwardly. June felt a tinge of disappointment, thinking he might confess his feelings, which she found rather uninteresting. However, Peak Island nodded in agreement. This is the Dongchuan I know. Yakura had initially prepared herself to decline, but upon hearing his heartfelt words and witnessing the sincerity on his face, she felt a surge of warmth within. Accepting the rose, she teased, "Even if you shower me with compliments, the weight training is still non-negotiable." Dongchuan Shinichi smiled sheepishly. "How could I possibly skip training? I wish to grow stronger under your guidance." Yakura gently touched the dewy petals of a rose. "In the future, refrain from buying such things. It would be better to invest in Kanai. Sure thing. You'll remember that for next time," he replied with a grin. She then produced a scroll, from which 6 10-pound leg weights fell to the ground with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Each of us will take 2 and run on the stone pillars." Amidst over 30 stone pillars, the 20-pound weights felt as heavy as lead, making running akin to wading through water. Dongchuan Shinichi caught a glimpse of Yakura, carefully cradling the rose as she moved off the training ground, prompting him to smile and pick up his pace. June observed silently, continuing to train without interruption. Half an hour later, Yakura returned. "Have you adjusted? Then let's commence the attack." The wooden kanai were thrown with remarkable precision, and Dongchuan Shinichi found himself in a dire predicament. He faced one kanai after another, ultimately being bombarded by a trio of strikes. By day's end, his body was covered in bruises, yet the training proved to be remarkably effective. Yakura did not treat him to grilled meat, recalling the last occasion where he consumed a staggering 90,000 ryo, enough to feed a summa over 200 meals. "The capitalist is ruthless," Dongchuan Shinichi thought as he returned home, the first thing on his mind being his poplar tree. "This is an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a transformation. I must grow stronger. Yakura still owes me 2 children." 10 days later, when the training advanced, Yakura announced she would teach him ninjutsu. "Your attributes are wind, earth, and water. I will teach you the earth clone technique, which is substantial and resilient. Additionally, the wind release, great breakthrough, which is agile and varies in power according to the amount of chakra used." Dongchuan Shinichi mastered wind release in a single day, yet struggled with the earth clone technique. "Wind release, it consumes too much chakra. I lack the energy to learn further." On the following day, he brought an abstract wooden carving of Yakura. She gazed at the rather unappealing creation and showed no inclination to accept it. His flattery with the rose had succeeded, and his progress in learning ninjutsu was impressively swift. Yi Song's outward disdain belied his earnestness. His eagerness to observe was unmistakable. When might have a role to play. Moving forward, will the earth clone be mastered? Are rewards about to be bestowed upon the poplar trees? This narrative is more gripping than the sands of Sunagakure. Dongchuan truly embodies a tree that produces a Magneto-like ability, his magnetic control surpassing the 3rd Kazekage. The Sand Shinobi may soon witness the emergence of another master of magnetism. After a month of training, he achieved overwhelming prowess, surpassing Adak. With the technique of the 3-body jutsu combined with earth cloning, he could hold his own against Yi Song without relying on advanced ninjutsu. Now, being able to defeat an ordinary Chunin qualifies you as an exceptional cannon fodder. Yi Song's words rang true. Previously, he had not even been worthy of serving as mere cannon fodder on the front lines. As the clock struck midnight, the system notification chimed. "Congratulations on completing the tree planting task. A mysterious gift package has been credited upon opening it. Magnetic control LV1. He was taken aback. Am I becoming Magneto or the 3rd Kazekage? The golden card transformed into a stream of light and entered his body. Half an hour later, he had completely mastered it. LV1 was astonishing, capable of controlling all metals within a 100-meter radius, even reaching 5 meters underground, far surpassing the 3rd Kazekage's mere manipulation of iron sand. This is an enhanced version of magnetic release. That night, he remained awake, using magnetism to mold a Gundam, the Dragon God, and the Ascending Dragon Sword, all perfectly replicated. Though regrettably, they were mere decorations and could not be activated. The only usable creation was the Iron Man armor. Insufficient chakra prevents prolonged use. He pondered, what if I seal a tailed beast within me, drawing chakra for 24 hours? Such an audacious idea. The following day, when Yi Song saw him, he was sporting dark circles under his eyes, his complexion pale, yet brimming with excitement. Yi Song's pupils instantly constricted. This appearance resembles those who are ruled by their lower halves. Could he have developed incorrectly and gone astray? He hurriedly sent Chung and Fengduck on a mission, leaving Dongchuan alone with sincere eyes filled with frustration. He queried, "Jinny, do you harbor a secret from me?" Dongchuan was taken aback. Could my magnetic control have been discovered? He had drawn the curtains last night, with magnetic release at his disposal, yet being mistakenly assumed by Yi Song to be indulging in frivolities. The irony was palpable, a puppet master being countered by magnetic release. The feat of Scorpion defeating the third Kazekage was beyond his capabilities. Let the iron sand spread, any intruder shall be crushed. Next, he needed to develop the applications of his magnetic prowess. The Iron Man armor was merely the beginning. Would Yi Tsong's misunderstanding ever be resolved? Dared he entertain the idea of a tailed beast? This boon from tree planting might just allow the Sand Shinobi to traverse the ninja world with unparalleled dominance. The plot thickens evermore. Yi Tsong and Dong Chuanjini were utterly incomprehensible to each other. One believed they were discussing the bloodline limits, while the other's thoughts drifted far astray. This blunder was utterly absurd. Dong Chuanjini pondered. Could Yi Tsong perceive the change in my chakra as a result of the bloodline limit? Should he reveal this secret? Disclosing it might lead to complications. I lack the means for self-preservation. Yi Tsong fixed his gaze upon him. You are far too young. This matter is absolutely out of the question. You must at least reach adulthood. He was bewildered. Does the development of bloodline limits depend on age? In the neighboring Reed clan, a child of 5 is taken to the battlefield to awaken the Sharingan, ultimately suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, leading to a massacre. Yet that was merely a cautionary tale. The earlier the bloodline limit is developed, the better I possess the strength of a Chunin now. Dong Chuanjini defended himself. Yi Tsong placed a hand on his shoulder. Why speak of his age? Not strength. I am indeed enhancing my strength. He insisted. How can this possibly enhance your strength? If you continue like this, I shall intervene forcefully. Yi Tsong warned sternly. He retorted. How can it not? With a mentor's guidance, suddenly he halted. Mentor, are we even discussing the same topic? Yi Tsong was taken aback. Indeed, how did every statement connect seamlessly? Dong Chuanjini scrutinized her. Starting too early could harm your body. It's only feasible after reaching adulthood. Why does that sound akin to a warning about indulgence? He suddenly felt the urge to slap himself. How did I conjure such narratives? I must not allow desire to undermine my will. Yi Tsong realized the blunder. Yet his gaze swept over her, causing her face to flush instantly. Smack! A hand struck his head. I spoke of enhancing strength. Cease your errant thoughts. No, rather, you must not think at all. With a swift body flicker technique, he vanished. Dong Chuanjini rubbed his head. It's clearly you who misinterpreted. Why strike me? It's unacceptable. I must think of names for 3 children as retaliation. Yi Tsong dashed home, collapsing at the doorstep, her heart racing wildly, gazing at the wilted roses and the abstract wooden carving upon the table. Flame release must be passed down within the Sandninja. This heart, accustomed to taking lives, was thrown into disarray at noon. Yi Tsong arrived at the training ground, finding it entirely deserted. The Sandninjas are too impoverished. Even the training ground incurs a cost. Who could have anticipated? In one moment, aspiring to cultivate a skilled disciple, and in the next, blushing due to a blunder. Did even a flame-release female ninja possess such a side? Dong Chuanjini's magnet release remained undisclosed. While Yi Tsong's thoughts had already wandered astray, what would transpire when these 2 masters and apprentices next met? How long could the development of magnet release remain concealed? This narrative was more intoxicating than a sandstorm in the desert. In the training ground of Shinobi, a staggering 8,000 ryo was spent in a single day. Yi Tsong booked the venue for an entire month, and on the final day, he took his disciples into the wild to create some excitement. The Chuifeng oasis sprawled over merely 3 miles, with winds howling ferociously and only grassland devoid of trees. Dong Chuanjun's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Master, let us utilize earth release to build walls. I shall procure saplings for planting, he proposed. Let us surround the perimeter with trees and plant fruit-bearing trees in the center to generate income for the village. He added. Yi Tsong felt a surge of inspiration. Very well, I am pleased with your teamwork. He replied. I shall refrain from utilizing bloodline limits and jutsu of crank or hire the trio conferred on their tactics. Dong Chuanjun would spearhead the assault, while Feng Dao Daifu would serve as a secondary attacker, with one task to restrict Yi Tsong's movements. Upon reaching a consensus, they simultaneously formed hand seals, each summoning 2 shadow clones. 9 figures scattered, encircling Yi Tsong. Yi Tsong chuckled and formed seals of his own, manifesting 3 clones. Dong Chuanjun surged forward first, unleashing wind release at maximum potency. A tempest of wind and yellow sand surged forth. Don your goggles. Blinding is not an option, he remarked, as the sandstorm served as a cover. Feng Dao and one dispelled their clones, leaving only Dong Chuanjun's earth clone intact. Yi Tsong's 3 were also earth clones. The 3 Dong Chuanjun clones charged directly ahead, all mere illusions. The clones unleashed a barrage of sun bond from 4 directions. Yi Tsong, along with his 4 clones, formed Seal's earth release, earth flow wall, for earthen walls rose to block the onslaught. This was the moment Dong Chuanjun had been waiting for. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The sandstorm was repelled by the earthen walls, intensifying further, rendering visibility non-existent just 2 meters away. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of sunbon came hurtling towards him, each worth 300 ryo, cheaper than shuriken. Additionally, nets descended from the sky. Yi Song's expression turned grave. Fire release. Great fireball technique. 4 massive fireballs erupted forth, shattering the sunbon barrage, and the earth clones were obliterated. Boom. The fireballs detonated, sending sunbon flying in all directions. Song deftly maneuvered, countering their lethal assault. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The sandstorm surged back towards Dong Chuanjun's previous position, but he had already evaded, constantly shifting locations. Wind release. Gale palm. Yitsong unleashed a powerful blast in another direction. Dong Chuanjun hastily employed the substitution technique to evade. The sunbon continued to rain down in relentless succession. Yitsong pivoted, unleashing another great fireball despite not utilizing bloodline limits. Yitsong found himself compelled to respond repeatedly by his 3 disciples. Their tactical synergy was undeniably formidable. Would Dong Chuanjun's tree planting endeavor come to fruition? Could the trio ultimately triumph over Yitsong? This wilderness trial was tenfold more exhilarating than the training ground. Yitsong, on the spot, spent 500 ryo on 500 saplings. Dong Chuanjun, through strategic prowess, sought to conquer the blazing ninja, savoring the fruits of his labor immensely. Daisuke Mindjima maneuvered his puppet with precision. Shinichi Tokugawa's shadow clone and true self followed closely. Yakura hurled shuriken in retaliation. Clink. It was deflected by the puppet. Iron sand flowed like a tide in the desert winds. Behind Daisuke Mindjima, a formidable wind-based technique was unleashed. The puppet was accompanied by the shadow clone, while the solitary figure was the true body. Iron sand surged forth, propelled by the fierce gusts. Dong Chuanjun used a substitution technique to dodge. The substitute was a specially made stone, already placed in advance. Taking advantage of the moment, he threw 1,000 needles. After using the substitution technique, he launched an attack, throwing out an iron sand package. Wind release. Great breakthrough. He used all his chakra, with the wind and sand carrying iron sand attacking for both sides. Yakon could only defend against one side, while the other 2 sides were filled with 1,000 needles. Surrounded on all sides, the sound of explosions came from the wind and sand, and the 3 quickly ran outside. No injury in the smoke is the truth. Applause erupted, and 3 fireballs circled around Yakon, showing off the blaze release. A good combination, I acknowledge it. After a month of survival in the wild, I'll take you to complete missions. Dong Chuanjun immediately smiled flatteringly. Master about planting trees. Yitsong nodded. How many do you want to plant? Or should we build the wall? I'll help you. I'll cover the cost for the trees. His eyes lit up. If I can plant 1,000, I absolutely won't plant 999. Smack. Yitsong slapped his head. Greedy boy, this oasis can at most hold 500 trees. Is that enough? That's enough, that's enough. Thank you, master. Around 9 p.m., 6 donkey carts brought the trees over. The technology in the ninja world is quite unconventional. They have computers but still use donkey carts for transportation. Yitsong and one had already found a good spot and built the wall. The 4 of them planted until midnight and finally finished. Huan Yaoniv. She was just over 120 centimeters tall, shorter than her peers. Dong Chuanjun smiled, saying that in the future he would plant fruit trees for her to enjoy. TCH, it would take too long. After checking the trees, he felt grateful. Yitsong had spent over 3 million in the past month, and both money and feelings exceeded what a master would normally offer. One and Fengdao Daisuke were also particularly tolerant. Is this the bond of the ninja world? Not bad. Unable to sleep, he practiced magnetic control. The special chakra fluctuations were sensed by Yitsong. Is this a bloodline limit? Why didn't he say anything? She didn't pursue the question. There was still plenty of time, and she would find out sooner or later. He won against Yitsong through tactics, and even made her spend money to plant trees. Dong Chuanjun enjoys this soft meal even more than the sand of Suna. After planting 500 trees, what will the next reward be? When will Yakura discover the secret of magnetic escape? This plot is more exciting than a blazing fireball. Suna ninjas encounter robbers, but do not kill. Dong Chuanjun conquers Yakura with motivational speeches, and a mecha concept is set to sweep the ninja world. On the way back, they encounter robbers wearing Suna ninja headbands, and run away quickly. Dong Chuanjun was about to pull out a kunai when he was stopped by Yitsong. Don't kill them, these are mission targets. The daimyo is cutting expenses. If you kill them, we won't get paid. The Sand Ninja economy is in terrible shape. He was confused. The Third Shinobi World War hadn't even started, and the daimyo was already cutting funds? The third Kazekage had gone to the desert to pan for gold. It seemed like the sand village would soon become a gold mining operation. Seeing Yetsong in a low mood, he reached out his hand towards the setting sun. The Sand Ninja is like the sunset, beautiful yet close to night. We are the rising sun. With effort, we can change everything. Yetsong looked at him basking in the sunlight. Her heart skipped a beat, and she reached out to hold his hand. Slap! She hit him on the head again. You talk too much, but she smiled. Under the sunset, it felt like he was surrounded by holy light. Juan discovered a special fabric that could improve sealing techniques, saving chakra while still sealing ninjutsu. Daisuke Mindjima was under great pressure. His teammates were progressing too quickly, and he feared he would be eliminated. Don Chuanjini talked to him about Gundam, Iron Man armor, and how traditional puppetry is no longer viable. He decided to research piloted puppets and exoskeletons. He quickly caught up with the main group. When he returned to Tsuifeng Oasis in the evening, someone had come by and added earth walls to the trees. The name Yetsong is really useful. Don Chuanjini checked the trees, and out of 500, more than 200 had died. The desert environment was too harsh, but fortunately, over 200 were still alive. After 4 days, the settlement would be made, and 100 trees would be sufficient, which was not difficult. If it was 100,000 trees, it would have to be calculated annually. Hopefully, the rewards this time would be substantial. The reason the robbers couldn't kill was that they had no money. Motivational talks could stir Yitsong's heart. The teammates were all holding back their big moves. The future of this Sandninja was likely to be rewritten by them. What kind of perks could over 200 trees provide? Could the mechas of Fengdao be developed? This plot was even more exciting than Desert Storm. Yitsong wasn't in a hurry to leave. There were still 4 days left in the 2-month period, so it was fine to rest here. During these 4 days, Yitsong also focused on special training for the 3-person attack, accumulating experience in battles against ninjas. Don Chuanjini also trained Yitsong for quite a while, saying many good things, which finally prompted Yitsong to take out some money again to replenish the 500 trees. At night, the system countdown reached the last 10 seconds. Don Chuanjini was not in the tent, but at the water hole in the middle of the oasis. 10, 9, 3, 1. The countdown was completed. Congratulations to the host for completing the tree planting task LV2. 100 trees alive for a month. System rewards distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the charm treasure box. Ding, 20 trees alive for a month. Congratulations to the host for an increase in total chakra by 2. The rewards were completed. And the system sent another message. The system space appeared. The chakra increase was indeed minimal. After all, it was only an increase of 2. Don Chuanjini took out a small box. What kind of talisman is the talisman treasure box? Don Chuanjini was also very curious and reached out to open the box. A spinning wheel with 12 compartments appeared, arranged in order as rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, and pig. Don Chuanjini's eyes widened. This is the 12 talismans from Jackie Chan Adventures. The things are really good things. If he had this set of talismans, he could instantly become a shadow-level powerhouse. But it seems that this broken system only gives him 1 talisman, not the whole set. Don Chuanjini's enthusiasm had greatly diminished. After all, the power of 1 talisman was vastly different from that of 12, and more critically, he had no choice in the matter. It was completely random. If he randomly got skills like dragon, pig, violent skills, cow, dog, or rat, they would be incredibly powerful. But if he ended up with skills like sheep, snake, or tiger, those would be practically useless in the ninja world. Either way, it was a gamble, so he decided to go for it. The spinning wheel turned, and the golden square quickly bounced among the 12 talismans. Half a minute later, the golden square gradually came to a stop, almost landing on a rabbit. Rabbit was acceptable. At least it had speed, and he might even be able to cosplay as Minato Namikaze. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talisman, Dragon. Dragon? The golden square suddenly moved again and landed on the dragon. An octagonal block appeared in Dong Chuanjini's hand, and the spinning wheel and system space vanished. Dong Chuanjun subconsciously pinched the dragon talisman. The dragon talisman instantly shattered. Confused, Dong Chuanjun became even more bewildered. Is this a counterfeit? However, Dong Chuanjun also wronged the items produced by the system. The power of the dragon talisman transformed into light and entered his body. Dong Chuanjini can unleash dragon explosions with just a raise of his hand, completely without the need for incantations. However, The downside is that the power of the dragon incantation is linked to his chakra output. This means that the amount of chakra output determines the power of the dragon explosion. It's not something that can be used infinitely, which is disappointing. He must find a power bank. Higashikawa Shinichi quickly left the oasis and headed into the desert for an experiment. Yitsong followed him from distance, keeping an eye on Shinichi. Although she didn't know what he was doing, she just wanted to ensure his safety. Before long, Yitsong witnessed a shocking scene. Dong Chuanjini raised his hand without forming any seals and unleashed a high-temperature energy fire pillar, causing a huge explosion on the ground. This attack had the same power as a C-rank ninjutsu. Is it a self-created non-seal ninjutsu, or a bloodline limit? Moreover, this fire pillar explosion resembles the Scorch release too closely, but Dong Chuanjini doesn't have fire-style chakra. Chapter 10. By the command of the Divine Tree, once again deceiving Yakura. Yakura was quite shocked, but still silently watched Dong Chuanjini train. Dong Chuanjini really doesn't care. He isn't afraid to show his strength. If we talk about time, the Ninja World War will break out in a few years, and his abilities will definitely be revealed. As long as his magnetic control doesn't get exposed at this time, the Dragon Blast will be exposed, and that's that. In fact, after testing the power of Dragon Blast, Dong Chuanjini even plans to reveal it on purpose. Because this Dragon Blast is just too useful, it's truly a versatile attack skill. With his current strength, fully activating the power of Dragon Blast is comparable to the power of a B-level fire release technique, so it doesn't matter if it's exposed. After all, to others, its power doesn't seem very strong, but for him, it is more than enough. What he lacks now is chakra and combat experience. Fortunately, there is still plenty of time. After thinking for half a day, Dong Chuanjini decided to go back and take his time to think things over in the tent. Yitsong naturally followed back to the camp. The next day, everyone tidied up and planned to return to the village to apply to Fengying for the end of their training period and officially start taking on mission commissions. As always, the village was poor, and Yitsong, as the village's top jonin, hadn't taken on a mission for 2 months, but the village wasn't anxious at all. After all, A-rank missions were in high demand. If Yitsong didn't take them, there were plenty of others who would, and most of the time, as soon as a mission was posted, it was quickly picked up by someone else. With Yitsong's departure, others were actually hoping she wouldn't take on missions. In the past 2 years, Yitsong had been very sensible and only took on S-rank missions, but during peacetime, S-rank missions were very scarce. Fortunately, the rewards for S-rank missions were also very high, enough to sustain one for a year or two. Master, I have a ninjutsu I'd like you to help me with. Dong Chuanjini thought for a whole night and decided to actively reveal the Dragon Blast. He needed Yitsong's help. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to plant enough trees within 3 years to become a shadow-level powerhouse. The system couldn't be disclosed, but the secret of tree planting could be shared. After all, with the trump card of magnetic control, he was already in an invincible position, and planting trees could be blamed on the Divine Tree. Yitsong seemed to have guessed something and immediately followed Dong Chuanjini into the depths of the desert. One and Fengdao Daisuke continued to pack their things. Shortly after, Dong Chuanjini and Yitsong also arrived in the desert. Dong Chuanjini said seriously to Yeko, Master, I have developed a ninjutsu with no seal, and I named this move Dragon Blast. Yeko naturally knew what it was, but still nodded and said, Let's see you release the ninjutsu. Okay. Higashikawa Shinichi raised his hand and unleashed a Dragon Blast towards the nearby sandy ground, causing a significant amount of chakra to disappear. A blazing pillar of fire erupted, and with a loud explosion, a large crater over 10 meters wide and more than half a meter deep was created. This demonstrated the power of a C-rank ninjutsu. If it were another C-rank ninjutsu, with his chakra level, he could only use it 6 times, but the Dragon Blast not only consumed less chakra, but also had greater power. Yitsong, having watched Higashikawa Shinichi train for over half an hour last night, knew that this technique could be controlled automatically. However, Yitsong did not intend to reveal this and instead nodded in praise, saying, This is a very impressive ninjutsu. It definitely qualifies as a C-rank ninjutsu. Are you planning to contribute this technique to the village in exchange for resources? Dong Chuanjini shook his head. He decided to play the riddle master, gradually leading Yitsong to fully accept it. This ninjutsu is something they cannot learn because it is very special and suddenly released. I feel it's a problem with my body, but I've checked my parents, and they're just ordinary people with no bloodline limit at all. Oh, Yitsong also became interested. What do you want me to help you with? Dong Chuanjini felt that Yitsong was really a treasure. He knew what he was thinking. This unmarked ninjutsu still had greater development potential, as its power could be adjusted based on the quality and quantity of chakra. Saying this, he unleashed a dragon blast, which consumed half of his chakra this time. Boom! A pit over 10 meters wide and more than 3 meters deep appeared in front of the two. However, I lack chakra, and even more so the money to plant trees. Plant trees. Yitsong was slightly taken aback when he heard this news from Dongchuanjini again. Dongchuanjini's idea is very simple. He wants Yakura to support and help him plant trees, as planting trees by himself is really too slow and he doesn't have much money. Dongchuanjini looked at Yitsong and asked seriously, Master, I'm going to tell you a secret. You're the person I trust the most in this world. Can you help me keep this secret and make it our exclusive secret? Exclusive secret. For some reason, Yitsong's heart was deeply touched, but he quickly calmed down. He then looked at Dongchuanjini with a serious expression. Jini, as long as this secret doesn't harm the Sandninja village, I will not only keep it, but also help you. Good. Higashikawa Shinichi showed a sincere smile as he looked at Yakura. Yakura also saw a sense of relief in Higashikawa Shinichi's eyes, as if a heavy secret had been lifted. How much has this child been carrying? Yakura's heart couldn't help but tighten a little. Higashikawa Shinichi slowly began to speak, a look of reminiscence on his face. This happened on the first night after I extracted chakra at school. I dreamed of a towering tree, a tree that was completely majestic, with a flower that had yet to bloom on it. The tree gently called out to me. The feeling was like that of a mother's tenderness. A vine brushed against the top of my head, so gentle, and I was deeply attracted to it. The tree softly spoke to me. Child, it's a pity my dream has awakened. Yukikura widened her eyes, surprised that such a thing could happen. She did not doubt that Higashikawa Shinichi was lying. Dongchuanjini was very satisfied with Yitsong's performance and continued to speak. The next day, I felt my mind was very clear, and I found that both the refinement of chakra and ninjutsu became much easier for me. My cognitive abilities had also improved significantly. After that, I became the top student in school. Unfortunately, in the 4 years, I never saw that big tree again. I thought it was an illusion, but on the night before my graduation, I dreamed of that big tree again. Yitsong's expression was serious. She had already vaguely guessed something. Dongchuanjini nodded seriously and said, it's still that big tree. It told me that it is sick and lacking energy. I asked it how to replenish it, and it said that natural energy needs to be restored for it to recover. I asked how to provide it with natural energy. At this point, Dongchuanjini looked at Yitsong. That means planting trees. As long as trees are planted, natural energy will naturally generate, reducing killings and the consumption of natural energy. Only then can it recover. I asked what it was called and why it sought out an ordinary person like me. It said people call it the divine tree. And regarding why it approached me, it said I am the child of prophecy, capable of bringing peace to the ninja world. Outside, identity is self-assigned. Who cares about the divine tree or the child of prophecy? One day, if it feels like it, it can say that Kagaya came from the M78 Nebula and was chased by Taro. Chapter 11. Luosha learns magnetic release. First mission out of the village. The divine tree. Yitsong felt complicated emotions because the divine tree is not a secret among the higher-ups of the ninja village. However, the information about the divine tree known within the village is incomplete. In legends, it is the sacred pillar that all people in ancient times once revered. Yitsong does not know what role this divine tree plays, but she knows that legendary divine objects are definitely not simple. However, the concept of the divine tree is indeed very good. Whether it is about planting trees or world peace, both are very noble ideas. When Higashikawa Shinichi saw Yitsong deep in thought, he smiled slightly and said, now this is the key point, Master. Yitsong snapped back to attention and looked at Higashikawa Shinichi again. Sorry, I was lost in thought just now. It's fine, I'll continue. At that time, I was also half convinced. The sacred tree gave me a surge of energy, which was very strange but made me feel completely at ease. The next evening, I went home and planted 20 trees. However, there was no effect at my home, and that energy disappeared. I thought it was a hoax. But a month later, that day when you misunderstood me, smack! Yitsong's face flushed as he slapped Higashikawa Shinichi on the head. Get to the point, don't say those things. Dongchuanjini touched his head that had been patted and secretly decided to return the favor. The night before, I dreamed of that divine tree again. It told me to go to the tree and said the tree had given me feedback. After saying that, I woke up and went to the tree. When I made contact with the tree, it responded to me, and that energy manifested. I felt my blood boiling, and there was a strange energy lying dormant in my veins. I sensed that my chakra was actually changing direction. That night, I couldn't sleep and kept researching the changes in my body. After saying this, I looked at Yetsong. Yetsong's face turned red again. Then, Dong Chuanjini shrugged and said, "Next is this tree." A surge of energy opened up my meridians, and this ninjutsu that I called Dragon Blast was naturally unleashed by me. I don't even know why I could use this fire attribute ninjutsu, especially since I don't have fire attribute chakra. Dong Chuanjini looked at Yetsong with. Yetsong also shook his head. "I don't know." Sigh. Dong Chuanjini shook his head. "Well, I've already told you my secret. I don't know if you believe it." Yitsong shook his head and said, "I don't know either. Didn't you say that the settlement is done once a month? Then let's wait until next month, and I'll confirm it with you." Dong Chuanjini felt considerably relaxed in his heart. This plan succeeded. As long as they could witness the increase in chakra or draw out a good skill again during the next settlement, Yekon would become her loyal bodyguard and support. After the war, Jiraiya would be looking for the child of prophecy all over the world, and at that time his identity would be further solidified. And he would become the Wind Shadow, with Yekon as his right-hand man. Let's go back. The two returned to the Tsueifin camp, where they met up with Wan and Fengdao Daisuke and headed towards Sunagakure. In the afternoon, at Sunagakure's Wind Shadow building, Yekon respectfully bowed to the third Wind Shadow and explained their purpose. The three-man squad had qualified for training and was ready to officially take on missions, requesting the approval of the Wind Shadow. The third Wind Shadow calmly nodded. "With you leading, I'm very assured. In that case, you can bring them to take on the mission tomorrow." "Understood, Wind Shadow." After Yekon left, a young man with short brown hair, dressed in a black ninja outfit with a mesh inner lining, walked in. "Teacher, I've already mastered magnet release, Sand Gold." A smile appeared on the calm face of the third Wind Shadow. "Very good. I will be counting on you, Rasha." Rasha respectfully bowed to the third Wind Shadow. "For the village, this is what I should do." After Rasha left, he stared in the direction Yekon had gone for a long time before leaving. There were too few competitors in the village who could challenge the Wind Shadow. It was just him and Yekon. And Yekon clearly was not on the same page as him, but Rasha had no other thoughts about Yekon for now. After all, the third Wind Shadow was still young. The next day, Yekon brought Dong Chuanjini and the others to the Wind Shadow building to take on a mission, not giving them any time to rest. And the group had no complaints about this. Ninjas only grow through missions. The third Wind Shadow valued Yekon highly and personally met with Yekon's team. "This is your mission. Given that this is your squad's first mission, I've specially selected a practice task for you." Yekon respectfully thanked the third Wind Shadow. "Thank you for your concern, Wind Shadow." Higashikawa Shinichi also slightly bowed to express his gratitude. After the four of them walked out of the Wind Shadow building, Yitsong opened the mission scroll. Dong Chuanjini and the three quickly gathered around. The task was just a sea-level mission to eliminate bandits. This group of bandits had more than 30 members and continuously looted merchant caravans in the desert, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Recently, they had shown up near the Nambo Highlands. There were no ninjas among the bandits, only 3 wandering samurai, and the rest were all ordinary civilians. Not to mention Dong Chuanjini. Even Zhuani alone could wipe them out. Dong Chuanjini and the others understood that this was the blood mission chosen for them by Feng Ying. Yitsong looked at the 3 of them and said, "It's a very ordinary mission. Although I want to intervene, I leave it entirely to you 3. "All right." The 3 responded in unison. The Nambo Heights is not close to the Sandninja village, spanning half of the Land of Wind. However, with the speed of ninjas, it only takes a little over half a day to reach there. After more than 7 hours, the 4 arrived at Nambo Heights. The journey was quite simple, but finding the enemy was more troublesome, especially in the vast desert where sand and dust obscured visibility. However, the 4 were not in a hurry. Gathering intelligence is a fundamental skill for ninjas, so the 3 split up to search. About an hour later, the curly-haired one sent information that she had found the bandit camp. Dong Chuanjini and Minjima Daisuke quickly joined June, and as soon as the 3 of them came together, they saw the bandit team was in the process of moving. There weren't many tactical arrangements. The 3 of them unleashed their shadow clones and charged toward the crowd. The bandit team, seeing more than 10 figures all wearing ninja headbands from a distance, didn't dare to resist at all. They scattered like popcorn popping, shouting as they ran in all directions. The horses ran very fast, but they couldn't keep up with the speed of the ninjas. More than 10 shadow clones took out Kanai and pursued them. In just about 3 to 5 minutes, the bodies of the 33 members of the bandit team were gathered together. June took out a camera to take pictures, proving that the targets had all been killed, ensuring that the mission was completed. For the first time killing, Dong Chuanjini did not experience the nausea and vomiting described by others. He only felt a slight discomfort, along with a sense of reverence and indifference toward life. Chapter 12. killing and arson, gold belts, planting trees after taking the photos. Dong Chuanjini began to remove the clothes from the bodies. Jun was somewhat confused. Wasn't he fond of Yakura? Why was he taking off the clothes of these bandits? These were all burly men. Could it be that after being rejected by Yakura, he developed some sort of distortion in his heart? Manjima Daisuke, who was preparing to set the bodies on fire, was also confused and hurriedly asked, "What are you doing?" Dong Chuanjini looked at the two of them in confusion and said, "Of course it's about looting the bodies. Don't you clean them out after killing someone? But they're just civilians. There's no value in collecting anything from them." Dong Chuanjini shook his head and looked at Yi Tsang. Yi Tsang also shook his head. "I will leave with the task items after I finish the task." Dong Chuanjini looked at Yi Tsang with great sorrow and said, "Do you know what it means to have a killer's gold belt? This is something ordinary people say. After I examine the bodies, you'll understand." The three of them looked at Dong Chuanjini. After all, ordinary people don't have the wealth of ninjas. Even if they searched, they would be searching in the nest. So why waste time searching these people's bodies? Soon, the three were shocked. The wealth on the bodies of more than 30 people amounted to over 100,000 taels, including banknotes and gold coins. However, everyone was not just shocked by how much Dong Chuanjini found, but also by how ruthless he was, not even sparing the teeth, directly digging into the wounds. Although he found gold teeth and gold bars inside. See, it's that simple to find. There's also a map here. I estimate it's the temporary storage place for the money these people robbed. Do you want to join me in looking for it? Dong Chuanjini pointed at the gathered wealth and proudly raised the sheepskin scroll in his hand. The others, including Wan and Fengdao Daisuke, nodded instinctively. A sea-level task rewards between 20,000 to 100,000, and the wealth they had scraped together was already worth about 2 task rewards. Money is something everyone likes, even someone like Yi Tsang who doesn't lack for it. Without needing Dong Chuanjini to ask a second time, the three of them gathered to examine the map. The marked location on the map was at Nanbua Heights, and it had just been drawn, likely indicating where the bandits had hidden their loot. As a result, Dong Chuan and his group got lucky. With the map, it was easy to find, and in about half an hour, they opened up a cave. Although a large rock blocked the way, it was blown open with a fire release technique. Upon entering the cave, everyone was slightly shocked. There were all sorts of strange treasures and piles of gold and silver coins, along with some books and documents. It turned out that these people had robbed a small noble named Du's villa, taking all the valuable items. As for the task stating that they had robbed a merchant caravan and were then wanted by the noble, it was simply the small noble wanting to save face. Rather than admitting his house was robbed, he spoke nobly about ridding the world of evil. Excluding some rare antiques, there were over 900,000 gold coins in currency, and this was just a small noble's villa. If it was this wealthy, then the noble must have tens of millions in cash. There are hundreds of such small nobles in the Land of Wind, and there are also hundreds of higher-level nobles, so just imagine how rich they are. The Land of Wind is not poor. Rather, wealth is concentrated in the hands of these nobles. Yi Tsang was so envious, he almost awakened his Sharingan. The annual budget allocation for Sunagakure is only around 100 million, and it has recently been cut. The wealth taken from these nobles could financially support Sunagakure for decades. You see, if we blew up the corpse with a fire release, the treasure map would be gone. Everyone nodded in agreement. Dong Chuanjini laughed again. However, I still suggest letting the puppets search for the corpses. Otherwise, if we trigger an explosive talisman, it could lead to a big loss. Everyone turned their gaze to Fengdao Daisuke. Fengdao Daisuke was filled with helplessness, not expecting to get himself caught up in this. After all the valuables were sealed in the sealing scroll, Yakura used several fire techniques to blow up the cave, but it was already night. Not a good time to travel. The group found a sheltered spot nearby to spend night. The next day, they returned to Sand Shinobi village. The reward for the C-rank mission was much higher than that of the D-rank mission, a full 50,000 Rio, but compared to the unexpected gains, this 50,000 Rio really didn't seem much. This C-rank mission took a whole day and night. Yakura received 400,000 Rio, while the others each got 200,000 Rio. As for the treasures, they were kept with Yakura and would be sold later when there was time. There weren't many missions, so everyone wasn't in a hurry to take on new ones. Dong Chuanjini did not train. Instead, he took the money to buy trees. However, this time he needed quite a few trees, and the owner of the poplar seedlings did not have that many in stock and went to other cities to get supplies. With 200,000 taels, it would be enough to buy over 2,000 seedlings. Dong Chuanjini did not stay in a village, but instead told Yetzong that he was going to train at the Tsuifeng Oasis. Yetsong understood and agreed that he could go out. Wan and foamed out Daisuke also wanted to go to the Tsuefeng Oasis together. Wan could practice anywhere, as he needed a quieter place to study fabrics and sealing techniques. On the other hand, foamed out Daisuke had been scolded by his father for straying from the path while researching the creation of new puppets. However, Daisuke felt troubled and naturally wanted to take this opportunity to leave the village. The team set off again for the Tsuefeng Oasis. After handing over the Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall to Dongchuanjini, Yetsong returned to the village. It wasn't that she didn't want to stay at the Tsuefeng camp, but she hadn't completed an S-rank mission in 2 months, and the village needed her. Naturally, she couldn't take the 3 of them on an S-rank mission. Fortunately, the third Kazekage considered Yetsong's need to complete the mission and lifted the restrictions, allowing Dongchuanjini and the others to take on C-rank missions themselves, while they definitely wouldn't be allowed to take on B-rank missions. Dongchuanjini is not in a hurry. He starts planning the soil flow walls according to the number of trees and the positions of the tree pits. He collaborates with Fumoto Daisuke to study their own projects, each focusing on their own tasks. A few days later, more than 300 trees were sent to Tsuefeng Oasis, along with some water. Dongchuanjini happily paid the final payment and began to follow the plan, starting to plant trees as soon as he finished preparing the soil. Planting over 300 trees was still a significant task, taking a full day and night to complete. Afterwards, he began to take care of these trees, especially on the outermost edges. If it weren't for the lack of chakra, he would have wanted to raise the earth wall by 100 meters to create a sand barrier, forming a rainforest and a desert. Cough, cough. Although these 2 worlds are different, there can still be some commonalities. This time, with plenty of time on his hands and no need to go out for missions, he only needed to take care of the trees. After 2 days, Dongchuanjini found himself with some leisure time. Instead of rushing to train, he sought out who was working on external armor. Currently, was researching the wearable combat armor he had provided yesterday, which featured defensive armor on the upper body and an additional 2 to 4 mechanical arms on the back. This armor could perform regular attacks while also releasing shurikens, iron sand, and poison attacks. This design was inspired by Dr. Octopus from Spider-Man, making it one of the simplest external armors. How was the research going? Higashikawa Shinichi sat beside Minashima Daisuke and asked with a smile. Chapter 13. Daily Playful Interactions. Dr. Octopus's armor development success. Minashima Daisuke was not unhappy that his research was interrupted. Instead, he raised the wooden board in his hand and animatedly began to explain. There are no issues with the research, and I can make the external armor you mentioned. It's just that it's a bit difficult to launch various hidden weapons like iron sand, poison, shuriken, and Samban all at once. I plan to use 4 arms, each serving a different function, which will also make installation easier without overly complicated designs. Dongchuan Shinichi patted S shoulder and smiled. Sure, that idea is not bad, but your mechanical arm needs to be sturdy. It should not only attack, but also defend. Nodded and continued happily. I plan to use a special alloy for the entire arm. This alloy is very strong, but half the weight of regular iron. Although its defense is not great, I can make 2 mechanical arms and equip them with high-strength small shields for defense. Great, then work hard. Once you create it, you will be the pioneer of the puppets in the Sandninja village. In the future, we will also create stronger and larger puppets, and your name will be sung throughout the village. You will have a separate page in your family tree. All right, I will definitely work hard. The temptation of having a separate page in the family tree stirred his heart. If he could complete the flexible and versatile Iron Man described by Shinichi, or the incredibly powerful Gundam, wouldn't he that also deserve a separate page in the family tree? Who would T want such honor? Just then, who was studying sealing techniques, heard the overly dramatic declaration and couldn't he help but roll her eyes. TCH, childish. Oh, little, you're still studying that fabric? If you don't want to listen to me, then stop studying that fabric. Why not study card games instead? Just think about it. If you throw out a card, it's like a net with countless shuriken. It's both cool and flashy, much better than your fabric attack. After Dongchuanjini walked into the tent, he spoke up. Wan gave Dongchuanjini a roll of her eyes. I don't want it. It's really cool, look. Dongchuanjini threw out a metal plate, and several plates flew quickly, cutting open the tent. If there were sealing techniques on the plates, just throwing them would activate the seals, allowing them to be exchanged for explosive talismans, smeared with poison, or used to set up formations from a distance. If all else failed, the plates themselves were decent weapons. Wan watched as 2 large holes in the tent were being filled with wind, and he was instantly furious. He took out a kunai and attacked Dongchuanjini. Hey, I could be helping you. After Tokuwa Shinichi launched an attack, he shouted loudly. Do you know how difficult it is to repair a tent made of this material when it gets damaged? Don Juanjini knew he was in the wrong and directly ran away. One couldn't catch up at all and could only angrily return to the tent to start repairing it. Each stitch was made with great force, as if he were stabbing Don Juanjini. After the tent was sewn up, Juan began to study the fabric again. But as she was researching, she glanced at the iron plate beside her. It seemed that the iron plate was more useful than the fabric. But the fabric could seal ninjutsu, which was what she really wanted. To Don Juanjini, the sealing technique is quite powerful, but aside from a few strong sealing techniques, the others are just SOSO. It requires close combat. Can one learn such powerful sealing techniques? No, absolutely not. First of all, she doesn't have the Uzumaki surname. It would be better for one to cosplay as a card master, using explosion cards, sealing cards, and poison cards, and later she can explore other attribute cards. But it's fine. I can first organize some cards and then use them in front of Juan. This might attract her attention. Sounds pretty good. A week passed just like that, and Yakura still hadn't returned, but the wearable combat armor created by Manjima Daisuke was completed. Manjima Daisuke was seen wearing a regular black armor on his upper body, supported in the air by 2 metal arms over 3 meters long, each holding a disc-sized object of over 30 centimeters. The other 4 metal arms, also over 3 meters long, swayed behind him like 4 tails. Manjima Daisuke looked at the two who came out and said with great enthusiasm, "Jini-wan, how do you like my armor?" Higashikawa Shinichi gave a thumbs up to Minashima Daisuke. "This is really cool, but I wonder about his abilities. How about we spar a bit?" "Sure." Minashima Daisuke was also very excited. One didn't think it looked that great. So many tentacles looked really ugly. 2 metallic arms, like human legs, carried Minashima Daisuke into the desert. They couldn't fight in the oasis. He had seen how heartbroken Higashikawa Shinichi was when a tree died. Minashima Daisuke certainly wouldn't want to make his teammate feel that way. The 3 quickly arrived near a desert, where Higashikawa Shinichi formed hand seals and 3 clones appeared. Minashima Daisuke stood on the ground, controlling 6 metallic arms that continuously swayed, exuding a strange metallic beauty. Higashikawa Shinichi launches an attack. Wind release, great breakthrough. 3 shadow clones simultaneously activate ninjutsu, stirring up a wide area of yellow sand. Tuquan Shinichi wouldn't directly use Dragon Blast. He was merely feeding moves to Peak Island Daisuke to test the strength of this external armor. As the metal arms opened up, the iron sand swept out, and Peak Island Daisuke launched an attack with wind release, great breakthrough. The earth flow wall rose up, blocking most of the iron sand. Bang! Bang! The earth flow wall was penetrated, and the 2 metal arms instantly opened, shooting out shurikens and kunai. The shielded arms slammed down hard against the earthen wall, shattering it. At that moment, Tuquan Shinichi had already arrived behind Peak Island Daisuke and unleashed a great breakthrough, with the 2 metal arms quickly blocking. Bang! Although the great breakthrough was stopped, Peak Island Daisuke was still sent flying. However, with his 6 metal arms, he didn't fall down. Not only did they absorb the shock, but the additional metal arms assisted him, allowing Peak Island Daisuke to land in a fighting stance. After the panic, Peak Island Daisuke even launched a counterattack, sending kunai sweeping towards Tuquan Shinichi. Don Juanjini smiled, finding this much more interesting than that silly puppet master. The substitution technique allowed him to evade all attacks, and the earth flow wall was activated again. As Peak Island Daisuke broke through the earthen wall with his metal arms, the substitution technique was successfully executed. Several shadow clones surrounded Peak Island Daisuke and drew out kunai to shoot at him. 2 metal arms with shields quickly blocked the kunai, while the other 3 metal arms attacked the clones. Although the metal arms were only 3 meters long, they could throw the kunai and shuriken from 3 meters away. 1 metal arm remained still, guarding around Peak Island Daisuke. This arm contained toxic smoke and naturally could not attack recklessly. Don Juanjini's clone tried its best to evade, with its metallic arms constantly changing positions, but it was ultimately overwhelmed by a large number of shurikens and kunai. Daisuke, this armor is absolutely dominant against anyone below the Chunin level. Next, it's time to dodge ninjutsu and test the resistance to ninjutsu. Are you ready? Daisuke's voice came from afar. No problem, bring it on. Chapter 14, Yakura returns, new mission. Daisuke, let me show you the ninjutsu I developed. Don Juanjini reminded. Juan's eyes widened in surprise. A newly developed ninjutsu. You just graduated from ninja school less than 3 months ago. Are you kidding? Dragon Blast. Don Juanjini raised his hand, and a pillar of high-temperature fire shot out. Juan rubbed her eyes, doubting she had seen it wrong. It seemed Jinny didn't even form hand seals. Developing a new ninjutsu was already impressive, but how could it be a non-hand seal ninjutsu? Fongdao Daisuke was also startled. Non-hand seal ninjutsu. Fortunately, the 6 metal arms were very flexible and barely dodged the attack. The dragon blast missed and instead struck the ground, creating a hole over 3 meters deep from the explosion. Fongdao Daisuke was drenched in cold sweat. With such speed and power, if it had hit him, he wouldn't have needed to worry about cremation costs. Donchuan Shinichi raised his hands and shouted again, "The attack is coming." 2 dragon explosions shot towards. Couldn't afford to be distracted and hurriedly dodged, but the high-temperature pillars of flame came too quickly. He barely avoided one, but the other pillar, aimed at blocking his movement, was impossible to evade. Could only brace himself with his shield. Bang! The attack landed, but he was also sent flying. Boom boom! 2 small fire pillars shot out again. Although could control himself to avoid a mishap, he had no way to dodge and could only use his 4 metal arms to block. The moment he successfully blocked, Donchuan Shinichi launched another attack. This time it was faster. After the initial attack, he immediately struck again. However, this time the power was slightly reduced. One was dumbfounded. This was terrifying, instantaneous, unmarked ninjutsu that could control the power at will. And that device of blocking and dodging 5 fire pillar attacks without being harmed. Although it was due to the ninjutsu's reduced power. If it were her, she would have been done for. There was no way to dodge. After adapting to the rhythm of the attacks, surprisingly initiated a counterattack. Although he was defeated as soon as Donchuan Shinichi changed his attack rhythm. It also indicated that the was successful, was bruised and battered, but was exhilarated to the extreme. He quickly ran over, hugged Donchuan Shinichi, and laughed loudly. "I really can do it. I succeeded." If had still used his previous puppet, not to mention Donchuan Shinichi using dragon explosions, even with just Shinichi's traditional attacks, he would have been defeated. But with this, his abilities had been significantly enhanced. Donchuan Jinny laughed and pushed aside Kanto Daisuke. "Brother, you're a man. Don't be so enthusiastic. This armor is fantastic, but it can still be improved. This mechanical arm can be." Donchuan Jinny was narrating and seemed like a little fanboy seeing his idol, taking out his notebook and starting to take notes. One listened enviously from his side, happy that it found his own path, but she wondered where her own path was. That roll cloth, or the iron plate that Jinny mentioned. One was deep in thought. Donchuan Jinny expressed the functions he wanted. One is an extended metal arm, or rather, transforming the metal arm into metal tentacles that can move flexibly and maximize attack range. The other is to draw a chakra launcher at the center of the chest, allowing for maximum compression of chakra to be released, whether shooting out a ball or launching a column of flames. Just as the two finished discussing, they noticed that Yakura had appeared behind Juan at some point, reaching out to pat Juan's little head, startling Juan, who then complained upon realizing it was Yakura. "You scare me to death." Yakura simply patted Juan's little head gently. "Jinny and Daisuke have already found their paths, so you need to work hard too, Juan." "Master." Donchuan Jinny and Fongdao Daisuke quickly bowed to Yakura. Yakura nodded. "Very good. Next is the practical combat. Only through constant battles can one become stronger." The 3 quickly nodded to indicate there were no issues. Yakura took out a scroll and gently said to the 3, "This time, I have a new mission, which is to escort a merchant convoy through the land of rivers to the borders of the land of fire." "Okay." The 3 agreed again, returned to the camp, tidied up a bit, added necessary protections to the trees, and finally placed many wooden signs indicating that this was planted by Yakura and their team, and not to be damaged. The first squad set off on their mission journey, which was still a C-rank task, starting from the Deer Early City in the land of wind and crossing the land of rivers, taking about 1 month. If it were ninjas rushing, it would only take about a day. The owner of the merchant convoy, Mitsuya Koji, was extremely excited to see that the legendary Scorch Release ninja Yakura personally took on the task. Not only was his attitude good, but he also arranged for the 4 to have the 2 best carriages. Of course, originally he only had over 10 carriages for transporting goods, but he wanted to temporarily increase it to over 60, and even guarantee that he could pay B-rank mission fees once they reached the land of fire, offering 200,000 Ryo up front. Yakura didn't dare to accept the task privately and sent the news back to the ninja village, which was short on money and immediately agreed. But the mission amount had to be raised to 300,000 Ryo. Upon hearing that it was only 300,000 Ryo, the owner Mitsuya Koji readily agreed and even paid in full on the spot. The larger the convoy, the greater the profit. but some bandits and even rogue ninjas would attack the convoy. However, this was exactly what Yakura wanted, as she mainly aimed to train Don Chuanjini and the others in practical combat. Although the Land of Wind was said to be a poor and remote place, with people unable to survive every day and bandits rampant, such a large convoy would attract attention, and small bandit groups would not dare to approach. Large bandit groups also had their own considerations and would not attack easily. Yet, a large bandit group had its sights set on this convoy, and they did not rush in immediately, but instead observed whether there were ninja bodyguards with the convoy. Because in the luxurious carriages, the bandits did not see any ninjas guarding them. A large bandit group of over 200 people, led by 2 rogue ninjas, approached to attack the merchant convoy of over 200 people. The owner hurriedly came to find Yakura for help, but Yakura did not intervene. Dong Chuanjini, Mindjima Daisuke, and Wan San rushed towards the bandits. Daisuke, you go deal with those 2 ninjas and test out your octopus armor. Don't worry, I'll help you from a distance. Mindjima Daisuke's eyes were filled with excitement. There are at most 2 chunin, I can handle them myself. With a flick of the bandage, the external octopus armor case was revealed. With a few mechanical clicks, the armor was successfully equipped, and Mindjima Daisuke charged towards the 2 leading ninjas. Dong Chuanjini and Wan charged towards the ordinary bandits. Chapter 15. The Soul's Inquiry, completely shattering Yi Tsang's illusion. The battle proceeded very smoothly, as they were merely bandits with decent combat skills. Both Wan and Dong Chuanjini possessed the strength of a chunin. On the other hand, the battle on Daisuke Minajima's side was relatively evenly matched, as he truly only had the strength of a genin, yet with the octopus armor, he was able to contend with 2 chunins. Dong Chuanjini was still very happy. The forehead protectors of the 2 chunin were revealed. They were not ordinary wandering ninjas, but rogue ninjas who had escaped from the Mist Village. Although it was unclear why they had fled to the Wind Country, which did not allow their water-based techniques to be fully effective, their combat abilities were indeed very strong, both being seasoned chunin. When the 2 saw Dong Chuanjini take care of their little brothers, they wanted to escape. However, Dong Chuanjini would not let them run away. As they attempted to flee, he launched a dragon blast attack. With no way to escape, the 2 realized they had become something like experimental subjects, and their anger surged as they decided to kill the ninja controlling the metal arm. Facing the desperate attack from the 2 ninjas, Kamishima Daisuke felt a lot of pressure. Fortunately, the power of water techniques here was indeed not very strong, and he was able to hold on. This situation lasted for about 10 minutes, during which one ninja was pierced to death by the metal arm, and the other ninja, after successfully blowing off one metal arm with 2 explosive tags, was also killed on the spot. The battle ended. Dong Shinichi shouted to the already very tired but excited Higashima Daisuke. Daisuke, don't forget to loot the corpses. Daisuke's smile faded, realizing that his octopus armor indeed allowed him to both fight and loot at the same time. However, thinking about the money he made from looting corpses last time, Higashima Daisuke still eagerly went to do it. Dong Chuanjini also smiled and said to the nearby Wan, I feel like you should learn the ninjutsu for reading information from a corpse's brain. Wan rolled her eyes at Dong Chuanjini and replied, if I could learn that ninjutsu, I would have learned it a long time ago. Dong Chuanjini wanted to touch Wan's little head, but she dodged away and bared her teeth as if to bite him. The convoy set off again, with Yi Tsang in the midst of it. Dong Chuanjini and the other 2 followed the captives to their camp. The camp of this group of horse bandits was not small, and there were even guards, women, and children inside. The 3 of them felt no sympathy for this. Whether it was Dong Chuanjini, who believed that enemies should be eradicated completely, or the other 2 who had received ninja training as soon as since childhood, they thought that all, regardless of age or gender, should be killed, and then they would begin to loot. More than an hour later, all the assets here were sorted out. With 2 chunin present, it was relatively wealthy. There was gold, silver, food supplies, and treasures. The gold and silver amounted to over 2 million taels, and the gold, silver, and jewels were all collected by one using sealing scrolls. As for the food supplies and other items, they were naturally left here. This place was so good that it was sure to attract the attention of other bandits, and these would support them. Dong Chuanjini was very familiar with nurturing bandits for self-respect. Whether for missions or for gaining prestige after becoming the Wind Shadow, these bandit problems were necessary. The 3 quickly caught up with the convoy, and when the boss saw them arrive, he respectfully offered them delicacies. Dong Chuanjini handed a scroll to Yetsong, which contained 1 million. Yetsong took it naturally, as it was the rule of the ninjas. Rules must not be broken. Just like El Meng after crossing the river in white, Breaking the rules would mean that once the war began, all the enemy's civilians and merchants would become targets, leaving a legacy of harm for 1,000 years. After defeating this wave of horse bandits during the 10 days of traveling through the land of wind, aside from the trouble caused by sandstorms to their caravan, not a single bandit dared to provoke them. Everyone was quite pleased with the peace. The situation continued until they reached the land of Chuan, where the vast expanse of yellow began to diminish. It was no longer just yellow sand, but various mountains, cracks, and an increasing number of trees and flowers appeared. Seeing this, Teacheris Shinichi said to Yetsong, "As long as we continuously build large sand barriers in the desert, plant a lot of trees behind them, and open up roads, we will greatly reduce desertification. If our generation cannot change the desert, then let it be done by 2 or 3 generations. Sooner or later, we will turn the entire desert into a vast forest." The look of anticipation in Yetsong's eyes was stirred by Teacheris Shinichi. One was also very hopeful. She was tired of the endless yellow sand. Yetsong softly said to Teacheris Shinichi, "Then wait for you to grow up and become the wind shadow. You will succeed in all of this." Dongchuanjini looked at Yetsong with burning eyes and took the opportunity to ask something he had never understood before. Why did Yetsong never have thoughts about becoming the wind shadow until his death, but was constantly being commanded by others? Then why didn't you become the wind shadow, master? Both Yetsong and Wan were stunned. This was a path they had never considered. Yetsong gently shook his head, a hint of unwillingness and helplessness flashing in his eyes. The land of wind is a man's country. The national conditions do not allow women to become wind shadows. Moreover, I'm already one of the few elite ninjas in Sandninja. In the past year, no one has actively followed me or joined my ninja team. On the other hand, Raza's team has grown to over 20 members, and the third wind shadow is very fond of Raza. I have no opportunity. If I had thoughts about the position of wind shadow, it would lead to internal strife. Regardless of who wins in a civil war in the land of wind, it would be severely weakened, and other countries would unite to attack and completely destroy Sandninja. Sandninja is my home, and I will not allow it to be destroyed. Actually, this is quite good. Being alone poses no threat to Raza, and it can completely avoid internal conflicts. Dongchuanjini shook his head. Truly a foolish woman. Having the jade brings trouble. Oh, there aren't that many thoughts in the ninja world. But if you don't want internal strife and don't have your own power, once an unpredictable change occurs, like the outbreak of war, you will definitely become the leader of the resistance against the enemy. When you win the war, you will be the hero of the village. And with public opinion surging, you will threaten Luosha's position. The first person Luosha would eliminate would be you. Yitsong's face suddenly turned pale because Dongchuanjini was right. She had been in contact with Luosha for a long time. Luosha is someone who is ruthless to others and even more ruthless to himself. He can sacrifice anyone to complete a mission, and if he could become stronger, he would even kill his own wife. Wan reached out her small hand and tightly held Yitsong's big hand, softly comforting her. "It's okay, we are all here with you." The carriage fell into silence. Dongchuanjini was also silent. Today's topic was a bit heavy. He needed to make Yitsong fully aware of his predicament. The path to inheriting the wind shadow was not peaceful, and basically, Dongchuanjini would kill off all the forces in Sandninja. Chapter 16. Establishing a base in the land of rivers, Spark Plan. As for why he needed to kill them, it was because no destruction, no construction. Playing political games with them was less effective than simply confiscating their assets. He didn't have time to waste. The higher-ups in Sandninja were like the nobles of the land of wind, holding a lot of resources without any bloodline, and they were utterly useless. The ninjas they trained were merely at the level of ordinary jonin. There wasn't a single strong commoner. Since the end of the Second Great Ninja War to the decades of the Fourth, among the young ninjas, there were only Yitsong, Rasha, Maki, and the 3 siblings of Gara. There were hardly any more names to mention. Next door, the Land of Fire was also dominated by big clans holding a lot of resources, but not to mention figures like Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Minato Namikaze, who were of Hokage level or stronger. There were plenty of characters like Guy and Lee. Moreover, many clans had various bloodline limits, and the great ninja clans genuinely produced talent, ensuring that Konoha remained strong and prosperous. Konoha was the protagonist and couldn't be compared, but even with the so-called weakest village. Higashikawa, under Obito's manipulation for so long, 2 bloodline clans have been wiped out, yet they could still produce a significant number of ninjas. At least 7 ninja swords could be transformed into 7 quite good elite jonin. As for the land of lightning and the land of earth, there was even less to say. They were always known as military powerhouses, with strong shadow-level ninjas and a ninja population in the tens of thousands. Sandninja, on the other hand, only had a little over 4,000 ninjas, with fewer than 100 jonin. It's worth noting that the current number of jonin in Awakenssystem is already in the dozens. Had it not been for the unfavorable location as a buffer zone between the three countries, and the presence of a strong figure like Hanzo the Salamander, Sandninja could have really been replaced. Battles often required unleashing a tailed beast, but Sandninja was poor, and others wouldn't bother attacking them if there was no profit. Otherwise, they would have done it long ago. To reform Sandninja, it was necessary to break all monopolies, plant more trees, attract talent, encourage childbirth, and allow contributions to be exchanged for ninjutsu in Sandninja. He didn't believe the village couldn't rise. Of course, all of this required absolute strength to suppress everything. However, Dong Chuanjini wasn't in a hurry. As long as he developed Yi Tsang into his ally while he was still weak, ensuring his safety within 3 years, Dong Chuanjini could rely on the system to forcefully become the decision-maker of Sandninja after the Third Great Ninja War. By then, with strength and manpower, reforming would be no difficult task. The carriage was quiet, with everyone lost in their own thoughts. Dong Shinichi continues to refine this chakra. The bandits in the land of rivers are numerous, with the terrain mostly consisting of pure mountainous areas. The mountains are just as impoverished as the deserts, and one can easily hide on any mountain peak for a long time, making it impossible for the land of rivers to manage. Then, the high prices compel the ninjas from the land of wind and the land of fire to hunt down the bandits. However, hunting down bandits requires money. Where does the money come from? It certainly cannot come from the hands of the noble lords. So where does it come from? It must come from the hands of the commoners. The collected money is first taken by the nobles, who pocket 70, while others take 20, leaving only the remaining 10 to hire ninjas to hunt down the bandits. What if the money is not enough? Then they increase the fees. More ordinary civilians are forced to become bandits, and only after becoming bandits do they realize that life is quite good, even though ninjas occasionally come to eliminate them. But they can still get by, so the number of bandits keeps increasing, and the money keeps rolling in, creating a continuous loop. The bandits in the land of rivers rely on their sheer numbers, with groups of 1 or 200 bandits being easily captured. Naturally, Daisuke Mindjima improves the octopus armor to wreak havoc among the crowd. Dong Chuanjini felt tired, but he would still charge forward, though he achieved nothing, as they were all commoners who had only recently put down their hoes. After repelling 2 waves of people, Dong Chuanjini had a sudden idea to change his combat strategy. He killed a group of leaders and then made the remaining people surrender, asking them to take him to their camp. If the camp was filled with the old, weak, women, and children, Dong Chuanjini would leave behind a communicator, some clay clones, and tokens to indicate that they were protected by ninjas. If the camp had no old, weak, or children, only women, he would kill all the captives, as they were true bandits, and relocate the remaining women to a camp with old, weak, and children. In 2 years, these people would naturally be moved back to the land of wind, and the purpose of that was to plant trees and strengthen Sandninja. However, for now, he would keep them in the land of rivers for the next 2 years. As long as he planted trees, there would be food and wealth. As for where to get the wealth and food, Dong Chuanjini stated that the phrases he had been exposed to since childhood were robbing the rich to help the poor and farming. He would use transformation jutsu to become a wandering ninja and directly raid the warehouses of nobles, leaving without harming anyone, making it impossible for the nobles to find him. Nobles, not wanting to lose their money, would have to exploit the commoners. The commoners would then defect, and with each defection, his tree-planting army would grow. It was truly a perfect cycle. However, the wealth in the camp was still sufficient for now, so there was no need to trouble the nobles for the time being. The only pity was that the bandits in the land of rivers were not that stubborn, and many had their own intelligence networks. After 3 or 4 waves, no one came to raid again, causing his plan to ignite a spark in the land of rivers to fail. The benefit was that Dong Chuanjini had successfully recovered the people from 2 camps, spending a week's time to gather them all, totaling over 700 people, with more than 500 being old or weak, and only about 200 being strongmen. One day, Dong Chuanjini asked Leaf Warehouse for leave, as he needed to go to the camp to build walls for them. Leaf Warehouse frowned and asked, "Jini, what exactly do you intend to do by accepting these refugees?" Dong Chuanjini smiled proudly and said, "I'll take you to see that place tomorrow, and you'll understand. Plus, I'll explain all the plans to you in detail." After hearing this, Yitsung no longer spoke. One stared at Dong Chuanjini with wide eyes. Dong Chuanjini reached out to touch Wan's head, but Wan dodged and looked at him with a disdainful expression. Haha, another failed attempt to pet Wan, but Dong Chuanjini was happy nonetheless. After all, relationships are built little by little. Yakura sighed softly as he watched Dong Chuanjini leave. He really didn't know whether Jini's actions were good or bad. Wan rolled her eyes and began to entice Yakura. Master, do you want to take you there? I know where the camp is. Yakura reached out and rubbed Wan's little head. No need, Wan, you should trust Shini. TSK. Wan clicked her tongue, feeling that her goal was unachieved, and continued to study her fabric. After more than half an hour, Dong Chuanjini arrived at the entrance of the camp, where 4 guards stationed at the gate saluted him. Greetings, sir. Dong Chuanjini nodded slightly. All right, continue to guard. I will build up all the walls of the camp. Yes, sir. The 4 of them had a serious fear and respect for Dong Chuanjini, along with some gratitude. They were all commoners who couldn't survive and had been forced to become bandits. Who would want to be a bandit if they could live normally? As they walked into the camp, the young men were all waiting, and when they saw Dong Chuanjini, they all knelt down to pay their respects. Sir, Dong Chuanjini didn't bother with too many formalities. He simply said a few pleasantries and had the young and strong set up the wooden fences that had been prepared in advance. After that, a wall of earth was constructed. Ninjas really should focus on infrastructure. Before long, a small town was built on the flat land halfway up the mountain. Chapter 17, I Have a Dream, officially unlocking the power section. Dong Chuanjini looked at the hundreds of people in front of him, all tattered and filled with fear as they gazed at him. They were all unfortunate souls. Although Dong Chuanjini felt a sense of lamentation in his heart, he still spoke to the crowd with a composed demeanor. Today, I have gathered everyone here and constructed the surrounding walls. From now on, you can live safely here under my rule. The crowd murmured in agreement, but at that moment, several young men immediately knelt down and shouted loudly, Thank you, my lord, for your mercy and for granting us a safe living camp. Dong Chuanjini is very satisfied. These clever ones will be the leaders in the future. Everyone also knelt down to show their gratitude. The power factions have been unlocked, and the prosperity system has been activated. Tikawa Masakazu was overjoyed, not expecting such an unexpected delight. This would make his path to becoming stronger much easier. Since this place had already been recognized by the system as his territory, Tikawa Masakazu had to change his previous management approach. This was his first stronghold, and he needed to manage it well. So he decided not to relocate to the Sandninja village, but to develop properly here. Higashikawa Shinichi spoke sincerely to everyone. Get up, everyone. We are all ordinary people who cannot survive in this camp. You and I are the same. I'm also a commoner and an orphan at that. I just happen to be a bit luckier and became a ninja, but my experiences growing up are just like yours. The crowd all looked up at Higashikawa Shinichi, who had a face full of sorrow. Dong Chuanjini immediately spoke up as soon as he saw the effect. Although I am now a ninja, I grew up at the bottom of the village, enduring grievances and resentment. My parents sacrificed themselves for the village, but they only gave me 50,000 Rio. 50,000 Rio. I was only 6 years old at the time, but do you know how expensive things were in the village? A small loaf of pure wheat bread, the size of a child's fist, cost me 50 Rio. 50 Rio. I could only afford to eat 1 piece of bread a day, and I had to lie in bed without moving because I needed to conserve energy. While I was hungry, I would just drink some water to last longer. The crowd was instantly shocked as they looked at Dong Chuanjini, a 50 Rio loaf of bread while in their country. Bread only cost about 10 Rio or even 8 Rio. Because I lived such a life when I saw. Everyone was captivated by Dong Chuanjini's words. Not just because of the food he offered, but also because this person in front of them came from a background as harsh, or even worse than theirs, wanting everyone to live better in the future. After a passionate speech, Dong Chuanjini turned to a man, the first person to surrender to him, who was shouting about an 80-year-old mother above and a hungry child below, a disabled brother, and a sister who was crying in pain. Dong Chuanjini then came up with the SPAR plan. This was a talent, and after inquiring carefully, he realized that he still remembered this person's name, which seemed to be Tajin. Importantly, he also really enjoyed playing rap. Originally in the village, he had a house and fields, and life was carefree. One day, the tax collector came to his door, acting ruthlessly and colluding with the village bully, showing no regard for the law, and took over his large house and land. His father and grandfather were beaten to death, and his mother and sister were also taken by the bully. Fortunately, he ran away quickly. Otherwise, he would have died as well. Dong Chuanjini waved at Dijin. I know you. You're called Dijin, right? You've listened to me for so long. Why did you become a bandit? Be brave and speak up. Jin was clever. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come up with such a plot to deceive Dong Chuanjin. Dong Chuanjun issued a command, and that kid Jin immediately stepped out in front of everyone, sat down on the ground, took out his utensils, and started to beat them. The little man originally lived on the edge of Huage City, with a house and fields, leading a carefree life. Who would have thought that the tax officer was so ruthless and unfeeling, colluding with the government and acting without regard for the law, seizing my big house and taking my fields? Music indeed has the power to resonate with people. After a round of rap, everyone clenched their fists because they had all come from similar experiences. After Jin finished singing, Dong Chuanjun also saw that the emotions of the crowd had been completely stirred up. He then called up a few of the most emotionally charged men and women to come on stage and express their feelings to the crowd. Half an hour later, everyone was fully engaged. Happiness might not be the same for all, but sorrow can bring people together. The emotions of the crowd were stirred, and now it was Dong Chuanjun's turn to step up and win their hearts. Moreover, Dong Chuanjun had also subtly used a bit of illusion on several of the leaders, which he had just learned from each song. He then stepped onto the stage and passionately shouted to everyone, "Friends, today I tell you that in the present and the future, although we face various difficulties and setbacks, I still have a dream deeply rooted in the dream of peace. I dream that one day, everyone will have fields to cultivate and be able to eat their fill. I dream that one day, there will be no excessive taxes, and everyone will be able to raise their children. I dream that one day, people can earn their living through labor, wear new clothes, and leisurely watch their children beside us, innocently saying, 'Mom, Dad, look at that cloud, it's so beautiful, just like my flower dress. I have a dream today. I dream that one day, the elderly will be taken care of, the sick will have medical care, everyone will have a place to live. They can walk their own path, be self-reliant, self-sufficient, and find joy in their own way. I dream of a day when the elderly will be cared for. The young will be nurtured, not seeking great wealth and nobility, but only wishing for a family to be healthy and happy.'" The voice of Dong Chuanjin grew louder and louder. "Are you willing to follow me in longing for our great harmonious world?" Woo-woo. A chorus of sobs arose from the crowd, and many leaders who had long been enchanted knelt down before Dong Chuanjin. "Long live Lord Dong Chuan. I am willing to follow Lord Dong Chuan forever. Long live Lord Dong Chuan. I am willing to follow Lord Dong Chuan forever. Long live Lord Dong Chuan. I am willing to follow Lord Dong Chuan forever." The calls echoed, and the crowd joined in a collective shout. Dong Chuanjin watched as the people's support on the system rose from 10 to a lively 79, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. After the cheers, Dong Chuanjin shouted to everyone, "The camp has been established, and now we need to build our home. Brothers and sisters, let us get to work. There's plenty of wood, plenty of bricks. Our home will be rebuilt right here. Let our beautiful life begin. Long live, long live." The people's support quickly climbed from 79 to 88 as everyone cheered in unison. Then, Dong Chuanjin detailed the work for a few leaders and started teaching them one by one to manage the tasks. The bricks were ready-made, and the skill of soil flow walls was indeed useful. In the desert, they erected sand walls, but in the kingdom of Chuan, they built walls of mixed rock and soil. They could directly cut the walls as needed. No tools, no problem. He had magnetic control. He found an empty house, and various iron tools appeared, enough for whatever they needed. His kunai were made this way, and he didn't worry about consumption at all. It seems I could sell ninja tools, he thought. But selling ninja tools is not as fast as robbing the nobles. Never mind. Dong Chuanjin gently slapped himself, giving up on the idea of honestly doing business. Chapter 18. Camp Construction and the Promise Under the Starry Sky. Camp number 1, the Land of Rivers. Prosperity, 187. Population, 748. Public sentiment, 89. Reward bonus, 39. Settlement time, 29 days, 23 hours, 47 minutes. The panel is very simple. There's no need to elaborate on the population. Prosperity is a combination of military strength and wealth. 1 point of prosperity for an adult male is unknown for ninjas. However, the bonus from public sentiment is truly appealing. As long as it exceeds 50, every point above 1 adds an extra reward of 1 at settlement, which is a great mechanism. For an entire day, Dong Chuanjin worked with everyone on construction and finally set up several large tents that could shelter over 700 people from wind and rain. He also built some simple houses as template rooms. After a busy day, he had a bowl of porridge with everyone in the evening. After returning to the convoy, he felt a bit fatigued. After working hard all day, he changed into clean clothes and washed up briefly. He then collapsed onto Yi Tsang's carriage and fell asleep. Juan looked at Dong Chuanjini occupying his bed, his small fist clenched in anger, wanted to hit him, but was stopped by Yitsong. Forget it, Juan. Let him sleep. Daisuke's carriage is full of parts. He can't sleep anyway. Just take me to your relocated camp. Juan waved his fist at the sight of Dong Chuanjini snoring away and then led Yitsong towards the camp. Juan was somewhat surprised at the entire camp. When the three of them moved people in 2 days ago, it was in a state that could hardly be called anything but barren. They built several earthen walls along the necessary paths up and down the mountain and erected a few gatehouses. That night, the people even slept outdoors. Yet, in just 1 day's time, they had established walls that resembled those of a town. The ground had been cleared, and there were also a large number of tents for sleeping, as well as over a dozen well-constructed houses at the edge. There were also patrols and guards who looked the part. Yitsong stood on a high ground, watching the newly constructed camp. Although she didn't know what it looked like before, seeing Juan's surprised expression brought a slight smile to her lips. Jini is truly working hard for peace. The two didn't return directly to the convoy, but instead found a large tree, which provided a good view of the camp and was a suitable place to rest. When Higashikawa Shinichi woke up, Yakura and Jun were sitting in the carriage watching him. Although Jun's gaze at Higashikawa Shinichi was one of disdain, it was mostly admiration. When she noticed Higashikawa Shinichi looking at her, she huffed proudly and turned her small face away. Tsundra has been subdued. Huh? Dong Chuanjini swiftly reached out and pinched Juan's small face, giving it a gentle tug. Juan was already stunned, looking at Dong Chuanjini in disbelief. Finally, in a fit of anger and embarrassment, she shouted, "You bastard, I'm going to kill you." However, just a few minutes later, she was subdued by Dong Chuanjini, who pinned her hands and feet down. Juan wanted to struggle, but she couldn't break free at all. What made it even worse for Juan was that Yetsong not only didn't persuade Dong Chuanjini to let her go, but also followed Jini's lead and pinched her face. "You two are too much." Juan's face was flushed, partly from anger and partly from embarrassment, because Dong Chuanjini was holding her tightly in his arms. Haha. Dong Chuanjini laughed loudly. A few minutes later, the scroll was left in the car, and Dong Chuanjini arrived at the camp with Yitsong after rushing on the road. When everyone saw Dong Chuanjini, their eyes suddenly became fervent, and they all knelt down to welcome him. They had seen the leader. Dong Chuanjini hurriedly helped the captain in front of him to his feet and got everyone else up as well. Then he walked over to a somewhat frightened 3 to 5-year-old child, smiled, and picked him up. He addressed the crowd. "I am not a noble lord, so there is no need to kneel at every turn. If you truly want to respect me, then let us work together to build our beautiful home, so that everyone can live a prosperous life and no longer endure hunger while pursuing happiness." Dong Chuanjini gently patted the child's head and said, "From now on, you can have meals every day and live a happy life. Are you happy?" The child, his arms also showed an expectant expression and said in a very tender voice, "I want to eat bread and drink milk." Haha. Dong Chuanjini smiled. "There will be bread and there will be milk." Everyone else also smiled kindly. The children, seeing everyone smile, laughed happily, their laughter so innocent and pure. Yitsong looked at the smiles of the crowd and then at the child's innocence, remaining silent and just watching quietly. It was another busy day. With Yitsong's help, things moved along much faster. The entire ground was leveled, and more than 20 houses had been constructed. Today's main task was to systematically designate where to build houses, parks, and other facilities such as toilets. The plan was already in place, and in the later stages, they would just follow the blueprint to establish everything. Yitsong did not inquire at all about how there were so many iron materials for the houses built entirely of iron and wood, because she believed Jini would tell her. After a busy day, everyone had dinner and went to sleep. Higashikawa Shinichi convened several captains of the 700-man team for a meeting to hear about the events of the day, inform them on how to handle the situation, and discuss how to develop the city and prevent safety issues, among other matters. Yitsong listened with great interest. Although he did not know where Higashikawa Shinichi acquired such administrative skills, establishing a base would be a significant boost to managing the village. After dismissing everyone, Higashikawa Shinichi and Yitsong went up to the mountain to look at the camp area. Under the starlight, Higashikawa Shinichi pointed to the camp and said to Yitsong, "What do you think of this place? It can accommodate at least 3,000 people. When the opportunity arises, I will relocate 1,000 people here to fill this area. I have checked the land in the valley. It can be used for growing grain. Although it won't feed everyone, if we plant some fruit trees and raise a portion of livestock in the mountains, we can be self-sufficient. In a year or two, this place will be a paradise." Looking at the stars in the sky, Dong Chuanjini glanced at the side where Yitsong, who was always beautiful but had a stern face, was drawing a big pancake. "If we were in the land of wind, And if we planted trees around the oasis bit by bit, conquering the desert piece by piece, like the sparks of a fire, 1, 2, 10, 100, when they turned into an overwhelming force like an oasis, we would eliminate a small part, half a large part, or even the entire desert in our land of wind. Dong Chuanjini's voice rose with passion. We are the largest country in the territory, and at that time, we will become the richest nation on the entire continent. The people in our country will no longer suffer from the disaster of starvation. The warriors in the village are descendants, only need to protect the country to live a stable and peaceful life. The children won't have to wage wars over resources, with one less major ninja village attacking. Peace that belongs to us will gradually come. Yitsong was slightly moved, contemplating the gains and losses of the village, while Dong Chuanjini was already thinking about the entire Wind Country, imagining what could be achieved if it really happened. The innocent smiles of the children in the camp that morning flashed before Yitsong's eyes. At that moment, Yitsong felt someone grab her hand, and instinctively, she tried to pull it away. Don't pull away. Don't you want to work with me to make Sandninja and the Wind Country prosperous? Don't you want our children to live in a safe and harmonious environment? Join me, and let us promise to build the entire Sandninja and the Wind Country together. Dong Chuanjini's gentle and firm voice rang in Yitsong's ear. Yitsong's heart trembled violently because she saw in Dong Chuanjini's sincere eyes under the starry sky a profound ambition that seemed to encompass the universe and the aspirations of heaven and earth. Yitsong's gaze gradually softened, and she no longer resisted, allowing Dong Chuanjini to hold her hand, but her heart was beating faster and faster. The sound of her heartbeat was particularly clear under the starlight. Chapter 19. Perfect Jinchuriki Physique Displaying Magnetic Escape. Just as Dong Chuanjini wanted to pull Yitsong into his embrace, he received a bump on his head from Yitsong. He deserved it for being so forward. Tuquan Shinichi clutched his head, grimacing in pain. The somewhat ambiguous atmosphere just moments ago was completely swept away. It clearly wasn't described like this in the novel. It should have been leaning on my shoulder. Yitsong smiled faintly, but immediately returned to seriousness, standing up and looking at Tuquan Shinichi as he said, "Let's go back to the convoy. Juan is still waiting for us." "Oh." Dong Chuanjini also responded. Juan looked at the two returning and tilted his little head curiously, asking, "Didn't you stay over there?" Dong Chuanjini raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly at Juan. "Yesterday, I finally understood what a bed is. Sleeping is really comfortable. Why would I want to spend the night outside?" Juan's fists clenched again, but she was so angry. However, she couldn't beat the bastard in front of her. Higashikawa Shinichi did not occupy the bed again, but honestly returned to his own car. Fukushima Daisuke looked disheveled, vividly embodying what it means to be a dedicated science and engineering man who neglects sleep and food. Higashikawa Shinichi felt a bit helpless in front of the completely filled carriage. This carriage was a larger type, about 4 meters wide and over 3 meters long, and it was stuffed with parts. "Shinichi, you're back," said Kimishima Daisuke, scratching his head and smiling a bit awkwardly, as there really was no space left in the carriage. "How's your research going?" Upon hearing this, Kimishima Daisuke was eager to talk and spoke fluently and confidently. Dong Chuanjini also listened attentively. Fengdao Daisuke's research ability is indeed strong. After these days of research, the octopus mech not only solved the problem of the softness of the octopus tentacles, but also improved the energy-gathering device in its chest. However, the chakra gathering in the chest is still a bit slow. Moreover, 2 machine guns have been added to the shoulders, capable of firing iron balls wrapped with explosive symbols, which can cause significant damage. However, it can only launch 6 at a time, meaning after firing 12. It needs to be reloaded. The problem is that his current skills are not very good. While these issues have been resolved, it has also led to the half-body armor being unusable due to its excessive weight, and protective measures need to be implemented. This means he has to set up a full-body armor. However, there isn't enough material, and he needs to return to the village to gather sufficient resources, which is very frustrating. Dong Chuanjini comforted Peak Island Daisuke and told him that the camp had been built, and when there was an opportunity, they could plant some trees specifically for puppeteers, such as ironwood and black axlewood, which were harder than iron but lighter. It didn't matter what trees they planted. Another week passed, and the caravan was just 3 to 5 days away from the Land of Fire, where the ninjas of Konoha would take over. Sand ninjas were not allowed to enter the Land of Fire. Otherwise, it would be considered an act of war. Except for rogue ninjas, which could go anywhere. But if they were killed, there was nothing to say. During this week, he had been helping people build houses in the camp. And now all families and individuals had moved into their homes. What remained was the secondary construction of the town, which could be handed over to a few captains. Once he returned from the desert, he would start farming. At that time, Dongchuanjini would also have to borrow from a small noble family, using their provisions and currency to get through this tough time. Master, tomorrow night is the day when the divine tree gives me feedback. We need to return to the Emerald Wind Greenfield. I need to contact those trees to receive the feedback, to make the performance more genuine. Dongchuanjini said that as long as they contacted the planet trees, they would receive feedback. Yakura had a serious expression. She was very wary of the divine tree, a legendary entity, but in light of the benefits to be gained, she had to take it seriously. All right, then we will set off back to the Emerald Wind camp early tomorrow morning. Okay, that night, Yakura reminded Wan and Peak Island Daisuke a few times before leaving with Dongchuanjini. Peak Island Daisuke, unusually, was not assembling mechs and was seriously doing his duty as a guard. After a day of rapid travel, the two finally arrived at the Emerald Wind camp around 11 p.m. Although there was no man-made destruction, the system recorded that about 600 poplar trees had died. However, the remaining trees had already exceeded 1,000. Master, now we need to wait under the tree. Around midnight, it will give me feedback in a dream. Dongchuanjini looked at Yetsong and said, okay. Yetsong looked at Dongchuanjini with a serious expression, but his hand remained on the kunai, ready to act at any moment. Dongchuanjini was straightforward, simply laying out a blanket and lying under the tree. Time passed quickly. The two of them were waiting for 12 o'clock to arrive. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the tree planting task of 1,000 trees. Reward: perfect Jinchuriki physique. Ding! The host settles last month's tree survival and receives a space ring with dimensions of 20 meters in length, width, and height. In an instant, a surge of chakra and vitality began to swell within Dongchuanjini's body. Yitsong widened his eyes in shock, staring at Dongchuanjini. Was this the gift of the divine tree? The surging chakra lasted for half a minute before it ended. Dongchuanjini took a slight look and found that his chakra had increased more than threefold, already reaching the reserves of an ordinary jonin. His vitality also noticeably surged. Although he couldn't feel exactly how much, all the hidden injuries on his body had completely healed. As for the ring, he would keep it in the space and take it out later. This perfect Jinchuriki physique was not just about a one-time surge of chakra by 3 times. It could also grow over time. In other words, if he were 20 years old now, his chakra reserves could be compared to that of the Uzumaki clan. More importantly, sealing tailed beasts within his body would not only completely imprison the tailed beasts, but also allow him to freely extract their chakra without any side effect for tailed beast transformation. Theoretically, he could remain in tailed beast form indefinitely, but he would have to revert after a while since human stamina is not limitless, forcing it would overdraw his body. However, what Dongchuanjini wanted was the ability to completely suppress the tailed beasts, preventing them from resisting, making them nothing more than power banks. Tailed beast transformation was still weaker than his own combat power. Forcibly extracting a tailed beast would not kill him, only costing him half of his lifespan. Dongchuanjini had no worries about this. Tailed beasts were meant for him to extract chakra. If he could still extract tailed beasts 20 years later, he might as well buy a block of tofu and crash it. Seeing Dongchuanjini open his eyes, Yitsong used a body flicker technique to appear beside him, asking with concern, "Jini, are you okay?" Dongchuanjini's expression was quite serious. He looked at Yitsong earnestly and said, "What you are about to see may be a bit unbelievable, but before I demonstrate this power, please make sure not to tell anyone else, okay?" Yitsong nodded and swore with a gesture toward the sky. Tokiwa Shinichi nodded in satisfaction, and then to prevent being followed, the two of them went deep into the desert. Dongchuanjini raised his hand gently in front of Yitsong, and countless iron sand emerged from the desert. Gradually iron blocks, which then transformed into Yitsong's likeness. Yitsong rubbed his eyes, his pupils slightly constricting, as he looked at the iron figure and then at Dongchuanjini, shouting in shock, "Magnet release!" Chapter 20. The Crimson Sunset, borrowing grain from the nobles. Magnet release. Yitsong's mouth slightly opened in astonishment, estimating he could eat an egg. Dongchuanjini's chakra began to operate again. The iron sand formed a leaf warehouse shaped like a check mark. "That's right, it's magnet release, and my chakra has surged significantly. You should be able to see that." Yitsong nodded with great difficulty. Higashikawa Shinichi once again extended his hand, this time without activating magnetic control, but instead waved at Yakura. "This is the gift of the divine tree. Regardless of whether the divine tree truly desires world peace or destruction, this power is tangible. We must make good use of this power to protect Sunagakure, safeguard the entire land of wind, and our cherished friends and descendants. Yakura's expression regained a degree of calm as she extended her hand to tightly grasp Teacheris Shinichi's. No matter how it is, she recognizes Teacheris Shinichi more than Rasha. This is because Teacheris Shinichi possesses the heart and strength to lead Sunagakure towards prosperity and strength, while Rasha is merely a diminished version of the third Kazekage. Even the formidable third Kazekage could only maintain Sunagakure from further decline, but that was merely preventing further decay. The path to becoming strong again remains distant, and what right does the diminished Rasha have to lead Sunagakure to peace and strength? In the past, she had no choice. But now fate has given her an opportunity, so why not seize it? Don Chuanjini felt the hand that Yi Tsang was gripping tightly. He knew that Yi Tsang had fully supported her becoming the Wind Shadow and would unconditionally provide help to him, leaving no room for final hesitation. Don Chuanjini exerted some strength in his hand and held on tightly, his voice sincere and magnetic. Then let's fight for our ideals. Yi Tsang's voice was filled with excitement. The next morning, the two set off again for the caravan of the Land of Rivers. The caravan progressed very smoothly, reaching the border of the Land of Fire in just 3 days. Moreover, there were 4 ninjas across from the caravan. The leading Jainin had a serious expression. Seeing Dong Chuanjini staring at him, Yi Tsang gently spoke up. This person is Konoha's Jainin, Yuhi Mako. His mastery of illusion techniques is extraordinary, capable of competing with the Uchiha clan's 3 Tomo Sharingan users in Genjutsu, and he is known as Konoha's strongest illusionist. Dongchuan's sudden realization was not because he was very familiar with him, but because he was familiar with his daughter, who is the popular female character, Shizun. He didn't expect such a serious-looking man to have such a beautiful daughter, TSK. Shizun was also very vigilant, because the jonin opposite her was the strong dust-release user from Sunagakure, Yakura. Although his Genjutsu was strong, his overall strength absolutely couldn't compare to someone like Yakura, a bloodline ninja. Bloodline ninjas inherently possess a certain resistance to Genjutsu, even though he claimed to be the strongest Genjutsu user in Konoha. However, he only had one Genjutsu that reached or exceeded the level of a 3 Tomo Sharingan user. While the Uchiha clan was powerful not just because of Genjutsu, and he only had Genjutsu. Additionally, there are now at least over 43 Tomo Uchiha. Dong Chuanjini could only watch. It wasn't that he didn't want to test the strength of Zirahong, but fighting openly at the border of the two countries would lead to unpredictable consequences, and he wasn't prepared for war yet. The two sides just stood there. After the convoy completely entered the Land of Fire, Wan took out his camera and took a photo. Only then did the 4 of them leave. After Yi Tsang left, Zirahong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a slight sigh of relief. It was surprising that a mere escort mission had Yi Tsang leading the team. Fortunately, it was in the Land of Fire, otherwise it would have been dangerous. The 3 lower ninjas beside him looked at their teacher with a mix of fear and curiosity and asked, "Teacher, is that Sandninja really that scary?" Zirahong nodded. "Yes. That person over there is the Scorch-Release Ninja Yi Tsang, who is very powerful among the Sand Ninjas. We ninjas must pay attention to gathering intelligence." Don Chuanjini explained a few things to Yi Tsang and then left the team to head to Camp Number 1. One looked at Yi Tsang with some curiosity. "Let's go to the village to turn in the mission, and then we can take on some escort tasks for the bandit extermination or for the countries of Chuan and Foam." "Okay." Wan nodded obediently in agreement. Don Chuanjini returned to Camp Number 1 not because of encountering a battle, but because the food was only enough for 2 days. The wasteland had no food, and there was no way to cultivate it, as it all required physical labor. The morale of the people has not decreased yet, but if there is no food, it will definitely drop. Dong Chuanjini did not return to the camp directly, as he had no food in hand, and there was no use in going back. It would be better to take this opportunity to find a noble from the Land of Rivers and borrow some food or money from him. After a short while, Dong Chuanjini arrived at a town, which was under the rule of a family called the Asakusa family, with a population of over 30,000. Using transformation jutsu, a young ninja who looked exactly like Akatsuki Shinkuro appeared. Don Chuanjini nodded with satisfaction as he put away the mirror and swaggered into the town. Ordinary townspeople hurriedly avoided the ninja, fearing they might accidentally bump into the esteemed ninja. Even some of the overbearing samurai acted much more respectfully. Knowing that this was a Konoha Jonin they could not afford to provoke, and they dared not ask the ninja why he had come to their town. Don Chuanjini went to an inn and requested a room, as well as some food. After eating, the sky gradually darkened. In the middle of the night, The window of the room was opened, and Dongchuan Zhenyi quickly ran through the city, soon finding the location of the granary. Although it was not the private storehouse of the shallow grass family, but rather a town public granary, it was sufficient. A 20-square-meter ring could hold quite a bit of grain. Silently sneaking into the granary yard, he noticed two samurai on duty at the entrance. With a swish, two shurikens materialized out of thin air, and the two samurai were pierced through the head before they could even make a sound, dead beyond recovery. The large lock on the door was nothing more than a trinket in the face of magnetic control. The lock melted down, transforming into more than a dozen shurikens that were collected. After opening the main door of the granary, Dongchuan Zhenyi finally understood what it meant for mice to run in a warehouse. Despite the large storage, it only contained 4 major warehouses, and although they were called large, they actually held only about 2,000 gene, which is roughly 1 ton. A mere 4 tons of grain, even if conserved, would only be enough for everyone to eat for a week. Although he was dissatisfied, he still took all the grain, and looking at the small amount in the ring, it was truly insufficient. Dongchuan Zhenyi then directly went to the home of the Shallow Grass noble family. The Shallow Grass family had more than 50 samurai and fierce dogs. However, for Dongchuan Zhenyi, who possessed a quasi-shadow level power, avoiding these people was extremely easy. The private storehouse was also very easy to find, as it required higher standards for storing grain. The appearance of the house was different. In one courtyard, Dongchuan Zhenyi cleanly killed 4 samurai and then sneaked inside. Upon entering the private storehouse, Dongchuan Zhenyi learned a new phrase, wealth that can rival a nation. Chapter 21. 9,000 becomes 18,000 tons. I have become the great saint of balance. The scene before him was like a public granary, neatly arranged with hundreds of large storage units. And there was even a second layer. Dongchuan Zhenyi was immediately excited. Using magnetic control, he opened all the granaries and then began to collect the grain in various ways. It took a full half hour to finally collect all the granaries on the first layer, and then he went to the second layer to collect fiercely. However, he managed to fill the ring, and the grain on the second layer was reduced to just a thin layer. When Dongchuan Zhenyi saw the third layer, his eyes nearly turned red, but he truly couldn't take that much. Note, the 20-meter ring has dimensions of 20 meters in length, width, and height, approximately 8,000 cubic meters. Dongchuan Zhenyi left with red-eye disease. With these 6,000 tons of food, the more than 1,000 people in the camp can eat 3 meals a day for over 10 years. Is this the foundation of the nobility? No. I need to hurry and make another trip. Dongchuan Zhenyi rushed into a cave, where countless iron sand gradually transformed into a massive iron sheet that adhered to the cave walls, forming an iron warehouse. Countless grains quickly filled the entire cave. The cave wasn't very large, but it was enough to clear out half of his ring. At the entrance of the cave, Dongchuan Zhenyi sealed the entire entrance with iron blocks, then moved a lot of dirt to bury the cave. He returned to the noble's house. The food on the second floor was cleared out. Upon entering the third floor, there was also a large amount of food, just slightly less. The ring was filled to capacity. The third floor was left with only the base. There was no fourth floor this time. In the cover of night, Dongchuan Zhenyi made his escape. The next morning, a samurai rushed in and shouted loudly at a plump middle-aged man. "My lord, it's bad. The guards at the public granary have died, and the food in the granary is gone." The middle-aged man was the head of the Asakura family. He calmly popped a grape into his mouth, which was fed to him by a maid, and said indifferently, "It's just a public granary. If the food is gone, then so be it. We must give those troublesome commoners a way to live and let them know that we have no food in the granary. That way, they won't cause a ruckus. You go and spread the word about this." The head of the Asakura family intended for this man to promote the news. Just then, another person rushed in, sweating profusely and trembling all over, kneeling on the ground, daring only to look at him and not speak. The head of the Asakura family said displeased, "How can one accomplish great things in a flurry? Speak, what exactly happened?" The man stammered, "My lord, it's bad. The private granary." He hesitated to continue. The head of the Asakura family became frantic, pushing the maid aside, causing her to fall to the ground in pain without daring to cry out. He walked up to the samurai and shouted sternly, "What happened to the private granary? Speak immediately." The samurai straightened his neck and said, "All the food in the private granary is gone." The head of the Asakura family widened his eyes and let out a roar as he struck. Many samurai rushed forward to help. The head of the Asakura family slowly regained consciousness and shouted loudly to everyone, "Go search, go investigate." How could so much food disappear into thin air? It must still be in this city. Send people to Konoha village and Sunagakure to issue tasks. Let the ninjas come as well. I want them dead. The head of the Asakura family was completely enraged, his entire being twisting with fury. The samurai all took their orders and left. Dong Chuanjini was overjoyed, having suddenly become rich overnight. With so much grain, he could help tens of thousands of people as long as they could get through the first year and become self-sufficient. After returning to the camp, Dong Chuanjini didn't take out all the grain at once, but instead took out a few tons as a reward for those who had excelled in the construction of the camp over the past few days. Although it was called a reward, everyone received some, just in varying amounts. With the grain, everyone felt more secure, and Dong Chuanjini seized the opportunity to produce some farming tools, allowing everyone to start leveling the land for planting crops. Each adult was allocated 1 acre of land, with an average distribution, and children over 12 years old could also receive an acre. Everyone cheered with excitement, and the morale of the people continued to rise. Young and strong widows began measuring the land, and everything was bustling with activity. Dong Chuanjini provided the necessary tools. After 3 consecutive days, the land has finally been leveled. Dong Chuanjini has become very prominent, needed for blasting stones and mountain construction. The dragon explosion technique is indeed very useful, and everyone looks at Dong Chuanjini with even more respect. A powerful dragon explosion was unleashed, creating a large pit in the innermost part of the mountain, intended for water storage, as there is no water in the mountains. How to get water? A water jutsu can do it. It's a pity for ninjas not to engage in civil engineering. 2 days later, Yakura and Junfeng Island Daisuke also arrived. Their mission this time was to investigate the theft of food from the nobles of the Land of Rivers. That's right, ninjas do more than just fight. They can also take on investigation tasks. Yakura presented a water jutsu scroll to Dong Chuanjini. This is the water jutsu you requested. Higashikawa Shinichi opened the ninjutsu scroll. Water release. Water chaos waves, which is a very practical ninjutsu. Shinichi, did you steal the food from the Asakura noble family? Asked Yakura in a low voice. After confirming that there was no one around, Dong Chuanjini said, can the matters of scholars be called stealing? I call this borrowing. Those grains have already been placed in a safe place. Don't worry, nothing will happen, and they won't be able to trace it back to me. At this point, Dong Chuanjini leaned closer to Yi Tsong's ear and whispered, I transformed into the appearance of Zairi Jinhong. So even if they investigate, they will have to look for Zairi Jinhong. Yi Tsong, I hope Zairi Jinhong is okay. At this moment, Zairi Jinhong, who was on a mission escorting a merchant convoy, received news from the village and was completely stunned. Someone had transformed into his appearance and entered the city of Asakusa in the river country, and that very night. The Asakusa family was robbed, with a total of 18,000 tons of grain stolen. What does this have to do with him? The Hokage issued a mission order requiring Zairi Jinhong to investigate this matter in the river country. What 18,000 tons? Damn, is he crazy for money? I only borrowed over 9,000 tons, and he doubled it on me. The Asakusa family is treating me as a fool and using me to settle accounts with the daimyo. Dong Chuanjini slammed the table in anger. He was truly infuriated. Just a moment ago, he was smiling, but upon seeing the 18,000 tons on Yi Tsong's task, he instantly couldn't hold back. Who would add to his performance like this? Nobles are indeed nobles. They really know how to play. Yi Tsong was also taken aback. 9,000 tons turned into 18,000 tons. It was a complete flip. Shameless. Too shameless. Dong Chuanjini calmed down slightly, but then laughed out loud in anger. All right, since that's the case, just wait for me to find an opportunity to go to your house and borrow all your family's wealth. Let's see if you'll pay me back double. For the first time, Yi Tsong felt that Dong Chuanjini borrowing supplies from this person wasn't a problem. Chapter 22. The scheme of surrounding and supporting Zairi Jinhong. The plan of surrounding and supporting. Although very angry, Dong Chuanjini chose to wait for now. After all, he still had plans for Chainsaw City, and the base was under construction, leaving him no time to deal with them. However, Yi Tsong and the others had also taken on a task, so they needed to find a way to complete it. Alright, since it was borrowed from their own people, if it couldn't solve the problem, then they would deal with the one who raised the issue. So, let's say a month later, his plan of surrounding and supporting would need time. Yi Tsong and Dong Chuanjini would definitely report to Chainsaw City, which indicated that they had taken on a task. Soon after, the 4 of them arrived at the Asakura family. At this moment, the head of the Asakura family was complaining to the arriving Zairi Jinhong, expressing his hatred for the little thief, saying that the food they had to pay to the daimyo was gone. They were loyal to the daimyo. Shirijinhong felt overwhelmed. Just then, someone rushed in from outside to report that the people from Sharon village had arrived. The Asakura family then stopped their complaints and went to greet the Sharon group. The former Asakura family looked down on ninjas, considering them dogs raised by their nobility. But when their wealth suffered significant losses and they couldn't figure out the cause, they treated ninjas like brothers. Yitsong led Dong Chuanjini and the others into the Asakura family head's residence. Shirijinhong was stunned. Didn't they just part ways with Yitsong a few days ago? How did they meet again so soon? Dong Chuanjini had some doubts in his heart. He was taking on a case right in front of him, and it was the victim who had come to find him. Fortunately, this was a noble family, and it was rare for opposing ninjas to be able to engage in open conflict here. The head of the Asakusa family was very satisfied, as the ninjas from Sunagakure and Kanahigakure were all jounin, which gave him great face. This was the treatment that nobles should enjoy. You must catch these people for me. I want to see who exactly stole the daimyo's grain, the head of the Asakusa family said fiercely, slamming the table. The others took it as the head of the Asakusa family complaining. One person knew who the thief was, another wanted to investigate who framed him, and they all needed to find out how such a large quantity of grain could be stolen right under so many people's noses. What kind of treasure could occupy such a large space? Could it be something like the six-path treasure from Kimogakure? If Konoha got their hands on it, their logistics would be much more convenient in the future. The group went to the public and private stores to look for clues, then began searching for clues within the city. A whole day passed like this, but there were no leads at all. Although there were samurai guarding the city gates, and they couldn't leave the city at night, where would good ninjas exit through the city gates? That night, in the Asakusa family hall, Yitsong and Shirijinhong compared their information. The Asakusa family was indeed quite wealthy, and in order to uncover the truth as soon as possible, they decided to share information between the two families. As long as they figured it out, both sides would consider the mission a success. The information collected by both parties pointed towards Shirijinhong as the primary suspect. Even the head of the Asakusa family subtly moved to a position behind Dong Chuanjini, casting a suspicious glance at him. Shirijinhong, with a bitter expression, changed the topic. It's really not me. At that time, I was carrying out an escort mission in the Land of Fire, and besides, I had no way to transport all the grain. I don't have such a large storage container. To my knowledge, only the six-path treasure from Kimogakure has such a large storage capacity. Dong Chuanjini won't give Shirijinhong the chance to shift the blame. You must wear this hat today, Shirijinhong, as a jonin, according to your statement. That means the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village crossed at least 2 countries, went through your fire country, and finally arrived at the river country to steal the grain from the Asakusa family? Shirijinhong, you need to take responsibility for what you said. Dong Chuanjini's last sentence was very heavy. Shirijinhong was somewhat at a loss for words. After thinking about it, it's impossible. Even if it's true, this would cross the Land of Fire, and it wouldn't be this blatant. Silence is tonight's Cambridge. Seeing this, T. Kawamasakazu said, regardless of whether it was done by the evening sun crimson jonin or not, all the clues point to you. Even if someone is impersonating you, it must be a ninja who has a grudge against you. I have reason to suspect that this person wants to lure you out and then assassinate you. Dong Chuanjini looked at the Asakusa family head. Lord Asakusa, I advise you not to let you and Makoto stay in your home to prevent any retaliatory incidents. Additionally, I hope you can temporarily issue a guarding mission, preferably with 2 or 3 jonin. The Asakusa family head was genuinely a bit scared, but he didn't understand why a guarding mission was necessary, especially with jonin involved. How much would that cost? The Asakusa family head had a pained expression. What does this have to do with me? Dong Chuanjini let out a faint sigh. With so many families to choose from, they are coming after you. Perhaps this person has a grudge against you and is a ninja seeking revenge, capable of doing anything. As for why they are targeting a jonin, it's because Senior Yuzuriha Makoto is a jonin. The head of the Asakusa family twitched his mouth and then looked at Yuzuriha Makoto with some anger. You need to give me an explanation regarding the jonin of Konoha Village. The main strategy is to appear submissive externally while striking hard internally. Yuzuriha Makoto felt very awkward. After Dong Chuanjini's analysis, it really seemed to be the case. Could it be that he was truly in danger and someone was out to assassinate him? It's no wonder Yuzuriha Makoto was suspicious. After all, ninjas are in the business of killing, and having enemies is quite normal. Lord Asakusa, I will stay in the city and investigate the case of the stolen grain depot, Yuzuriha Makoto said, taking a deep breath. The head of the Asakusa family nodded. He was also afraid, but he needed the protection of ninjas, as it was indeed possible for someone to kill him off casually. Higashikawa Shinichi and the others were arranged to stay next to the Asakusa family head's house, and they also listened to Higashikawa Shinichi's suggestion to issue a guarding mission. The Sandninja, Shinjin, naturally accepted it on behalf of Yakura, who took it on behalf of the team, specifically prepared for Yakura. The head of the Asakusa family was quite bold, issuing an S-rank mission just like that, and the Land of Fire also issued a mission. Yakura was curious about Higashikawa Shinichi's arrangements and inquired about it. Don Chuanjini chuckled. My purpose is very simple. One of the goals is to trick the Asakusa family head out of some money. Itsang casually asked, what about the other one? Don Chuanjini said with a serious expression, there are too many talented people in Konoha. For someone like Hinata Hanabi, she is considered an ordinary person compared to the big clans. If war breaks out, the pressure we face will be immense. I want to use this fabricated incident, along with the temptation of the space ring in my possession, to lure Konoha's Nin over. I will ambush them on the way and take out a few of their Nin. This way, regardless of whether the war starts or not, we can weaken Konoha's strength. After all, their heroes are my enemies. Teacheris Shinichi's gaze was intense. So what if he was the father of the Sunset Red? If there was a chance to kill, then he had to do it. He wasn't someone who let the small head control the big head. Itsang interpreted what it meant to do everything for the village. Do you need me to take action? Don Chuanjini shook his head. I'm just a genin. No one will suspect me. You just need to keep an eye on Yuhi-Kurenai. Chapter 23. The Arrival of Namikaze Minato. Killing the root ninja the next day in the Hokage office. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had passed his peak, calmly took a puff from his pipe and looked at the intelligence sent by Yuhi-Kurenai, feeling somewhat troubled. This was because the kid from the sand village named Don Chuanjini was likely telling the truth. Someone was targeting Yuhi-Kurenai, or perhaps they were after Konoha, but the temptation of a spatial treasure that could move 18,000 tons in one night was too great. With this item, it would only take 2 jonin to fully support an army of ninjas. Although it was dangerous, the potential benefits of obtaining this treasure were enormous. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted into the empty space, go and bring Minato here. Yes, an Umbu ninja took the order and left. Before long, a man with a head full of yellow hair and a gentle smile walked in. Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Namikaze Minato, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he handed over a scroll. This is a guarding mission. Your task is to protect Jonin Kurenai while also looking for a treasure. This treasure has storage capabilities similar to the Six Paths treasure, the amber purifying bottle. We must keep it safe in Konoha to prevent some ambitious individuals from obtaining it and triggering a war. Understood. Minato's expression turned serious. He knew that a treasure with storage capabilities like the amber purifying bottle was a weapon of war. After Minato left, Sarutobi Hiruzen took another puff from his pipe and shouted again into the air beside him. An Umbu appeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a command, and the Umbu vanished. Not long after, 3 Umbu left Konoha, heading towards the Land of Rivers. Clearly, Sarutobi Hiruzen had made preparations on both the visible and hidden fronts. Half an hour later, underground in Konoha. At this moment, Shimura Danzo, still not bandaged up, received news from the Land of Rivers. A treasure with super large storage capabilities. Interesting. Come in. A person wearing a root mask appeared in front of Danzo. After a while, 3 root ninjas left the Konoha barrier. 2 Chuanjini was waiting in a canyon. There are 7 passes connecting the Land of Rivers and the Land of Fire, while the rest are mountainous areas. However, the closest route to Akatsuka City is through this canyon. Of course, ninjas can traverse the mountainous terrain without issue, but the timing does not allow for that, so generally, they follow the main forces along the main road. Don Chuanjini has been waiting here since this morning. There definitely won't be anyone in the morning. Although news spreads quickly, it takes time for ninjas to arrive. Teacheris Shinichi also took advantage of the daytime to set things up. Around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, he gathered his spirits. As the ninjas from Konoha were about to arrive, a shadow of a person moving quickly appeared after more than 10 minutes. Don Chuanjini quickly gathered his spirits and was ready to take action at any moment. As he gradually approached, a head of yellow hair appeared in Don Chuanjini's eyes, along with a handsome, refined face and a tall figure. Don Chuanjini is becoming more and more familiar. Isn't this just Namikaze Minato? If it were someone else, with his magnetic release and Dragon Blast, he could definitely kill them, and it wouldn't matter if there were more people, because magnetic release is most suitable for team battles. Even against shadow-level powerhouses like Kakashi Hitaki or Jiraiya, Don Chuanjini would dare to take a chance. If he couldn't win, he could still escape. But this Namikaze Minato, even though he isn't at his peak, Don Chuanjini can still fight him, and he might even deal significant damage to Namikaze Minato. However, even if he can't win, he could just run away. With the Flying Thunder God technique, he could disappear with just one seal. As the fantasy novels say, when time doesn't come, space reigns supreme. If it weren't for Obito Uchiha, who has the power of Kimui, restraining Namikaze Minato on the Night of the Nine Tails, Minato wouldn't have died at all, as he has his village, son, and wife to worry about. I can't provoke him. I can't provoke him. I'll let this big shot go and let myself go too. I'll wait until I get stronger before dealing with Namikaze Minato. Watching Minato's departing figure, Don Chuanjini felt a bit disappointed. After all, it was hard to set up a trap, and the result was that a crocodile came in, making it impossible to play. A few minutes later, just as Don Chuanjini was about to tidy up and leave, he sensed several chakra energy fluctuations from a distance. Don Chuanjini perked up again. A white raccoon mask. Dark side. Don Chuanjini was instantly intrigued. The Umbu ninjas were still ninjas, and killing Umbu ninjas would have a better effect than taking out ordinary jounin. Without white, blonde, or red hair like the main characters, it was good. Then they could just die. The three Umbu ninjas had really no reaction, as they hadn't encountered any danger along the way. But just when they were unprepared, countless shurikens and explosive tags soared into the air. Boom! A massive explosion erupted. Ninjas are peculiar beings. They can be incredibly strong, yet a small kunai embedded in their neck means certain death. Of course, kunai-piercing Susanoo is another matter. The three had no defenses. Despite their efforts to evade such a powerful explosion, they suffered serious injuries. More importantly, they encountered the sixth with magnetic control, and countless metal flying needles appeared within dozens of meters. Although the three tried to dodge, it was of no use at all. In an instant, they were pierced like a sieve, dead beyond recovery. To prevent the three from using any self-destruct techniques or other mutual destruction methods, Don Chuanjini controlled several long swords that he conjured and chopped the three into dozens of pieces. It was truly a bloody mess. The battle ended quickly, with the dismemberment lasting less than a minute. A metal broom appeared, effortlessly sweeping up the body parts, and then a shovel appeared to dig a pit for burial and fill it with dirt, all done in one go, and even compacting the soil a bit. After completing all this, Don Chuanjini did not rush to leave. He simply tidied up and continued to lie in ambush. The Dark Division had moved. Was the route still far away? Don Chuanjini set up the explosive tag trap again. However, the route team was a bit slow. Half an hour had passed without any sign of them. Just as Don Chuanjini was complaining about the inefficiency of the route team compared to the Umbu, three individuals wearing masks similar to those of the Umbu arrived. In the middle of the night, the route members, like the Umbu, were completely unguarded. The explosive tag detonated, and countless shurikens flew out within a radius of dozens of meters. The three of them were dead beyond recovery. When Don Chuanjini checked, he discovered that two of the root ninjas had already died when the explosive tag exploded, while the other had his leg blown off. It was indeed correct that Danzo could not compete with Sarutobi Hiruzen. With such low-quality subordinates, he dared to send them out. What a bunch of useless people. Nevertheless, Don Chuanjini was very satisfied. Not to mention the root, these three Umbu members were at least special jonin or regular jonin. Losing three of them already counted as a partial success of his scheme. This place was no longer safe. He needed to change locations and wait again. Konoha would definitely send more people. If it were Minato Namikaze, it would mean Konoha had caught on to their plan, and he would then have to eliminate Akatsuki's Jinhong, as keeping her around was no longer useful. Chapter 24, Danzo. We need to draw out Hiruzen. Sarutobi. We need to draw out Danzo. Tokiwa Shinichi returned to Asakusa Castle, but instead of going directly to his room, he went to Yakura's room. Yakura was obviously not asleep and was waiting for him. Don Chuanjini sat down and took a big gulp of water before speaking. Although the person who came this time was Namikaze Minato, who was basically invincible, I had already killed 6 Umbu, and these people were at least special jonin. I'll wait and ambush again tomorrow afternoon. Don Chuanjini said very happily about the elite ninjas. Killing one means one less, and an elite ninja not only requires time, but also a massive accumulation of resources. Yetsung wasn't too surprised by this. If you couldn't defeat a regular elite ninja, even with magnetic release, that would really be strange. You decide what to do, but safety must always be a priority. Yetsung thought of another name. Right. Shini, you mentioned this Namikaze Minato. Who is he, and why is it said that he cannot be killed? Namikaze Minato must have trained in the Flying Thunder God technique over the years, and he generally wouldn't use it on missions. So it's quite normal not to know this secret. The true fame of Namikaze Minato began during the Third Great Ninja War. The reputation of the Yellow Flash shook the ninja world, causing the children of the Sand Village to cry. East River Shinichi didn't hide anything at all. I've been exchanging information with various sources in Konoha about all the Jonin, and recently learned that Minato has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. This technique allows him to leave the battlefield instantly unless it's a speed contest. However, without space-time ninjutsu, it's impossible to counter space-time ninjutsu. Although I can make his shurikens inscribed with the technique ineffective, who knows how many of those shurikens he has placed outside. Naturally, he cannot be killed. Yakura was also somewhat surprised. The Flying Thunder God technique is known to the higher-ups of every ninja village, and Senju Tobarama killed quite a number of people using this technique. If it weren't for the 6 paths treasures that can counter Senju Tobarama, which were possessed by Kin and Jin, he would have never died. This situation with Minato won't interfere with your plans, will it? Dong Chuanjini waved his hand. No. If he investigates the matter of the death in the dark part, I will kill Shiri Junhong and completely end this operation. All right, if you need my cooperation, you must tell me. No problem. The next morning, Bofeng Shuemin arrived at the Asakusa family with a mission scroll. Although the head of the Asakusa family looked down on this pretty boy, he acknowledged him once he revealed his identity as 8J Nin. Dong Chuanjini looked at Namikaze Minato in front of him. He was indeed handsome, giving a comfortable feeling of elegance and refinement. Namikaze Minato smiled gently as he noticed Dong Chuanjini staring at him. Hello, I'm Namikaze Minato. We'll need to work together for this mission. It seems that only the wrong name was given, but the nickname was spot on. Little son is truly very heartwarming. Hello, I'm Dong Chuanjini. You are the Jonin Minato. Dong Chuanjini also gave a thumbs up to Wave Wind Watergate. Wave Wind Watergate laughed heartily. Yi-san also nodded slightly to Wave Wind Watergate. My name is Yi-san, a scorch-release ninja from the Sand Village. Wave Wind Watergate immediately recognized Yi-san's identity. Yi-san was very well known in the Sand Village. After all, there were not many bloodline limits in the Sand Village, so he couldn't be unknown. Wave Wind Watergate was also quite wary of Yi-san, as his scorch release made it very difficult to get close, especially for someone like him who needed to engage in close combat as an assassin. After the two introduced themselves, Wave Wind Watergate took his leave. Dong Chuanjini looked at Wave Wind Minato, and his killing intent grew stronger in his heart. In a few years, Minato, who no longer needed shurikens to be a ninja, would have no weaknesses and would be very difficult to kill. Unfortunately, he felt that he currently lacked the strength. Sigh. Wave Wind Minato arrived in the room of Sunset Jinhong. Senior Jinhong, is this a plot by the Sand Shinobi? After all, they even sent Yekong. Sunset Jinhong shook his head seriously. I'm not sure. With such strong combat power as Yekong displayed openly, who could be behind it? It can't be the third Kazekage, right? That would be shameless. Moreover, the Sand Shinobi didn't have that treasure. If they did, they would definitely hide it or go to other countries to procure it in large quantities to build up strength, not release it as bait. Wave Wind Minato hesitantly asked, could it be that this treasure is just a decoy? The grain wasn't transported away, but hidden, or maybe there isn't even 18,000 tons of grain. No, if you go to the granary, you'll know. Besides a large hole cut into the granary's shell, there are no traces of any carts, and there's no destruction. But the evidence of grain being piled up is very obvious. So, there might not be 18,000 tons of grain, but there is definitely a considerable amount of grain. Even if it were transported by large carts, it would take several days, let alone quietly, without anyone knowing. Sunset Jinhong said resolutely. Wave Wind Minato fell silent. Then let's investigate who set this trap. All right, be extra careful, Watergate. You really are Senior Jinhong. Watergate smiled faintly, feeling that Senior Jinhong was still so trustworthy. It seemed that Hong had already become a ninja, a very cute little girl. I hope Senior Jinhong can watch Hong grow up. She is the hope of Konoha. At noon, far away in Konoha, Sarutobi Hizashi was frowning and thinking while holding his pipe. Unless it was a particularly distant mission. Missions like the one to Asakusa City required daily contact, especially since they should have reported back by now. But the time for that had passed. Could something have gone wrong? Sarutobi Hizashi was still hesitating when Danzo was already furious. Useless, all useless, and now they're dead. The biological technology of the Root organization was still quite impressive, as it had a mechanism to determine the life and death of Root personnel. When they attempted to call this morning, there was no response. It was now confirmed that they were dead. Naturally, Danzo was angry. The root organization claimed to have over 100 members, but in reality, only about 20 of them had combat capabilities. Among these were 13 with official positions. And of those, only one was a regular Jonin, while the other two, though non-regulars, possessed special Jonin strength. Losing 3 of them meant a loss of 1/10 of their strength, and the deaths were shrouded in mystery. No, I can't let any more root ninjas go. I need to think of a way to send Umbu ninjas over, Danzo decided. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hisashi also made a decision. Umbu couldn't be sent, as there were only about 60 of them. Losing even one was painful for him. They were his direct troops, and a Hokage without Umbu had no real power. He had to let Danzo's root send people to investigate. Chapter 25. You regret, I am the shadow. Again killing 6 Umbu ninjas, Sarutobi Hisashi and Shimura Danzo were indeed good friends, sharing similar thoughts. Just as Sarutobi Hisashi was about to call for Danzo, the door to the Hokage office opened. It was Danzo, who walked in holding a piece of information. Sarutobi Hisashi's eyes lit up. The two spoke, almost simultaneously. Hisashi, I have something to tell you about a treasure. Danzo, I have something to tell you about a treasure. Both paused in surprise. Sarutobi Hisashi, being the Hokage, quickly thought on his feet. You go first. Danzo felt a sudden jolt in his heart, but still began to speak. It's like this. After Danzo finished explaining, he looked at Sarutobi Hisashi, who nodded in approval before taking the initiative. Well, what I want to tell you is this. I sent Watergate to investigate yesterday, but today Watergate reported that he and Junhong cannot cover the entire land of rivers, and Sandninja has also sent people over. I originally wanted to send Umbu, but recently Cloud Ninja has been restless, and I don't have the strength to send Umbu to the land of rivers. After speaking, Sarutobi Hisashi looked at Danzo expectantly. Let your people investigate the situation in the land of rivers. Danzo's eyes widened. Wait a minute. I wanted you to investigate the land of rivers. Why am I the one going? Hisashi, you know my situation. My root is busy investigating the matters of the Mist Village and can't spare any personnel. If I could spare personnel for such a precious treasure, I would definitely send them to investigate. The two old foxes, taught by the same master, couldn't outsmart each other. There was a moment of silence, and neither wanted to make eye contact. Finally, Danzo spoke up. Hisashi, the Umbu you sent, were they also killed? Sarutobi Hisashi took a light puff from his pipe and slowly exhaled the smoke. Yes, there hasn't been any news, but Jinhong's message confirms that this treasure is real, though it's clearly a trap, baiting people to jump in. Danzo was a hardliner. If he were in the Hokage's position, even knowing it was a trap, he would send a large army to investigate thoroughly. All schemes would be exposed before strength. He wouldn't be worried about losses and let his root investigate. Danzo slammed the table and said sternly, Hisashi, since this treasure is real and they want to scheme against us, we should send a ninja squad to thoroughly investigate the land of rivers, cut off this threat, and let them know that Konoha cannot be humiliated. Without a second thought, Sarutobi Hisashi rejected Danzo's proposal. Danzo, we can't do that. It would cause unnecessary turmoil. Peace is hard to come by. Danzo slammed the table again, shouting loudly, Hisashi, do you understand how important this treasure is? With it, we will no longer have any logistical pressure and can win countless battles. Sarutobi Hisashi firmly replied, Danzo, I am the Hokage. I make the decisions on this matter. We cannot send so many people. Hisashi, you will regret this. Danzo was so angry his face turned dark as he shouted back. The two panted heavily, staring at each other, but Danzo did not leave. They could argue, but they both wanted what was best for Konoha and wanted to retrieve the treasure, as it had a huge impact on the war. The room was filled only with the sound of Sarutobi Hisashi smoking his pipe. After a long while, he spoke. Danzo, you send 6 people, and I will send 6 people to investigate the Land of Rivers incident together. Okay, Danzo nodded. They settled on this, and then each arranged for their respective teams to take action. A 12-person Jonin team, consisting of both Root and Umbu ninjas, would be more than sufficient to eliminate a small country. Higashikawa Shinichi yawned a little out of boredom. Today, there were no ninjas coming at all. Only the convoy was coming and going. Higashikawa Shinichi was not ambushing in the original canyon, but rather on a necessary path near Asakusa Castle. Although it was somewhat close to Asakusa Castle, if the scale of the battle increased, it would be enough for the likes of Waihai Kurenai and Namikaze Minato within Asakusa Castle to hear it. However, this location was also the most suitable, as the original entrance would definitely be checked, and they wouldn't take that route, After all, this was the Umbu, and all information would be reported. Things indeed went as Teacheris Shinichi had anticipated. The Umbu ninjas were divided into 3 small teams, entering the land of rivers from 3 different directions, while the root ninjas were even more ruthless, directly traveling through the mountains and forests. This was to ensure they could enter the land of rivers. Early the next morning, around 5 a.m., just as the sky was beginning to lighten, Teacheris Shinichi woke up, his mind highly focused. This was also the time he calculated that Konoha ninjas were most likely to arrive. Half an hour later, 6 Umbu ninjas formed a V-shaped formation and dispersed to ensure they wouldn't be taken out all at once. 6 Umbu, and this time it was truly a big score. Dongchuan did not waste a moment as they just entered the encirclement. Over 800 explosive tags, with countless shurikens spinning within a radius of several dozen meters, surrounded all 6 of them. Boom! A yellow mushroom cloud rose over the entire mountain range, with dust and smoke spreading, emanating the scent of death. The massive explosion shattered the tranquility of the morning. Several kilometers away in Akatsuki City, Namikaze Minato, Akatsuki-I, and Yakura all showed serious expressions as the explosive tags detonated in large numbers. "This is bad, we need to go," Akatsuki-I shouted anxiously. Namikaze Minato, being a very skilled ninja, was much faster than Akatsuki-I. After Yakura instructed Jun and Higashima Daisuke to protect the Akatsuki family, he quickly headed toward the direction of the explosion. Dongchuan's attack has ended. Each person received over 100 detonating talismans, and he had condensed over 10,000 shurikens for such a large area. Each person received at least over 2,000 talismans. The shockwave and iron fragments are equivalent to what? Equivalent to explosive grenades. The explosion covered a range of dozens of meters, comparable to 2 to 4 rounds of 155mm artillery. With such a powerful explosion, how could ninjas, who are high attack and low defense and fragile, withstand it? 6 people are dead beyond saving. Dongchuan once again gathered a massive rain of iron blades, covering dozens of meters, and smashed them down onto the ground. The 6 individuals, already riddled with wounds and missing limbs, were directly turned into a pulp. All the iron blades dissipated, transforming into iron sand, which formed a heavy sword, carrying Dongchuan quickly flying towards the mountains. 2 minutes later, Namikaze Minato arrived at the battlefield. Looking at the pockmarked ground, with numerous blade marks and countless flesh and blood beneath them, he was shocked. For ninjas who were accustomed to life and death, what truly startled him was the sight of a cracked ninja forehead protector on the ground. This half-forehead protector belonged to Konoha. Chapter 26. The Konoha threat theory plan emerges. Namikaze Minato's expression was quite grim. Konoha's ninjas had died, and, judging by the scene, it was clear that more than one person had perished. But who could cause such large-scale damage, especially with the ground looking like it had been cleaved by blades and axes? Wait, cleaved by blades and axes. Namikaze Minato suddenly thought of something. There were not many people capable of such extensive and cleaved damage. Moreover, there was indeed someone nearby in the land of rivers who could do this. The 3rd Kazekage. Namikaze Minato exclaimed. The 3rd Kazekage? Sunset Red and Yakura also rushed over. Sunset Red gasped. Originally, Yakura was quite wary of Namikaze Minato, as his speed was too great. However, when Minato shouted this, both of them were taken aback. Sunset Red, being an experienced jonin, quickly moved to Minato's side, drawing a kunai and vigilantly watching Yakura. Yakura also drew a kunai, guarding against the two, and asked knowingly, Minato, "What do you mean by the Kazekage?" Namikaze Minato, known for his calm demeanor, understood that without an investigation, he had no right to wrongfully accuse a village leader, even if it was from another village, as the Sandninja was one of the 5 great nations. Moreover, who would leave such obvious traces? This was clearly problematic. Senior Red, Jonin Yakura, please calm down. There must be some misunderstanding. Someone is trying to incite a war between Konoha and the Sandninja. What do you mean? Yakura asked with a serious expression. Looking at Minato, Sunset Red and Yakura both awaited his explanation. Minato pointed towards the distant cracked forehead protector. Look at that forehead protector. The two looked towards the forehead protector. Konoha forehead protector. Yes. Now look at these cuts on the ground. Don't they look like they were made by sharp weapons? Namikaze Minato continued. The two examined the cuts closely and indeed found them to be as such. What are you trying to say? Yakura asked again. In an instant, Namikaze Minato transformed, embodying a detective-like demeanor. You see, such a large-scale metallic attack, not many individuals in the ninja world can execute it. But there is someone close to us who could cause such an effect. Sunset Red and Yakura spoke in unison. The third Kazekage. Kazekage-sama. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Kazekage is too busy with matters in his village. How could he lower himself to deal with Konoha's ninjas? Yakura's voice was very resolute, his expression serious. Truly a born actor. Namake's Minato nodded seriously. Yes, that's right. I also believe the third Kazekage would never do such a thing. At this point, Minato spoke to Yakura again. But the traces of magnet release are too obvious, and there are no signs of dragging nearby. Only magnet release could cause such an effect. I will report this to Hokage-sama for a decision. I hope you can also report this to Kazekage-sama and let him respond as soon as possible. Yakura couldn't understand why Dong Chuanjini would leave such obvious traces, but that didn't stop her from responding. I will. However, this is not something we Sand Ninjas did. After saying this, Yakura quickly turned and left the place. She needed to go back and ask Dong Chuanjini what kind of plan he was implementing, as she found it somewhat incomprehensible. After Yakura left, Namake's Minato nodded to Sunset Red. Senior Red, please report this matter to Hokage-sama. All right. Sunset Red's expression was also quite serious. This matter was becoming increasingly incomprehensible. That night, Dong Chuanjini returned to Asakusa City. Yakura found Dong Chuanjini and recounted the events. Juni, what exactly is going on? Dong Chuanjini said with a smile. Naturally, we want to stir the waters. With a powerhouse like the third Kazekage stepping down, the land of rivers will become the center of the vortex. Both Sand Ninjas and Leaf Ninjas will come in large numbers. A war is definitely unlikely to break out, but it can make other ninja villages restless. Unconsciously, everyone will send people here, creating an atmosphere of war. As long as we have this, our goal will be achieved. What goal? Don't we want peace in the ninja world? Why provoke war? Yitsong was very confused. Dong Chuanjini smiled mysteriously. Then who would be the most anxious if I were to seize a portion of the noble's wealth? Yitsong answered without thinking. Naturally, it would be the nobles. Upon saying this, Yitsong became anxious again. But in doing so, you would be hunted down by all the ninjas. Tuquan Shinichi beckoned to Yakura. This is the effect I wanted. Come closer, and I'll tell you. Without any hesitation, Yakura moved closer. She clearly had just taken a shower, and her body smelled nice. Very pleasant. Tuquan Shinichi took a breath and whispered in her ear before she could tighten her fist to hit someone. What if I go to the Wind Country to steal a few times, then go to other countries to steal a few times, and finally steal a few times in Konoha, then disappear without a trace? What would the other ninja villages or countries think? Yakura's eyes brightened, and she unconsciously replied, there are two possibilities. One is that everyone thinks you've disappeared and they couldn't catch you, but more people would think of the second possibility, which is that the treasures were taken by the people from Konoha. Exactly. Dong Chuanjini smiled and snapped his fingers as he sat back on the sofa. That's right. Everyone would think that the people of Konoha obtained that treasure, which would make many ninja villages wary of such a treasure that could influence the battlefield. If so, then at this time, those with ulterior motives would write various threat theories targeting Konoha, such as the battle for succession among the 12 elite of Konoha, the post-Hashirama era, and the rising Konoha 12 shadows, the rise of Konoha, and the reconstruction of the world order. In the 50 years of peace in the ninja world, a power that has reached its peak strength, its name is Konoha, with one superpower, too strong and too weak, and small ninja villages that could be swallowed at any time. As these articles gradually appeared, I named them the Konoha threat theory. How do you think Konoha will respond? And how will other ninja villages respond? Although Yakura didn't know the specific names of these articles, just hearing these titles made her feel dry in her mouth and hesitant to think or speak. If it really is, as Dong Chuanjini said, then all countries will be on guard against Konoha at all times and start to amass some military strength along the borders, as they also fear Konoha targeting them. They cannot withstand Konoha's strikes. Konoha would also acknowledge peace while beginning to send troops to the borders. War could break out immediately or might not erupt for many years. Jini, isn't this a bit too extreme? What if war breaks out immediately? Not extreme. On the contrary, it's a bit conservative. I still need to find a way to equip Konoha with sufficient war weapons that threaten the entire ninja world, so that all ninja villages would only dare to develop and not dare to start a war. In Dong Chuanjini's eyes, there was a glimmer of light. Chapter 27. The four great nations intervene in the land of Chuan. Yitsong still felt that Dong Chuanjini was too extreme, because war could really break out. However, she couldn't stop it now, as the news had already been reported to the Sand Shinobi in Konoha. Konoha had lost quite a few ninjas, and they were killed using magnet release. Both the Wind Shadow and the Fire Shadow would investigate thoroughly. This was precisely what Dong Chuanjini had come up with in the past 2 days. Initially, he planned to surround and attack reinforcements. But then he thought that if Minato Namikaze had already arrived, what if someone like Tsukumo Hatake, an old powerhouse, came too? That's right. The current Tsukumo Hatake had not yet committed suicide. Dong Chuanjini expressed that the current Konoha is truly a bit frightening, as it casually has 3 to 5 shadow-level powerhouses stepping in, leaving anyone who sees it confused. Which ninja village can dare to say that they have 3 to 5 shadow-level powerhouses openly in their village? No one. Even behind the scenes, they can't produce them. Not even the current Kyumogakure, which can only muster 4 shadow-level experts, 2 of whom are Jinchuriki. As for Sunagakure, they only have 1/3 Kazekage, and even Chiyo, who has shadow-level strength, and Hanzo, who has half shadow-level strength, can no longer engage in high-intensity battles. They are already unable to fight. It will take a few more years for Raza to grow up. Dong Chuanjini is currently at the level of AJ Nin and cannot confront head-on. He can only take his time to set up the situation, first muddling the waters, and then counterattacking, making Konoha the sword of Damocles over everyone's heads. Dong Chuanjini has also thought of the ultimate threat to Konoha, which is the Edo Tensei technique. While others lose a strong warrior to death, if Konoha can resurrect the deceased strong warriors while retaining their powers from when they were alive. It's worth noting that Senju Tobarama used this technique in conjunction with the explosive tag technique for a suicide attack. However, Senju Tobarama did not perfect it to the level of Orochimaru, nor did he perfect it to the point where he could use it with Kabuto to deal with the entire ninja world. But this technique already exists. Konoha has been researching it for over a decade, and it still has the same effects as before. Who would believe that? Anyone who believes it is a fool. Moreover, under pressure, Konoha will definitely research this technique, falling into a cycle. It's possible that the third great ninja War 1T even start. As long as it doesn't T-start, he can accumulate strength and plan when he truly becomes a top-tier powerhouse, thus forming a coalition to jointly attack the Land of Fire. Sunagakure. The third Kazekage appeared somewhat confused, puzzled, and even furious. He shouted to the Umbu ninja beside him. "Where's Raza? Bring him back." "Yes." "And bring the 2 advisors of the Kazekage." "Yes." The Umbu left to carry out the orders. The Kazekage advisors, Chiyo and Eyes, were summoned by the third Kazekage. "Kazekage-sama, has something happened?" Chiyo asked curiously, noticing the Kazekage's unhappy expression. "Can the Kazekage be happy? What the hell? I'm almost becoming the scapegoat here. Look at this scroll. It's just returned from the Land of Rivers." "The Land of Rivers? Is it that storage treasure? Could it be obtained by the Konoha ninjas?" Chiyo was also very anxious. "It's even more serious than that." The third Kazekage rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Chiyo also didn't dare to delay and opened the scroll to watch it together with H-Zuki. After watching, both Chiyo and H-Zuki were left stunned. Chiyo said excitedly, "This is impossible. How could there be a third person using magnet release? This is a conspiracy." Others might say it appears to be magnet release, and they could doubt the report from Yakumo, but they couldn't deny the images sent back by the Umbu. This kind of damage could only be caused by magnet release. Because they had seen it before, it looked exactly the same. It's a troublesome time. Chiyo, take a team of Umbu to the Land of Rivers to meet up with Yakumo. Also, when Raza returns, I will have him go as well. Everything will be under your command." "Yes, Lord Kazekage," Chiyo quickly replied. The third Kazekage leaned back in his chair and sighed deeply. "Our Sandninja are still a bit short of recovering to the level of the last war. We can't withstand another war. I hope we don't encounter any irreparable situations." In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mito Gatika, and Narashikamaru had just finished reviewing the intelligence provided by the Umbu. "Hiruzen, I think we should send Hatake Tsukumo and a team of ninjas to cooperate with Minato to eliminate these people and make them understand that Konoha cannot be insulted." Mito Gatika spoke first. He was no pushover. He had come from a sea of corpses and blood. This wasn't a conflict between 2 great nations, just a group of insignificant individuals, and they were very willing to deploy forces to eliminate them. Danzo also snorted coldly. "I said to send either a ninja squad or a large team. These people must die. This situation wouldn't have arisen otherwise. Now, if we send 2 ninja squads over, any conspiracy will be in vain." Sarutobi Hiruzen was also quite irritated. Narashikamaru, acting as a mediator, quickly adjusted Hiruzen's emotions. All right, let's not be too aggressive. After all, the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. They have been plotting against us, and now they have drawn the Sandninja into this. This is clearly a conspiracy. With Shikamaru's words, Hiruzen nodded. Yes, such obvious traces of magnet release must be intentional. We can't send too many people. How about this? Let's listen to Gatika, but we don't need to send Tsukumo. Let Orochimaru take a team over instead. Still, let Hatake Tsukumo lead the team. He is experienced, and as a holder of the Hokage's half-sleeve, his status is higher. Orochimaru has other tasks. There's a group called the Akatsuki emerging in the Land of Rain, and they are quite troublesome, Danzo stated. Danzo's goal was simple. He needed Orochimaru to help him with experiments. As for Hatake Tsukumo gaining greater fame, it didn't matter. His plan was already set. Hatake Tsukumo had to die. A dead person can't cash in on any honor, thus losing their value. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo, feeling a bit uncomfortable with the mention of the Hokage's half-sleeve. Unsure of Danzo's true intentions, Hatake Tsukumo was one of the most likely candidates for the next Hokage. However, Hiruzen didn't want to step down, so Tsukumo couldn't achieve any accomplishments. The Hokage could slowly choose from younger ninjas. After all, he had time, and Konoha had many talents to wait for. Thus, Hiruzen decided to kill the competition. Danzo, I am the Hokage, so let Orochimaru go. Hiruzen, you. Danzo suddenly became anxious. Mito Gatika and Narashikamaru both spoke up. I also agree that Orochimaru should go. With a 3-2-1 vote, Danzo could only get angry and left with a parting shot. Hiruzen, you will regret this. The situation in the Land of Rivers couldn't be hidden from Yunin Village and IWA Ninja Village. Immediately, both ninja villages quickly sent people to the Land of Rivers. Whether they could obtain treasures was another matter, but instigating a conflict between Konoha and the Sandninja was the most important thing. Chapter 28. The pressure from Orochimaru, scheming against Raza the next day. Raza arrived at the Kazekage Tower and was bewildered after learning about the mission. Wait, why have I become a suspect? Indeed, Raza had been labeled a suspect based on information leaked from who knows where in the Land of Rivers. After all, the third Kazekage couldn't possibly do this. He dealt with state affairs every day under the watchful eyes of countless people. However, Raza's mastery of magnet release had spread in the Sandninja village. More critically, Raza had not been in the village for the past few days and had also not appeared elsewhere. He had been practicing in the desert and had even left his designated training location for another spot. As a result, the Umbu couldn't find Raza, and it wasn't until the next day, with increased manpower, that they finally located him. Now, whatever Raza said, no one would believe him. After all, he had no evidence. The third Kazekage rubbed his temples again. Raza, we can't afford to fight. You need to take a team to the Land of Rivers. Chiyo is already waiting there. After you arrive, follow Chiyo's orders. She will be the captain this time. Understood, Raza quickly agreed. In the Land of Rivers, Yakumo led a few others to welcome Chiyo and her escort team. A total of 15 Sandninja had come, all from the Umbu, considered a relatively elite group. However, compared to the Konoha team, they were somewhat lacking in prestige. Don Chuanjini looked at Uncle Snake, whose face was pale and elongated, feeling somewhat speechless. Orochimaru, along with Minato Namikaze, had brought only 9 people, but those 9 Umbu looked stronger than their Sandninja Umbu. He couldn't handle either of them. It wasn't that he couldn't fight back, but one was too fast, and the other had strange attack methods, making it hard to tell when he would be hit. More importantly, neither could be killed. Orochimaru was quite unhappy about coming to investigate this matter. He had just begun making progress on his would-release research when he was summoned away, which certainly displeased someone obsessed with power like him. Chiyo and Yakumo were indeed a bit difficult to deal with. Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue, speaking humbly, but his eyes were filled with mockery. Clearly not optimistic about Granny Chiyo and Yakumo. Granny Chiyo showed no signs of disturbance, as if she felt nothing. Yakumo, on the other hand, took out a kunai to remain vigilant. The Umbu ninjas from both sides also began to stand guard. Orochimaru smiled and gestured for his Umbu to relax. There's no need to be so tense. This is Granny Chiyo, a respected figure among the Sand Ninjas. We are all people who love peace. Granny Chiyo also gestured for the Sand Umbu to lower their weapons. Cold Lord Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to personally lead the investigation. Orochimaru replied with a troubled expression. I can't help it. The old man wanted me to come. Over 10 Umbu ninjas have died here, and we need to investigate thoroughly. After all, Not just anyone can threaten our Konoha. Orochimaru's gaze suddenly became sharp and cold, unleashing immense pressure on Granny Chiyo and Yakumo. Their expressions changed. One was already old and had significantly weakened, while the other was just an elite jonin, not having experienced large-scale wars to become a shadow-level combatant. They could indeed fight Orochimaru, but he wasn't alone. Minato Namikaze and Akatsuki were still here, and they were also prepared for battle. Once Yakumo and Granny Chiyo were ready for combat, Orochimaru retracted his aura and displayed a friendly expression. Sand Village folks, there's no need to be nervous. I was only referring to those insignificant individuals, not to the Sand Village, which is also a major ninja village. However, if it is related to the Sand Village, then we Konoha wouldn't hesitate to take action. It would just take a bit of effort. Minato, Akatsuki, let's go back. Yes. Minato Namikaze and Akatsuki replied and followed Orochimaru. Before his dark transformation, Orochimaru was the idol of most ninjas in the village, and many believed he would be the next fourth Hokage. The Konoha people left, but the Sand Ninjas all looked very grim. Even Granny Chiyo's expression was not pleasant. Orochimaru's words were not veiled. He was openly looking down on the Sand Village. However, Granny Chiyo also knew that what Orochimaru said was not wrong. Konoha indeed looked down on all ninja villages now. Even if the 4 villages attacked Konoha simultaneously, Konoha could still send out 1 to 2 shadow-level powerhouses from its defensive lines. Granny Chiyo could only endure, but she remembered this matter. Once Raza and Yakumo grew stronger, even though she and her brother were old, they could still try to hold off 1 or 2 shadow-level powerhouses. Dong Chuanjini secretly swallowed his saliva. Is this the true strength of a shadow-level powerhouse? No, this should be the unique pressure exerted by Orochimaru. The current Orochimaru does not possess the various immortality techniques of the later stages, but he is definitely the strongest ninja with shape-shifting ninjutsu. Orochimaru has completely inherited the legacy of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Everything Sarutobi can do, Orochimaru can do, and everything Sarutobi cannot do, Orochimaru can also do. He initially thought he could go 50-50 with Orochimaru, but he didn't expect it to be more like 30-70. However, it doesn't matter. His ability is magnetic control, not magnetic release. He can fly, and it's high-speed sword flight, not the slow or hovering magnetic release. Dong Chuanjini and Yi Tsang returned to Asakusa Castle. The current head of the Asakusa family had long since fled. He ran away during the explosion outside the castle yesterday, and naturally, he went to the domain of the Lord of the Kawa, no Kuni. Many ninjas did not care where the head of the Asakusa family was, and they didn't even regard such a minor noble from a small country as worth their attention. If he died, so be it. As long as it was handled well, no one would dare to say anything. Chiyo was also inquiring about detailed intelligence regarding Asakusa Castle from Yi Tsang. In the end, Chiyo revealed an important piece of information. Rasha is coming. Rasha is coming. In Dong Chuanjini's eyes flickered a gaze that seemed to choose and devour. His plan was indeed sound, but if it were Luo Xia who had to bear the burden, Dong Chuanjini wants to reach the position of Wind Shadow. But for Rasha, there are only 2 choices, submission or death. The third Wind Shadow truly raised Rasha as the next Wind Shadow. This also includes Chiyo, who has only the options of submission or death. His power requires no constraints. However, now that Rasha is coming, the plan needs to be altered. They should kill him or incapacitate and confine him on his way. This way, Rasha will have no information and all plans will continue. But he will ultimately die in Konoha. Even if the third Wind Shadow does not believe it, he will have to admit that Rasha is a rogue ninja. Chapter 29. The shamelessness of the higher UPS in the ninja villages. The major ninja villages divide the nobility of the land of rivers. While on his way, Rasha couldn't help but sneeze. He was truly hurrying through the night, wanting to reach the land of rivers to clarify himself. Higashikawa Shinichi studied the map for a while and decided to leave Asakusa Castle. But as soon as he stepped out of the Asakusa family, he felt a bit unwell. His chakra began to fluctuate, as if something was targeting him. Byakugan. Dong Chuanjini suddenly remembered that there was a Byakugan ninja in the Konoha team. Damn it. He couldn't leave the city to ambush Rasha anymore. Such a good opportunity was wasted, and it turned out that he couldn't underestimate anyone. Teacheris Shinichi was very reluctant, but he quickly moved. A member of Konoha's Umbu followed closely. However, with his heightened awareness, Teacheris Shinichi wasn't heading out of the city, but rather to a barbecue restaurant that was still open. This particular place was run by a boss who valued money over life, as it not only opened at night, but also stayed open until 11 p.m. Dong Chuanjini bought a lot of barbecue and returned under surveillance. The Leaf Ninjas did not enter the Asakusa family's house. The Sand Ninjas were staying at the Asakusa family, while the Leaf Ninjas were staying in a hotel, keeping their distance. After sensing Dong Chuanjini's return, Yetsong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was genuinely afraid that Dong Chuanjini would do something irrational. The next morning, Rasha arrived with 3 Umbu ninjas. When Orochimaru and the others saw this scene, their expressions became less relaxed. Although they looked down on the Sand Ninjas, they had to be cautious now that 3 top-tier combatants from the Sand Village had arrived. Chio warmly welcomed Rasha, and Yetsong showed respect to Rasha as well. The first thing Rasha did upon arrival was to inspect the battle damage, as this was his main concern. He did not want to take the blame for it. Orochimaru and the others quickly followed suit. When Rasha saw the situation on site, he was also very shocked. His current level of control was not that precise. Such precise control could only be achieved by the 3rd Kazekage. But could have been done by the 3rd Kazekage? Definitely not. However, Rasha still confidently stated, "This is definitely not damage caused by magnet release. If I had used magnet release, there wouldn't be such obvious traces and there wouldn't be this kind of problem." Orochimaru remained silent and watched calmly. After everyone had a look, they returned to the city. During the day, people from the 2 villages began investigating in the Land of Rivers, and at night they monitored each other. After 3 consecutive days, people from the Cloud Village and the Rock Village also arrived. The people from these 2 villages did not approach Asakusa City at all. Instead, they used transformation techniques to disguise themselves as Sand Ninjas and Leaf Ninjas to commit arson, murder, and robbery, truly committing heinous acts. The Leaf and Sand Ninjas did not want to intervene, as they were all in Asakusa City for questioning. A week later, the Lord of the Land of Rivers sent letters to the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. And the lords of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind also issued condemnation letters to their villages. The 2 villages could not ignore the orders from their lords, but a problem arose with differing opinions. The Leaf Village sent ninjas to eliminate the impersonators from the Land of Rivers, while the 3rd Kazekage took the opportunity to ask the Lord for money. As the Sand Village was poor and the Lord had already reduced their budget, this made the Lord of the Land of Wind furious. "I asked you to do a job, and you want money? Is this asking for money? This is slapping me in the face. If this gets out, it will look like my ninjas can't even control themselves, and where will my face go?" Thus, a deadlock ensued. Orochimaru and the others were also very displeased. Keeping people there was not an option, nor was sending them away. If they left people to watch the Sand Ninjas would definitely retaliate, especially since there had been impersonators from the Sand and Leaf before. But now, everything had turned into chaos, with ninjas from the Rock, Cloud, Mist, Rain, Grass, and other villages appearing. Some were instigators, while others were genuinely there to rob. After all, it was quite enjoyable to let the Leaf and Sand take the blame for resource theft. It was also very normal for Sand Ninjas to impersonate ninjas from other villages to kill Leaf Ninjas. With no one in charge, more ninjas joined in, and more people impersonated enemy ninjas. The Land of Rivers, except for the Lord's Mansion, was truly suffering. The ninjas were not foolish, and since commoners had little money, they targeted the nobles. However, they did not kill. They would just rob a little and leave, and while it might not be a lot, just a few million ryo, the frequency of these incidents added up. The nobles of the Land of Rivers suffered heavy losses and began to flee. Orochimaru conveyed a message to the Leaf Village hoping for support. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache coming on. This was a quagmire. If he dared to send more manpower into the Land of Rivers, he was certain that other villages would send elite teams to kill the Leaf Ninjas. But if he sent elites, losing even one would be a heavy blow to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He didn't know what to do, but there was one person in the Leaf Village who dared to take action, someone even the Lord wanted to replace, let alone this matter of robbing for wealth. Danzo directly sent out most of Root, stating that he would let the Land of Rivers suffer, while Sarutobi Hiruzen took the blame. The 3rd Kazekage cursed the ninjas from other countries and sent a large number of Sand Ninjas to the Land of Rivers to plunder resources. When Higashikawa Shinichi received the latest news from Yakura, he was stunned. This was completely out of the ordinary. He didn't even have to act on his own plans because others had already done it. His own plans might not even succeed, and he had underestimated the ninjas, or rather, the shamelessness of the village's higher-ups. However, when Higashikawa Shinichi learned that Orochimaru and the others were still not leaving, he was so angry that he cursed. "What are you doing staying in Asakusa City? Go uphold justice." Dong Chuanjini was speechless, but Orochimaru and the others were also very speechless. The village's orders were indeed subject to constant change. They had just selected a team led by Namikaze Minato to monitor the Sand Shinobi. However, news from the village arrived, instructing them to confront the Sand Shinobi, causing daily conflict in Asakusa City to demonstrate to everyone that they were busy confronting the Sand Shinobi and had no time for anything else. As for the unrest in the land of rivers, they didn't need to worry about it. Don Juanjini is anxious. In the end, he had no choice but to find Yakura, hoping to have her apply for the position of Jonin under the pretext that the battle was something that the lower-ranked ninjas couldn't interfere with, and requested to return to the village. Secretly, he aimed to meet and implement a plan to draw the flames of war to the land of fire, while the civilians of the land of river remained innocent. For Yakura and Sunagakure, as long as Konoha was unfortunate, they would be happy. World peace is forever, and everyone can divide up Konoha's rich land. Being self-sufficient is peace. Yakura also discussed this matter with Grandma Chiyo. Grandma Chiyo readily agreed, as indeed, having 3 lower-ranked ninjas here was of no real use. Don Juanjini, along with Minjima Daisuke and Wan, headed towards Sunagakure, while Yakura and Chiyo took their people to find Orochimaru and the others. After receiving a report from the Umbu, Orochimaru understood that these two were not here for negotiations, but he merely smiled, showing little interest in the 3 kids. Chapter 30. The giant machine of the Land of Fire in high-speed operation after a long day's journey. They finally returned to the Land of Wind, and the 3 found a place to rest, as traveling while eating soldier pills was quite exhausting. You will stay in Sunagakure for now. After the incident in the Land of Rivers is over, we'll take on missions again. Help me provide some cover. I need to go to the base in the Land of Rivers. I haven't been there for several days, and I'm not sure if it has been affected by the ninjas. Higashikawa Shinichi said to the 2 of them. All right. Jun and Daisuke Kazushima felt a bit lost. They also wanted to follow Higashikawa Shinichi. However, they realized that their own strength was not enough and would only hold them back. The 2 were increasingly aware that Higashikawa Shinichi's abilities were changing too quickly. Don Juanjini noticed that the 2 were not in high spirits, so he smiled and patted the little head of Wan. This time, Wan did not shy away. You guys should go back and improve your strength. We still need to make Sunagakure great and enjoy peace together. Okay. The 2 replied somewhat reluctantly, but they did manage to boost their morale a bit. The 3 finally returned to Sunagakure in the early morning, completed their registration, and went home to catch up on sleep. Besides, leaving the village during the day was definitely not possible. That night, after finishing his rest, Don Juanjini found an opportunity to leave the village. The village had a barrier, but maintaining such barriers required resources. Sunagakure was poor and only activated the barrier when necessary. Typically, it was only turned on at a few key locations, such as the Kazakage's office and the secret vault. The next early morning, Don Juanjini descended from his flying sword. The first base was not affected by the ninjas. On the contrary, it was thriving, and the number of people had even increased a bit. After Don Juanjini arrived at the base, several team leaders hurried over to greet him. Don Juanjini also asked them to introduce the current situation. After meeting with the leader, he learned that many people have recently joined our stronghold, and we have accepted a portion of them. After a quick report from several individuals, Don Juanjini opened the system panel to take a look. The population has increased to 1,645, roughly doubling. The people's support value has certainly dropped, now only 74. However, the prosperity level has increased somewhat to 289, nearly doubling. Good, you have done very well, but we must pay special attention to the acceptance of new population. We need to promote our ideas to them and help them become one of us. I will organize a document outlining our principles in the next few days to promote it as much as possible. Yes, leader. It's a pity there is no loyalty metric. If there were, these individuals would probably have a loyalty level above 90. After spending 3 days organizing the initial theories, Don Juanjini handled various matters in the stronghold and spent another 2 days building rapport with everyone, chatting, holding a grievance meeting, and sharing some principles, which raised the people's support value to 81 again. Don Juanjini finally breathed a sigh of relief. After the base stabilized, he began to search for a mountain to hide the remaining food supplies from the ring. The land of Chuan has many mountains and large caves. He indeed found a cave, which was a naturally formed karst cave, very spacious, and importantly, there was no underground river in this section, making it much more convenient. In the cave, he used dragon explosives to collapse several branches and went deeper, also collapsing the main passage, leaving only one entrance to prevent outsiders from entering. Under magnetic control, Countless metals rapidly appeared in the cave, forming metal walls along the walls. It took Don Schwanjini a full 2 days to completely transform the cave. To fill this place with food, at least several million tons of food would be needed. Tokugawa Shinichi stayed at the camp for another day. After everything was ready, he set off for the Land of Fire. He was determined to teach the Land of Fire a lesson. 2 days later, in the evening, in a small town in the Land of Fire, Teacheris Shinichi sneaked in quietly. Because it is not a border city, there are very few warriors, mostly just ordinary guards. It is completely unprotected. The next day, the cries of the ruling nobles of the city were louder than when his mother died. My money, my food. This time, Teacheris Shinichi took the money first. He took away all the gold and silver and also conveniently took away a lot of food. Teacheris Shinichi spent more than a day returning to the established cave in the Land of Rivers, placing all the wealth inside, and then headed back to the Land of Fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the intelligence in front of him with a headache. He was fed up with these people. If they had the ability, why not just fight us head-on instead of constantly targeting the nobles? What happened to the martial ethics? With no other options, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only send someone to the heavily damaged noble. However, a day later, Sarutobi Hiruzen punched a big hole in the table in front of him. Damn it, this is infuriating. Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely angry because a noble from a border city had been robbed. This time, it was food supplies. Not a single coin was touched. He sent someone to call Orochimaru back, saying that they no longer needed to stay in the Land of Rivers, as these people were truly aiming to deal with them. A few hours later, Orochimaru received the news and also decided to leave the Land of Rivers, taking his men to the Land of Fire. After all, their homes were at risk of being stolen. Chiyo and her Ka were puzzled about what had happened after Orochimaru and the others departed, but Yakura understood. This was a success for Shinichi. Once Orochimaru left, the two learned what had transpired in the Land of Fire. 2 nobles had been robbed. Damn Konoha, this is quite satisfying. Yes, damn Konoha, finally tasting the bitter fruit of their actions. After Teacheris Shinichi struck for the 3rd time, using magnet release to eliminate several nobles, the depth and capability of Konoha as the leading nation were revealed. The daimyo of the Land of Fire and the nobles stood completely united with the Konoha ninjas for the first time. Hundreds of cities in the Land of Fire began paying to hire ninjas from their own country, and Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo started taking this seriously. Almost every large city had Jonin guarding it. Every exit of the Land of Fire was manned by ninjas, and even small cities had at least 3 chunin protecting them. Various strategic transportation points in the Land of Fire were patrolled by ninjas, and the vast Land of Fire had completely entered a state of war readiness. With over 6,000 ninjas of various types, the Land of Fire was tightly secured. Konoha could forcibly pull out another 6,000 ninjas without considering the cost. And it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Konoha was at its peak. Zhang Chuanjini spent 2 days gathering intelligence in the Land of Fire and almost got discovered in the process. Is this the true power of the Land of Fire? Dong Chuanjini couldn't help but sigh, feeling an unusual sense of dread in his heart. Since I can't take action, then the threat theory of Konoha must be released. The first book will be titled My 10 Years of Travel in Konoha. With the withdrawal of Konoha and Sandninja, and the onset of martial law in the Land of Fire, the Land of Rivers gradually stabilized. However, the nobles of the Land of Rivers fled completely, with only a few brave enough to return, leading to a near collapse of order in the entire Land of Rivers. Ambitious Dong Chuanjini began his grand undertaking. Chapter 31. Raza takes the blame again. My 10 years of travel in Konoha is released. After the war machine of the Land of Fire started operating at high speed, the shadow of war once again enveloped the entire ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen sent a letter to Sandninja with fierce words, demanding the surrender of the murderer Raza, or else let Sandninja know what it means to insult the Land of Fire. The 3rd Kazekage was also furiously angry. Damn it, where has that idiot Raza gone again? Why is he never around when something happens? Indeed, Raza had once again deviated from his training location, and this time he was even more remote. The Umbu searched for a long time, but couldn't find him. Chiyo, Aiz, Yakumo, and Umbu Captain Kiki were all gathered in the Kazekage's office, and the 4 were somewhat speechless about Raza. Yes, just train properly. Why do you keep deviating from your training path? Elder Chiyo, it's hard for you to lead 1,000 Sand Shinobi to the border of the Land of Wind to build a defense line. If the Konoha army arrives, please hold out for 3 days with all your might. I will personally bring the main force to support you. Understood? Elder Chiyo immediately agreed. The third Kazekage turned his gaze to Eyes. Eyes, I need you to take 800 ninjas to guard against the Mist Shinobi's cross-sea operations. You must protect the defense line. If there are too many Mist Shinobi, you can abandon the coast and fight them inside the Land of Wind. Drag it out as long as you can. Yes, Eyes agreed readily. Now was not the time for him to refuse. Finally, the third Kazekage looked at Yakumo. He didn't want Yakumo to lead the defense against a Wagakure. That was Raza's position. The task of guarding against the Mist Shinobi was Yakumo's responsibility. Eyes would stay in Sunagakure, and the third Kazekage would support the front line at any time. Because the fourth Kazekage could only be Raza's, but he needed a greater opportunity to achieve merit. However, now the situation in the Land of Rivers and the Land of Fire was quite serious, and Raza was missing once again. If he can't even handle this, how can he manage the entire Sunagakure in the future? Yakumo, this is an order for you to lead 2,000 Sand Shinobi warriors to defend against the attack from a Wagakure at all costs. There will be no support this time. Understood. Yakumo's cold voice sounded, and he was prepared for the possibility of death in this battle. After Sunagakure allocated around 3,000 troops between the Mist and a Wagakure, the important battlefield of the Land of Fire could only send 2,000 support troops. Sunagakure was poor, too poor to feed so many people. After the combat assignments were made, Yakumo and the others quickly left to mobilize their forces. Not long after they left, news came from the Umbu. Jonin Raza has been found. He is on his way back to the village. The third Kazekage slammed his fist on the table. Bang! The table broke. Raza, how dare he come back? One day, I will kill him. The third Kazekage was extremely furious. Raza, on the other hand, was even angrier. He had trained hard and took a nap, only to find out that something had happened again. Are the people of the Land of Fire really that useless? Allowing others to make a scene in their country. If he knew who repeatedly used forged magnetism to commit crimes and then made him take the blame. After returning to the Kazekage building, Raza was harshly slapped by the Kazekage. Raza, what's wrong with you? You're always absent when something happens, and you keep deviating from your training place. Tell me why. I suspect you might be the one behind all this. Raza covered his beaten face, his expression dark, but he still lowered his head to admit his mistake. It's my fault. Please let me go to the front line. I will personally resist the ninjas from Konoha. Even if you don't say it, I will take you with me to clarify this matter. Our Sunagakure can no longer withstand the turmoil. The third Kazekage shouted loudly. At this moment, the third Kazekage was strong and vigorous, naturally filled with courage. However, when the third Kazekage looked in the direction where Raza left, the anger on his face turned into suspicion. Once could be a coincidence, but twice in a row, Raza was absent each time and had deviated from his training path. Raza, is it really you? With the movements of Sunagakure, all the ninja villages stood on high alert, sending troops to line the borders. In the Land of Rivers, Dong Chuanjini's book, My 10 Years of Travel in Konoha, burst onto the scene. The hidden villages of the Land of Clouds, the Land of Rocks, the Land of Mist, Sunagakure, and all other forces, regardless of who they were. If you want to know the truth about Konoha, then read my book. In my 10 years in Konoha, I have clearly recorded all major and minor events, and this book will narrate the story of the past decade through the 12 strongest Kage-level powerhouses of Konoha. The first one, the strongest in Konoha, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, the darkness of Konoha, a wind-release powerhouse from Root. Kakashi Hitaki, the legendary half-sleeve man who has the last chance to become the fourth Hokage, a master of swordsmanship. Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, Fugaku Uchiha, Kushina Uzumaki. My guy, why are there 10? Because among the last two, one is the legendary ninja, Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju. I have personally seen them summoned by Konoha's secret technique, Edo Tensei, and that Edo Tensei summoned Hashirama Senju can use would release. Although I didn't see the other legendary ninja being summoned. Is Konoha really incapable of summoning another strong person, Uchiha Madara, with this technique? Dong Chuanjini wrote clearly about everyone's life and past. The events that happened in Konoha were naturally expanded based on the information known from the previous life watching anime, mainly increasing interest and conflict. In the end, it was further explained that this is the era of Konoha, the era of Hokage, and all other villages will be overshadowed. Their complete training system and ninja clans will allow Konoha to continuously produce Kage-level powerhouses, even leading to the emergence of another Hashirama Senju and another Uchiha Madara. To prevent others from seeing it, Higashikawa Shinichi even commissioned an underground gold exchange to print hundreds of thousands of copies. which were distributed for free to all ninjas and factions in various countries. For this purpose, Higashikawa Shinichi spent nearly 100 million ryo. As for where the money came from, it was naturally taken from the hands of the nobles of the Fire Nation. The nobles of the Fire Nation are indeed wealthy, while the small nobles of the Wind Nation have assets of around 10 to 20 million ryo. The assets of the small nobles in the Fire Nation reach over 70 million ryo. Dongchuan Jinni took the assets of 3 nobles, ultimately killing the entire family of a noble who was a prince. From his storeroom, he extracted a total of 460 million taels. Dongchuan Jinni currently lacks nothing but money. Taking from the land of fire and using it in the land of fire is particularly reasonable. Chapter 32. Each village sends troops to the border. Sarutobi Hisashi rises. My travelogue of 10 years in Konoha has been published, with hundreds of thousands of copies. The key is that it doesn't cost money. The exchange of money for services is indeed efficient, and the dissemination speed is fast. When Sunagakure and Kanahagakure hoarded over 3,000 ninjas at the border, my travelogue, which had been fermenting for about a week, spread throughout the ninja world, reaching various factions large and small. Some rejoiced, while others were distressed. Noki looked at the 10 people in the book with envy and jealousy. How strong are they, the IWA ninjas? Very strong. With tens of thousands of IWA ninjas, no one dares to underestimate them. However, Iwagakure has a fatal flaw. There is no successor. No one has learned Dust Release. His son, Kei-ri, has decent strength, but it depends on whom he is compared to. His granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, along with Deidara, both have potential, but they're too young and won't grow in 10 or 8 years. No one can quickly take on a heavy responsibility. Look at the strength of Konoha, the Prime Age Hitaki Sakumo, the legendary 3 ninjas, and behind them, Namikaze Minato, along with Might Guy, who can kick down any Kaga-level strongman, and Uchiha Fugaku, who has opened the Mangeki Sharingan, an eye as powerful as Madara's. Noki knows better than anyone how strong Uchiha Madara is. But what is even more terrifying is Senju Hashirama. Both he and Senju Tobarama can be resurrected by Edo Tensei, and can use Would Release. Would Release, a power that brings despair. Regardless of whether Edo Tensei exists or not, we must unite and exert our will of stone. Under the will of stone, we can contend with anyone. Naka's expression was serious, and his voice was firm as he recited the will of stone, his eyes flashing with a mad light. Inform Kei-ri to command, taking 8,000-man teams, along with Old Purple and Han, to enter the military stationed in the Land of Grass. We must support the weak and maintain world peace. Yes, with Naka's order, the entire Iwagakure began to move. The third Raikage, A, compared to others, wanted to test himself against the taijutsu expert Might Guy. However, he also knew that this was not a matter of challenge, but of deploying troops. He believed that Noki, the old man, couldn't resist sending troops to the Land of Grass. He also couldn't allow Sunagakure to be completely defeated. If Sunagakure loses, the balance will be completely broken. It only takes a small force to withstand them. The remaining high-end forces are enough to create a standoff with the Raikage and IWA villages. Furthermore, after digesting Sunagakure's war reparations, Konoha will have more talents emerge. Thus, as one side rises, the other will eventually live under the noses of the defeated Sunagakure, bowing their heads for at least a few decades, ultimately becoming as pitiful as other small countries in the cracks. Inform A to form a team, led by M with 6,000-man ninja teams, with A as the main force to station in the Land of Iron. A great war cannot happen in the ninja world. We must maintain peace. Although Kirigakure is in a blood mist, the third Mizukage is not a simple character. Leading the 7 ninja swordsmen, Yagura commands 2,000-man ninja teams into the Land of Bear. While advancing, they sent a letter of ceasefire to Konoha, urging them not to initiate an evil war. An evil war? An evil war? What evil? The usually mild-tempered Sarutobi Hisashi also threw the information. In the past, Danzo, who enjoyed mocking Sarutobi Hisashi, also wisely kept quiet. Because my travelogue of 10 years in Konoha had already reached everyone's hands present. The others were okay, but for Danzo, the inherently evil Uchiha had surprisingly awakened another pair of Mangeki Sharingan. Although he had never seen Madara's Mangeki in person, every time he heard his teacher Senju Tobarama mention Uchiha Madara, his face was always serious. Senju Tobarama feared how perverse Uchiha had become. All his secret techniques were aimed at Uchiha. A fire-release ninjutsu was even stronger than the second Mizukage, and it was said to forcibly suppress. It is well known that Uchiha are masters of fire. Hizashi, we can no longer tolerate this. If they want to fight, then let us fight. Even without the so-called Edo Tensei first and second Hokage, we have enough strength to counter them. Sarutobi Hizashi was no longer the indecisive figure from the beginning of the story. Calling for a ninja bear now was not an exaggeration. But he was still a bit old and lacked the courage to take on one ninja village after another like during the Second Great Ninja War. Seeing Sarutobi Hizashi still hesitating, Danzo angrily slammed the table and shouted, "Hizashi, this is not the time for hesitation. They have already gathered troops at the border. Even if we don't want to fight, we must prepare our personnel for defense. We cannot fear their full-on assault. We must defend ourselves." Danzo's words, along with the pressure of the 4 villages attacking Konoha with full force, gradually restored the ambition in the hesitant Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes. All right, whether it's war or peace, we must be prepared for battle. Old friends, let us fight together. Sarutobi Hizashi looked at Danzo, Mito Minyen, and Nara Shikaku, who were all in such heroic spirits, as if the ninjas of their youth had returned. All right, let us fight again. The 3 immediately stood up and said to Sarutobi Hizashi, their emotions very excited. They were back, they had all returned. All right, immediately notify the Umbu to recall Tsunade. Gather Hataki Tsukumo, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Fugaku, and Nara Shikaku to discuss matters. We must prepare for war. Yes. Several Umbu swiftly left. Danzo became anxious. Hizashi, does Uchiha also need to come? Sarutobi Hizashi looked at Danzo with a firm and unquestionable gaze. Since he has that pair of eyes and is known to everyone, we must call him. In this special period, we need the strength of Uchiha. Danzo wanted to use Senju Tobarama to suppress Sarutobi Hizashi, but after thinking it over, he said nothing more. He wanted to be Hokage, but he didn't want to be Hokage of a ruined Konoha. Good. Danzo's approval surprised Sarutobi Hizashi, but he was very happy in his heart. His old buddy finally understood his concerns. Will we definitely win this time? We will win. At the Nanha Shrine, the Uchiha clan was holding a Uchiha clan meeting. The elder Uchiha Shitaku looked towards the position of the clan leader. Fugaku, have you really awakened the Meijiki? Dozens of red-eyed individuals stared at Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku's feelings were quite complicated. Had he awakened the Meijiki? Yes, he had, after the death of a friend. However, he did not want to reveal it, for if the clan members knew he had awakened the Meijiki, those currently in power might forcefully push him forward, and it could even lead to internal strife, causing Konoha to be dominated by the Uchiha. Chapter 33. Uchiha Clan Meeting, Konoha High-Level Conference. But that broken travelogue had made the fact that he had already awakened the Meijiki known throughout the ninja world. If it weren't for his subordinates bringing it to him, he wouldn't have known about it. That book had already exaggerated his strength to be on par with Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Fugaku just wanted to bow down to that person and shout his grievances. Others might not know how strong Uchiha Madara was, but as the head of the Uchiha clan, how could he not know? The literature clearly records that during the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the destruction was truly catastrophic. Hashirama only had a pair of Sharingan, and neither of his 2 ocular techniques were combat-oriented ninjutsu. And he couldn't summon the massive Susanoo with armor and wings that was dozens of meters tall. He could only summon a skeletal frame. Especially upon seeing the names of the other 9 Kaga-level powerhouses, even a rebellion would be unable to contend with the village. However, it had already been exposed, and he couldn't deny it even if he wanted to. At that moment, he lightly nodded under the gazes of dozens of red eyes with 2 or 3 Tomo. And then the 3 Tomo Sharingan in his eyes began to spin continuously. Eventually, it formed the unique pattern of the Great Wind 3 points and the 3 moon blades, which was Uchiha Fugaku's Meijiki Sharingan. The eyes of dozens of Uchiha clan members flashed with excitement, longing, obsession, and respect. Long live the clan leader! Someone shouted, and soon everyone joined in. Long live the clan leader! Long live the clan leader! Uchiha Fugaku knew that both the Dove faction and the Hawk faction had developed a basic trust in him. However, Uchiha Fugaku was not happy because this trust was not heartfelt. It was brought about by his eyes. If he didn't utilize them properly, he would still return to an even more awkward state than before. Fortunately, Uchiha Fugaku's awkward feelings did not last long. An Uchiha ninja quickly came to Uchiha Fugaku's ear and whispered a few words. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes brightened, and after sending the person away, his stern expression turned excited. It was a genuine smile from Uchiha Fugaku, one he hadn't felt even when he first became clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku spoke up. His voice magnified countless times as if he wanted everyone in the Uchiha clan to hear him. Everyone, I just received news that the Hokage has summoned me to a war conference, and among those invited are Kakashi Hatake, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, and Shikakura. All the Uchiha members gasped in shock and excitement. Even the usually serious elder Uchiha Shursui found it hard to believe. The significance of this war conference was apparent to everyone, as the characters invited to participate in the meeting were well known, and no one knew better than them. Uchiha Fugaku had fully entered the highest level conference. The Uchiha would once again cooperate and understand the village. The Uchiha would be reborn. The Uchiha would be revitalized. Uchiha Fugaku stood up and passionately declared 3 times, his spirits soaring as if all the grievances of the past years had been completely washed away. He was indeed part of the Dove faction, but when power was presented before him, he could also be part of the Hawk faction. He just hadn't had the opportunity before, and now he was filled with opportunities. Uchiha revival! Uchiha revival! Uchiha revival! The Uchiha members shouted excitedly, not caring if their voices would become hoarse. If it weren't for the powerful barrier at the Southeast Shrine, their voices would have been loud enough for half the village to hear. Uchiha Fugaku walked toward the Hokage office building under everyone's watchful eyes. Many Sharingan gazed at Uchiha Fugaku, filled with excitement. The most affected was a 3-tomo powerhouse, who was Uchiha Shursui, inheritor of Uchiha Kagami's will, caught between the village and the Uchiha clan. When Uchiha Fugaku arrived at the conference room in the Hokage office building, everyone else was already present. Sorry for being late today due to the clan meeting. Danzo snorted coldly and stopped speaking. Uchiha Fugaku didn't mind. Danzo had disliked him for a long time. Sarutobi Hiruzen, although not smiling, spoke kindly. It's fine, have a seat. The timing is just right. Uchiha Fugaku found a free spot to sit down, next to Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze. Both of them smiled at him. Originally, Orochimaru looked down on Uchiha Fugaku, not out of disdain, but simply because he lacked strength. However, now it was different. The Mangekyou Sharingan, like Uchiha Madara's, had to be taken seriously. Minato Namikaze was still an elite jonin. He was here purely because that book stated he was the strongest contender for the 4th or 5th Hokage, especially with the overwhelming Flying Thunder God technique. Unmatched in the world. Although some weaknesses were mentioned, they were not significant, allowing him to improve the Flying Thunder God technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that everyone had arrived and nodded to the Umbu. Once the Umbu left, they opened the barrier. The level of this meeting was crucial to the village's war and could not be taken lightly. Everyone, I have gathered you here today because war is about to begin. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated the theme directly. Everyone's expressions became serious. A large screen displayed a map of the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed to the land of grass on the map and said, according to intelligence, there are about 8,000 ninja squads advancing from the direction of Awagakure, led by Inoki, with 2 Jinchuriki accompanying them into the land of grass. From the direction of Kumogakure, the next generation of Raikage candidates, along with 2 Jinchuriki, are leading 6,000 ninja squads into the land of iron. From the direction of Kirigakure, the 3-tailed Jinchuriki, Yagura, is leading the 7 ninja swordsmen with 2,000 ninja squads into the land of bears. Sunagakure has already deployed 2,000-man squads at the border, led by Raza and Chiyo, and other defensive lines will continue to be drawn towards the border of the land of rivers. According to our investigation, we can mobilize a maximum of 4,000-man squads. Everyone's expressions slightly changed. There were too many enemies. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he looked at everyone. Currently, we have over 20,000 ninjas surrounding us from all sides. We do not have enough personnel, especially compared to the Kaga-level powerhouses from various villages who may join the battle at any moment. We have enough strong fighters to resist. We long for peace. But because of this book in my 10-year travelogue in Konoha, it has been rumored that we possess the Edo Tensei to revive the 1st and 2nd Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed a finger at the sky and said, seriously, I swear by the will of fire. Edo Tensei does not allow a person's soul to revive and regain their previous strength. If that were the case, you and I wouldn't be holding this meeting. Edo Tensei only revives a shell made of dirt to fight in place of the master, and it does not restore the original owner's full power. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen threw out a scroll. You can take a look at this and attempt to learn or crack the method. This scroll was the Edo Tensei scroll, but it was a handwritten version that omitted the most critical part, which was how to control it. It was not the later modified version by Orochimaru that required a body as a sacrifice. It was simply the initial version researched by Senju Tobarama, which was also recorded in the Book of Seals. Chapter 34. Konoha's deployment. Various movements. Everyone looked eagerly at the scroll on the table. Edo Tensei. They understood this ninjutsu well from the book. Others might not believe it, but the people present had great faith in it. After all, everything said was true. Everyone began to circulate the scroll, and even Danzo started transcribing it. Seeing this, others also took out paper and pens to copy it, and Sarutobi Hiruzen allowed everyone to transcribe freely. Even Danzo's transcription was suggested by Sarutobi Hiruzen. After everyone finished copying, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again. Everyone can go back and study it slowly. Now, I will begin assigning combat tasks. Shimura Danzo, Orochimaru, you two will lead 4,000-man ninja squads to defend against Iwagakure. Yes. Danzo and Orochimaru stood up in response. Kakashi Hitaki, Minato Namikaze, you two will lead 3,000-man ninja squads to resist Kimogakure. Yes. The two stood up in response. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze to Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku, I will trouble you to lead the Uchiha clan. Additionally, I will send a 500-man ninja team to defend against Kirigakure. Mike, I will also accompany you. Can you hold the line? Uchiha Fugaku stood up seriously and said, leave the Mist Village to me. I will not let them enter the land of fire. Very good, Sarutobi Hiruzen said happily. The remaining Sand Village will be left to me. Mitogata, Tsunade Koharu. Please make sure to protect Konoha. Yes, both Mito Gate and Tsunade Koharu stood up and responded. Konoha's troops were dispatched, and the mobilization of the ninja army energized everyone. In the underground base of the mountain graveyard, Black Zetsu quietly reported to the elderly Uchiha Madara, who was covered in nutrient tubes. Lord Madara, after the incident with the nobles of the land of rivers and the land of fire, the entire ninja world has fallen into chaos again. The 5 great ninja villages are once again gathering their forces at the borders. My travelogue on Konoha for my 10 years in Konoha has put forward the theory of Konoha's threat, which, along with the Edo Tensei technique, is the root of the turmoil. Black Zetsu took out a book and handed it to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara flipped through the book lightly. After a while, he boredly threw the book aside. It's quite detailed, but that's all there is to it. As long as I wait to recover my youthful state, I have 100 ways to destroy the entire Konoha. Black Zetsu smiled. Yes, Lord Madara, these are all minor paths. As long as you are revived and return to your youthful state, you will naturally dominate the entire ninja world. Hee. Uchiha Madara wanted to laugh wildly, but his body prevented him from laughing as he did in his youth. It was a nostalgic smile. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes. Black Zetsu wanted to leave, but heard a voice from behind. That Edo Tensei technique is quite interesting. It can be studied. Understood, Lord Madara, Black Zetsu respectfully replied. After Black Zetsu left the underground cave, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Don't believe me? Do you want to see the plan succeed for yourself? But you will be disappointed. What use is it if you don't believe me? Black Zetsu left. In Sunagakure, Yakura was leading 2,000-man squads towards the border of the Land of Rain. However, Yakura's thoughts were not on the ninja troops, but were worriedly looking towards the direction of the Land of Rivers. Shinichi, this is not what you said. The entire ninja world has already fallen into chaos, and it may even provoke battles more intense than the last 2 times. Is what we are doing really right? Yakura's eyes were filled with worry. At this moment, what was Higashikawa Shinichi doing? He was currently taking in homeless civilians in the Land of Rivers. His plan, a spark of hope, was still being implemented. He was eliminating bandits and establishing bases. In one day, Higashikawa Shinichi was to eliminate 2 mountain strongholds and then settle many civilians. Now, the war outside was on the verge of breaking out, and spies from Konoha and Sunagakure were constantly moving through the Land of Rivers. Several times, Higashikawa Shinichi almost got discovered. However, compared to the small matter of civilians building camps in the mountains, the ninjas only needed to gather a bit of information before leaving directly. Dong Chuanjini did not brainwash these bases. He simply provided them with a place to live. After a week passed, Dong Chuanjini felt that time was dragging on, so he directly killed several managers in small cities that were not major war zones and let others take over the management. Dong Chuanjini is only nominally in charge, and the system will also be taken into account. Dong Chuanjini's sphere of influence is also located north of the daimyo's residence. If a war breaks out, it will start here, so the northern powers are largely in a region without noble jurisdiction, and after the turmoil among many countries, peace has long been lost. Dong Chuanjini's consolidation has actually increased cohesion significantly. A war will begin, but Dongchuanjini can prevent Sunagakure and Konoha from clashing. Konoha does not want to fight, as there are too many enemies nearby, but they have no choice because a magnetic release has killed a prince of the land of fire. And Sunagakure is only coming to guard against Konoha. The two countries have no compelling reason to fight, but Awagakure and Kumogakure do genuinely want to engage, or they want to master the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei. Everyone despises the manipulation of the dead, yet they all resent why this miraculous ability isn't in their own hands. When the other three countries launch their attacks, Sunagakure will definitely not be able to hold back and will launch an attack on Konoha. Now, what Dongchuanjini needs to do is take the opportunity to kill Rasha and shift the blame on Konoha, which will also allow Konoha to explain to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The third Kazekage is also unlikely to engage, even if he wants to fight. He would need to recall Yatsukura, as just Sarutobi Hiruzen alone is enough to suppress the third Kazekage and Chiyo. Moreover, there are reports from Konoha that Princess Tsunade will soon join battle. Dongchuanjini knew this was fake. After all, Tsunade had hemophobia, but others did not know. Tsunade was quite famous. In a gambling house somewhere, a woman with the character for gambling written on her back was excitedly shouting, "Big, big, big. Small, small, small." The dealer shouted after rolling the dice, "Ha ha, all this money is mine. I'm rich. Truly the legendary fat sheep." Shizune hugged herself in pain. They still didn't have the little wild boar pudding. It seemed like their money was about to disappear again. Hearing Tsunade, who was angry about losing, suddenly shout, "I'm not playing anymore. It's not fun, Shizune. Let's go." Shizune smiled. Every time they ended up losing all their money. But this time, they were leaving after only losing half. Goodbye then. At least we won't lose more money, and we won't have to sleep outside tonight. Just after the two left, a dark ninja approached Tsunade, bowed respectfully, and took out a mission scroll, saying, "Lady Tsunade, the 4 countries have invaded the Land of Fire. This is the Hokage's order. Please take a look." Chapter 35, The Legacy of the Desert Emperor, Plotting for the Wind Shadow Position. Tsunade took the scroll and, after confirming its accuracy, was shocked. The news within was worse than she had imagined. Konoha had truly exhausted all its cards. The Uchiha Hyuga and other ninja clans have been deployed elsewhere, and if they could not withstand this time, Konoha would be completely weakened. This was something Tsunade could not allow. This village was her grandfather's hard work, but her current state was not fit for battle. However, Tsunade had no choice but to go back. "I agree," Tsunade said. "Let's go back to Konoha for now, Shizune." Shizune nodded silently. Wherever Tsunade went, she would go. After receiving this news, Sarutobi Hiruzen also breathed a sigh of relief. Tsunade might not be able to fight, but he needed her reputation to intimidate Sunagakure. That book had incited war, but it also made their names known throughout the ninja world. The deterrent effect was still there. 2 days later, Sarutobi Hiruzen awaited Tsunade's arrival. "Old man, what have you been doing all these years? How could you let them attack Konoha all at once?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly turned angry. "Tsunade, you know I never wanted to provoke war, but you've seen the book over the past 10 years. That bastard revealed all our strength, claiming that Konoha is the source of turmoil in the ninja world, and slandering us with the forbidden techniques of the first and second Hokage. That bastard. If I had mastered the forbidden techniques of the first and second Hokage, I would have already summoned them and wiped out these bastards." After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his fist on the desk, leaving a fist mark on the Hokage's office desk. Tsunade was also a bit unhappy. She had read that book too, and it really exposed her vulnerabilities. "Old man, are you sure our Edo Tensei doesn't have such powerful capabilities?" "It truly doesn't. You can check the sealing scrolls. They were recorded there, and they were developed by your great-grandfather just to work with the explosive tag technique. How could they retain their strength from life?" Sarutobi Hiruzen explained urgently. Tsunade believed him. After all, the latter had no reason to lie to her. The next day, after Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged things, he set off for the Land of River with Tsunade and the support troops. Tsunade, personally coming to the battlefield alongside the Hokage, greatly encouraged the morale. In the Sunagakure camp, the third Kazekage, Raza, and Chiyo all looked serious. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade had personally come to the Land of River. Finally, it was the third Kazekage who spoke up. "Raza, you lead a 1,000-man unit to occupy the Yugo Mountain. We must secure the high ground and the mountain path, ensuring our logistics are not disturbed. If our logistics are destroyed, we'll have nothing left. We must hold out until I and Chiyo can support you." "Understood." Raza replied seriously. The third Kazekage then pointed to another mountain range. Chiyo, you lead another 1,000-man unit to the Shisa Mountain, occupy the high ground, and control the road to gather and defend. I will flank from the Dongsa Mountain to form a pincer attack to block the Konoha ninjas' advance. Okay, Chiyo nodded in agreement. In this battle, as long as we hold out, IWA, Kyumo, and Kiri will initiate their attacks first. As long as we can hold back Konoha's forces, we can secure an invincible position and even counterattack. We can recover all our losses. The forces of Sunagakure set out for the land of river. Dong Chuanjini was not worried at all. He had no bases in these places. After all, he wasn't foolish. In times of war, having transportation hubs, it would be foolish to arrange power here. However, Dong Chuanjini was not in a hurry to join the excitement because there were still a few days until the settlement day. He realized that the first settlement provided the best rewards. The tree planting settlement had given him 3 times magnetic control LV1, Dragon Blast, and perfect Jinchuriki physique. Although the latter two were good, the one that actually brought in the greatest combat power increase was indeed magnetic control LV1. This time, the area of influence had just been unlocked, so the first time would surely give some better rewards. Hopefully, this time it would provide him with a powerful ability. A few more days passed, and the camps of Konoha and Sunagakure were established, both set up in a triangular shape, relying on towns to build defenses. With neither side launching an attack first, waiting for information from the other 3 countries' battlefields. Dong Chuanjini has also today as settlement day. It is just past midnight. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the sphere of influence, with a current prosperity of 34,000. Settlement rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Desert Emperor skill inheritance. Congratulations to the host for planting 794 surviving trees and receiving 1 immortal bean as a settlement reward. Dong Chuanjini suddenly opened his eyes. The Xiando is a magical item produced by the Dragon Balls, which can restore all states as long as there is a breath left. As for the skill inheritance of this Desert Emperor, which Desert Emperor? Dong Chuanjini looked at the golden light sphere with a puzzled expression. However, this was indeed related to his experience in the Land of Wind. If it were in the Land of Lightning, it might be some kind of lightning inheritance, which is certainly more powerful than the desert. As Dong Chuanjini focused his thoughts, the golden light sphere instantly entered his brain. Dong Chuanjini also received information about the Desert Emperor, Azel, who is now making an entrance into the game. Although the legacy has been obtained, the skills are not the same as before. There are a total of 5 skills. The passive skill has turned into an active one that allows the summoning of a massive defense tower that lasts for 10 minutes. By infusing chakra, it can attack enemies within range, with the attack power being controllable by the user based on the amount of chakra. However, the chakra ratio is split evenly, with 50 coming from Dong Chuanjini and 50 from the energy of heaven and earth. The other 3 skills are similar to those in the game. Summoning sand soldiers with a maximum of 6 sand soldiers at half strength. Sand soldier teleportation allows for instant movement within a certain range, and position swap instantly exchanges the user's position with that of the sand soldier. The Imperial Guard Wall has completely changed its name to the last glory of the Empire, which can be described as a sand soldier version of the Shadow Clone technique. However, this clone technique is an explosive version, controlling chakra to form a certain number of clones. These clones can deliver explosive strikes. And as long as there is enough chakra, blowing up the moon is not a problem. Higashikawa Shinichi was also a bit dazed. With several powerful skills, he could completely become a true shadow-level powerhouse without the need for magnetic control. Dong Chuanjini found an uninhabited area and conducted some experiments. He had 6 sand soldiers, each with half of his own abilities, who could also teleport to attack, and he could exchange positions with them. With the inheritance of the Desert Emperor, Dong Chuanjini's mindset changed. The idea of laying low and avoiding war was only for those without strength. Now that he had this nearly unsolvable spatial attack inheritance, there was no need to work hard. He could directly take down the 3rd-generation Wind Shadow and become the Wind Shadow himself. This way, both his territory and tree planting plans could advance rapidly. The efficiency difference between one person and tens of thousands in planting trees was simply too great. Chapter 36. The Awakening of the Ninja Hero Sarutobi Hiruzen. After receiving the new inheritance, Dong Chuanjini really felt that he was capable again. It was a bit late, so he decided to rest for a while, then go to the Land of Fire to collect some local specialties, and afterwards, he would slowly wait for news from other countries. The other countries did not launch a direct attack. They had their own concerns since there were shadow-level powerhouses on the other side. Their main goal was to obtain the forbidden jutsu, impure world reincarnation. If they could acquire it, It would indicate that although Konoha had many apparent strong fighters, it still could not contend with the entire ninja world. If they could eliminate some strong fighters or ninjas, they could demand more war reparations. Although the entire ninja world seemed to be on the brink of a storm, there was no sign of war breaking out at all. The major countries were only in a standoff, and no one dared to fire the first shot. They wanted to significantly weaken Konoha's strength, but they were also afraid that if they initiated the war, Konoha would concentrate all its power to attack one of their countries, which a single nation could not withstand. Time passed, and this situation persisted for another half-month. If you don't want to fight, then I will just take on the role of the breaker. Tuchuanjini couldn't wait any longer and started to take action. Another noble from a land of fire suffered a calamity. Wealth and food were plundered completely. Then came a second family, the third family, the fourth family. The fifth family of nobles was again wiped out by magnetic release, and this was yet another prince. The daimyo of the land of fire was furious and issued the final order to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Other hidden villages could be ignored for now, but the people of Sunagakure must die. I want that magnetic release ninja dead. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also filled with rage. Who exactly was it? Rasha was clearly right across, but who entered the land of fire? No matter who it is, Rasha and the third Kazekage must be involved. In his fury, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not rush to take action, but instead fully utilized his calmness and wisdom as the leader of a village. He secretly contacted Minato Namikaze and Shikaka Nara, urging them to come to the land of rivers as quickly as possible. As for the direction of Kumobikure, they would be replaced by ninja transformation to buy a few days, waiting for Inoshikacho to arrive to take charge. A day later, the weary Minato Namikaze and Shikaka Nara arrived. Meanwhile, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Kaiji, and Akimichi chose as secretly headed to the land of iron. Their orders were to abandon the land of iron, if necessary, and return to the land of fire, retreating to the Kaiki Mountain. The land of iron was a permanently neutral country, but even neutral countries can have their waves. Indeed, there were no waves at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the two who had arrived and did not give any task orders. The battle between the two countries could not be rushed. If rushed, they would lose the chance of victory. Very well, go rest for a while. Tonight, we will officially arrange the battle plan. Understood. Minato Namikaze and Shikaka Nara immediately agreed. They were also very tired, having come on military rations, and as excellent speed-type ninjas, they managed to arrive in a day. If it were other ninjas, it would take at least 2 days. Time passed quickly, and soon it was evening. In the Central Operations meeting room, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, Minato Namikaze, and Shikaka Nara stood around a sand table. There was none of the usual Hokage's will or false politeness. As soon as everyone arrived, they got straight to the point. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed at the Chiyo camp and spoke first to his disciple Tsunade, who had hemophobia, in a commanding tone. Tsunade, you lead a frontal attack on the Chiyo camp. You don't need to take action yourself. Just send small troops from the back to continuously harass the camp. I don't need casualty numbers. I only need you to hold for 15 minutes. Tsunade also showed a serious expression. All the information Sarutobi Hiruzen had was shared with her. She understood the gravity of the situation. If not handled properly, Konoha and the daimyo would become suspicious of each other. And Tsunade was not just the princess of Konoha. She was also the wife of the daimyo, a good aunt, and the rightful princess of the land of fire, Tsunadeheim. I will hold for 15 minutes, even if it costs my life. Good. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, his expression easing a bit. With Tsunade's guarantee regarding the Chiyo camp support, he felt relieved. With his expression slightly relaxed, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Minato Namikaze and Shikaka Nara. When the battle starts, you two will lead 20J Nin to the Rasha camp. I want Rasha's head. Casualties are not counted. 15 minutes, just 15 minutes. And you two must safely bring back Rasha's head or body. These are the two successors Sarutobi Hiruzen had the most confidence in, especially Minato Namikaze, who was young and full of the will of fire. He did not believe Minato Namikaze would fall here. Minato Namikaze and Shikaka Nara also understood the seriousness of the situation. The 20J Nin accompanying them were expendable, but this was war, and for victory, they would pay any price, minimizing losses as much as possible. Yes, Hokage-sama. The two shook off their shock and were filled with fighting spirit. Today was the day to be loyal to Konoha. After arranging the three, Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed to the last third Kazekage camp. I will lead an all-out attack on the third Kazekage, without counting casualties. This assault will be relentless. The third Kazekage must not step out of my sight. Even if the one tail appears, I will hold it for 15 minutes. Minato Namikaze and Shikakanaru felt a mountain of pressure come crashing down. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also going all out. The combination of the third Kazekage and the One Tail was something none of them could contend with. Sarutobi Hiruzen was prepared to risk everything. While the others were still in shock, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a fierce determination, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light, fully displaying the aura of a formidable ninja. Shikaku, Minato, when you return with Rasha's corpse, transform and call for help from Sunagakure, launching a full-force sneak attack on the Kazekage. Even if he doesn't die, he must be left with little time to live. Tonight, I want to ensure that at least half of Sunagakure's 4000 ninjas die, forcing them to retreat and seek peace, so that the other 3 hidden villages know that Konoha cannot be insulted. Sarutobi Hiruzen's fist slammed down on the table, his voice very calm, yet extraordinarily bloody and cruel. Konoha cannot be insulted. Minato Namikaze, Shikakanaru, and Tsunade responded in unison, their eyes filled with heat and admiration as they looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. This was their leader. This was the spirit of the Hokage of Konoha. These are your respective orders. Go now. The future of Konoha is entrusted to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the deployment orders to the 3. One by one, they left the main tent, and at the end, Tsunade glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a complex expression. Old man, don't die on me. Sarutobi Hiruzen rarely smiled, casually tossing out an old scroll, which Tsunade instinctively caught, looking curiously at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He then said in a relaxed voice, I still want to live until retirement. As for you, when it comes to an irretrievable moment, just come back alive. If anything happens to me, you can take over as Hokage. Chapter 37. The Clash of the Third Kazekage and the Third Hokage. Higashikawa Shinichi was unaware of what was happening inside the tent, but he wielded his great sword, watching as the Konoha camp began to stir from high above. From the sky, Higashikawa Shinichi could see clearly. Over 2,000 Konoha troops surged out, splitting into 2 as they charged forward and then divided again at an intersection. Without looking at the map, Higashikawa Shinichi knows that one team is heading towards the Chiyo camp, while the other team is headed towards the Sand Village's camp. Is this an attack on the camp? Isn't it too hasty? After all, Rasha's team can support in any direction at any time, and this attack will surely be repelled. Don Chuanjini was quite puzzled. This was probably the charm of war. Sometimes, even outsiders couldn't understand the conflict, and there were countless examples of the weak defeating the strong. After hesitating for a moment, Don Chuanjini decided to monitor the team attacking the third Kazekage's camp. This team would definitely be the most intense, likely featuring Sarutobi Hiruzen facing off against the third Kazekage. Don Chuanjini was unaware of the arrival of Minato Namikaze and Shikakanaru, not because he wasn't diligent enough to keep an eye on Konoha 24/7, but because there was a barrier that prevented him from seeing the scenes in the city. Moreover, his book had become so popular in the past decade that it even included their photographs. Therefore, whether it was Minato Namikaze or Shikakanaru, even Nara Shikaku and the other 3 used transformation techniques to leave the battlefield and only restored their original forms to hurry back after reaching the interior. The same was true upon entering the war zone. It was very normal for ordinary ninjas to come and go in the war zone, making it impossible for Don Chuanjini to distinguish them. Something's wrong with the Kazekage. Konoha's large force is attacking, led by the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just as the third Kazekage had finished his official duties and was about to take a sip of tea, the sudden appearance of an Umbu didn't startle him, as the presence of Umbu ninjas was quite normal. However, upon hearing the Umbu report that Sarutobi Hiruzen was leading the attack, the third Kazekage was instantly shocked, and his hand trembled, causing the teacup to fall onto his lap. The scalding water caused him great discomfort, but that wasn't the main point. After all, it was just a small matter. The key was that Sarutobi Hiruzen had personally come to attack the camp, which was not a good omen. He quickly ordered all personnel to enter a state of defensive readiness and to report on the conditions of the Raza and Chiyo camps. Konoha had over 2,000 people and would likely attack 2 camps. The remaining camps not under attack should be ready to provide support at any time. And they must remember not to be surrounded while attempting to assist. The Umbu quickly left. The third Kazekage hurried to change his clothes. He couldn't go out looking like this, or others would think he was so frightened by Sarutobi Hiruzen's attack that he wet his pants. Such a misunderstanding must not occur. If the enemy spread false information, there would be no need to fight. Morale would drop to the point of retreat. After changing his clothes, the third Kazekage quickly walked out of the tent. Under the command of Umbu team leader Takaki, the The Sand Ninjas had already begun to orderly enter the defensive area. Where is Sarutobi Hiruzen's army? How long until they reach our camp? The third Kazekage asked anxiously. Lord Kazekage, according to my calculations, Konoha's army will soon be at the foot of the mountain. Detailed information will come after the ninjas report, Takaki replied. Just as he spoke, an Umbu ninja quickly rushed forward to report Kazekage-sama. The Konoha ninjas have reached the foot of the mountain and will soon be in contact with our first line of defense. Our first and second lines of defense have all returned, and they're sufficient to successfully intercept the Konoha ninjas when the battle begins. The third Kazekage was filled with confidence and shouted, Good. Full alert. Now follow me to the second line of defense to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen. I want Konoha to know why I, the third Kazekage, am called the strongest Kazekage. Sarutobi Hiruzen led his troops to the foot of Mount Teisai. The area of Mount Teisai was quite large and not very high, but it was steep with layers of cliffs. Moreover, there was a river on the mountain, so there was no shortage of water. Even if a fire were set, the layered terrain naturally prevented the flames from spreading. However, the back of the mountain led to a flat plain, and the only entrance to the mountain was firmly guarded by the troops led by Raza. Attacking Mount Teisai from the land of fire meant facing steep cliffs that were easy to defend but difficult to attack. However, attacking from a land of wind meant encountering areas that were easy to attack but difficult to defend. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Mount Teisai with a determined expression. Ninjutsu Squad, full attack on the Sand Ninja camp. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. As over 200 ninjas from the Ninjutsu Squad form hand seals, hundreds of massive fire dragons emerged amidst the raging winds, illuminating the entire Mount Teisai as if it were daytime. Even the third Kazekage, who had rushed to the scene, could clearly see the severe expression on his typically stoic face. The fire borrowed strength from the wind, and the combined ninjutsu transformed into a sea of flames hundreds of meters wide, seemingly engulfing the entire Mount Teisai. Countless sand ninjas appeared to be facing the apocalypse, filled with dread and despair. Just as the sand ninjas were in despair, a calm, yet undeniable voice called out, Magnet release. Sand iron wall. With the sound of the third Kazekage's voice, a massive black iron wall suddenly appeared before everyone. The enormous sea of flames crashed against the iron wall with a thunderous roar, creating an explosion and shockwave that uprooted trees at the foot of the mountain. More Konoha ninjas used earth-style, earth wall to block the shockwave. Sarutobi Hiruzen paid no attention to the explosion or the damage caused to everyone. Instead, he quickly formed hand seals towards the position of the third Kazekage, which had just been illuminated by the flames. For shadow clones were summoned. The four clones formed hand seals again, but each clone used different hand seals, and intense and massive chakra began to gather together. It seemed even the heavens were assisting Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the intense fire and mountainous terrain created high-pressure temperatures, causing dark clouds to gather in the sky. With a thunderous roar, lightning struck, illuminating the entire Mount Teisai, and the weather became humid, signaling that rain was coming. Sarutobi Hiruzen was ecstatic. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bomb. Water style, Water Dragon Bomb. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bomb. Lightning style, Thunder Roar. Wind style, Vacuum Great Sphere. Different ninjutsu converged in the sky, and the high-energy, lightning attribute chakra caused the nearby lightning to explode again, further enhancing the power of the lightning style, Thunder Roar, and making the four ninjutsu attacks even more ferocious. It was the moment he had been waiting for. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly, 5 Natures, Great Multi-Shadow, Clone Technique. Chapter 38, Double Attack. Raza's death, the Great Multi-Shadow Clone Technique, with 5 different violent powers merged into the fire attack that was opposing the Iron Wall. The third Kazekage's expression changed as he felt the threat. He stopped maintaining the stability of the Iron Wall and quickly formed hand seals. Magnet release. Sand Iron Cylinder. Boom. The 5 Natures, Great Multi-Shadow Clone Technique shattered the Iron Wall as easily as breaking through a block of tofu. The massive shockwave instinctively caused those around the third Kazekage to retreat. A giant iron pillar, over 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, appeared, slamming into the 4 violent ninjutsu attacks. Boom! The tremendous explosion caused everyone's expressions to change dramatically. The ninjutsu exploded within dozens of meters. And even though the third Kazekage managed to block most of the force, the technique Sarutobi Hiruzen used was his most powerful technique that posed no risk of death. It could withstand even Akatsuki's attacks, let alone the third Kazekage's. Boom! The Sand Ninjas suffered heavy casualties, and the sound echoed, as the entire Mount Teacheris seemed to tremble. Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed a soldier's food pill, panting heavily. Such high-intensity exertion had left him with no chakra remaining. Once the iron wall lost its maintainers, it was easily breached by the ninjutsu attack. Countless Sand Ninjas screamed in agony. Many were ninjas who were not well within the defense line, and those who didn't manage to escape were killed instantly, their screams unheard. Suddenly, heavy rain began to pour down. This time, it was the Sand Ninjas' turn to rejoice. Konoha was most proficient in fire style, but the Wind Village excelled in wind style. And in heavy rain, fire style suffered greatly while wind style became even stronger. The smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face faded. The weather that had just aided him had ultimately become a barrier against his lethal strike. Press forward, break their defenses. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and commanded. He was determined to risk everything today. As long as his objective was achieved, the number of ninjas that died didn't matter. Dongchuan Shinichi was also in a dire situation. The stormy weather in this place was terrible, and if he hadn't ducked quickly, he would have been struck by lightning. The two sides of ninjas in the Dongsa Mountain camp had already started a clash with ninjutsu, and some had already engaged in close combat. Granny Chio was feeling very uncomfortable as well. With the rain, the toxins from her puppets couldn't spread freely in the air. Charge! We must break through the defense line and rendezvous with Lord Third Kazekage. Granny Chio shouted sternly. Tsunade was inside a tent listening to the sound of the rain outside. Ino was transmitting various information to Tsunade. We must hold them off for 15 minutes. Understood. Higashikawa Shinichi was forced to fly out of the storm clouds, and when he looked down, he found himself above the Luosha camp. The Luosha camp was also getting busy, with troops being dispatched to support the Dongsa Mountain camp. Luosha wanted to go as well. However, from his god's eye view, Higashikawa Shinichi saw a small team of more than 20 people sneaking towards Luosha. Dongchuan Shinichi showed an interested expression. How interesting, it seems to be the ninja execution squad. Luosha is going to suffer a big loss. After the execution squad is finished, it will be his turn to act. Luosha must die. Only with his death can Dongchuan Shinichi use the skills of the Desert Emperor to bring back the entire remaining forces of Sunigakure. If he can eliminate more Konoha ninjas, then he will be the hero and the highest combat power of Sunigakure. The next Kazekage must be him. Luosha was preparing to support the front line. The battle at Dongsa Mountain was too intense. Captain, the Konoha ninja execution squad is broken in. They are burning our food supplies. They are very strong, and we are struggling to resist. A ninja rushed in to report to Luosha. Luosha was not too panicked. Although he had not experienced a camp raid, he often attacked others. Calm down. I will personally lead people to crush them. Let the others go to assist Lord Kazekage. The ninja was overjoyed. With Luosha leading the team, those attacking the camp would surely return empty-handed. Soon, Luosha gathered his guard team to quickly attack the Konoha ninjas attacking the logistics. After all, they were in Sunigakure's camp, and the number of Sand Ninjas was indeed the majority. However, the ninjas from Konoha were all J-nin, so they were still able to maneuver. Luosha plunged his hand into the ground and used his only jutsu that did not require hand seals, magnet release, sand gold burial. Countless golden sands appeared from the ground, wrapping around a Konoha ninja bit by bit. The Konoha ninja screamed in fear as he watched his death approach. Luosha laughed heartily at the terrified screams of the Konoha ninja. What a pitiful scream. Let me give you the final blow. Sand gold funeral. Luosha laughed madly, reaching out toward the wrapped Konoha ninja and shouting loudly. The two who had transformed into ordinary sand ninjas, Namikaze Minato and Hatake Kakashi, also noticed the scene where Luosha was controlling the gold sand, intending to blow up the Konoha ninja. Suddenly, their eyes lit up. Both were speed-type ninjas, and in an instant, they unleashed all their power to attack Luosha. Luosha was still laughing heartily. Ha ha! Damn Konoha ninjas, you have wronged me. I will let you know what cruelty is. In the midst of his laughter, Luosha suddenly felt a breath of death approaching. This breath of death felt like the time he was attacked by a J-nin during a mission as a genin. If it weren't for the twist of fate that his companion blocked that attack, or rather, he had grabbed his companion, he could never forget the astonished look in his companion's eyes. This time, Luosha still grabbed a ninja. The person's eyes were filled with astonishment, just like that of his J-nin companion from years ago. He could not imagine that his esteemed Lord Luosha would use him to block an attack. As Hatake Kakashi's blade quickly struck, the unfortunate ninja was instantly split in two. Luo Sha quickly retreated. The blade was blocked, but the lightning chakra still struck Luo Sha's body. Blood splattered as a long gash was cut into Luo Sha's body. Hitaki Kakashi. Luo Sha glared at the ninja, who lost his transformation technique, revealing his true appearance, a stiff-faced, white-haired hedgehog. Hitaki Kakashi sheathed his sword, looking at Luo Sha as if he were looking at a dead man. Just as Luo Sha was confused, he suddenly felt a pain in his neck. Then blood gushed out. Luo Sha could not even turn his head, only able to ask with difficulty, You? Who are you? The one who pierced Luo Sha's neck was naturally Namake's Minato. Now, Namake's Minato was no longer the gentle person he used to be, but cold and ruthless. I am Namake's Minato. Upon hearing this name, Luo Sha's mood suddenly relaxed. So it's Konoha's flash. I-E-D. Without regret, Luo Sha's eyes suddenly closed. Luo Sha was dead. Chapter 39. 1v2 Showdown. Hitaki Kakashi and Namake's Minato with Luo Sha's death. The people of Sunagakure did not fall into chaos and flee. Instead, they became frenzied. One of Luo Sha's guards shouted loudly, "We have 1,000 people. They only have a dozen left. We can overwhelm them with numbers and avenge our fallen comrades." Kill. The Sunagakure ninjas charged madly toward Namake's Minato, Hitaki Kakashi, and the other ninjas. Namake's Minato, under the protection of Hitaki Kakashi, took out a scroll and collected Luo Sha's body into it. Retreat. Namake's Minato shouted loudly to Hitaki Kakashi. Hitaki Kakashi repelled a Sandninja and took out a somewhat special white whistle, blowing it hard. Beep beep. The sharp and piercing whistle sound spread throughout the camp. This whistle was, of course, the retreat order from Konoha. The surviving Jonin from Konoha quickly ran out. In the sky, Dong Chuanjini also became uneasy. Namake's Minato and Hitaki Kakashi were not supposed to be at the Yunin village camp. Dong Chuanjini suddenly slapped his thigh. Not good. Sarutobi Hiruzen is treating Sunagakure as a soft persimmon, wanted to end the battle with a quick victory, and they actually succeeded. Truly the pride of the ninja. That wave of Minato, you disaster, just obediently confess here. Dong Chuanjini had to take action. He had previously wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kill Luo Sha. But unexpectedly, Luo Sha was killed just like that. Although the result was the same. It was a different matter whether he killed him or whether it was done by Bluffing Shuemin and the others. As long as he killed anyone, he could become a hero of Sunagakure. At that moment, Dong Chuanjini leaped down from the giant sword with a leap of faith. After jumping down, he shouted loudly, seizing the initiative and ensuring everyone knew before taking action. If others didn't see it, no matter how great his contributions were, they would mean nothing. Everyone, focus on taking down the other ninjas. Leave Bluffing Shuemin and Chimu Sakomo to me. You can't defeat them. The battlefield was extremely noisy, but Dong Chuanjini's voice, amplified by a large metal horn wrapped in chakra, was loud enough for nearly everyone in the camp to hear. Bluffing Shuemin and Chimu Sakomo both turned to look at the source of the sound. This glance gave Dong Chuanjini, who had been watching them closely, an opportunity to attack. Dragon Explosive, a pillar of flame, as thick as a barrel and carrying devastating power, descended from the sky, aimed directly at Bluffing Shuemin. Sensing the intense heat, Bluffing Shuemin quickly formed hand seals and used the Flying Thunder God technique to dodge just before the fire pillar struck. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonnated, creating violent blasts comparable to several artillery shells, sending shockwaves that shook the entire ground. A large pit over 10 meters deep appeared on the ground. The two managed to escape quickly, avoiding the pursuing sand ninjas. Bluffing Shuemin managed to evade under the fire pillar, but even though Chimu Sakomo was very fast, he had underestimated the power of the attack. Although he was not directly hit by the center of the explosion, the forceful shockwave and flying debris were enough to injure him. Chimu Sakomo, with his clothes tattered and looking extremely disheveled, clutched his chest and spat out blood, clearly feeling his internal organs shaking from the impact. He sensed that his lungs had likely sustained significant injuries. Bluffing Shuemin was capable of using the Flying Thunder God, but he was not yet very proficient and couldn't carry anyone while fleeing. Seeing Chimu Sakomo injured and standing aside, Bluffing Shuemin returned, preparing to cooperate with him to escape together, but Dong Chuanjini, who had landed using sand soldiers, saw everything clearly. Dragon Explosive. Dong Chuanjini raised his hand and unleashed 2 dragon explosions, this time only as thick as a fist. Once again, it was this instant release ninjutsu. Namikaze Minato was greatly alarmed. Although this attack appeared less powerful than the previous one, he couldn't take it head-on. He activated the flying Raijin technique to escape. Hatake Tsukumo, a veteran ninja, endured his injuries and rolled on the spot, narrowly dodging the dragon explosion in a rather awkward manner. However, the dragon explosion had no cooldown and was a long-range attack. Taking advantage of the situation, Don Chuanjini launched another 2 dragon explosions, one after the other, blocking Hatake Tsukumo's escape route. Namikaze Minato was not to be underestimated. He seized the opportunity with great skill. Over a dozen kunai were shot towards Don Chuanjini, 2 of which were his special kunai. Normally, an average ninja would need to form hand seals to counter the attack, allowing Namikaze Minato to strike back at the ceiling ninja with a fatal blow using the flying Raijin. However, Don Chuanjini was different. His summoned sand soldiers and body-switching techniques had no cooldown or delay. The sand soldiers appeared behind Namikaze Minato, causing his heart to race with a sense of impending death, prompting him to move. Minato rolled away in a very awkward manner. Don Chuanjini, having switched places, prepared to unleash another dragon explosion. Unfortunately, Namikaze Minato had already dodged it. Just as Don Chuanjini was about to launch another dragon explosion at Namikaze Minato, a sound of breaking air came. Don Chuanjini once again performed the technique of body substitution. A white short knife struck the sand soldier's head, shattering it with a single blow. "Minato, you hurry and go. Don't worry about me. I'll hold him off." Shikaku shouted loudly, infused with chakra. Don Chuanjin glanced at the blood-soaked body of Hatake Tsukumo, who was left with only one arm and clearly would die without medical attention, and couldn't help but sneer. "Don't panic. None of you can escape." The current Minato Namikaze was not in his full form, summoning toads, using sage techniques, and the Flying Thunder God required special shuriken, and he couldn't take anyone with him. He couldn't even use the second stage of Flying Thunder God, nor could he use the Rasengan. It would be best if he could kill. Just as Hatake Tsukumo was shocked, and Minato had a look of utter embarrassment, 5 Don Chuanjin appeared in an instant. Then 3 raised their hands and simultaneously unleashed 6 dragon explosions towards the 2. 3 fiery pillars as thick as fingers shot towards Hatake Tsukumo, while the other 3, as thick as fists and filled with violent power, struck at Minato. No, Hatake Tsukumo moved his body to shield Minato. However, the thin dragon explosions were obviously faster. The dragon explosions pierced through the 3 limbs of Hatake Tsukumo. Even the most resolute ninja would instinctively cry out in pain when injured. Hatake Tsukumo fell to the ground, completely losing the ability to move. Hatake Tsukumo could not die. Not because he couldn't be killed, but because he needed to bring Hatake Tsukumo back. There was still a Scorpion at home who hated him to the bone. This was an important combat force. He couldn't let Scorpion betray the village or kill Hatake Tsukumo to turn him into a puppet, waiting for an opportunity to shock Kakashi a little when the time came for battle. Moreover, executing Hatake Tsukumo in public would be a stepping stone for him to become the Hokage, and a titanium alloy one at that. Especially since Hatake Tsukumo had truly left a shadow during the Second Shinobi World War. The saying at that time was that any mission against Hatake Tsukumo could be abandoned without it being counted as a mission failure. Chapter 40. Capturing Hatake Tsukumo. Repelling Minato Namikaze. Hatake Tsukumo lost the ability to move. Minato Namikaze, a talented individual, was kicked to the ground, quickly forming hand seals, still using the Flying Thunder God technique. However, the dragon explosions were indeed fast. The 1-second hand seal speed was enough for the dragon explosions to attack. After all, they were too close. Just as the Flying Thunder God was about to be activated, a dragon explosion grazed Minato's waist. Boom! 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 3 massive explosions completely destroyed the spot where Minato had just stood. The tremendous sound of the explosions sent chills down people's spines. Meanwhile, lying on the cold ground, Hatake Tsukumo smiled with relief at this scene, even swallowing some of the dust from the explosions. Finally, he had escaped. Don Chuanjini was also very disappointed. If he couldn't kill Namikaze Minato this time, the next time they met, Minato would be on guard against his skills. Once there was preparation, and with the improvement of Flying Thunder God, even if he didn't expose his magnetic control, it would still be very dangerous. However, his own ability hadn't fully activated yet, so he would wait. Sooner or later, he would catch him and then let Scorpion turn him into a puppet. The pursuing Sunanin, who watched the battle from a distance, saw everything unfold in less than a minute, from the shouting to the defeat of Hatake Tsukumo and the escape of Namikaze Minato. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Minato's elusive nature shocked them. But the fact that Hatake Tsukumo, who could silence crying children in Sunagakure, was so easily beaten down was even more striking. Although these people didn't know Dongchuanjini, they could see the Sandninja forehead protector on his head and were very pleased that he was one of their own. However, amidst their excitement, there was more confusion and reverence. A Sand Jonin stepped forward and respectfully asked Dongchuanjini, "May I ask who you are, sir?" Dongchuanjini looked at the sand hidden Jonin in front of him, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It is well known that the strongest in the ninja world is the genin, and he is no exception. As for me, my name is Dongchuanjini, and I just graduated as a genin this year. The many Sand Ninjas were in an uproar. No way, he's a genin. He really is quite young. Are genins this strong now? The leading jonin showed no stubbornness. He did not act with seniority due to his jonin status, but rather showed the same respect and humility as he would towards the third Kazekage. After respectfully bowing to Dongchuanjini, he spoke, "Lord Jini, Jonin Rasha has died, and there are currently leaf ninjas causing chaos in the camp. The Kazekage of Dongsa Mountain is under siege. Please, Lord Jini, give the order for us to rescue Lord Kazekage." Dongchuanjini looked at the young Jonin in surprise. "What is your name?" The young Jonin showed a look of delight on his face, as if recognized like a prized horse, and replied loudly, "Lord Jini, my name is Maki. I am a special Jonin and the secretary of the deceased Jonin Rasha, responsible for the internal affairs of the entire camp." Maki was definitely a talent. He did not hesitate to show his loyalty despite being a lower-ranked ninja, and he boldly mentioned the deceased Rasha, effectively transferring the authority to manage the camp to himself, while also showcasing his abilities to help him quickly take control of the camp. No wonder Maki was able to become a key figure in Sunagakure. He truly had means and determination. However, Dongchuanjini also needed such talents. All right, then seal Hatake Tsukumo's chakra and take him for treatment. He must not die. When we return to the village, I want to execute him in front of the memorial stone to honor our fallen comrades. Understood, Lord Jini. Maki quickly responded, very pleased with Dongchuanjini, not only for his strong abilities, but also for his powerful capability to win people's hearts. Sealing team, medical ninjas, hurry and save him. After giving the orders loudly, Maki turned to Dongchuanjini and said, "Lord Jini, the ninjas from Konoha are all quite capable. Please take action to suppress them." Dongchuanjini was very pleased with the opportunity that Maki had created for him to gain fame and win people's hearts. "All right, you put out the fire in the camp, and after extinguishing it, gather in front of the gate. I will lead you to support Lord Fengying." Maki quickly knelt on one knee to accept the order. "Yes, Lord Jini. Team 1, go put out the fire. Team 2, follow me to eliminate this group of Konoha ninjas under Lord Jini." "Yes." Numerous ninjas responded in unison. Maki's team, along with Dongchuanjini, headed towards the nearest Konoha Jounin. Although the Konoha Jounin were powerful, the Sand Ninja army was indeed quite large. Even if the high attack, low defense Jounins could fight 10-1, how much could they really achieve? "Make way, Lord Dongchuanjini is coming." Maki led the team to part the crowd. Dongchuanjini did not pretend. 6 soldiers clad in golden armor, holding long spears and exuding a murderous aura, suddenly appeared. The 3 Konoha Jounin, who had their backs turned, were all filled with terror. After all, these soldiers, radiating a sense of slaughter, appeared out of nowhere, leaving everyone bewildered. "Soldiers, advance!" With Dongchuanjini's commanding order, the 6 sand soldiers instantly teleported, raising their long spears to attack the 3. The 3 Jounin were indeed formidable. Although it was their first encounter with such killing intent, they managed to evade the fatal strike. However, with the second attack from the sand soldiers, all 3 ultimately perished. Dongchuanjini waved his hand, and the sand soldiers transformed back into yellow sand. "Put out the fire, take me to the next location." Although the Sand Ninjas did not know who this Dongchuanjini was, they recognized that this strong man was one of their own. The entire ninja world worships the strong. Such strong individuals from their own ranks are revered, and the eyes of the crowd gleamed with fervor. "Follow the master!" Maki shouted loudly. A group of people marched towards another location where the Konoha trio was still resisting. Repeating the previous actions, within seconds, the 3 were dead. Next location. Follow the master. The third battlefield had 7 Konoha ninjas, the last wave of ninjas, surrounded by hundreds of ninjas. As Dongchuanjini arrived, those unfamiliar with him were somewhat puzzled to see a young man standing in the center. Then, Dongchuanjini put on a show of sand soldier teleportation. After 3 teleports, 6 longsword sand soldiers left behind dripping blood, and all 7 Jounin were dead. All the sand ninjas were dumbfounded. Where did this strong man come from? And why hadn't they heard of him before? Maki immediately began to promote Dongchuan Jini loudly. Everyone, this is our village's genius strongman, Dongchuan Jini. He killed the great Lord Raza, and the shameless Namikaze Minato and Hatake Kakashi have once again launched an attack on Lord Dongchuan Jini. But this time, they have provoked a formidable figure. Lord Dongchuan Jini fought against two, and within a minute or two, he repelled the space-time ninjutsu genius Namikaze Minato and even captured the Umbu minister, the legendary Konoha White Fan Hatake Kakashi. The Sand Ninjas gasped in astonishment. Chapter 41. Subduing the Camp Ninjas, Chiyo and Tsunade's battle again. Seeing that everyone was stunned by his words, Maki immediately shouted to the crowd. The Wind Shadow's camp is currently under siege by Konoha strongmen. Lord Raza is dead. We need strong warriors to lead us to rescue Lord Wind Shadow. Those willing to fight for the village, please follow Lord Dongchuan Jini. Dongchuan Jini is also a clever man, and he immediately joined in, shouting loudly. Now our camp is being attacked by the despicable Konoha ninjas who only know how to launch sneak attacks. Our compatriots are being persecuted and threatened with death. Once our camp is breached, the Konoha army will march straight into the Land of Wind. Our families, our friends, will be attacked by the Konoha ninjas. I will be the first to charge forward. Are you willing to follow me, to drive back the Konoha ninjas? Maki was instantly filled with excitement, raising his fist high. I will always follow Lord Dongchuan Jini. Others who were familiar with Maki or were part of his group also immediately raised their hands and shouted loudly. I will always follow Lord Dongchuan Jini. Then there were the witnesses of the battle where Hatake Tsukumo and Minato Namikaze fled. Ninjas who had killed 3 jonin for the first time and a second time killing a jonin from the sand. As dozens began to shout, hundreds started to join in, and soon more sand ninjas who had come to support also began to shout along with the crowd. Dongchuan Jini is very satisfied with Maki's behavior. This is a talent, and having such subordinates is truly worry-free. When an entire camp echoes with Dongchuan Jini's name, entrusted in the face of defeat and commanded in times of crisis, Dongchuan knows that the Prime Minister situation is already established. Next, it's about rescuing the 3 generations of Wind Shadows, Chiyo, and repelling the Leaf Village ninjas. Whether or not he wears the yellow robe depends on whether Ma Ji understands. When Ma Ji sees Dongchuan Jun, he slightly nods. This means that Dongchuan Jun knows enough and can set off. Dongchuan Jini raised his right hand, and his voice gradually faded. All the Sand Shinobi turned their gazes towards him, their eyes filled with reverence, passion, conviction, and some confusion. Once the camp fell silent, Dongchuan Jini began his speech. Everyone, today is the time for the Leaf Village ninjas to launch their full-scale attack. They want to end the battle in one go, taking advantage of our weakness as Sand Shinobi. They aim to defeat us in one fell swoop, treating us like the chicken to be used as a warning to others. Looking down on us, Dongchuan Jini's chakra continued to surge, his voice growing louder and more passionate. Let's show that despicable and evil group of Konoha ninjas that we, the Sand Ninjas, are not to be trifled with. Today, I will lead you all to make the entire ninja world aware that we, the Sand Ninjas, have never been easy to bully. I ask you all to follow me, to repel the Konoha ninjas, and let the ninja world know that we, the Sand Ninjas, cannot be insulted. His enticing words instantly revitalized the camp that had just suffered from the ravages of war. They had witnessed Dongchuan Jini effortlessly take down so many powerful jonin, and their blood surged with excitement. Repel Konoha. The Sand Ninjas cannot be insulted. Repel Konoha. The Sand Ninjas cannot be insulted. Repel Konoha. The Sand Ninjas cannot be insulted. Maki and the others immediately shouted in unison, followed by other Sand Ninjas. Let's go. Dongchuan Jini raised his arm and waved it, without any complex or persuasive words. Just these 2 characters were enough to express his determination. Many angry and passionate Sand Shinobi followed Dongchuan Jini towards the east side mountain. This time, they were going all out, leaving no one behind to guard the logistics. Dongchuan Jini knew that not only Konoha was aiming for a decisive first battle, but the Sand Shinobi were also looking to fight a decisive first battle. If they lost, the Sand Shinobi would be completely devastated and would take 20 years to recover. The West Side Mountain Camp was only about 5 kilometers from the East Side Mountain Camp, and under normal circumstances, a ninja could cover that distance in just a few minutes at full speed. However, this time, the Konoha ninjas seemed reckless in their attempts to block the Sand Shinobi reinforcements. In just 5 or 6 minutes, they had only advanced about 1 kilometer. Chiyo understood that the stronger the enemy's defense, the greater their ambitions, which could put the Wind Shadow in danger. The kind, old woman Chiyo transformed into a ruthless battlefield commander, loudly giving orders. Puppet masters, don't hold back on your puppets. Activate the death battle mode and break through Konoha's defenses to rescue Lord Windshadow. With Chiyo's orders, the Sand Shinobi's attacks became reckless. If a puppet was damaged, they would self-destruct. In just 3 to 5 minutes, they had forced the Konoha snipers to retreat in waves. They advanced 2 kilometers and were now only about 1 kilometer from the Isai mountain camp. The entire Konoha defense line had one more hillside to overcome. As long as they took that hillside, they could support the Isai mountain. Attack with all your might. We must take that hillside within 2 minutes. Victory belongs to us. At this moment, Tsunade, wearing an eye mask, followed Shizen to the top of the hillside. This was a plan devised by Tsunade. Although she had hemophobia, she would only react upon seeing blood, so she thought if she couldn't see blood, it would be fine. With her eye mask on, Tsunade clenched her fists and shouted loudly to the many ninjas. Hold your ground. We only need to hold them off for 5 minutes, and Konoha will win this battle. I will fight to the end with all of you. Tsunade's voice, infused with chakra, resonated throughout the battlefield, and countless Konoha ninjas shouted as they rushed towards the Sand Shinobi. Konoha will win. Chiyo also shouted loudly to the Sand Shinobi upon hearing Tsunade's voice. 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. If we can break through the entire defense line in 5 minutes, we will achieve victory. Chiyo remained calm because she felt a chakra continually locking onto her. This chakra was familiar to her. It was the same chakra that had once shattered all her poison techniques, preventing her from defeating Konoha. This was Tsunade's chakra. Tsunade was also in a difficult position. She could only do this much. If Chiyo dared to charge forward, she would have to flee because she couldn't fight back. Chiyo was an experienced commander. She wouldn't rush in like the young ones. Her role was to hold down Tsunade, the strong opponent. It would be meaningless for the two of them to fight. And Chiyo was even afraid she wouldn't be able to defeat Tsunade. One was a shadow-level powerhouse in her 30s, while the other was an old woman nearing 50. If it came to a life-and-death struggle, she would not be able to beat Tsunade. Tsunade's inaction played right into Chiyo's hands. The two exchanged glances, continuously issuing commands and directing the battlefield. Tsunade couldn't see, so Shizen had to relay the orders, leading to delays. However, Konoha ninjas were ultimately stronger than the Sand Shinobi. Although Chiyo's command was very effective, her side was somewhat weaker, and the two sides fought with no clear advantage. Meanwhile, the battle at the Isai mountain camp was far from ideal. Chapter 42. The blood and flesh mill of the Isai mountain camp. The battle at Dongsa Mountain was extremely unfavorable, even very harsh. The third Kazekage truly did not expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to come with a killing move right away. Wouldn't you know how to use a full-power ultimate move? Such a move shouldn't be unleashed without a fight first. Aren't you afraid people will dodge it? Well, the third Kazekage really didn't dodge it. Or rather, he didn't realize it was an ultimate move and, in his haste, attempted to block it with an ordinary-sized iron pillar. This was ridiculous, using a small skill to resist an ultimate move. The third Kazekage was blown to the ground, but fortunately, he had a solid defense system. Although the fortress's defenses were destroyed, the skill attacks were also blocked. The third Kazekage only sustained serious injuries. The entire second line of defense was breached. It should have been the third line of defense's time to shine, but the third Kazekage was already injured at the second line. What was this? This was purely a decapitation operation. Then the Sand Ninjas engaged in a full confrontation with the Leaf Ninjas. Although the third Kazekage led an elite unit, Sarutobi Hiruzen did too. After both sides exchanged ninjutsu, they began to engage in close combat. Although the ninjutsu were similar, the third Kazekage was injured, while Sarutobi Hiruzen was a true powerhouse. Leading the charge, Sarutobi Hiruzen boosted the morale of the entire Leaf Village, while the Sand Hidden Village's morale plummeted due to their Kazekage being injured, causing the entire Dongsa Mountain defense line to retreat step by step. The third Kazekage, with blood at the corner of his mouth, was blocking Sarutobi Hiruzen's attacks while directing everyone to retreat to the mountain's defense line. But the ninjas from both villages had already engaged in close combat and could not fully retreat. The third Kazekage wanted to assist the ninjas in his village in retreating. But as soon as he moved, he was attacked by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed a master of ninjutsu. All sorts of ninjutsu came pouring out. Even with the third Kazekage's versatile magnetism, he couldn't defeat him and was instead driven back due to his injuries. The third Kazekage also became ruthless, using magnet release, Sand Iron World technique, unleashing his ultimate move. Countless iron spikes appeared on the battlefield. The third Kazekage drew out 2 kunai and began to weave freely among the iron spikes, killing leaf ninjas one by one. Sarutobi Hiruzen charged at the third Kazekage, and after attacking for a while, he realized the Kazekage was not actually fighting him. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that the third Kazekage was stalling for time to wait for reinforcements. Immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen abandoned the third Kazekage and directly attacked the defense line. Both sides inflicted damage to see who could kill more ninjas. Seeing the battle plan fail, the third Kazekage quickly returned to the mountaintop defense line, relying on the terrain advantage to launch a large-scale attack on the leaf ninjas. Upon seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately ordered all ninjas to advance into the sand-hidden crowd. This mixing led to large-scale attacks hitting their own people, especially since the third Kazekage's iron sand was very distinguishable. The sand ninjas shouted loudly for their Kazekage to stop attacking. The third Kazekage was truly furious, not daring to continue the attack. If this continued, their own people would die before the enemy. Damn it, fall back if we can't hold the position. Retreat directly to the Yugu Mountain to rendezvous with Luo Sha. Yes, just as a member of the Umbu left, another ninja rushed in quickly. Kazekage-sama, it's bad. We've received news from the Shisa Mountain that Tsunade is personally blocking them and has issued orders. Sarutobi Hiruzen told them to hold for 15 minutes to win. Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Kazekage was furious. Just as he cursed, another Umbu ninja hurried in. Kazekage-sama, it's bad. The Yugu Mountain camp has been attacked, and they are all strong opponents. They've only burned the supplies, and the entire camp is in chaos. Lord Luo Sha is leading the team to kill the Jonin, and currently, only over 300 ninjas have come to support. The third Kazekage's face turned pale. Without over 800 reinforcements, it was impossible to turn the tide. 300 people could only maintain the downward trend, and this 15 minutes left the third Kazekage puzzled. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen was fierce, he would die in 15 minutes if he ambushed him. He ordered the 300 people to support with all their might, while loudly shouting that reinforcements had arrived and to begin the counterattack. Yes, the ninja quickly left to relay the order. When the news of the Sand Ninja reinforcements reached the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen also received an urgent message from a member of the Umbu about the situation with Minato Namikaze. Luo Sha is dead, but there are strong time-space ninjutsu users, with an instant, no-seal ninjutsu that can adjust the power. Kakashi Hatake has been captured, and Minato Namikaze is heavily injured and fled. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression instantly darkened. Kakashi Hatake had been captured, Minato was injured, and there was a mysterious time-space ninja. Reluctantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up and saw the third Kazekage not far away while glancing at the time. With less than 2 minutes left until the 15 minutes were up, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes turned exceptionally fierce. Use all our resources and give it everything you've got in 1 minute. All ninjas, use up the last kunai, the last explosive tag. After that, retreat to the city. Yes, the Umbu took their orders and left. The Leaf Ninja's offensive suddenly became fierce again, especially with the of kunai and explosive tags. Such a wealthy combat method left the impoverished Sand Ninjas unable to withstand it. What's happening? The third Kazekage questioned. At this moment, a ninja once again knelt before the third Kazekage, panicking and shouting, Kazekage-sama, it's bad. Leaf Ninja Kakashi Hatake and Minato Namikaze transformed into ordinary Leaf Ninjas and launched a surprise attack. The Jonin Luo Sha was caught off guard and killed. The third Kazekage felt as if he had collapsed. Before he could grieve or react in any other way, another ninja rushed in quickly, kneeling on one knee. Kazekage-sama. The invading Leaf Ninjas at the Yugu Mountain camp were all killed by Lord Don Chuanjini, and they also captured Leaf Jonin Kakashi Hatake and severely injured Jonin Minato Namikaze, who is leading all Yugu camp ninjas to come and support. Kakashi Hatake had been captured, the one who could silence children in the sand-hidden village. The one whose mere presence could make missions abandonable had been captured just like that. Surprised and delighted, the already internally injured third Kazekage could no longer hold back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Kazekage-sama. Kazekage-sama, are you all right? A group of ninjas gathered around, concerned for the third Kazekage's condition. Then, as if triggering a chain reaction, the last wave of attacks from the Leaf Ninjas, which was already hard to withstand, became even more overwhelming. With the Kazekage down, the already low morale finally collapsed completely. Countless Sand Ninjas retreated desperately. Sarutobi Hiruzen, being a seasoned leader, had a keen political and wartime instinct. The Sand Ninja's retreat alerted him that this was a true rout, not a ploy to draw the enemy in. Chapter 43. Defeating the Leaf Army, Pursuing Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately called a few Umbun ninjas, whispering something in their ears. Soon, the battlefield echoed with the shouts of Leaf ninjas. The Kazekage is dead. The Sand Ninjas are defeated. The Kazekage is dead. The Sand Ninjas are defeated. This shout caused the already fleeing Sand Ninjas to become even more chaotic, prompting those who had not yet fled to scramble for their lives. After the third Kazekage spat out a mouthful of blood, he felt weak and drained. Hearing this news, and seeing the Sand Ninja army in retreat, he was instantly enraged and spat out another mouthful of blood, forcing himself to issue the final command, retreat. All of you fall back. The moment the third Kazekage issued the order, a bright yet resonant youthful voice echoed across the entire battlefield. Kakashi Ataki was slain by me during the raid. 1,000 reinforcements from the Yugu Valley camp have arrived. Everyone, follow me to counterattack the Leaf. The speaker was, of course, Dong Chuanjini. The voice, filled with immense chakra, completely drowned out the shouts of the Leaf ninjas. The ninjas following Dong Chuanjini also began to shout loudly. Moreover, this was not just shouting. The Sand Ninjas could see countless reinforcements arriving. Suddenly, in the middle of the battlefield, a massive structure appeared. A 15-meter high defense tower emerged, with a round defensive disc that fired a white energy ball, striking a Leaf Ninja dead on the spot. Such a large defense tower truly startled the Leaf Ninjas. Counterattack! Avenge! Shouted Maki loudly alongside the many Sand Ninjas. Counterattack! Avenge! The surviving Sand Ninjas on the front lines, seeing reinforcements arrive and hearing the news of Kakashi Hitaki's death, felt a surge of morale. Above the defense tower, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. With a wave of the figure's hand, over 100 sand soldiers appeared in the air. At the figure's gesture, countless sand soldiers charged toward the rear of the Leaf Ninjas. Boom! The first explosion sounded, triggering a chain reaction like a row of dominoes. The second, third, and countless explosions followed. The sky filled with yellow sand, shaking the entire mountain, while the joy of the Leaf Ninjas turned to terror, stabilizing the entire Sand Ninja force. The yellow sand billowed, seemingly trying to cover up the brutal explosions. Aside from some Leaf Ninjas caught in the chaotic battle, the ones who did not follow were basically blown to pieces on the spot. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were filled with rage. He wasn't in the rear, but he watched the massive explosion happen, nearly leaving no survivors. He knew this war was lost. In comparison to the gains made, his defeat was quite thorough. All ninjas scattered and fled for their lives. Sarutobi Hiruzen issued a final command, leading 4 Umbu bodyguard ninjas to flee without a second thought. The Leaf Ninjas, upon hearing this news, also wanted to escape the battlefield quickly. But Dong Chuanjini would not give them that opportunity. Everyone, listen to my orders. Use all your strength to kill the Leaf Ninjas. Leave no survivors. Maki and the others shouted in unison. Pursue with all your might. Leave no survivors. The battlefield instantly reversed. Just as the Leaf Ninjas were about to beat the Sand Ninjas into a corner, now the Sand Ninjas were chasing the Leaf Ninjas, beating them like a corner dog. Such is the marvel of the world. Dong Chuanjini did not pursue Sarutobi Hiruzen. It wasn't that he couldn't kill him, but rather he was focused on Hiruzen's indecisive and accommodating spirit. This battle lasted only a little over 10 minutes. Yet it was a miracle that 200 to 300 people survived at the sand-hidden Isai Mountain Camp. It would be considered fortunate if half of the rescuers at the West Side Mountain Camp survived, with the death toll definitely exceeding 1,000. The cost had already reached 1/5. Any further losses were not what Dong Chuanjini wanted to see. He wanted a sand village that wasn't in ruins. The war could not continue. The Sand Ninjas needed peace, and Konoha desired peace, with Sarutobi Hiruzen being just right for that. If it were Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, or others, Dong Chuanjini would definitely aim to eliminate them completely, as leaving such individuals behind would only bring disaster. Teacheris Shinichi shouted again. Maki, take 200 people and follow me to drive back Tsunade. The others continue to hunt down the Leaf Ninjas. Yes, the third team and the fourth team. Come with me, Maki responded loudly. As for the situation of the third Kazekage, Teacheris Shinichi said it didn't matter. It would be better if he died. If he died, he would immediately be able to don a yellow robe of Desai Mountain. He believed that Maki would handle it beautifully. Dong Chuanjini and his team rushed to the battlefield 1 kilometer away. Lady Tsunade, it's bad. There are frequent explosions coming from the east side of the mountain. And I heard the Sandninja shouting that Kakashi was killed. Reinforcements have arrived. AJ quickly came to report the latest news to Tsunade. I understand. Teams 3 and 5 will cover the retreat, while the others return to the camp with all their strength. Tsunade's expression did not change at all due to the war's failure. In fact, she was unusually calm. Calmly, she thought about how to defend the camp upon their return. Yes, the J-Nin quickly relayed the information. Teams 3 and 5 will cover the retreat, while the others return to the camp with all their strength. If Konoha Ninja could obtain this information, how could the Sand Ninja not be aware of the ongoing battle? Chiyo immediately shouted loudly, Kakashi has died. The Hokage has been defeated. Konoha has fallen. Our reinforcements have arrived. Charge in and tie them up. We will avenge our fallen brothers. Konoha has fallen. Charge. Many Sand Ninja shouted as they charged towards the Konoha Ninja team. Maki, surround the retreating Konoha Ninja. I will go meet Tsunade. Yes, Lord Jinny. Brothers, follow me. We can't let any of these Konoha dogs escape. Yes. Many Sand Ninja gathered their strength to kill their enemies. These were all achievements in battle. Maki led his team away. Don Chuan Jinny quickly summoned sand soldiers to approach the fleeing group of dozens of people. Now, with the help of the food pill and his rapidly recovering perfect Jinchuriki physique, Don Chuan Jinny had restored more than half of his chakra, enough to capture Tsunade, especially since she was unable to fight at the moment. A leaf ninja, rushing by, was killed with a scream. Then came 2, 3, 4. Lady Tsunade, that sand ninja is chasing us. The Jonin quickly caught up to Tsunade and shouted. Tsunade felt an unusual urgency in her heart, but her face remained very calm. She had just glanced back and saw that the man possessed a peculiar space-time ninjutsu. No one could outrun space-time ninjutsu. As Tsunade looked back, Don Chuan Jinny happened to meet her gaze, and the surprise and greed in his eyes made Tsunade realize that he was coming for her. Chapter 44, Butter Tsunade, no. Capture Tsunade. Tsunade felt an unusual urgency in her heart, and immediately handed over the unconscious Shizun to the ninja. The ninja instinctively caught Shizun, puzzled when Tsunade spoke. Take her back to the camp. The others can scatter and return to the camp. I will hold them off. The ninja's face showed delight. Why did he come and ask? It was precisely because he wanted Tsunade to be the rear guard in the ninja world. It is traditional for strong fighters to deal with strong enemies, and all ninjas knew Tsunade's strength. Even if Tsunade couldn't win, escaping wouldn't be a problem. If it were them as the rear guard, they would surely suffer heavy casualties. After giving her orders, Tsunade immediately turned and headed towards a mountain peak. Don Chuan Jinny no longer cared about others and immediately chased after Tsunade's position. In just a few breaths, Don Chuan Jinny used the body flicker technique to catch up to Tsunade. With a breath, 2 shurikens flew towards Tsunade to attack. Tsunade quickly dodged and stood firm in the distance. Comparing speed with a ninja who mastered space-time ninjutsu was impossible. Since escape was not an option, it was time to fight. When Don Chuan Jinny saw Tsunade not fleeing, but instead taking a fighting stance, he stood opposite her with a smile at the corners of his mouth. Konoha Princess, Lady Tsunade, I'm truly very happy to see you. Tsunade also got a good look at the person in front of her. Although he was tall and handsome, exuding an air of authority, his slightly youthful face revealed that he was very young. Who are you, brat? When did Sunagakure get such a powerful ninja skilled in space-time ninjutsu? Don Chuan Jinny is not in a hurry to capture anyone. Tsunade is very useful, and he will need to interact with her in various ways in the future. He immediately transforms into an alien that answers questions without being asked, just like Ultraman. Hee, Lady Tsunade, you have been so engrossed in your world travels and gambling that you naturally don't know about me, a newcomer. However, since you asked, let me introduce myself. My name is Don Chuan Jinny, and I just graduated from ninja school this year, but I'm already 14 years old. As for this space ninjutsu, it is a secret technique that I developed due to a fortunate encounter. After speaking, 6 identical copies of Don Chuan Jinny appeared around Tsunade, about 10 meters away. Tsunade instantly formed hand seals, and 4 shadow clones appeared, taking up an attacking stance. Don Chuan Jinny looked at Tsunade, who was anxious and ready to attack, and smiled while spreading his hands. As you can see, I can summon sand soldiers within a certain range, and I can switch my position with just a thought, without needing any hand signs. How do you find this ninjutsu, Lady Tsunade? Tsunade's expression became more serious. To reveal such information about her ninjutsu so easily was either foolishness or had some ulterior motive. Tsunade didn't believe that someone capable of defeating Kakashi Hatake and repelling Minato Namikaze could be a fool. Although she hadn't heard any news about Minato, she knew he was definitely not dead. Otherwise, this person would have made it public. Is it a space-time ninjutsu for short-distance teleportation? Tsunade's mind raced as she thought about how to escape. Lady Tsunade, why aren't you speaking? It's not good for me to be the only one talking. Are you stunned by my charm? But that's not allowed. You must adhere to the ninja code and not be shy. Don Chuanjini's somewhat teasing voice reached Tsunade's ears. Tsunade instantly understood that this person would not kill her and instead wanted to capture her to exchange for greater benefits with Konoha, or to use her to convey something to Konoha. With her life assured, her expression relaxed, and she looked at Don Chuanjini with a smile, playfully teasing the big boy in front of her. Is it not possible now? Can that little brother return to Konoha with his sister? I promise that a few years later, I will tease you, but I won't do it now. Don Chuanjini was slightly taken aback. Wow, what's going on with Tsunade? It's like she's flipped a switch and become all over the place. Could it be the script? Regardless of whether it's that or not, Tsunade must be brought to Sunagakure. Whether to make her give birth to 8 kids or to extort money from Konoha, they need her in Sunagakure. Hihi, then sister, why don't you come with me to Sunagakure? Just in time, our medical department's ninjas really need you to guide them, and I promise to pay you a sufficient salary. Tsunade's smile faded, and chakra began to gather in her fist. This was Tsunade's famous super strength punch. Don Chuanjini also retracted his smile and looked at Tsunade. What a capricious woman. That sister doesn't want to resolve things peacefully, but intends to fight. Tsunade instantly stomped on the ground, raising her chakra-wrapped fist and swinging it towards Don Chuanjini, so fast that it created an afterimage. Hee kid, today I'm going to teach you a good lesson and let you know what it means to respect your seniors. Facing Tsunade's incoming punch, Don Chuanjini was utterly unconcerned. As he said, as long as his resolve stirred, he would perform a body flicker. Tsunade's fist smashed the head of a sand soldier, scattering countless grains of sand in the air. All the sand soldiers disappeared, and 6 identical Don Chuanjini surrounded Tsunade once again. Tsunade looked around at the indistinguishable chakra signatures of Don Chuanjini and couldn't tell them apart. At that moment, the 6 Don Chuanjini spoke simultaneously. Tsunadeheim, let's go for a trip. Don't dream, kid. You shouldn't underestimate me. After Tsunade shouted, she attacked again, this time with even greater speed. Each punch created a sonic boom, making Don Chuanjini's heart race. Once he caught her, he had to seal her chakra, and that seal on her head was also a big problem. Decades of storage had even been broken by Uchiha Madara's complete body Susanoo, which he couldn't withstand with his small frame. However, with the body flicker and sand soldier summoning skills, he found that he could do nothing against Tsunade, who only knew how to perform single-target attacks. A few minutes later, the entire mountainous area was left pockmarked by Tsunade's punches and kicks, not a single good spot left. Tsunade had thrown at least over 200 punches and kicked more than 30 times, yet her stamina was still very good, only slightly out of breath, and the ferocity made one want to help. Don Chuanjini was still not in a hurry. A powerhouse like Tsunade should ideally fight for a while and make the entire battle scene a bit larger so that people would understand the difficulty of the fight, allowing Tsunade to sell at a good price. You little brat, you've completely angered me. Today I'm going to let you know why I am called the strongest attacker among the Sannin. After Tsunade finished speaking, she quickly began to form hand seals. At this moment, Don Chuanjini would not continue to wait. The battle scene could already come to an end. As for the Een sealing, that should be left to Uchiha Madara. This ninja world does not adhere to science. One should not capsize in the sewer. Just as Tsunade was forming her seals, Don Chuanjini took out a kunai and suddenly slashed it across his palm, blood dripping steadily onto the ground. Tsunade's hands, which were forming seals, instantly stopped, and her expression changed dramatically. Chapter 45. Tsunade's successful capture, Chiyo's acknowledgement. Tsunade's eyes widened as she watched the blood fall, her face filled with fear, and her hands stopped forming seals due to her body's weakness. Don Chuanjini's smile is still so kind and sunny. Lady Tsunade, my information is still more accurate. Sweat beads appeared on Tsunade's face, and she let out a terrified scream before collapsing to the ground. Don Chuanjini once again summoned the sand soldiers and switched positions to appear behind Tsunade. Tsunade wanted to resist, but her hemophobia kicked in, and she couldn't react at all. She tried to turn around, but what awaited her was a sharp pain in her neck. Tsunade felt her vision darken and instantly fainted. Don Chuanjini held Tsunade's fainted, soft body in his arms. Perhaps it was the perfume or cosmetics that had permeated her, as she still smelled fragrant despite the intense physical activity. With a slight exertion of strength, Tsunade was hoisted onto Dongchuan-jini's shoulder. Tsunade appeared very voluptuous, but in reality, she wasn't that heavy, weighing at most around 110 jin, approximately 55 kilograms. Looking at Tsunade with her hair spread out, her hands naturally hanging down, and her head lowered in unconsciousness, Dongchuan-jini reached out to check if there was any issue. After a few attempts, he finally confirmed that this was just a miracle of human growth. With this, even 10 or 8 children could be fed. Dongchuan-jini sighed and thought of Yi Tsang, who was also someone who could easily support 3 to 5 people. However, it was a pity that the sand soldiers could not teleport others. They could only carry Tsunade while traveling. A few minutes later, Dongchuan-jini returned to the battlefield. The fighting on the battlefield had already ended. The Konoha ninjas either fled for their lives or were killed. The scattered ninjas were very skilled at escaping. Maki did not pursue. Those who could be killed in these 10 minutes were already dead, and the ones who escaped had specialized ninja teams chasing after them. He couldn't chase after them himself. Maki only wanted to wait for Dongchuan-jini to return so he could take credit. This battle made him realize that this young man was the strongest in Sunagakure. After returning, capturing the Konoha ninja Shikamaru, rescuing the Kazekage, saving Chiyo, and winning this war would be enough for him to become the next Kazekage. As for the current Kazekage, after the war ended, he would have to step down, whether he wanted to or not. This Lord Jini was not someone to be trifled with. While Maki was deep in thought, he saw a figure rushing over quickly. The other ninjas were just about to take a combat stance when Maki loudly stopped them. It was Lord Jini. It seemed that there was a person on his shoulder. After saying this, Dongchuan-jini came closer, and Maki could see clearly who he was carrying. The outfit, the golden hair, there was no mistaking it. It was Tsunade, who had also been captured. I knew it. This time I bet right. Oh, my dear Kazekage, you have finally come to your loyal follower's side. Maki's heart raced, and his voice was a bit hoarse from excitement. Lord Jini has captured the Konoha princess Tsunade and returned. Quickly, come welcome Lord Jini. Maki's words caught the attention of the ninjas who were cleaning up the battlefield, and they all looked towards the rushing figure. Chiyo looked at the speeding Dongchuan-jini with a sense of relief. Such a young powerhouse. Sunagakure truly has a promising future. Dongchuan-jini carried Tsunade to the ground, and Maki and others quickly knelt on one knee to salute. We pay our respects to Lord Jini, everyone shouted in unison. Dongchuan-jini's voice was filled with warmth and firmness. All right, you've worked hard. For Sunagakure, it's not hard at all, Maki quickly denied. Dongchuan-jini didn't say much about this matter and spoke to Maki. Call the sealing team and have them seal all the chakra from Tsunade. She's a big fish. Whether we can end the war depends on her. Understood. Maki quickly sent someone to find the sealing team. Higashikawa Shinichi is still carrying Tsunade. It's not that he can't bear the softness sticking to him, but rather that he doesn't know when Tsunade will wake up. It's not good to let her go with people watching in an unsuitable place. Chiyo has also rushed over with her people and, seeing Higashikawa Shinichi, smiled and said, "You've really worked hard. It's truly a blessing for Sunagakure to have you." Dongchuan-jini has no ill feelings or particular fondness for Chiyo, just like any ordinary ninja he has met. However, since Chiyo is giving him such respect, he also shows her a considerable amount of respect in return. I am flattered. I just graduated from a ninja academy and my temperament is still not settled, so I can be impulsive. Having Elder Chiyo, who is so steady and composed, is truly a blessing for our Sunagakure. I just wonder how the battlefield is faring now. Chiyo's thoughts are similar to those of Maki. After the third Kazekage returns, he will undoubtedly have to take responsibility for this war. The person in front of her can basically be confirmed as the next Kazekage, with the next Kazekage being so polite and intending to let her continue in her position as an elder. Especially knowing that Dongchuan-jini has captured the main enemy of Sunagakure, Hatake Tsukumo, who killed her son, she becomes even more convinced. The Konoha ninjas have already fled, and the pursuit team has caught up. Right now, this old woman is organizing personnel to rescue the wounded and clean up the battlefield. Dongchuan-jini was also very satisfied that someone could take the initiative to work and relieve his worries. Well, thank you, Elder Chiyo. Now that the danger here has been lifted, I will head to the Dongsum mountain camp. Once again, I appreciate Elder Chiyo for keeping an eye on Tsunade for the time being. When the sealing team arrives, have them seal Tsunade's limbs and chakra, as well as the seal on her forehead. As long as it doesn't harm her life, we should apply several more sealing techniques. No matter what Tsunade says, be sure not to believe her, but also do not mistreat her. We must treat her as an honored guest. We need her to end this meaningless war. Dong Chuanjun spoke while placing Tsunade on the ground. Granny Chiyo's kind smile turned serious, even if she wasn't an elder and didn't know Dong Chuanjun's intentions. She understood the importance of the lengthy list of flattering titles in front of her. Any one of them could easily overwhelm the woman before her. There were so many things she could do. The war could end, and perhaps they could extort a hefty sum from Konoha. Don't worry. I will personally guard Tsunade 24 hours a day. Unless someone kills me first, nothing will happen to her. Dong Chuanjun nodded to Qiandai, indicating gratitude for the elder's hard work. He then looked at Maki beside him and said, "Bring 10 people and come back to the Dongsum Mountain camp with me." "Understood, sir." Dong Chuanjun left with several people. Chiyo watched the figures of the departing crowd and then looked at the unconscious Tsunade on the ground, a relaxed smile appearing on her lips. In this bloody battlefield, such a smile was quite inappropriate. However, Chiyo couldn't help it. Compared to Raza, who was known as the next generation of the third Kazekage, she preferred the young man Dong Chuanjun in front of her. The third Kazekage could not bring peace to Sunagakure. So how could the third generation? Sunagakure was finally about to welcome a new era of peace. Chapter 46. Inspecting the camp, pressuring the third Kazekage. Dong Chuanjun brought people to the Dongsum Mountain camp. Most of the camp had been shattered by the Konoha ninjutsu class. The Konoha ninjutsu class was truly a terrifying war machine, consisting of more than 500 members, proficient in composite ninjutsu, and typically engaged in saturated warfare, excelling in siege and assault tactics. During the Second Ninja War, Konoha relied on the ninjutsu class and a large number of strong individuals to push back 4 ninja villages in a wheel battle format. It is unknown how many members of the ninjutsu class have come this time, or how many have been lost in this battle. Hopefully, there will be more losses. This simultaneous attack from the 4 countries is the best opportunity. If they strike hard, it could definitely create a chance for Konoha to be unable to recover for over a decade. This time has also been an excellent opportunity for him to complete the unification of Sunagakure and become truly powerful. It's a pity that Minato Namikaze ran away. Otherwise, Obito would have gone to Konoha. Well, if he couldn't run, Naruto would be gone, and the Knight of the Nine Tails would be lost as well. The injured and the ninjas cleaning up the battlefield all bowed in respect upon seeing Dong Chuanjun and Maki arrive, especially the young man in front of them, who saved them, allowing them to survive and win this battle. Higashikawa Shinichi nodded to everyone, indicating his presence. As he walked into the relatively intact camp, he saw injured soldiers everywhere. The severity of the battle here was far greater than that at Mount Sis. Maki suddenly stopped a ninja, and Shinichi looked at him with curiosity. "Lord Shinichi, this is the head of the medical team, Kaido Seiji." "Seiji, this is Lord Shinichi, who saved our camp." Kaido Seiji hurriedly bowed in greeting. "Thank you, Lord Shinichi." Tuquan Shinichi waved his hand lightly, revealing a warm and kind smile that he didn't know how many times he had shown today. No need to be polite. "How are the casualties now? Are the injured all settled?" After hearing this, Kei Tenchi's expression also darkened, and he sighed softly. "Our village has suffered tremendous losses this time. There are only 157 ninjas from the Desai camp who can still stand, and 241 are severely injured and can no longer be ninjas." Dongchuan Shinichi was also somewhat silent. Of the 1,000-strong ninja team, only 157 were still able to fight. The battle, lasting over 10 minutes, had nearly wiped out 1/6 of the Sand Ninja strength. There should be bodies to find. They must be sent back, and the families need to be accounted for. Not only should compensation be made in terms of money and goods, but if there are children, they should receive the best education. I will personally be their teacher. All of this needs to be communicated to them. We have already won this war, and it is time for everyone to go back and recuperate. Facing this overstepping behavior, Kaido Seiji was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but look at Maki, who nodded with a smile. Kaido Seiji was also clever and immediately stopped speaking, bowing respectfully. "Understood, Lord Shinichi. I will take care of the statistics." Dong Chuanjun reminded him again to take good care of his treatment and not to be stingy with medication. Wei Dangtian nodded repeatedly. After Dong Chuanjun and Maki left, they headed towards the largest tent, where the 3rd generation of Wind Shadows was located, and also the big boss that Dong Chuanjun had to face. Dong Chuanjun walked with great determination. "I hope the 3rd generation of Kazekage has some understanding in his heart, so it can be somewhat dignified. If it can't be dignified, then Dong Chuanjun will make it dignified for him." Maki closely followed behind Dong Chuanjun, with an exceptionally resolute expression. "Today, this position of Kazekage must be fought for by Lord Jini. Stop. Who are you? Two ninjas blocked Don Schwanjini, while Maki and the others were known to them. Don Schwanjini glanced at the two guarding ninjas without saying a word. Maki immediately shouted at the two, "How dare you? This is Lord Don Schwanjini, who has captured Konoha's Tsukumo Hatake and has also captured the Konoha princess, Tsunade Haim, at the battlefield of Zaisa Mountain. Now, Lord Jini is going to report to Lord Kazekage. Do you want to stop him?" Maki's threatening words made the two guarding ninjas feel a bit nervous and troubled. They didn't have the capability to stop such a powerful ninja from their own village. But if they let him pass, they felt even more apprehensive. Although they weren't die-hard loyalists of Shadow Guard, the person inside was still the Kazekage. Just as the two were in a dilemma, a weary voice came from inside the tent. "All right, let them in." It was Lord Kazekage. The two ninjas let out a huge sigh of relief. Don Schwanjini's gaze shifted slightly as he took the lead, striding towards the tent, with Maki dutifully holding open the door flap. However, this time Maki did not follow him inside. The tent was more luxurious than a standard one, but still had its limits and opulence. Perhaps the most notable feature was the large topographical map behind the third wind shadow. The third wind shadow was already kneeling at a low table, exuding an air of solemn authority that was overwhelming. It seemed that the third wind shadow was not interested in a dignified exit. Don Schwanjini slightly bowed to show respect for the position of Kazekage. After all, he also aspired to be Kazekage. However, in the eyes of the third Kazekage, this was a provocation. A mere newly graduated student dared to challenge his authority. Yet he held back, as he had some doubts about Namikaze Minato's abilities. But he was well aware of the strength of both Nara Shikamaru and Tsunade. In the end, he was captured by the person in front of him. The intelligence regarding him had been laid out before him ever since Sarutobi Hiruzen had fled in disgrace. He specialized in a peculiar space-time ninjutsu and had a powerful, controllable ninjutsu without hand signs, both of which were very troublesome abilities. "There's a seat over there, please take a seat." The third Kazekage finally swallowed his anger and pointed to a low table on his left as he spoke. Don Schwanjini didn't pay attention to the change in the expression of the third Kazekage. Today he was determined to secure the position of the next Kazekage. As long as he quickly became the Kazekage, his influence would grow, allowing him to transform Sunagakure and the Land of Wind, and later the Land of Rivers. His strength would continue to increase. After Don Schwanjini sat down, Sandai Kazekage was the first to speak. "Don Schwanjini, if I remember correctly, you are a disciple of Yakura. I didn't expect that just a few months after graduating from the ninja school, your strength has become so formidable." Don Schwanjini listened to the words of the third Kazekage with a hint of meaning, his expression very calm. Indeed, perhaps it was the favor of the Sage of Six Paths. In the past few months, several opportunities allowed me to develop some ninjutsu, and to my surprise, the results were quite good. Unfortunately, I currently lack inspiration. If I had that kind of inspiration, perhaps I could improve the magnet release technique. His light-hearted words completely broke the third Kazekage's defenses, as if he'd been slapped several times on the face and then stomped on the ground. He slammed his hand on the low table, causing a crack to form in it. Don Schwanjini's gaze instantly became sharp and aggressive as he looked at the third Kazekage. The third Kazekage, noticing the aggressive look in his eyes, became a bit more alert. It seemed this person truly did not fear him and posed a significant threat. The third Kazekage kept his hand on the table, not lifting it, and chuckled lightly. "Indeed, with your abilities, you might even be able to learn the so-called hardest dust release." Chapter 47. Forcing the third Kazekage to step down. Part 1. At this moment, the third Kazekage mentioned Iwagakure and also brought up dust release, clearly intending to redirect his target towards Yama or to make him deal with Iwagakure. Don Schwanjini's coldness in his eyes faded away as he said lightly, "Dust release, indeed a good ninjutsu, but it's a pity I don't have fire attribute chakra to master it. I'm more interested in magnet release. After all, I have both wind and earth attributes. Perhaps if Lord Kazekage grants me magnet release, inspiration will come to me once again." The third Kazekage's rare appreciation for Don Schwanjini vanished, replaced by disdain. "You're so young. Can't you wait a few more years? When I get older, I will naturally pass the position to you. The war has been won. Sunagakure is victorious. And now it's time to enjoy the fruits of victory. If handled well, he could leave a perfect reputation in the village, and his prestige would rise even further." After over a decade of holding power, the third Kazekage did not want to lose it. He knew that once he abdicated, with this person's strong personality, he would have no power left and would merely be treated as a tool. However, if he didn't abdicate, the remaining ninjas in the camp, under the promotion of someone named Maki, had already learned of Dong Chuanjini's achievements and felt grateful for his life-saving help. His own prestige might work. But ninjas revere the strong. Why would they follow a defeated leader like him when there's a strong one who can lead them to victory? Especially since this person had such heavy prestige and was quite aggressive, it was almost certain that after the war ended, everyone would pressure him to step down, which was unacceptable. The third Kazekage decided to soften his stance, hoping to deceive him into continuing the war. After all, he was a young man. Senukun, now is not a good time to learn magnet release. We need to counterattack Konoha. Right now, Sarutobi Hiruzen is like a wounded dog, and with our combined strength, we can easily capture him. If the Hokage is captured, Konoha will definitely fall into chaos, and we can demand a large sum in war reparations to develop our Sunigakure. You will be our hero. The third Kazekage looked at Dong Chuanjini with excitement and anticipation, secretly hoping he would agree. As long as he agreed, the war would continue, and his position as Kazekage would be preserved. If Konoha sent all its strong ninjas to hunt down Dong Chuanjini, he would surely die. If he were Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would absolutely do that. A young and powerful Kazekage was too difficult to handle and must be eliminated. Unfortunately, the third Kazekage miscalculated. Dong Chuanjini was determined to take the magnet release from him and force him to step down. Slap! The third Kazekage's expression was once again stunned. This person had just slammed the table at him. Dong Chuanjini slammed the table, his voice infused with chakra, loud enough for those outside the tent to hear. Kazekage, the war is over. Please do not continue fighting. We in Sunigakure have suffered over half of our 3,000 people dead or injured. We cannot endure another battle. We have Tsunade in hand to ensure Konoha acknowledges defeat, and our remaining brothers can return home safely. Their children, wives, and parents are waiting for them to come back. Kazekage, please retract the order for more war. With that, Dong Chuanjini lowered his head, making a plea. As soon as he finished speaking, the third Kazekage was still in a daze when Maki and a few others rushed in, disregarding the guard's obstruction. Upon seeing the third Kazekage, they immediately bowed and shouted, "Please, Kazekage, retract the order for war." The people brought by Maki were also talented. The few behind him shouted loudly with chakra-infused voices, "Please, Kazekage, retract the order for war." The third Kazekage's eyes widened in rage. How could they say such things? Wasn't this asking for his life? He wanted to stop them. But 6 Sand Shinobi appeared beside him in an instant, with 6 kunai already pressed against his neck. One of the Sand Shinobi leaned close to the third Kazekage's ear and whispered, "Kazekage, times have changed. Sunigakure needs a new leader. We need to usher in a new era. If you do not wish to abdicate gracefully, then I will ensure you do so disgracefully. How about a serious injury leading to your death? Of course, you could bet that others won't discover the truth of your death for a while, but by then, you would already be dead." The third Kazekage's face turned ashen, and he didn't dare move. The space-time ninjutsu that could be activated in an instant without any chakra fluctuation, and the thought of someone daring to assassinate him made him freeze. Maki, as if he didn't see this scene, continued shouting. The others were also terrified, simply closing their eyes and shouting slogans. After one round of shouting was not enough, they shouted repeatedly, their voices growing louder as if trying to expel all their fear, shouting even when their throats became hoarse. Such loud sounds spread throughout the camp, and most of the ninjas inside heard it clearly. In an instant, the camp erupted, especially the injured. Just moments ago, they had received the news as a morale booster, but now hearing that the Kazekage wanted to fight again, they were in an uproar. Lightly injured soldiers were heading toward the third Kazekage to plead, while the severely injured needed help from the lightly injured to get there. Kaiden Shirji's pupils contracted slightly. Was he helping that ambitious young man? He clenched his fists and, after a moment of thought, issued orders to his medical ninjas. "We can't let the injured leave like this. It's too dangerous. Follow them." The medical ninjas silently followed. No one wanted war, even the cold-blooded ninjas. Not long after, the guarding ninjas felt their scalp tingle as they watched the arriving ninjas. Hearing the commotion outside, Dong Chuanjini quickly returned to his seat. When Maki saw Dong Chuanjini back in position, he immediately closed his mouth, and the others, hearing Maki's silence, also stopped shouting and quietly knelt down. The third Kazekage's temples throbbed, his face flushed with a mix of shame and anger. This person was truly despicable. He needed to come up with a strategy to avoid this situation. Kaiden Shirji was also clever. Since he had inadvertently taken a side, he decided to fully stand with it. The third Kazekage was not strong enough, so it was fine not to follow him. The fourth Kazekage was strong enough to be assertive. As soon as the noise died down, without waiting for anyone inside to speak, he rushed forward, lifted the tent flap, and the two guards could not stop him as he quickly retreated to join the other injured, acting as if nothing had happened. The third Kazekage, Dongchuanjini, and Maki were all exposed to everyone's sight. The third Kazekage saw the injured outside the tent looking at him with eyes full of desire, pleading, and hatred. Many of them were injured because of him. It's over, completely over. The third Kazekage, once straightened back, now slumped down. Chapter 48. Forcing the third Kazekage to abdicate. Part 2. The third Kazekage's back, once straight, now bent down, while Dongchuanjini's resolve hardened. The palace coup was this simple, especially since the third Kazekage had led Sunagakure into the ranks of the defeated, while the other was pulling Sunagakure out of defeat with a series of great victories. He had also brought Sunagakure into the ranks of the victors. The transition from hell to heaven was enough to make people instinctively want to stay in heaven. And at this moment, Dongchuanjini was the Lord of Heaven, with everyone wanting to follow him. As the third Kazekage saw more and more ninjas arriving, especially those who had initially followed him, their faces unable to hide their disappointment felt like daggers piercing his chest, instantly aging him by more than 10 years. The third Kazekage looked despondently at the many ninjas and hoarsely said, "The war is over. We in Sunagakure have won." Before the crowd could cheer, Dongchuanjini instantly stood up, blocking the third Kazekage, raising his right hand excitedly and shouting loudly, "Glorious is our great Sunagakure." Countless Sand Shinobi watching cheered loudly. "How magnificent!" Maki shouted loudly, "Glorious is our great Sunagakure." Others followed suit, and gradually, the surrounding ninjas began to shout in unison, their voices resonating throughout the camp. Especially the Sand Shinobi, looking at the young man before them, radiant like a rising sun, full of vigor yet strong, looked at him as if he were a god, their eyes filled with fervor and devotion. The third Kazekage clenched his fists tightly, his fingernails digging into his palms until they bled. He truly wanted to resist desperately. But the young man before him had already grasped the timing, location, and support. No one could stop him now. After the cheering, Dongchuanjini ignored the third Kazekage's orders and continued, "Relay my orders. Abandon the Dongsi mountain camp, and the entire army will retreat to the Yugu mountain camp. All deceased and injured must return to the village. At all costs, we will do our utmost to assist the injured. For the deceased and their families, we will provide compensation, ensuring that the families of our martyrs can live without worry. We must not let the heroes of our village bleed and weep." Many injured and the friends of the deceased shed tears of emotion. "We must not let the heroes of our village bleed and weep." What a simple yet profound statement. However, over the years, when ninjas died, there was compensation, but those who were crippled received only a small amount of money that would run out in a year or two. Then they waited for death, as they no longer had ninja income, and their families awaited death. Dongchuanjini immediately shouted loudly when he saw the injured soldiers' complex expressions. "The army will rest. A few days later, we will start negotiations between the victorious Sunagakure and the defeated Konohagakure. We need to recover enough money to support our families for our fallen brothers." Hooray! The enthusiasm of the Sand Shinobi was rekindled, and everyone was filled with a sense of mission. The eyes of the injured soldiers were also filled with emotion. Following this leader wholeheartedly, under the arrangements of Maki and others, the Sand Shinobi gradually dispersed, leaving only Dongchuanjini and the third Kazekage in the room. Dongchuanjini looked at the despondent third Kazekage and smiled. "Kazekage, when I return to Sunagakure with a great victory, you should know what to do. As long as you do it, I can give you the respect you deserve. You will still hold the status of an elder in the village, and wealth and honor will not be lacking for you. Of course, you won't have any power. I hope you can understand and don't make things difficult for me." Dongchuanjini did not pay attention to the third Kazekage's expression. After speaking, he turned and walked out of the tent, saying as he walked, "I hope you can honestly stay in the tent to recover and not go anywhere. Don't do anything that would affect Sunagakure's great victory. Otherwise, I will help you maintain your dignity, Lord Kazekage." After saying the last 4 words, Dongchuanjini paused for a moment before completely exiting the tent. The third Kazekage's expression changed unpredictably, but one could still see the struggle and ferocity on his face. In the end, however, he did nothing, as Dongchuanjini had left 2 sand soldiers inside the tent to watch him, and those 2 sand soldiers even transformed into the appearance of 2 ordinary ninjas. Dongchuanjini could never be completely at ease, and he understood very well that the act of killing to eliminate a family was essentially armed usurpation of power. If he failed, he would face death. If he did not eliminate the potential threat, would he not become like Zhu Qiyu, allowing the third generation to stage a coup as well? Wouldn't that be foolish? The reason he kept the third generation alive and continued to pose an unlimited threat to him was that he needed a political show, forcing the third generation to abdicate in favor of others, which would also provoke him and make him unwilling to accept defeat. After all, many of the major ninjas in the village had very good relationships with the third generation. If the third generation could unite these people, he could wipe them all out in one go. There could only be one voice in the entire Sunigakure, and that was Dong Xuanjini's. Dong Xuanjini actively participated in the retreat operation, coordinating and comforting the injured, establishing camps, and the two camps in the sand were methodically withdrawing to the Yogu Mountain camp. At this time, in the Konoha camp at Taishan City, Minato Namikaze lay pale on the bed, with medical ninjas treating him by his side. The bleeding had stopped, and flesh was beginning to regenerate, but the internal injuries could not be treated further. The medical ninja looked at Minato with some exhaustion and said, "Lord Minato, I can treat the external injuries, but your kidney has been severely damaged. My healing ninjutsu isn't strong enough to help you. I can only stabilize your condition until Lady Tsunade returns." Minato, feeling somewhat weak, looked at the medical ninja's remorseful expression and smiled gently. "It's okay. It's already much better. I feel like I don't have much of a problem. Let's wait for Lady Tsunade to return. You should go rest. The battle will end soon, and many injured still need your treatment. All right, I'll prepare a few more prescriptions that can promote your body's healing." The medical ninja nodded seriously before leaving the room. Once the medical ninja left, Minato's gentle smile faded, and he lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. The war with the Sand Shinobi was likely coming to an end. The best outcome would be a ceasefire and peace talks. But the more probable scenario was that the young Sand Ninja with space-time ninjutsu would join the battlefield. As a fellow user of space-time ninjutsu, Minato understood how invincible such a person could be on the battlefield. Now, with his severe injuries, he would be unable to participate in combat in the short term. The lack of high-end combat power would likely lead Konoha to retreat further, and other hidden villages would definitely launch attacks upon hearing the news. At that time, Konoha would have to concede to the Sand, reallocating manpower to deal with the other three countries. Conceding to the Sand was feasible because the Sand wasn't an extremely powerful ninja village, even with heavy war reparations. It would only be as strong as the Rock or Cloud villages. However, if they lost to the Cloud and Rock villages, it would bolster a village with comparable strength to their own. Chapter 49. Sarutobi Hisashi. Can't the Sand just wait to die peacefully? Minato's worries soon became reality, and it was even more brutal than he imagined. Sarutobi Hisashi returned with the remnants of his forces. In a new Konoha camp, Hisashi looked at the ninjas who had fled back with him. There seemed to be only 50 or 60, many of whom were injured. Over 1,000 had set out, but only 50 returned, and that was with the Sand not pursuing them. How could he accept this? But there was no choice. That massive area of effect explosion had crushed everyone's will to fight. The arrival of the Sand's reinforcements had sapped his desire to continue fighting. It was a matter of survival now. One person could not withstand the charge of 1,000 ninja troops. After feeling frustrated, Hisashi also worried about Tsunade because he had vaguely heard sounds of reinforcements heading to the West Saisen battlefield when he left. "I hope Tsunade is all right." Hisashi immediately addressed the 4 Umbu in front of him. "You 4, organize any uninjured personnel to assist Tsunade's team." "Yes." The 4 knelt on one knee and then left the camp with over 30 people. The medical ninjas quickly took the injured for treatment, leaving Hisashi alone in the large hall, not knowing what to think, and there wasn't even a cup of tea on the table. At some point, a cool breeze blew into the hall, bringing Hisashi back to his senses. It was an Umbu member who had arrived, kneeling in front of him. Hisashi immediately stood up, losing the calm demeanor of the Hokage, and excitedly asked, "What is the status? Has Tsunade returned? How many people came back?" The masked Umbu immediately reported, "Lady Tsunade has not returned." Jonin Mitsuki said that Lady Tsunade went to intercept the Sand space-time ninjutsu user. Currently, the number of returnees has been counted at 147. The rest were scattered and will return gradually over the next few days. Upon hearing this news, Hisashi immediately sat back down in his chair. "It's over, it's all over." Others might not know Tsunade's situation, believing that with her strength, even if she couldn't defeat the space-time ninjutsu user, she would still be able to retreat safely. But Hisashi knew very well how powerless Tsunade became when her fear of blood flared up. That sand brat could definitely inflict wounds on Tsunade, and once she bled, Tsunade would inevitably face defeat. Given Tsunade's status, she would definitely not die, but she would be captured, no matter how outrageous the conditions proposed by the sand were. She would have to agree, at most negotiating for fewer terms. Tsunade would completely lose her position as Hokage. Furthermore, with Shikaku being captured and a consecutive loss of 2 powerful ninjas, along with nearly 2,000 ninja casualties, it was enough to prove that Konoha had utterly lost the war against the sand, and it was a complete rout, losing both strength and reputation. Once the news broke, the other 4 hidden villages would undoubtedly launch simultaneous attacks on Konoha. The powerful deterrent of Konoha was gone. It was supposed to squeeze the sand, this soft persimmon, but how could they be counter-squeezed by the sand? Hisashi was filled with resentment towards Dongchuanjini. His plan was brilliantly designed, sacrificing over 1,000 ninja lives to kill the Sand Ninja's living forces while also taking down Rasha and the 3rd Kazekage. Without the 3rd and the next Kazekage, the Sand would inevitably face chaos and defeat. The war reparations would be enough to offset Konoha's military expenses for this expedition. And Konoha would also use the extended battlefront to serve as a warning to others. Why did such a little brat have to appear? Why'd it have to be like this? Why couldn't you Sand just wait to die quietly? Don't you realize that this will plunge all of Konoha into the quagmire of war? Yamato Hiruzen became increasingly angry as he thought about it, and he slammed his fist on the table, which made a loud crash and shattered, ending its mission as a table. The Shadow Guard stood by, not daring to speak. Had they known that reporting on the situation was so dangerous, they wouldn't have come. After Hiruzen calmed down a bit, he said, "All right, you can leave now. Go save as many people as you can." "Yes," the Shadow Guard replied and left. Hiruzen then began writing orders, the first task being to recruit soldiers, including freshly graduated ninjas, to fill the ranks for the battles in Iwa and Kyumo. The battle in Kyumo required Namikaze's Minato. Otherwise, the likes of Jukyu wouldn't be able to hold on. By the way, it seems Minato is injured. Hiruzen finally remembered Minato's injury and immediately called someone to take him to Minato's hospital room. When Minato saw Hiruzen approaching, he tried to get up, but the pain in his waist prevented him from exerting himself. "Hokage-sama," he said. Hiruzen quickly stepped forward to press Minato back down, speaking kindly. "You have injuries. It's better to lie down and rest. Your recovery is the priority." Minato felt deeply moved and then anxiously grasped Hiruzen's hand, asking excitedly, "Hokage-sama, how was the situation on the battlefield? Have any strong Sand Shinobi joined the fight? What are our losses? Were we able to retreat successfully?" These rapid-fire questions struck Hiruzen like a blow to the chest, making it hard for him to breathe. His expression turned sorrowful as he let out a long sigh. "Sigh. Although I don't want to admit it, we have indeed lost. The boy from Sunagakure, named Takushin Shinichi, shattered our ninjutsu squad with a massive explosion. We only managed to bring back a few dozen from the battle at Tozaisen." Before Hiruzen could mention the losses at Saiseisen camp, Minato's face turned red, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Hiruzen immediately stopped speaking, concerned. "Minato, are you okay?" Minato clutched his chest, which was rising and falling violently. His eyes filled with pain. "Over 1,000 ninjas just like that. It truly pains me." Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh at this, thinking what a good kid he was. Shortly after, a medical ninja arrived to treat Minato. "Minato, while you're recovering, don't get angry. Your injury will heal in half a month. If you get angry and affect your internal organs, it will take even longer," the medical ninja advised. The half-month recovery refers to 1 kidney, not both. That would require Tsunade's skills, which others currently lack. Upon hearing about the half-month recovery and the need to avoid anger, Hiruzen felt anxious because he still needed Minato to resist the Kyumo ninjas. He hurriedly reassured him, "All right, Minato, you must take care of your injuries. Only when you are healed will you have the qualification for revenge. I will send someone to take you back to the village. Once you're better, you could directly go to the Kyumo battlefield. I'll manage things here." Minato, feeling somewhat unwilling, said, "I want to stay. Last time he ambushed me. This time, I am prepared. My flying thunder god can definitely defeat him." Hiruzen's expression turned serious. "Minato, I need you to recover quickly and go to the Kyumo battlefield. I can handle things here." Chapter 50, Danzo. Yes, it's all my fault. Minato left the body of Rasha behind and was sent back to the village by Hiruzen. It wasn't suitable for Minato to stay there any longer. Whether continuing to fight or seeking peace, Minato would only be a burden or stain. It wasn't that Hiruzen was particularly kind and didn't want Minato to have a stain. It was that if everything was planned by himself, as the highest commander of this battlefield and the village's Hokage, he couldn't evade responsibility. It was better to do him a favor and let Minato return with achievements. As Hokage, he bravely took on the blame, which could also earn him a good reputation. After all, the more lice, the less itch, and the more debts, the less worry. Hiruzen felt a bit regretful, thinking it would have been better to let Danzo handle it. With his personality, he would definitely have done so, and the blame could be shifted to him. Danzo, yes, it's all my fault. Sigh. Hiruzen sighed, as this was his planned strategy. Under his leadership, they would defeat Tsunagakure and once again save the entire Konoha, elevating his prestige to new heights, with no one able to threaten his position. But things did not go as planned. The night passed just like that. Inside a tent, Takushin Shinichi stretched lazily, feeling refreshed. He had slept very well last night. This calming incense was indeed a good thing, and he would need to get more in the future. Seeing Takushin Shinichi walk out of the tent, Maki, who had been waiting nearby, immediately stepped forward to report. Lord Shinichi, all the severely injured ninjas were escorted away by the lightly injured ninjas in the morning, totaling 674 people. There are still 978 ninjas available for mobilization in the camp, including 89 Jonin, 623 Chunin, and 266 Jinin. Dongchuan nodded slightly. Well, not bad. With a scale of 1,000 people, we can approach Shinshu City and let that old man Sarutobi know that our sand-hidden village cannot be insulted. Under the leadership of Master Genie, we will definitely make that Sarutobi Hizuchi bow down and submit. Maki also offered a compliment. Haha, Dongchuan Genie's mood has improved even more. It's no wonder the Emperor likes to use treacherous officials. Their words are truly pleasing to hear. As for Tsunade and Kakashi Hatake, they're our greatest treasures. Kakashi Hatake indeed wanted to commit suicide, just as you said, but he was stopped by our people. Now he has been completely restrained. He can't even bite his tongue to die. Moreover, I have already dispatched medical ninjas, along with 2 Jounin and 6 Chunin, to guard him 24 hours a day, ensuring that he stays alive and well. Tukwon Shinichi nodded slightly. The Konoha leader Hatake Sakumo was used for flag rituals when returning to the village, and he could not be allowed to die. How is Tsunade? Maki replied again. He woke up last night and is being well taken care of with plenty of food and drink. There are 3 female Jonin, 2 medical ninjas, and 10 female Chunin rotating shifts to guard him, so there won't be any symptoms. Very good. Let everyone rest well today, with plenty of food, but no alcohol. We will attack Shinchiku Castle tomorrow. Understood. An hour later, please invite Lord 3rd Kazekage and Elder Chiyo to the main tent for a meeting to discuss how Konoha will compensate and pay the ransom tomorrow. Yes. Maki and Kenji quickly left without further orders. After receiving the command, Chiyo sighed softly. This young man is truly aggressive, but since he has captured Hatake Sakumo, she will endure for now. This is a matter for the Kazekage, not her concern. After receiving the order, the 3rd Kazekage snorted coldly. One arrogant brat. Once we return to the village, I'll show you. The 3rd Kazekage had already thought about how to deal with Tukwon Shinichi upon returning to the village. Such an assertive future Kazekage would surely not be accepted by other ninja clans. After all, these people were unwilling to support even him, who had not significantly harmed their interests, let alone the more radical Tukwon Shinichi. An hour later, Tukwon Shinichi entered the command tent, sitting arrogantly in the main seat, which left the 3rd Kazekage, who had just entered, momentarily stunned, while Chiyo silently sat on the side. The 3rd Kazekage stood in the tent with a grim expression, staring at Tukwon Shinichi. Dongchuan Genie slightly lifted his eyelids. The 3rd Hokage has arrived. Sit down on the left. We need to start discussing matters that relate to our plans for Tsunagakure's future over the next decade. Time is pressing, so stop acting like a child. The 3rd Kazekage clenched his fists, truly wanting to fight the brat. I will endure. Once we return to the village, I will let you know what cruelty really means, you little bastard. The 3rd Kazekage suppressed his anger and sat down on the left side. Chiyo also looked at Dongchuan Genie with great curiosity, wondering why he deliberately provoked the 3rd. Unfortunately, Dongchuan Genie would not provide him with an answer, and quickly began to explain his plan. His plan was quite simple. Send people to spread the news of what happened on the battlefield of Tsunagakure to all major ninja villages, even extending to smaller ninja villages, letting them know that Konoha was defeated. Over 2,000 ninjas were annihilated, Tsunade and Kakashi were captured, and Minato Namikaze was severely injured. Sunagakure has dispatched troops to surround Shinchiku City, besieging Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Shinchiku City is in imminent danger, with the third Hokage in a precarious situation. Once the news is released, the Konoha ninjas on other fronts will definitely be thrown into chaos. And the ninjas from the other two countries will surely take the opportunity to attack the Fire Country's defenses. The Fire Country will fall into complete disarray, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, wanting to end the standoff with Sunagakure and redeem Tsunade, this powerful combat force will inevitably agree to a ceasefire, which means defeat in war. And defeat in war requires compensation. Sunagakure can naturally take a hefty cut. The plan is very good, and the written piece is also very well crafted, clearly written by a seasoned journalist. The third Kazekage nodded. Indeed, it was well written. The truth about Kakashi being severely injured was revealed, and the third Kazekage didn't comment much since it was clear from Dong Chuanjini's demeanor that this person would definitely not be let go. However, to say in the intelligence that I was severely injured due to negligence and would need to lie in bed for several months is a bit exaggerated. Although my injuries are not fully healed yet, they are just minor injuries from spitting up some blood. Writing it this way will ruin my reputation. How can I face everyone in the future? Am I really that badly injured? The third Kazekage finally spoke these words. Dong Chuanjini looked at him with a dumbfounded expression and raised his voice slightly. Lord Third Kazekage, have you not realized something? If we only lost one Raza while defeating 4 shadow-level powerhouses, does that really show how strong we are? This will let other villages know that we, Sunagakure, are capable and divert some of their attention to us instead of clashing head-on with Konoha. How are we supposed to cut our losses then? Are you being disloyal to the village? Moreover, did you not see that my attacks mentioned above also used forbidden techniques? Chapter 51. Uchiha Fugaku's decision after being mocked. The third Kazekage fell silent. Continuing to speak would only make him seem foolish. The plan was quickly set in motion. A large amount of articles edited by Dong Chuanjini began to spread from the land of rivers. Many people from various hidden villages were watching the battlefield between Sunagakure and Konoha. Last night, war broke out, and by now, there was enough time for other ninja villages to learn that a battle had started here. Although there weren't many detailed reports, the news of Itachi Sakomo being killed, as shouted by the Sandninja, was conveyed back, along with the message that Konoha had suffered a defeat. Many spies had seen Sarutobi Hiruzen leading his people in retreat. Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure were all eager to act, especially the 7 ninja swordsmen, who had always been dissatisfied with Keiki Yagura. Upon hearing the news that Konoha had been defeated, they immediately began clamoring to attack Konoha. The key was that they actually did this, and nearly half of their number followed them. Keiki Yagura told them that further information was needed, just a day or two, but he couldn't dissuade these 7 leaders. They could only cooperate and follow along. This time, Kirigakure had dispatched half of its fighting force. If those forces were lost, Kirigakure would truly take 20 years to recover. Guarding against Kirigakure was Uchiha Fugaku, who wanted to perform well with the full strength of his clan. However, upon receiving reinforcements, he quickly shifted his focus from seeking achievements to merely avoiding mistakes. When the news of Konoha's defeat reached the front lines, Kirigakure also dispatched troops. The Uchiha clan members, especially the hawkish faction, immediately urged Uchiha Fugaku to counterattack. Chief, this is our opportunity. Yes, Chief, I've already inquired. They only have the 7 ninja swordsmen and Keiki Yagura. All their strengths are elite J-nin, without any shadow-level powerhouses. Exactly. We have enough strong members to face them. You don't even need to go. Just a surprise attack will be enough to take them out. If we win, we can give Konoha a shot of adrenaline. The Hokage position won't be out of reach. The hawkish J-nin shouted incessantly, talking about the future of winning the war and returning to Konoha as the Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku's head ached even more. This group spoke so lightly. They only had about 1,000 people, while Kirigakure had 2,000 at least, not counting logistical support. The numbers of strong individuals were similar, and they could resist Kirigakure's powerhouses. The key issue was that Sarutobi Hiruzen had dispatched a ninja team of 500, most of whom were from various ninja clans in the village, many of whom were direct descendants, including several from the Hyuga clan, with not a single civilian among them. If many ninja clans died, there would be no way to explain it back home. The remaining 400 or so were Uchiha ninjas. This time, it wasn't just over 100 Uchiha J-nin fighting. If they died, it was a matter of honor for the entire clan. These were brothers, nephews, and family members, who were sent off with tearful eyes at the village gate. and there were over 200 genin among them. If the losses were too great, how could he face the uncles who lost their children or the nephews who lost their fathers? If they failed, the Uchiha clan would be wiped out for 2 generations. Would they have to wear mourning clothes? Uchiha Fugaku would not allow that. The Duff faction also began to speak. Their opinions were the opposite of the Hawks, advocating for the preservation of strength and avoiding battle whenever possible, focusing on conserving their power until the war ended. If the war ended with Konoha's defeat, they would be the living force to restore Konoha, deterring other hidden villages while protecting the village's lineage and aiding in rebuilding. They would be in a position of inherent invincibility. This sentiment was very much to Uchiha Fugaku's liking, and they quickly reached a consensus. Then, Uchiha Fugaku used a Sharingan to forcefully suppress the Hawks in the clan, choosing to be patient and defensive, avoiding direct confrontation, defending the city, and sniping from the mountains and forests, focusing on a slow and steady approach. The impatient 7 ninja swordsmen cursed outside the city, cursing Uchiha Fugaku as ancestors. But it was all in vain. The Uchiha clan was angry, but had no choice. The next morning, Sarutobi Hiruzen received updates on the situations from the other 3 fronts. Kyumogakure and Iwagakure were not rushing to attack, but were sending many ninjas to gather intelligence. Kirigakure had started fighting, but Uchiha Fugaku's turtle-like strategy was very successful. Kirigakure was completely unable to break through the defense of the Bear Country. Sarutobi Hiruzen relaxed. As long as Kirigakure couldn't break in, he could allocate more troops to the battlefields in Kyumogakure and Iwagakure. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was feeling somewhat relieved, an Anbu quickly burst in. Hokage-sama, this is the intelligence we gathered about Sunagakure this morning. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, which had just relaxed, instantly tensed up again, and he hurriedly said to the Anbu, "Quick, let me see." The Anbu quickly presented the document. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned as he read the article, and after a second glance, his expression changed drastically. He slammed the table, shattering the newly replaced one. Those evil and cunning little bastard from Sunagakure. It seems they want to provoke the ninjas from Kyumogakure and Iwagakure to join a fight. They are threatening me. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know why he had been so easily angered in the past 2 days. The Anbu ninja silently knelt on one knee, saying nothing. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger gradually subsided, returning to his calm demeanor, becoming as composed as before. Dispatch 100 ninjas to fully seal off the land of rivers. We must ensure this news spreads over the next few days. We need this time for negotiations and to mobilize our forces, the Anbu said bitterly. Lord Hokage, it's too late. The message from Sunagakure sent yesterday morning indicates they've blocked our information. Today it's highly likely that both Kyumogakure and Iwagakure are already aware. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as if struck by lightning, staring blankly before erupting in anger, slamming his hand on the chair and standing up. Damn it! How did you handle the intelligence? We're only 10 miles away from Sunagakure, and you haven't received any news? What about the route's information? The route has already been dispatched to the battlefields of Kyumogakure and Iwagakure. As per your orders yesterday, the Anbu replied honestly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, unsure whether he was more angered by himself or this Anbu ninja, had a grim expression, gritting his teeth and forcing out a sentence. Go arrange a large reception pavilion 3 miles outside the city and also send personnel to the front lines. When the Sunagakure army arrives, invite them to the pavilion and tell them I will come after bathing and changing. Yes, Lord Hokage, the Anbu responded and quickly left. Sarutobi Hiruzen slumped back into his chair, letting out a long sigh, as if he had aged over 10 years. After fighting so many battles, I never expected Konoha would have a day of surrender, especially to a faction like Sunagakure. I'm a sinner of Konoha. Chapter 52. Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts. Escalating conflict about half an hour later, East River Shinichi had led a team of sand ninjas towards Shinshiku City. The third Kazekage did not come. He had been left behind, as he was reported to be seriously injured. Furious, the third Kazekage wanted to kill someone. So you were waiting for me here. No wonder they said I was seriously injured. They didn't want me to participate in Konoha's surrender ceremony, preventing me from even getting this little soup. Already suffering from internal injuries that hadn't healed properly, he spat out blood from his anger, realizing he truly didn't need to come. Lord Shinichi, there are 2 Konoha ninjas ahead who wish to see you. They say they have important information to share. A Sand Ninja scout quickly reported to East River Shinichi. Tikawa Masakazu showed a hint of difference on his face. Oh, there's this matter, let them come over. Yes. After a short while, Two masked Umbu ninjas appeared before Kawa Masakazu. The two didn't dare to act high and mighty, and after a slight bow, they explained their purpose. The Hokage has set up a canopy outside the city to welcome Lord Kawa Masakazu for a short rest, and the Hokage is currently bathing and changing clothes, and will arrive shortly. Dong Chuanjini also found him amusing. This old fellow really knows how to play. Saying he conceded might be true, but the bathing and changing clothes part holds significant meaning. Generally, it's the higher-ups giving orders to the lower ranks, and only under such orders would it be done this way, which is a form of respect. However, because of this bathing and changing, he had to wait for a long time in the cool shed, and the people from Konoha arrived later. Whoever arrives later is considered the winner. This reflects Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts. Although he lost face internally, he gained it externally. If this matter gets out, it would still show that Tsunagekyu's victory was merely a stroke of luck, and they continue to respect Konoha, acknowledging its higher position. He tells Sarutobi Hiruzen that they are the victors and will be stationed in New Bamboo City. As for the cool shed, does he think Tsunagakure is made up of beggars, needing Sarutobi Hiruzen to acknowledge it? Dong Chuanjini does not indulge. The two members of the Umbu wanted to persuade him about something. Dong Chuanjini shouted loudly, "Everyone, move forward at full speed. I want to see the sand hidden flag appear at the foot of Shinju City within 3 minutes. Anyone who dares to obstruct will die." The sand ninjas cheered excitedly. The crowd quickly advanced. Chiyo wanted to say something, but seeing the spirited Dong Chuanjini, she closed her mouth. "Yes, we're the victors now. Why should we wait for them to acknowledge that?" A smile appeared on Chiyo's face as she immediately followed along. The two Umbu were also shocked. This person was not playing by the rules. "Quickly inform Lord Hokage." One Umbu immediately reminded. The somewhat dazed Umbu hurriedly activated the summoning ninjutsu, and after more than 10 seconds, upon receiving news from the summoned beast in Shinju City, the ninja's expression changed greatly. "The sand ninjas are going to surround the entire Shinju City. Hurry and notify Lord Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen had already changed into a clean ceremonial robe, exuding the authority of the third Hokage. He was waiting to give the sand hidden a good reprimand once they arrived. This way, when he wrote documents for external communication, he could still maintain some face, letting others know that they still feared him, and this was just a temporary setback. "Lord Hokage, we just received intelligence that Dong Chuanjini, refusing to listen to advice, is leading 1,000 ninja army straight towards Shinju City, claiming he wants to plant the sand-hidden flag on Shinju City." Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know whether it was the bonus from wearing the ceremonial robe or if he had the same ability as Yuan Shao to turn the tide. His eyes narrowed slightly. "If that's the case, then let us fight." "Yes." The Umbu quickly left. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not someone who acted impulsively. After Namikaze Minato returned to the village, his girlfriend, the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Kushina, came to see him. Kushina had a very fiery temper, like a spicy pepper, ready to explode at any moment, especially since her boyfriend was injured in the kidneys. Which woman could tolerate her boyfriend being incapable? At that time, Minato managed to persuade her to calm down. Just now, he received news that Kushina had secretly sneaked out of the village last night to seek revenge. The strong ninjas in the village had all been dispatched. How could they keep an eye on Kushina? Given her temperament, she would surely travel at full speed. As for her strength, although she had only sealed the Nine Tails for less than a year, the four-symbol seal was sufficient to extract some of its power for battle. If it came to it, she could release the Nine Tails and completely annihilate the Sand-Hidden Army. Then Konoha would have no need to negotiate. Even if you were a powerful ninja, you couldn't seize a city. Calculating the time, she should be able to arrive soon. As long as he relied on the city and his strength to stall for a while, he would surely be able to wait for Kushina's arrival. 3 minutes later, Dong Chuanjini arrived at the foot of Shinju City, looking at the tightly closed city gates and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who stood before the gate in his ceremonial robe, exuding an imposing presence. The surrounding ninjas watched the sand ninjas with great vigilance. Sarutobi Hiruzen, being a seasoned politician, immediately took the initiative. "I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage of Konoha. Please, Kazekage, step forward to respond." Dong Chuanjini is not here to negotiate with Sarutobi Hiruzen. He came today to demand compensation. But the series of actions displayed by Sarutobi Hiruzen does not suggest that he considers himself the defeated side. This way, there is no way to extract any benefits. "The things of the Land of Fire are right here. If I kill you, the third Hokage, I can gain much more." In an instant, a sand clone appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, and a kunai was thrust towards him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, being a renowned strongman, reacted quickly with his sixth sense. He instinctively shrank his head back, and the fabric of his Hokage cloak was pierced. As the sand clone pulled, the Hokage cloak was torn off. With a thud, the sand clone beside him turned the umbu into sand. In an instant, the umbu surrounded Sarutobi Hiruzen, not allowing the sand clone any space to reappear. Sarutobi Hiruzen was once again caught off guard. Nearly dying moments ago, and in a state of extreme embarrassment and anger, he shouted loudly at Dong Chuanjini, "Dong Chuanjini, what are you doing?" Dong Chuanjini regretted that he had lost the opportunity to summon the Sand Ninja beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha! What am I doing? This is during wartime, and we are both ninjas. Of course, I will kill you. However, if you are willing to surrender, I will guarantee the safety of all your lives." Maki also seized the opportunity to shout loudly from the side. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, IXXX, give me a straightforward answer. Will you surrender or not?" The other Sand Ninjas had also trained during these days, and upon hearing Maki's shout, they immediately began to yell loudly as well. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, IXXX, give me a straightforward answer. Will you surrender or not?" Dong Chuanjini was increasingly satisfied with Mikiji. It would be a pity to castrate such talent and send them to the East Factory as factory workers. Sarutobi Hiruzen was both shocked and angry. When had he ever suffered such humiliation, and repeatedly at that? The flames of anger filled his chest, and he couldn't help but blurt out in fury, "Sand Village. We in Konoha want peace and wish to negotiate, but is this the sincerity you offer? Do you think we in Konoha are easy to bully? Are we afraid to launch a full-scale war against you, Sand Village?" Chapter 53. Defeating Sarutobi Hiruzen. Faced with a furious threat from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Dong Chuanjini did not coddle him either and shouted loudly, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, when did I ever say we came to negotiate? Have you received a peace treaty? Or have you ever sent one?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, and all his anger was stuck in his throat. It seemed that indeed there was none. Dong Chuanjini continued to shout loudly. "Elder Chiyo, Maki, and the third-generation Wind Shadow are injured and cannot take charge. So all military and political matters have been entrusted to the three of us. I haven't received any documents. Have you sent or received any peace negotiation documents?" Maki and Chiyo shook their heads in unison and replied loudly, "We haven't received any, nor have we sent any." Dong Chuanjini immediately changed his expression and angrily questioned Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, you didn't send it, and neither did we. Did you issue the order in a dream yesterday? You can't put the hat of violating the contract on us from Sunagakure. Today, I will let you know that it is incorrect and unreasonable to randomly label us from Sunagakure. We will no longer be humiliated." Dong Chuanjini turned around and shouted passionately to the Sand Shinobi, "Everyone, don't hold back your chakra. Don't hold back your military supplies. Today, use your ninjutsu to completely destroy the new bamboo city. If Konoha wants to fight, then we will fight. Otherwise, my Sand Hidden will never have a chance to rise." The Sand Shinobi responded loudly, forming hand seals. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked and shouted loudly, "Defend, defend." In an instant, ninjutsu began to clash. Dong Chuanjini waved his hand, and a massive defensive tower rose from the ground. Ding! A loud, clear sound rang out. Boom! A white energy sphere struck the gate tower, and a tremendous explosion shattered it to pieces. Sarutobi Hiruzen, covered in dust and smoke, emerged and shouted loudly, "Counterattack, counterattack!" However, there were only over 500 ninjas left on the Konoha side, with the strongest ninjutsu class reduced to just 3 or 5 people, while the rest were not elite at all. This was also Sarutobi Hiruzen's fault. With over 300 ninjas in the ninjutsu class, most were elite ninjas, while the others were mostly special jounin and chunin, which could be considered expendable cannon fodder. Moreover, both Tsunade and he had sent elite ninjas to open the gap in the war, and more than 300 elites had already been lost in the last battle. As a result, one misstep led to another, forcing him into the current situation. In contrast, the remaining Sand Ninjas, although they had many lower ninjas, had a considerable amount of strength, especially that defensive tower, which, although slow to launch, had the explosive effect of an A-level ninjutsu, specifically targeting areas with more people. A few minutes later, Konoha's counterattack was suppressed, and even relying on the advantage of the city, they could only passively take hits, with no power to fight back. Numerous ninjutsu attacks struck the city walls, and in a short time, several gaps were created. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized it was not good. Although the loss of numbers was not too severe, the The walls were about to collapse. Once the walls fell, the invading sand ninjas would break through, and the ninjas under his command would not be able to withstand it. Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned his old partner. A large gorilla appeared on the city wall. Swish, swish, swish. 5 dragon explosions launched towards Saruma, blocking all its movements. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly. Saruma! Roar! After half a lifetime working with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Saruma let out a roar and transformed into a more than 2-meter-long Vajra-Rui staff. Boom! The dragon explosion attack blew a section of the wall apart. Sarutobi Hiruzen tossed aside his ceremonial robe, revealing his battle attire, picked up the Vajra-Rui staff, and charged towards Dong Chuanjini. Dong Chuanjini snorted coldly. The sand clones transformed into his appearance and launched dragon explosions at Sarutobi Hiruzen from all directions. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was aware of Dong Chuanjini's attack methods, he realized why Namake's Minato had been seriously injured only when he faced him. It was too bizarre. The information he received from these clones felt completely real, with not a single falsehood, and the power of their ninjutsu was identical, with no flaws in their attacks. When he forcibly engaged one of the Dong Chuanjini clones, 2 new Dong Chuanjini appeared just half a meter behind him, launching 2 dragon explosions. Bang! The dragon explosion struck against the Vajra-Rui stick, producing a sound of metal clashing. At that moment, another 2 dragon explosions attacked from half a meter behind him. In a moment of crisis, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted and used an instant ninjutsu. Vajra Cage. An iron cage formed from a golden hoop Rui stick appeared, blocking the 2 dragon explosions from behind, as well as the 4 dragon explosions from the front and sides. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in relief. He had almost died just now, looking at Dong Chuanjini in the distance, who coldly raised his hand towards him. The man was still gathering energy in his hand, and this attack would definitely be powerful. Multiple shadow clones. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed hand seals. 4 Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared, and they naturally wouldn't use the combined ninjutsu, Earth Dragon Fire Flow, as he would be dead before he could finish forming the seals. Giant Shuriken Technique. The 4 Sarutobi Hiruzen simultaneously formed hand seals. A gigantic shuriken appeared. Bang! The dragon explosion collided with the shuriken, sending it flying. Shuriken Shadow Clone. The 4 Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly succeeded in forming hand seals, and dozens of shurikens over 2 meters in size appeared across the battlefield. Bang bang! The clones of Sarutobi Hiruzen were shattered, but the shurikens did not disappear. Bang! 2 dragon explosions struck the Vajra cage, producing a muffled sound. Sarutobi Hiruzen paid no attention to it and shouted angrily. Rotating Shuriken Technique. Dozens of giant shurikens with spinning power attacked the 6 Dong Chuanjini. Boom boom boom. The clones began to launch dragon explosions to strike the shurikens. But there were too many shurikens. They shattered a few, yet more shurikens sliced through, turning them into sand and gravel. When all 6 clones were destroyed, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled at the only remaining Dong Chuanjini. You will surely die today. Dozens of shurikens completely sealed off Dong Chuanjini's position. Dong Chuanjini's mouth curled into a slight smile as he unleashed the dragon blast in his hand. It only appeared after the shuriken. Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Why? Because I can summon it again at any time. A voice sounded behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. A supercharged dragon blast was fired from behind him. Boom! A small mushroom cloud rose up, and the strong gust of wind startled the Umboom members on the outskirts. Fortunately, it was outside of Shinshu City. If it had been on the city wall, the entire wall would have been destroyed. Dong Chuanjini reappeared outside the explosion zone. The explosion created a large hole over 40 square meters. Black smoke was rising from the mouth of the hole. Outside the cave pit, Shinichi Tokikawa's sand soldiers appeared, and they saw 2 figures lying at the bottom of the large pit. One was a giant ape with blood all over its black fur and eyes swirling with rage, which was the transformed demon ape. The other figure was Sarutobi Asuma, his armor battered and torn, blood at the corner of his mouth, lying on the ground, panting heavily, clearly unaware of his dire situation. Chapter 54, Battle with Kushina, capturing Sarutobi Asuma. Dong Chuanjini shook his head at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was seriously injured in the pit. At your age, why do you still insist on making things difficult for yourself? Dong Chuanjini raised his hand and unleashed a dragon blast at Sarutobi Hizashi. Stop right there. A furious female voice shouted loudly. Boom, boom. 2 explosions sounded almost simultaneously. Dongchuan Jin's Sand Soldier was blown up. The dragon explosion attack hit Sarutobi Hisashi, but easily passed through his body and struck the ground, creating a large hole, clearly not his true form. In an instant, Dongchuan Jin, who had shifted positions, looked towards the distant figures of a man and a woman. Sarutobi Hisashi was panting heavily, his hair disheveled and scorched, appearing extremely disheveled, but his armor was relatively intact. However, blood was still trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating that he had only dodged part of the attack from the massive dragon explosion. Sarutobi Hisashi felt troubled. His monkey spirit was essentially ruined, and with such a powerful ninjutsu, even if the monkey spirit's body was tough, enduring it like this would mean either death or severe injury. The other woman, filled with rage, had red hair and a beautiful face, glaring at him angrily. Clap, clap, clap. Dongchuan Jun walked while clapping for the two. As expected of Lord Third Hokage, I couldn't even see how you dodged my attack. And this must be the legendary Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki, Kushina. Truly a woman who does not fall behind men. Kushina would not be swayed by compliment. She shouted angrily. So you're the one who hurt Minato, right? I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Just as Kushina finished speaking, a huge roaring sound reached everyone's ears. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound and saw the main gate of Shinjuku City and a large section of a nearby city wall collapse with a thunderous crash, caused by that massive defense tower. Seeing this, Dongchuan Jin smiled and looked at the two, saying, "It seems that Shinjuku City has fallen. Next, are you going to rescue the ninjas inside the town, or will you continue to stop me?" Sarutobi Hizen was about to curse a few words about the difference this made, when Kushina spoke up first, shouting, "Hokage-sama, you go save people, and I will hold this person off. I want to vent my anger for Minato." After saying this, Kushina charged towards Dongchuan Jin. Teacheris Shinichi shook his head, knowing that a tough battle awaited him. Although the previous fight was simple, it had already left him with very little chakra. "You're still too inexperienced. If Uzumaki Mito came here, I would turn and leave, but with you, the new generation of the Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki, I'm not afraid at all." The Sand Ninja activated 6 Sand Soldiers. Teacheris Shinichi reached out and consumed a Senza bean. 1 second later, all his physical conditions were restored to peak form, with a continuous surge of power flowing through him. Excited, he immediately launched an attack on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi's face was somewhat pale. He was seriously injured as well. "Bastard! How dare you underestimate me?" Kushina was truly angry. How could he ignore her? She charged at Teacheris Shinichi. Her red chakra cloak billowed in the wind, looking so heroic. Unfortunately, she was up against Teacheris Shinichi. Kushina and Sarutobi Hiruzen encountered Teacheris Shinichi, who was unleashing his full firepower. 7 identical Teacheris Shinichis moved instantaneously within a radius of 500 meters, launching dragon bombs that continuously bombarded the two of them, forcing them to dodge clumsily. Kushina wanted to withstand the damage to deal with Teacheris Shinichi, but after taking 7 dragon bombs and hitting someone she believed to be the real body, she watched helplessly as that person turned to sand, leaving her with no choice but to evade. As for attacking, she couldn't even think about it, and she had to take care of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was too injured to react, making it impossible for him to dodge some damage. Although Dongchuan Jin's Dragon Blast has the same power as the Great Fireball technique, the ninja Xiao Tsuepi does not dare to take it head-on. Even if he were to endure it once, the subsequent continuous attacks would be overwhelming. Moreover, it is difficult to dodge because Dongchuan Jin's attack frequency and angles make it hard to defend against. Simply dodging is not a long-term strategy. After more than a dozen rounds of shooting, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally took 2 Dragon Blasts head-on. His armor saved his life, but it shattered in the process. Damn it! After being increasingly frustrated by the constant dodging, Kushina, seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen knocked to the ground, suddenly manifested 3 red tails behind her. Tail Beast Transformation. Kushina's speed surged as she rushed in front of a shadow clone, using 4 black iron chains. This was the signature ninjutsu of the Uzumaki clan, the 4-symbol seal, which instantly sealed that Sand Soldier. When Dongchuan Jin wanted to summon the Sand Soldiers again, he realized that the summoning was on cooldown. It wasn't long, just 10 minutes, but it indicated that his teleportation technique had been countered. The sudden turn of events made Dongchuan Jin very unhappy. It seemed that his trump card was more like a bug, but the sealing techniques in Naruto are precisely designed to counter bugs. Seeing that no Sand Soldiers appeared, a smile appeared on Kushina's somewhat fox-like face. "Your abilities can be sealed." As soon as this was said, Sarutobi Hiruzen also became excited. But he was too early in his joy. A kunai was pressed against his neck, and the cold touch made Sarutobi Hiruzen realize that this was the real deal. Dongchuan Jini showed no fear of exposing his weaknesses. Instead, he smiled and said, "Yes, it seems to be sealed, but..." The 4 remaining clones suddenly transformed into gravel and appeared around Sarutobi Hiruzen, each holding a kunai to his neck. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, "Family, who understands? This person is acting like he's sick. You guys fight. Why make things difficult for this old man? Let him go." Kushina wanted to step forward, only to see a kunai piercing through Sarutobi Hiruzen's arm, blood flowing continuously. "Miss Kushina, if you take one more step forward, the next strike will be to the neck. You wouldn't want your village to lose its Hokage, would you?" Dong Chuanjun's words were laced with threats and mockery. "Damn little brat." Kushina gritted her teeth and cursed, but she didn't dare to make any other moves. Dong Chuanjini smiled and looked at Kushina, then at Sarutobi Hiruzen, knowing that it was time for peace talks. Continuing to fight would only lead to either Sarutobi Hiruzen or Kushina being killed, and Konoha would really mobilize their army to fight to the death with them. The people from other villages would definitely stand by and watch. After all, it would be better if such a formidable Sandninja was dead. Dongchuan Jini's current abilities are not enough to simultaneously deal with the siege of 3 to 5 shadow-level opponents. Now is a good opportunity. His abilities are restrained by Kushina's sealing techniques, which can reassure others that this skill is not a bug and can be countered. As long as it can be countered, victory is possible, giving the impression that Dongchuan Jini has no trump card, which is why he's engaging in negotiations. Chapter 55, Konoha's Defeat, Compensation. With a plan in mind, Dongchuan Jini revealed a friendly smile towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hokage-sama, I wonder how our negotiations are going now." Sarutobi Hiruzen also lost the courage to refuse negotiations. Previously, he had not been in control of the situation. What did it matter if Tsunade was in the hands of Sunagakure? As long as he could make the Nine Tails defeat Sunagakure, he could force them to turn the tide. However, now his life was in someone else's hands, and if he were to die, Konoha would definitely fall into chaos, leading to their defeat. Sarutobi Hiruzen further expressed that it was not that he did not want to go down with this kid, but these were all shadow clones, and he had no time to perform hand seals. Instead, promoting negotiations, although it would incur some losses, would also prevent Konoha's decline. "I am doing this for Konoha, for the ideal. I have no choice but to bow down to this kid from Sunagakure." With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately spoke with displeasure. "This battle could have been avoided. There was no need to fight. It was you who insisted on provoking the war." Higashikawa Shinichi didn't indulge him either and immediately spoke up. "Hihi, you weren't like this just now. I still prefer your unruly side. Why not revert back a bit?" As they were talking, Kushina, who had been left out, was very displeased and shouted loudly, "Damn it, you said ceasefire, but I haven't agreed to that." Before Higashikawa Shinichi could say anything, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately shouted, "Kushina, be quiet. The war is over. We can't fight anymore." But what? Are you not going to listen to the Hokage's words?" Before Kushina could say anything else, she was silenced by Sarutobi Hiruzen and could only sit there quietly. "Now that's the Hokage. Your prestige is really impressive." Dongchuan Jini smiled and praised. Sarutobi Hizashi didn't give Dongchuan Jini a good face. "Tell your people to stop. We will go to negotiate." Dongchuan Jini didn't hold back and directly mentioned the benefits. "All right, but you are my captive now, so you have to give me some ransom for me to let you go." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Dongchuan Jini warily. "Don't think about asking for anything excessive, or I would rather die." Calm down. I'm not asking for anything unreasonable. I just heard that in your book of seals. There's a jutsu called the 4-symbol seal. If you give me that jutsu, I will let you go." Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately widened his eyes and whispered, "That jutsu is a bloodline technique of the Uzumaki clan, and it can't be learned without the Uzumaki bloodline." "All right, old man. I know you have a version that doesn't require the Uzumaki bloodline to perform the 4-symbol seal. I just want to suppress that tail beast. This jutsu doesn't hold much use for you, right?" Dongchuan Jini believes that Sarutobi Hiruzen will not exchange important ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God and Shadow Clone Technique. The consequences of handing them over are something he cannot bear. However, he can give away this powerful but not very useful sealing ninjutsu because the improved version of this technique has a long activation time, is complicated, and requires the cooperation of 4 people. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell in a deep thought. A few seconds later, Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed. "All right, I can give you this ninjutsu. Let me go." Dongchuan Jini said with a smile, "All right, I'll believe you this time. I hope you, as the 3rd Hokage, keep your word." If you dare to deceive me, don't blame me for mobilizing the Sand Village's army. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly. You have no shame. Konoha still has some dignity. Haha, straightforward. Let's go. We'll have our talks in the pavilion. That place hasn't seen any battles, and it's still usable after cleanup. As for the negotiation documents, I've brought everything we need. We can discuss and write at the same time. Don Chuanjini waved his hand to disperse the other 4 sand soldiers, walking side by side with Sarutobi Hiruzen, laughing as they went. Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat speechless upon hearing these words. However, this war could be considered officially concluded. The battle at New Bamboo City seemed quite lively, but the death toll was not that high. Konoha lost around 30 to 40 people, while Sunagakure lost 2, who were simply caught off guard and killed because they didn't know how to evade. At the negotiation table, Don Chuanjini wore a modified hanfu, paired with a folding fan, looking like a wealthy young man on vacation. Behind him, Chiyo and Maki were dressed in ninja combat attire, appearing very serious. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to wear his ceremonial robe, with the Hokage hood set aside, followed by 4 masked umbu, exuding a more imposing presence. However, Konoha had admitted defeat in this battle. After more than an hour of friendly negotiations, Konoha agreed to pay an additional 1 billion as compensation. Not admitting to defeat, but acknowledging it as a cost of peace talks, totaling 3 billion ryo in reparations, and ceded all missions in the Land of Rivers, with Konoha forbidden from entering the Land of Rivers without reporting for any reason. At the same time, Konoha had a hand over all non-secret B rank and below ninjutsu as a price to end the battle. As for the ransom for Tsunade and Kakashi Hatake, neither party brought it up. Tsunade's ransom was too high, and Sarutobi Hiruzen could not come up with that much money temporarily, while Kakashi Hatake was already incapacitated, making him unworthy of a ransom. There were considerable discontent among those regarding which one to rescue first, with many feeling it would be better not to rescue either. Don Chuanjini was not in a hurry for the ransom either. Kakashi Hatake was certain to die. This was part of his prestige in rising to power. As for Tsunade, once Konoha concluded this battle, he could demand even more money. If it didn't pay, Don Chuanjini indicated that the environment in Sunagakure was also very suitable for the Senju bloodline to flourish. Higashikawa Shinichi and Sarutobi Hizashi signed a contract and shook hands in agreement. Both parties were satisfied. Sarutobi Hizashi didn't expect Higashikawa Shinichi to ask for so little. Don Chuanjini stated that it's not that he doesn't want more. The 630 million is enough for this compensation and military expenses. And there's even a chance to make a profit. If he pushes too hard, there's definitely a risk of not reaching an agreement. And Konoha may not be able to respond immediately. Moreover, Don Chuanjini is somewhat impatient to return to the village. His informant sent news that the 3rd Kazekage has already sent out several messages from the camp, which is a significant matter. His goal is to implement sweeping reforms. To achieve a major overhaul, he must eliminate the 3rd Kazekage and the higher-ups of the ninja clans in the village. The vacant power and wealth would be enough for the village to undergo a complete renovation. However, killing them without justification would be unethical. By getting rid of these people, the village could usher in a period of rapid development, although there would be a decline for 3 to 5 years. The battle where the 4 villages besieged Konoha would undoubtedly result in heavy losses for each village, and no one would want to initiate war during these times. The period of weakness for the village would surely pass, and in 3 to 5 years, others would find it impossible to bully them. After the discussions, Don Chuanjini was the first to lead the Sand Ninjas from the Yugu Mountain camp and quickly relay the results of the negotiations and compensations from Konoha back to the village. Chiyo and Maki felt that they were getting less, and if they were a bit tougher, they could have demanded 1 billion. But they also understood that Don Chuanjini had his plans and did not dare to say much, instead joining in the celebration of this victory. Chapter 56. The conspiracy of the 3rd Kazekage and the ninja clans. The news of Konoha's compensation returned to the main camp. And especially after the 3rd Kazekage learned about the amount and conditions Don Chuanjini had asked for, he also snorted coldly. How petty. If it were me, I could definitely ask Konoha for over 1 billion and completely drag them down. You're not fit to be Kazekage. Let me take that position. The 3rd Kazekage's expression darkened. Soon after, several major ninja clans within the village also received a letter from the 3rd Kazekage. The 7 long-established clans, which had been around for hundreds of years, gathered together. Over the years, they had banded together to plunder the wealth and power of the village. And such a significant matter naturally required discussion. The Hachida clan, which controlled the medical department, was the first to speak. Weno clan head. I think we should agree to Moki, the third Kazekage. Didn't he have a name in the original work? So this is a temporary one. That kid is right. Don Chuanjini is really lawless. Today he dares to force the Kazekage to abdicate. When he takes the Kazekage's position, all our power will be robbed. Exactly. Our ancestors have worked hard to establish Sunagakure, and we should enjoy all of this. Why should we let that little brat take away our rights? Before Weno clan head could respond, Ongong clan head, who controlled the Sandninja patrol team, spoke angrily. Other families also expressed their dissatisfaction with Don Chuanjini, wanting to persuade the Weno clan head, who controlled the logistics department. The Weno clan head was a man in his 40s, having grown up alongside Sunagakure. So he naturally had a lot of feelings for it, but he cared more about his family. Everyone trusts me, and I feel honored, but this is not without risks. That kid Don Chuanjini may be arrogant, but his strength is not low. We still don't know the fighting capability of Minato Namikaze, but we are all clear about the strengths of Shikamaru and Tsunade. Although he won by ambushing 2 opponents, the important thing is that he has space-time ninjutsu, so we need to think carefully. Ongong clan head, known for his bad temper, immediately said, Weno clan head, our 7 clans combined have over 1,000 ninjas. With so many people, even if he asks Shikamaru reincarnated, Tsunade reborn, he can't escape a siege, right? 5 other clans also expressed their agreement. At that time, Shikamaru was indeed strong, but against a siege of over 1,000 ninjas, he would have to escape. Compared to the loss of some ninjas, the political resources given up by the 3rd Kazekage were truly tempting. With these political resources, how many powerful clan members could they train? And the Kazekage would only have 1 Umbu left to use. Sunagakure could be completely controlled by their 7 clans. This kind of temptation is something no clan could resist. Knock, knock, knock. While the room was in chaos, someone knocked on the door. Weno clan head frowned and looked at Hachida clan head, who provided the venue. Weren't we supposed to not be disturbed during this meeting? Hachida clan head quickly replied, That's true, but I told my subordinates that any major changes at the front line should be reported immediately. It seems there has been a significant change at the front. Upon hearing this, everyone stopped talking. As the barrier was opened, a ninja walked in respectfully and presented a scroll. This is the latest news from the front line. All right, you can leave. After Hachida clan head took the scroll, he sent the person away. Using the Hachida clan's special technique, he opened the scroll and began to read. As he read, his expression changed from shock to joy. The others watched with great curiosity. Ongong clan head was the first to lose patience, shouting loudly, Hachida, what does it say? Did that little brat, Don Chuanjini, run into trouble? With a joyful expression, Hachida clan head looked at everyone and said, Everyone, good news. That kid Don Chuanjini has won against Sarutobi Hiruzen, forcing him to sign the contract, and Konoha has also agreed to pay compensation and cease hostilities. Everyone's faces showed smiles. After all, with Sunagakure winning, their interest would be even less damaged. However, the smiles quickly faded. Winning is good, but this Don Chuanjini would be even harder to deal with now. Ongong clan head said irritably, It's certainly good news that the village won, but that kid is so strong. We can't win against him at all. Hachida clan head confidently replied, We can win. The crowd looked at the Hattori family head with curiosity once again. A smile of happiness appeared at the corner of Hattori's mouth. The intel also mentioned that Sarutobi Hizashi revealed the secret to countering Higashikawa Shinichi's space-time ninjutsu. While this ninjutsu seemed unsolvable, it was actually afraid of sealing techniques. As long as his 6 shadow clones were sealed, without those, how powerful could he be with just basic ninjutsu? Upon hearing this, smiles instantly appeared on everyone's faces, and they turned to look at a young man whose smile seemed to stretch from ear to ear. This was the head of the Yamaguchi family, who mastered the sealing class. Seeing everyone looking at him, Yamaguchi laughed heartily. Everyone, don't worry, this kid's clones will be taken care of by my sealing class. I guarantee he'll wish he were dead. Ha ha, then we just need to wait for Magaki, the 3rd wind shadow, to create an opportunity for us to surround and eliminate him. Yamaguchi, you will take the credit for that. The crowd laughed joyfully, already dreaming about how to undermine the wind shadow and completely control Sunagakure. As usual, Hattori arranged for more than 30 beautiful women to come. As for what they would do, everyone had a clear idea in their hearts, so I wanted to elaborate. This news was naturally sent out by Higashikawa Shinichi, and he made it sound very easy. Just a simple sealing technique could seal him. However, in reality, when ordinary sealing ninjas attempted to seal the sand soldiers, Although they could be sealed, the cooldown time for the sealing was very short, possibly just a few seconds. In those few seconds, it would be enough for him to slaughter those sealing ninjas. If it were a large-scale sealing technique for tailed beasts, the preparation time would be long, and the tailed beast would be hard to escape. But if Higashikawa Shinichi wanted to run, no one could stop him. Moreover, even if they really sealed his clones, he still had magnetic control. His trump card was meant to be used at such times. The third Wind Shadow also received this news. He was currently hastily contacting people, preparing to kill, while Higashikawa Shinichi was away from the village. It would be difficult to act once he returned. However, there was no good way to act on the road because he was moving with a large group of ninjas and had no chance to kill. He needed to find an opportunity. The third Wind Shadow pondered deeply and finally came up with a brilliant idea before dark. Since he couldn't stop him, then he wouldn't. He would let him rise to power. Dong Chuanjini wants to learn magnet release, so let him learn. To learn magnet release, he needs to go to the desert, find a place far from a village, and then unite with the ninja clan to eliminate this evil little brat, then frame it on a Wagakure. The third Kazekage felt more and more reasonable as he thought about it, and immediately wrote a letter to the ninja clans, informing them of his idea, urging them to gather reliable personnel. N.S. If you enjoy the story, please leave a 5-star rating and encourage updates, as I really need it. Additionally, I will thank daily rewards in the next day's commentary. The one from the third will be in the article on the 5th. If there are any mistakes, please comment directly, and I will definitely read and correct them. Thank you to all the readers. Chapter 57. Noki. Orochimaru, as long as you surrender. What does it matter if you sit in the position of Tsuchikage? Higashikawa Shinichi did not leave the camp. To be precise, no one left the front lines except for the messenger. The compensation promised by Konoha would be completed within a week. It was impossible to leave without receiving the compensation. Maki and the others had also been sent back by Higashikawa Shinichi to promote the situation and create momentum. Only when they returned with the compensation and a large army could it create a greater sensation. At the same time, Higashikawa Shinichi sent someone to convey the message to Yakura and EIKZ, instructing them to return directly with their teams, as there would be no more wars ahead. In the coming days, Iwagakure and Kirigakure would be determined to extract benefits from Konoha and would not attack, having received some compensation, while Tsunagakure, filled with the spirit of victory, showed no fear of battle. This was indeed the case. The next day, when news of Konoha's humanitarian compensation to Tsunagakure reached the other 3 ninja villages, Iwagakure and Kyomogakure mobilized troops against Konoha. Although Kirigakure's attacks had significantly increased, Uchiha Fugaku refrained from attacking, hunkering down within the city, relying on various defenses and layers of sniping, making it impossible to penetrate deep into the land of fire. In the land of grass, Danzo was furious upon hearing about Sarutobi Hiruzen's defeat and the compensation from the peace talks, grinding his teeth in anger. This Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is still the Hokage, actually conceded to Tsunagakure and agreed to compensation. It was a disgrace, a humiliation. Danzo, fuming with rage, slammed his hand on the table, causing it to shatter. Hiruzen, don't blame me for not being merciful. You're truly unworthy of being Hokage. Orochimaru, you must defeat a Wagakure. This is your best chance to become Hokage. Although Danzo was angry, he did not forget to paint a grand picture for Orochimaru. He wanted the position of Hokage more than anyone else. However, given the current situation, he could not say that, or else he would be accused of vying for power during wartime, which would be bad for everyone. Orochimaru, with his slit pupils, looked at Danzo but did not respond. He was a smart person, and how could he not understand Danzo's intentions? If he defeated all his competitors, Danzo would immediately step in to take the spoils. They had conducted too many shady experiments together, and Danzo had provided secret funding without any tangible evidence against him. When Danzo saw that Orochimaru did not reply, he was not angry at all. It was as if he had expected it. Lord Danzo, Lord Orochimaru, it's bad. Iwagakure's main force, led by Noki, has emerged from their stronghold and is heading straight for our camp. A ninja rushed in to report. Good. Does he really think we're afraid of him? Orochimaru, stop them. I'll lead people to take down their camp and cut off their logistics. Let's see how they fight without supplies. Orochimaru could no longer hold back and spoke up to stop him. Elder Danzo, call me Commander. Danzo coldly interrupted. Orochimaru was somewhat speechless. Was this really the time to discuss that? But to avoid provoking Danzo, he changed his wording. Commander, we currently only have 3,000 troops, while Iwagakure has over 8,000. The village's reinforcements haven't arrived, and our numbers are too disparate. At this moment, We need to wait for reinforcements. If we split our forces and lack a high-end combat power, I won't be able to defend a stronghold. If Danzo were willing to listen to Orochimaru, he wouldn't be called Danzo. He immediately waved his hand and coldly said, Orochimaru, I am the commander. I am responsible for this battle. You will regret this, Elder Danzo. Orochimaru slammed the door and left. Danzo, seeing this familiar scene, felt inexplicably relaxed, a satisfaction he couldn't describe. He wasn't a fool. How could he not know that what Orochimaru said was right? Without his combat power, the number of ninjas would not hold an advantage, and it was highly likely that they couldn't withstand the offensive from Iwagakure. But if he burned down Iwagakure's main camp and cut off their supply routes, while continuously attacking other supply lines from the rear, it could turn the tide. Iwagakure had sent out all their forces. If everything went smoothly, not only could they defend, but they could also take the initiative, and with good tactics, it might even be possible to win this battle. As long as he could win, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had already lost, he would become the hero of the village, and taking the position of Hokage wouldn't be out of reach. As for the elite forces being reassigned, leading to Orochimaru failing to defend the city, that was Orochimaru's problem. He wouldn't take responsibility for Orochimaru. Although his actions were very dangerous, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Danzo was pondering whether this was perhaps his only chance in life to sit in the Hokage's position. After Orochimaru left, the troubled expression on his face instantly disappeared, and his face remained cold, clearly indicating that the earlier display was just an act. If you want to seek death, then don't drag me into it. That's your own problem. Before the battle at Iwagakure even began, the two commanders were already plotting against each other. As Inoki led his army, pushing through all of Konoha's defenses, they arrived at the main base, the Blue Flower Fortress. Danzo had already led a 500-man elite unit away. Orochimaru looked at the forces in his hand, with over 40 jonin, while the enemy had at least 300 jonin. It was futile to fight. It wasn't that Orochimaru didn't want to resist, but there were just too many enemies, and with such limited high-level combat power, how could they defend against Iwagakure? However, a battle still had to be fought. If he retreated directly, that would be his problem. Standing atop the fortress, Orochimaru looked at the dense IW and ninja army, his expression slightly grave. At that moment, a rock suddenly rose into the air, and on top stood a short old man. Although this old man was small, no one would underestimate him, for this man was Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, known for his dust release that dominated the entire ninja world. Orochimaru, I have 8,000 men, while you only have 3,000. You can't win, so why not surrender? As long as you come to Iwagakure, I guarantee you a position among the elders. I promise not to harm any of these Konoha ninjas. If I breach the fortress, don't blame me for being ruthless. Inoki knew he couldn't persuade Orochimaru to surrender, but he still wanted to make the attempt, as it would significantly boost morale. The many IWA ninjas cheered excitedly, surrender, surrender, leave no one alive, kill, kill, kill. The slogans rose higher and higher. The Konoha ninjas were extremely angry, but some were genuinely looking at Orochimaru. Although ninjas were trained as willing sacrifices, if they truly were, there wouldn't be so many defectors. Seeing this, Orochimaru let out a cold laugh. He had never yielded to anyone in ninjutsu, and he was no weaker in verbal battles. Just a mere elder. How good was I in Konoha? If you let me sit in the Tsuchikage position and serve me tea and water, I might even consider it. Haha, serving tea and water. The Konoha ninjas also began to mock Iwagakure. They were afraid that if Inoki didn't respond, he would insult them, but if he did respond, they would find a way to make him regret it. Inoki raised his hand to stop the IWA ninjas from attacking, instead retracting his smile and responding very seriously. Orochimaru, as long as you swear not to harm Iwagakure, I will let you take the position of Tsuchikage, and what's wrong with serving you tea and water? Chapter 58, Persuading Orochimaru to Surrender. Plotting against Danzo. When Inoki's words came out, not only was Orochimaru stunned, but all the ninjas on the battlefield were shocked. Listen, who said that? Inoki, the most beloved third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, actually wants Orochimaru to be Tsuchikage. Orochimaru considered himself radical for conducting forbidden experiments at a young age, while Inoki, the old man from Iwagakure, was a stubborn conservative, as hard and stinky as a stone in a toilet. But how could this conservative be more radical than him, coming right out to persuade him to surrender with the position of Tsuchikage? Who wouldn't be confused? I am the genuine disciple of the third Hokage, the legitimate inheritor of the will of fire of the fourth Hokage. How could I be tempted by such a mere Tsuchikage position? Although he knew this old man was deceiving him, there was still a little bit of anticipation. Inoki had lived for so long and had sharp eyes. He truly did not expect that through this performance, he would see other colors in Orochimaru's in different eyes. This member of the legendary three, Orochimaru, actually seemed somewhat moved. Inoki instantly transformed from acting to being sincere, using his chakra to shout loudly. Orochimaru, in the name of the two heavenly scales, I testify to you that as long as you sincerely join a Wagakure, I will immediately promise you the position of a powerful elder and the first heir to the Tsuchikage position. If you do not harm a Wagakure's interests and dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to a Wagakure, I will definitely abdicate within 5 years and give the position to you. All IWA and Konoha ninjas on the battlefield can testify. If I violate this oath, I, Inoki, will die a terrible death, and the name of the two heavenly scales will vanish. Inoki's words were passionate, and even because he used chakra, everyone on the battlefield could hear him clearly. By invoking the name of the two heavenly scales and the deadly oath to guarantee the truth of his words, the deadly oath was not serious for a ninja, just a joke. However, guaranteeing with family and reputation, and even at the cost of extinction, was a true heavy oath. No one would think it was false. In a ninja world, doing anything for family reputation was not too much. The entire place was in an uproar. If Huangtu were here, he would have asked himself where he should go upon hearing this. The Konoha ninjas also looked at Orochimaru, their eyes showing no concealment of doubt. Orochimaru's vertical pupils instantly turned cold and emotionless. He knew that whether he won or lost this battle, he would be suspected. If he won, Konoha would have to give Orochimaru an equal position, or they would be ridiculed for not knowing how to use people. However, it was impossible to win this battle. The power gap was too great. If he lost, it would mean that he didn't put in enough effort, and people would think he had ulterior motives. If Orochimaru wanted to prove his innocence, he would have to kill Inoki. But could Inoki be killed? At this stage, Orochimaru expressed that he couldn't be defeated at all. At most, they could reach a stalemate. Orochimaru replied loudly, Lord Tsuchikage, let's not talk about these things on the battlefield. We are both ninjas, and I will not betray my village. However, even Orochimaru himself didn't believe what he said about not betraying his village. If it weren't for the experimental materials, he would have fled long ago. Conducting experiments required hiding and sometimes dealing with troublesome missions that delayed his work. Nonetheless, he believed this before Shinjuro's death and silently apologized to his past self from over a decade ago. On the other hand, Inoki was not angry. He laughed heartily and said, I will give you 3 days. I hope you can withdraw your troops in 3 days. Inoki laughed loudly and let the rocks fall, then bent over in front of the IWA ninja army. On my back. In an instant, the tense and solemn atmosphere of the battlefield changed to one of absurdity. The IWA ninja retreated to build a temporary camp 3 miles outside the fortress using earth techniques. Inoki's words were sincere. He was willing to pass on his position to Orochimaru. The 3 days were genuine as well. This was a trap set for Orochimaru, decided the night before, and no matter whether Orochimaru responded or agreed, it was something that would be said. The news of Sarutobi Hiruzen's defeat and surrender in Sunagakure spread to the IWA ninja camp, and Inoki immediately scolded Kuratsuchi harshly. Why are all the good successors from other villages? They trample over Konoha to rise. If only our IWA ninja had such a person, I would be more than willing to step down right here. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. After his anger, Inoki quickly devised a strategy. With his intelligence on Danzo, he recognized him as a clever man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, leading to a scheme to draw the snake out of its hole. Kuratsuchi, Old Zetsu, and Han, along with over 300 IWA Jonin, lay in ambush within the camp, launching a decisive battle with the slogan of breaking through the Konoha army in one fell swoop, while Inoki led the army out in full force. Danzo would certainly take the risk for this rare opportunity for victory. If he did, it would allow him to swallow this elite team whole. To buy time for Danzo, Inoki's initial plan was to confront Orochimaru first. If Danzo didn't show up, their IWA ninja would surely win with a strong assault. Regardless of whether the plan succeeded, they would ultimately win. After all, with an 8-0-0-0 to 3-0-0-0 advantage on their side, and their opponent lacked public support or momentum, the fate of a nation had not been bestowed upon Orochimaru or Danzo. As a result, today's probe surprisingly revealed Orochimaru's other thoughts, and everything fell into place. If Orochimaru truly agreed to his conditions, it would be a grand celebration. After returning to the fortress, Orochimaru discovered that the hearts of the people had begun to waver. Who wouldn't feel uneasy facing the overwhelming army of IWA? However, a 3-day ceasefire was good for Orochimaru, if Danzo could achieve something in that time. Though the probability was nearly zero, since he wasn't on the battlefield with Kuratsuchi and the other two Jinchuriki. If he wasn't on the battlefield, where else could he be? It was easy to guess, and now Orochimaru hoped Danzo would die. As long as he died, a huge amount of trouble would be eliminated. Danzo did not act immediately. Upon arriving at the camp, he saw that there were people inside. This time he had brought 2 members from the Uchiha clan with him. With a glance, he immediately saw the situation inside the camp. Sir, there are over 300 people here, among them around 100 with chakra levels at Jonin. And one person has an enormous and chaotic chakra, likely a Jinchuriki. Kuratsuchi and the others were not foolish. Knowing that Konoha had Byakugan, they wouldn't put all their eggs in one basket. The others were in the nearby city, and as long as they received the news, they could return for a counter-encirclement within 10 minutes. I knew these people wouldn't be honest. Spread out and see if there are any other forces on the mountains. We will attack the camp tonight, Danzo said coldly. Yes, everyone responded as they went to carry out their orders. Outside the fortress, Inoki had people hastily prepare a large number of surrender letters, throwing them into the Konoha fortress, urging Orochimaru to surrender and expressing admiration for him. Chapter 59. Danzo's loud laughter. Danzo's defeat. Although Orochimaru made every effort to collect the surrender letters, there were simply too many to gather. The IWA ninja truly invested heavily, recklessly scattering them into the fortress. By the afternoon, everyone was on edge. Faced with an unwinnable war, no ninja wanted to fight. After all, everyone had families. The atmosphere in the fortress was tense, and Orochimaru knew that the land of grass could not hold its ground anymore. He could only withdraw the front line back to the land of fire, giving them hope to protect their village and country to rekindle their fighting spirit. Orochimaru began to research the most suitable defensive locations in the land of fire. Eventually, he settled on a place, Ne City, a city leading into the heart of the land of fire. It was not only easy to defend, but also hard to attack, and the front line would be long enough to greatly extend the logistical pressure on IWA. Warfare is about logistics, and the same applies to ninja warfare. Extended logistics could provide enough chances for IWA to collapse. Orochimaru immediately wrote a letter to the village, requesting reinforcements to repair the city and establish defenses in Ne City. He also reported various matters from the battlefield, including Danzo's ambush. However, Orochimaru wisely refrained from making any evaluations. In the evening, on Konoha's side, Mito Gate Yin and Tsunade received the news, and Yan's heart sank. Danzo had mobilized elite forces for an ambush. Although Tsunade was a woman, she had a fiery temper and slammed the table in dissatisfaction. What nonsense! What exactly does Danzo want? The Hokage's order is to defend as long as possible. And if this surprise attack fails, it could lead to a complete rout. Mito Gate Yin remained relatively calm. All right, let's do as Orochimaru says and have the reinforcements build defensive facilities in Ne City. We'll delay for as long as we can and hope for an opportunity. It's all the fault of Tsunade. Why couldn't they just wait for death properly? Tsunade was quite displeased. Mito Gate Yin shook his head, feeling somewhat exhausted. Sigh, let's first send the money and ninjutsu, and let Hiruzen return to defend. More resources need to be transported to the Green Knot Mountain. Jiraiya will confront the Cloud Ninja there. The Konoha forces in the Land of Iron can't hold out any longer. They will retreat in at most 3 days. The offensive from the Cloud Ninja is simply too fierce. Who can withstand the assault of the Jinchuriki and the Second Raikage? Tsunade was very dissatisfied, but began to get busy. Outside the IWA ninja camp, Danzo's face turned cold as he waved his hand, and the ambush battle immediately broke out. This time, Danzo had mobilized over 200 elite Jonin and special Jonin. Elite J-Nin are not those who are well-rounded. An elite J-Nin only meets one standard. Not a high-ranking one, slightly stronger than CH-Nin, and is even an old-school CH-Nin. They won't be called to meetings without special permission. However, with over 300 J-Nin and elite J-Nin on one front, Konoha is truly impressive. Huang Tu and Han received the news that Konoha had attacked the camp, and the one who came was Danzo. Old Z reported the information to Huang Tu. Upon hearing this, Huang Tu immediately became excited and shouted, "Good, good, good." Send the order to rush to the main camp at full speed. I will kill Danzo and let Konoha know that their time has passed. Kill, kill. Many ninjas shouted loudly to boost morale and quietly moved towards the main camp. Old Z also relayed the news to Inoki. Danzo was undoubtedly in high spirits. The attack on the camp was very successful. Although the Jinchuriki and Iwagakure Nin resisted fiercely, they were overwhelmed by the sheer numbers from Konoha. Countless supplies were burned, and the battle gradually tilted in one direction. Victory was just around the corner. As long as they repelled Iwagakure, he would be Konoha's hero. When he returned, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have to abdicate, and he would ascend to the Hokage's seat. Danzo wanted to laugh out loud to vent his excitement. Although Danzo currently lacked the Sharingan and would release, his combat ability was still outstanding. His wind release was truly exceptional. Meanwhile, Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, was not at his strongest yet. He was not a perfect Jinchuriki and was sometimes suppressed by Danzo. The entire camp was filled with flames and explosions, creating a chaotic scene. Danzo did not realize that the Iwanin were trying to save their lives rather than protect resources. Just as the Konoha ninjas were heading towards the largest supply depot, a Root J Nin rushed over quickly. Sir, it's bad. This is a trap. Over 200 Iwanin have come outside. According to the Byakugan report, they are all J Nin, and another Jinchuriki is leading them, along with Huang Tu. What? Danzo, who was suppressing Han, was taken aback. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Han laughed heartily and mocked Danzo. Danzo, this is a plan specifically set up for you. How do you feel? Happy? Brothers, reinforcements have arrived. It's time for us to counterattack and kill these Konoha dogs. Damn it, retreat. Danzo shouted hoarsely. Brothers, kill them. Huang Tu yelled loudly. A true elite showdown began. Old Z and Huang Tu focused on attacking Danzo, giving him no chance to escape, both genuinely wanting to kill him here. If Danzo and this batch of elites died, the Iwanin could advance without obstruction. Danzo was extremely anxious as the Root ninjas around him sacrificed themselves to cover his escape. But fortunately, their sacrifices were quite useful. In a chase lasting over 10 minutes, Danzo actually managed to escape with 3 people. Huang Tu killed a Konoha ninja, but felt extremely unwilling. Damn Danzo, how can he run so fast? Old Z stepped forward and smiled at Huang Tu, saying, don't worry. I sent a message to Lord Tsuchikage before coming. No matter how fast Danzo runs, he can't run far. Huang Tu then turned his anger into joy. Good. Then let's chase down the remaining Konoha ninjas and kill them all. They were already in pursuit. In a mountain forest, Danzo and the 3 Root ninjas were eating soldier pills and resting slightly. They had truly risked their lives in the recent battle. Danzo was panting heavily, with several wounds on his body and an extremely angry expression, completely lacking the demeanor of Cao Cao, who would laugh heartily at the sky. Although Danzo did not laugh at Inoki's lack of wisdom, he could still curse. Danzo, unwilling to accept defeat, immediately shifted the blame to Orochimaru, cursing, it must be that Orochimaru leaked the information. When I return, I will definitely deal with that disobedient snake. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause came from nearby. Danzo suddenly looked towards the source of the sound. He saw Inoki coming out with dozens of J-Nin. Inoki smiled at Danzo's shocked expression. If Danzo hadn't just cursed Orochimaru, he would have definitely launched a sneak attack. But since Danzo had just insulted Orochimaru, Inoki didn't want Danzo to die. Instead, he wanted to injure him so he could escape inadvertently, allowing Danzo to confront Orochimaru later. If Orochimaru were to come to Iwagakure, even if he didn't come, at least a shadow-level powerhouse would leave Konoha, and even if he didn't leave, there would definitely be resentment. No wonder Danzo, the dark side of Konoha, is still somewhat clever. However, today you are in a situation where you must die, so I won't hide it. It was Orochimaru who betrayed you, and I promised Orochimaru the position of Elder of Iwagakure and the successor to the Tsuchikage. Chapter 60. Konoha's collapse again. Danzo severely injured. Sarutobi Hiruzen spits blood. Danzo's previous panic turned into terror and disbelief. Orochimaru wants to defect to Iwagakure. No. This isn't called defection. It's just that you Konoha don't give strong people good treatment. It's only that our Iwagakure respects talent that has moved Orochimaru. Inoki corrected Danzo with a shake of his head. Danzo became even angrier. He felt he was being prejudiced, as if Orochimaru could persuade them to surrender. But he could only die. Ha! I will definitely not surrender. I'm going to become Hokage. Inoki, if you want to kill me today, then let me see if you have the ability. Let me see how powerful your so-called dust release is. Danzo shouted angrily, his movements not slowing down at all. Wind release. Vacuum Great Sphere. He launched a killing move. Although in this era, even with bloodline limits, most ninjas still had to form seals carefully, Inoki was an exception. He He didn't use any seals at all. With a clash of hands, he unleashed a dust release. The clash of their ninjutsu created a whirlwind at the scene, sending grass, debris, and trees flying everywhere. Other IWA-J Nin also launched ninjutsu attacks on Danzo and the others. At this moment, it would not be an exaggeration to describe the scene as lively. Wind, fire, lightning, water, earth, shuriken, and other attacks intertwined, constantly exploding. If it were any ordinary ninja, they would definitely be dead. But this was Danzo, who had mastered countless secret techniques en route. As long as he was not killed by a strong opponent on the spot, such flashy ninjutsu would be difficult to kill him. Danzo, at the cost of an arm, an eye, and several lives, successfully activated the teleportation secret technique. As the smoke cleared, there were no bodies to be found, not even pieces of flesh. Inoki merely said lightly, "Danzo is dead. Let us return to the camp." The many IWA ninjas looked at their leader's mood and fell a bit down, not daring to celebrate, and obediently followed back to the camp. After Danzo discovered he was surrounded, Orochimaru in the fortress also received a distress signal. To this, Orochimaru did not refuse and personally led a team of about 100 people to rescue Danzo. These were all people who had doubted him, even openly opposing him. Wouldn't it be better for these people to die than to stay alive? Orochimaru is not that kind. The members of this 100-man team are not good people either. Many of them are from ninja clans who look down on commoners like Orochimaru and understand the implications of him taking them out. But what can they do? If they don't go with Orochimaru, he could kill them on the spot with ready-made excuses. Either way, they face death, so they might as well conspire against him. With enough numbers, they might save their lives. At that moment, these people gathered and dispersed around the fortress, shouting loudly. Orochimaru colluded with the rock ninjas, causing Elder Danzo's death. They cried out, although these individuals consciously separated to shout, hoping to rally more people to attack Orochimaru. They were originally unprepared and under Orochimaru's watch. Orochimaru is naturally a ruthless character. Countless poisonous snakes appeared in the shadows of these people, with venomous fangs enough to silence them. But this was only a part of the resistance. More rebels, or their friends and family, were driven to one place by Orochimaru's team. No matter how these ninjas pleaded or cursed, Orochimaru had no intention of letting them go. After more than 10 minutes of slaughter, 314 ninjas were killed. But after this massacre, the entire fortress was completely under Orochimaru's control, with only his voice echoing throughout. After disposing of these people and consolidating the fortress, Orochimaru decisively led his men to retreat towards the land of fire. He took everything he could and set time bombs for what he couldn't take. When Inoki returned to the camp with his men, the entire fortress was engulfed in flames, and he received a detailed report from his subordinates about what had happened in the fortress. Inoki sighed slightly at the sky, reddened by the fire. Konoha is indeed the #1 village in the ninja world. If this operation had been led by Orochimaru, following his orders, we IWA ninjas would not have been able to breach Konoha's defenses so quickly. He ordered the entire army to rest for a night and attack the land of fire tomorrow, making Konoha understand what it means to be conquered at first sight. Long live Iwagakure! Many ninjas shouted in excitement. Inoki felt unusually gratified. Under Konoha's roots, a humanoid creature missing an arm, bleeding continuously, and unconscious was teleported over. The root ninjas guarding it rushed to check, and upon seeing it, they were shocked. It's Lord Danzo, medical ninjas. The entire root organization plunged into the rescue operation for Danzo. The next morning, at the Hokage office in Konoha, Mitarashi Anko and Tazuna Koharu received Orochimaru's intelligence, and they were both furious. As expected, Danzo had failed. All 500 elite were gone, and this group of clan ninjas was more of a hindrance than help. Orochimaru was too extreme. Couldn't he have retreated first? Tazuna Koharu paced around the room, continuously muttering. Mitarashi Anko was also troubled and interrupted her angrily. Stop pacing. Quickly send a message to Hisashi, telling him to escape from the Sand Ninjas as soon as possible. We need his strength. Why are you so fierce? It's not my fault. Go yell at Danzo. All right, I was wrong, I apologize. Is that enough? Hurry and bring Hisashi back. In Shizukiyo City, Sarutobi Hisashi was holding the letter he received yesterday, which was about Danzo leading a surprise attack on the camp. He nearly spat blood from anger at the time. Danzo was just a pure fool. Wasn't this sending him to his death? As for Orochimaru being bought off, even a dog from Konoha would shake its head in disbelief. The moment he received the news, Sarutobi Hisashi had already sent a message for Orochimaru to hold his ground. After worrying all morning, more news came from the village. But this time was bad news. Danzo's 500 elite were ambushed, his life or death unknown, and Orochimaru had led his men to flee the camp overnight, currently heading towards Ne City. Sarutobi Hizashi was consumed by rage and wanted to slam his fist on the table, but a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he fainted. Several Umbu rushed forward. After a while, Sarutobi Hizashi woke up, lying on the bed, looking weak and cursing profusely. Damn Danzo, you're such a big idiot. A sinner of Konoha-I. Sarutobi Hizashi anxiously wanted to slap Danzo, but he couldn't move at all because Higashikawa Shinichi was holding him back, preventing him from leaving. If he did, the Sand would go to war. Sarutobi Hizashi had no words for his frustration. After calming down from his anger, Sarutobi Hizashi sent orders to Uchiha Fugaku to switch from defense to offense, quickly resolving the missed ninja battlefield and supporting the IWA ninja battlefield. Additionally, he instructed Kushina to head to Ne City to assist Orochimaru. Once Minato's health improved, he was to go to the Cloud Ninja battlefield to ensure that he and Jiraiya held the Cloud defense line. Chapter 61. Compensation received. Orochimaru and Jiraiya fighting for their lives. Sarutobi Hizashi's orders were quickly relayed. Uchiha Fugaku had received a letter of praise from Sarutobi Hizashi a few days ago and used it to suppress the hawkish faction within Uchiha. The happiness Uchiha Fugaku felt during these days was something he had never experienced before. It was incredible that all of Uchiha listened to him. However, that night, Uchiha Fugaku could not be happy anymore. He received a letter from Sarutobi Hizashi ordering him to fight, specifically to defeat the Mist. Is this just making things difficult for me? Just as he was hesitating, someone rushed in. Clan leader. News from the IWA battlefield shows that Elder Danzo's life or death is unknown, and Orochimaru has led his troops towards Ne City. The next day, the commander Nara could no longer hold on against the full assault of the Cloud, and it was expected that he would retreat and join Lord Jiraiya tomorrow. This triple blow silenced the conservative Uchiha in the room. How does it feel like Konoha is about to fall? 3 out of 4 battle lines collapsed. Is this still the strong Konoha? Wasn't it said that 10 shadow-level powerhouses could push through the entire ninja world? Why are they being pushed back to their homes? Where are the strong ninjas in the village? Everyone fell silent. Uchiha Fugaku wanted to suppress this news and prevent it from spreading, but unfortunately, he was too late. Uchiha's hawkish elder, Uchiha Yuichi, along with hawkish warriors, barged in. Clan leader, I heard that the IWA and Cloud battlefield have collapsed. Shouldn't we take action and drive those Mist ninjas back home? As long as we can defeat the Mist first, our Uchiha clan can gain fame in Konoha, showing everyone that without us Uchiha, Konoha wouldn't be able to win the war at all. Uchiha Fugaku said with a headache, Elder Yuichi, I understand your eagerness for battle, but we need to formulate a strategy and find a way to defeat the Mist at the lowest cost. I will send troops as long as you provide me with a plan. Charging without a plan is reckless. Our Uchiha are strong and fearless, but we shouldn't die meaninglessly. Uchiha Yuichi felt a bit awkward. He came this time simply to stir things up with Uchiha Fugaku, never expecting him to actually support the idea of sending troops. There was no plan for deployment. He hadn't prepared anything at all, and now he found himself at a loss for words. Seeing the embarrassed Uchiha Yuichi, Uchiha Fugaku let out a sigh of relief. All right, Elder Yuichi, please sit down. We need to discuss how to deploy our forces and engage in battle with the Mist Village to defeat them quickly and provide aid to other battlefields. Uchiha Yuichi awkwardly nodded. Then, the Uchiha clan members in the big tent surprisingly reached a consensus and began to discuss. The next day, the Cloud Village breached the fortress of a land of iron. Nara Shikaku led the remaining ninja forces to join Jiraiya and retreated to the Green Knot Mountain. The Rock Village invaded the land of fire as if it were unguarded, sweeping through and surrounding Ne City. The entire ninja world was in an uproar. The once invincible Konoha seemed to crumble with just a single blow. Everyone began to lose faith in Konoha. After receiving the news, Don Chuanjini also laughed heartily. These people really don't understand what the foundation of Konoha is. Only Iwagakure and Kumogakure can achieve this. Chio was somewhat curious. Are Iwagakure and Kumogakure that weak? Don Chuanjini shook his head. Not weak, but Konoha's foundation is too deep, and they also underestimated the bond between Konoha and the feudal lords. When tomorrow's intelligence arrives, you will understand why. Chio was still a bit puzzled. The next day, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived with a dark expression, but he brought scrolls and over 100 horse-drawn carriages. This is the 630 million Ryo compensation, along with all the ninjutsu below B rank that you requested, totaling 145 techniques. You can take them. Don Juanjini walked up with a smile and shook hands with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the two officially signed a peace agreement, taking a commemorative photo together. However, this peace agreement was only for 20 years, which clearly indicated that Sarutobi Hiruzen still had some lingering anger. Nevertheless, Don Juanjini didn't care at all. 20 years. He had enough power to make the entire ninja world feel his grand ideals. 20 years was enough for him to stand at the pinnacle of the world, even surpassing the sage of 6 paths in the Pure Land. After seeing off Sarutobi Hiruzen, all the Sand Ninja erupted in thunderous cheers. Don Juanjini shouted loudly with great enthusiasm, "Brothers, take the compensation. We're going back to the village to reunite with our families." Good. Cheers erupted around him. In the distance, Sarutobi Hizashi's expression was quite grim. But so what? He could only clench his fists and then let them go. He had done everything he could. Sunagakure retreated after receiving the compensation. The Wagakure and Kumogakure were also red-eyed after receiving this news. Sunagakure could demand 630 million because they only dared to ask for that amount. If they asked for more, Konoha wouldn't pay, and they might even face retaliation afterward. But they were different. They not only dared to ask for 630 million, they also dared to ask for 5 billion. Both IWA and Kumo launched attacks on Naya City and Jewel Mountain simultaneously. The battle was intense. But both Inoki and the Third Raikage were somewhat shocked because, in the past, they would scatter at the slightest provocation, or a little fighting would cause obvious panic on the opposing side, and there would be no fighting spirit at all, especially Orochimaru, who fought desperately, single-handedly facing 2 Jinchuriki along with Inoki, managing to hold them back. Inoki understood why Orochimaru was an immortal snake. His offensive methods were indeed powerful and bizarre, and he dared to trade injuries for injuries. The key was that others didn't dare to trade. When they were injured, they were genuinely injured, even facing life-threatening situations. But when Orochimaru was injured, he just consumed some chakra, and after a few seconds, his injuries would heal, or he would use his snakes to take the damage. The various forbidden drugs he developed were like candy to him. He consumed them relentlessly. As soon as his chakra was depleted, he would immediately replenish it, making Inoki's heart race. This thing was powerful, but with such heavy drug use, how could his body withstand it? Wouldn't he end up ruining it? Others couldn't do it, but Orochimaru truly could. He could use the rebirth technique. If his body was damaged, he could just switch to another one, as he had cultivated 2 of his own clones. With the Earth Ninja leading the assault, a bug-controlling ninja who appeared from nowhere commanded the Konoha army's defense seamlessly. This person was none other than the second-in-command of the route, the elite Jonin, Aburame Ryoma. The Wagakure had no victories, but Kumogakure suffered heavily. Jiraiya showed them what sage jutsu was, what it meant to risk one's life, and what it meant to fight desperately, even to the point of mutual destruction. Under the siege of the 4th Raikage, the 2 Tails and the 8 Tails, Jiraiya's desperate fighting style shocked the 3 of them. They had come to battle for money, not to settle life and death with Jiraiya. Jiraiya's suicidal tactics succeeded. The 2 Tails and the 8 Tails were severely injured and wouldn't recover their combat power for at least half a month, and the 4th Raikage was also left spitting blood. Naturally, as a cost, Jiraiya was also seriously injured. At least he could no longer continue fighting in this battle. He bet everything on his disciple, Namikaze Minato, and his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Whether it was Jiraiya or Orochimaru, they both gambled their ninja careers, hoping that Konoha, which they had nurtured, could win this war. On the battlefield without tailed beasts, Narashikako, Yamanaka, Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza made Kumogakure realize why they were called the pig, deer, butterfly combination. Not only were their combat abilities strong, but their command abilities were even stronger, as the attacks from the 2 generations of Raikage were all firmly repelled. The next day, Uzumaki Kushina arrived at Naya City, bringing with her the fire from Minato's injuries and the fire from Sunagakure's defeat. She immediately activated her tailed beast transformation and used the superb King Kong seal, making the 2 Jinchuriki of a Wagakure unable to lift their heads. The pressure on Orochimaru was greatly reduced, and the battle began with a fierce attack. Inoki was also pushed back repeatedly by this frenzied momentum, not daring to fight head-on, only able to seek a gradual strategy. After several days of intense fighting, the 2 battlefields formed a strange state of peace. Chapter 62. Triumphant Return to the Village. Reunion with Yakura and others. The battlefields of Kumo and IWA formed a strange peace. However, Sunagakure was welcoming a grand celebration throughout the village. In just a few days, Dong Chuanjini led the entire ninja army riding camels, followed by more than 200 ox carts, marching grandly towards Sunagakure. The oxen were newly acquired. After bringing money and goods to the land of wind, the ninjas bought oxen to load onto the carts for the journey back to the village. If they had herded the oxen from the land of rivers, it would have taken more than half a month to return. In any case, the ninja army returned victorious, having defeated Konoha and brought back spoils. This was a joyous event. The entire Sunagakure was immersed in a sea of happiness. Of course, the families of the deceased ninjas were not particularly happy. After all, some lost husbands, some lost sons, and some lost fathers, who were the pillars of their families. Fortunately, they also received corresponding compensation measures, whether in money or subsequent benefits from the village, enough to ensure their lives would be worry-free for the rest of their lives. Yakura and Cade led the ninja team to welcome the ordinary people out of the village, especially Yakura, looking at Dong Chuanjini riding the tallest and strongest camel in the distance, with a face full of pride and joy. This was someone he had raised himself. Although it had only been 2 or 3 months, it was enough for Yakura to feel proud. Daisuke Minejima and Jun also sincerely felt happy and proud for Dong Chuanjini. But at the same time, they felt a bit dejected. Their strengths were too different. One was a hero who had continuously defeated 3 shadow-level powerhouses from Konoha and led the village to victory, while the 2 of them were still merely lowly genin. Such a desperate gap would make anyone feel somewhat downcast. Higashikawa Shinichi is now the hero of the village, and everyone is cheering his name. The 3rd Kazekage is on Higashikawa Shinichi's left side. Although there is a smile on his face, the hatred in his heart has reached its peak. Looking at Higashikawa Shinichi, who is 1 position above him, he wishes he could stab him to death. All this cheering and glory should belong to him. Dong Chuan Shinichi and the others arrived at the gathering place of the villagers, where a loud-voiced ninja shouted, "Welcome our battle heroes home." Cheers and applause erupted from countless ninjas and ordinary people around them. The large ninja troop slowly approached the village entrance, with continuous flowers, applause, and cheers. Dong Chuanjini smiled and waved hello to everyone. When he saw and Wan looking at him, he cheerfully waved to them. Everyone turned their attention to the 2 of them, and Wan also put away their frustration, straightened their chests, as they couldn't let their companion down. After Teacheris Shinichi gave him a thumbs up, he greeted others. Among the crowd, a red-haired youth was fixated on a prison cart, escorted by a group of camels. Inside the cart was a weak, white-haired man with a severed arm. This man was naturally Hitaki Sakomo, and Teacheris Shinichi had thoughtfully hung a sign with Hitaki Sakomo's name on his prison cart. The red-haired youth was Scorpion. After the war began, he was taken by Zuki to fend off the Mist Village. Scorpion did not resist because Hitaki Sakomo had gone to the Cloud Village, making it impossible for him to cross the land of fire for revenge. However, just a few days after arriving on the battlefield, he heard the news that Hitaki Sakomo had been severely injured and captured, and Scorpion immediately wanted to take revenge. But he was stopped by Zuki, who simply explained that even if he went, he wouldn't be able to kill him directly. Such a person would either be exchanged or executed in the village. Moreover, the one who captured Hitaki Sakomo was a young man, an ambitious young man who would never let go of an enemy that had threatened Sunagakure for 10 years. This young man would bring him back to the village and execute him in front of everyone. It would be better for Scorpion to apply to personally carry out the execution of Hitaki Sakomo. After being persuaded by Zuki, Scorpion anxiously awaited news. Finally, when he received the news that he could be the executioner, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night, but his anticipation grew even more urgent. When he learned that the ninja army would triumph in the afternoon, Scorpion had already been waiting outside the village early, just to be the first to see the murderer who killed his parents. Upon seeing Hitaki Sakomo, Scorpion clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could kill him right then and there, but he couldn't move within the encirclement of ninjas. When the convoy arrived at the village entrance and dismounted from the camels, he greeted Yakura and Zuki. "Welcome back, hero of Sunagakure." Yakura stepped forward with a smile and gently extended his hand. As he represented the ninja squad, Yakura was still dressed in his J-Nin battle attire. However, it was clear that Yakura had dressed up with an excited blush on his delicate face and an indescribable joy and pride in his eyes. Dong Chuanjini smiled and shook hands with Yi Tsang, his hand still as rough and warm as before. "Long time no see." This simple sentence made Yi Tsang's heart tremble for a moment, and the blush on his face became even more pronounced. Dong Chuanjini watched everything with a smile and softly said, "From now on, the village will only grow stronger the villagers' lives will get better and better, and the children will grow up carefree. Mitsang's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gently replied. Higashikawa Shinichi no longer lingered on Yagura's beauty, but instead shook hands with Hzuki and other representatives from Sandninja. The crowd welcomed Higashikawa Shinichi and the others into the village. Amidst the flowers and applause, Higashikawa Shinichi and the other ninjas walked along the red carpet towards the Kazekage building at the center of the village. Supplies were escorted from other paths to the Kazekage office building, where Tsunade and Kakashi would also be present. The next scenes would take place in the Kazekage building. Before long, the area around the Kazekage building was filled with people, with nearly everyone from Sandninja who wanted to come gathered there. Thanks to the swift actions of the staff, a massive curtain appeared on the third floor of the Kazekage office building, and the walls along the nearby roads were also covered with curtains. This victory would be broadcast live. As around 300 large boxes were placed at the base of the Kazekage building, the sky began to darken slightly. Dongchuanjini, the third generation of Kazekage, Chiyo, Ebizo, Maki, and Kaden Seishi also appeared on the huge balcony on the second floor, which had been temporarily remodeled just right for giving speeches. The people and ninjas of Sandninja let out an earth-shattering cheer upon seeing this, unable to calm down for a long time. Dongchuanjini adjusted his formal attire. Today he is the main character, and his outfit must look good. Dongchuanjini took a step forward, picked up the microphone, and shouted loudly at the cheering crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. As you all wished and anticipated, today we, the Sand Hidden Village, have defeated Konoha. We have achieved victory for Sand Hidden. Long live Sand Hidden! Long live Sand Hidden! As one voice called out, gradually others joined in. The cheers of tens of thousands of people were deafening, and countless streamers floated down from the sky, enhancing the festive atmosphere. Chapter 63. The Inauguration of the Fourth Kazekage. Reform. As the cheers gradually quieted down, Higashikawa Shinichi continued to give his victory speech, talking about the difficulties and brutality of war. A few minutes later, Higashikawa raised his voice and said with excitement, "We, the Sand Hidden Village, are a peace-loving community. If others try to bully us, we will fight back and let them know that we will not be humiliated. We are not afraid of battle. If we can win the first time, we can win the second and third times as well. Time will prove that victory stands on the side of justice." Higashikawa Shinichi raised his arm and shouted again, "Sand Village will win." The crowd cheered joyfully once more, "Sand Village will win." Faced with the emotionally stirred villagers and ninjas, the third Kazekage clenched his fists, trembling all over. He knew that even if he killed Higashikawa Shinichi this time, he might not be able to secure his position afterwards. The manuscript he was about to read was personally written by Higashikawa Shinichi, a self-incriminating decree that placed all the blame on him. But was he wrong? Not all. He was merely human. However, victory requires the losers to pay the price, and he was the one who had to bear that cost. If he did not announce his abdication today, tomorrow someone would definitely find a way to make him step out of the room with his left foot first, leading to a serious injury that would cause him to bleed out and die. The third Kazekage was pushed onto the stage, holding the self-incriminating decree. His voice was hoarse and reluctant as he read it emotionlessly. The more he read, the more distressed he became, and the public's view of the third Kazekage plummeted. When he finished reading the self-incriminating decree, the crowd's emotions fell to a low point, but many looked expectantly at Higashikawa Shinichi. This was because the third Kazekage finally mentioned that he would not hold the position of Kazekage anymore. The person who would take over the position of Kazekage would undoubtedly be Higashikawa Shinichi. With public support, both those who knew the inside story and those who did not felt a favorable impression of Higashikawa Shinichi after the speech. The third Kazekage slowly removed the hat symbolizing the Kazekage from his head, his eyes filled with reluctance and sorrow. Gently touching the Kazekage hat, he vowed to reclaim everything. Everything would once again belong to him. Reluctantly, the third Kazekage handed the hat to Higashikawa Shinichi. They fell silent after the third Kazekage took off the hat, with the camera firmly locked on the Kazekage hood. Higashikawa Shinichi, I hope you can govern Sand Village well and not betray the trust one have in you. The third Kazekage said to Higashikawa Shinichi with formal words. Dongchuanjini took the wind shadow hood with a serious expression and made a solemn promise in front of the camera. I, Dongchuanjini, swear in the name of the fourth wind shadow that I will lead Sandninja to become the strongest in the ninja world, ensure that all villagers become prosperous, and make Sandninja great. After saying this, he placed the hood, symbolizing the wind shadow, on his head. Great, Lord Dongchuanjini, Lord Wind Shadow. The cheers of countless people spread around the village like a wave, colorful ribbons floated in the sky again, doves were released, balloons ascended, and numerous specially made fireworks soared into the air. This celebration was even more fervent than the last one. Ding! Congratulations to the host for bringing Sandninja into the sphere of influence. The next settlement time is in 29 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Sandninja, prosperity, 125787, population, 47,814. Public sentiment, 60, reward bonus, 10. Dongchuanjini is very satisfied, with a prosperity of over 120,000 and a population of nearly 50,000, giving him considerable room for development. The 44 fireworks marking the 44th anniversary of the establishment of Shine gradually came to an end, and the cheers of the crowd slowly diminished. Dongchuanjini stepped forward to announce the policies he had long thought out, which involved people's livelihoods, basic infrastructure, education, healthcare, housing, elderly care, a merit reward system for ninjas, a support system for disabled ninjas, a support system for war orphans, and other new systems. Although he touched on each policy briefly, the vision he painted was enticing for everyone. For instance, the education reform would provide free education, separating ninja classes from regular classes, with financial support for the ninja classes. The healthcare system reform would allow the public to access medical ninjutsu at low prices, leading to a significant increase in the income of medical ninjas. The merit reward system would grant corresponding merits based on task difficulty, and after accumulating a certain amount of merit, individuals could exchange it for ninjutsu, items, and other goods, as well as submit ninjutsu or items in exchange for merit points. Dongchuanjini particularly emphasized that all these measures would be basically perfected within 10 years. Everyone was filled with a yearning for the future. On the big screen, Dongchuanjini appeared as a god in their hearts, radiating a sacred brilliance. Aside from the major ninja clans and the smaller clans that were dependent on them, these reforms were seen as a cut into their flesh. In the secret chamber of the Hachita clan, the heads of the 7 clans watched the spirited young man on the screen, along with countless ninjas and ordinary people who wanted to elevate him to a divine status. The hot-tempered head of the Ong clan flipped the table in front of him and shouted angrily, "What is this kid doing? He just took office and wants to implement these reforms without even discussing it with us. I think this 4th Kazekage really doesn't need to be in his position." The other clan heads also wore grim expressions. This was not reform. This was a death sentence. Even the 2nd Kazekage, Shaman, did not dare to directly implement reforms, but instead developed puppet techniques and a new sand-controlling clan to compete for resources. Everyone was playing games at the table, and now even the heads of various departments were directly implementing reforms without inquiry. The usually cultured head of the Ueno clan also snorted coldly. Since the newly appointed 4th Kazekage does not give us face, we also do not need to give him face. Starting tomorrow, all the departments we control will not cooperate at all. It should have been like this long ago. I want to show this little brat what it means to insult the ninja clans. At this moment, the 3rd Kazekage, standing behind Dongchuanjini, felt very pleased. Dongchuanjini wants to reform, and his reforms are even more thorough than his own. He doesn't dare to think about such ideas, as they're truly about digging up the roots of the ninja clan, which would definitely lead to rebellion. The 3rd Wind Shadow decides not to take action for now, letting this kid, Dongchuanjini, fight against the ninja clan. It would be best if they both suffer heavy losses, so that he can step in to conclude the matter. Whether it's killing Dongchuanjini to restore order, he can return to power with fewer constraints. East River Makoto naturally knows that these reforms are detrimental to the ninja clan, but if he hadn't considered the ninja clan from the beginning, would these useless ninjas have dared to rebel? If they dared to oppose East River Makoto, he would have killed their entire families. 1 or 2,000 ninjas. Significant influence? They're just ninjas without bloodlines. Those who are unwilling to be part of the ninja clan. There are plenty of ninjas willing to establish a new ninja clan. Chapter 64. Scorpion kills Hatake Sakamo. Threatened Tsunade. If East River Makoto's pie-in-the-sky reforms made some people happy and some unhappy, then what he said next made everyone boil over with joy. For the past 10 years, there has been a village that has been suffocating our sand-hidden village. And there was a ninja who, for a time, made us afraid to leave the village to carry out missions. Even when children cried, their parents would say, "If you cry again, Hatake Sakamo will come," and the children would stop crying in fear. Many new generation ninjas, as well as those who lost family and friends because of Hatake Sakamo, recalled that unhappy memory. However, There were no longer any sad faces among the crowd. Instead, they were filled with smiles, because whether it was the news that had been circulating for so many days or witnessing the prisoner transport with their own eyes, they all knew that the ninja who had brought them fear had been captured by their fourth Kazekage. Don Chuanjini revealed a brilliant smile. The village that had suffocated us, Konoha, has been defeated, and from now on, we of the Sand Village can breathe freely. The ninja Hatake Sakomo, who wouldn't allow us to leave the village for missions, has also been captured by us, and today he will face the just trial of our Sand Village. Good. Long live Lord Kazekage. Long live Lord Don Chuanjini. Countless ninjas once again erupted in deafening cheers. Amid such enthusiastic cheers, Don Chuanjini shouted loudly. The prisoner, Hatake Sakomo, had long been waiting backstage, and Scorpion was trembling with excitement all over his body. This day had finally come. He would personally execute Hatake Sakomo in front of so many people. Scorpion's excited eyes began to redden as puppet threads instantly attached to the sealed chakra of Hatake Sakomo. Scorpion was ruthless, controlling the completely powerless Hatake Sakomo to walk towards the prepared execution platform, and whispered cruelly in Sakomo's ear, Hatake Sakomo, today I will make your pride, your dignity, and your reputation all disappear. I will make you bow down in front of everyone. A man can be killed, but not insulted. Someone as proud as Hatake Sakomo could not allow this. He wanted to resist Scorpion, but his mouth was gagged. And after 3 days of only eating a bowl of porridge, how could he resist Scorpion, who had already reached the strength of 8 J-nin? As Scorpion controlled Hatake Sakomo to step onto the execution platform, the cheers from the crowd surged again. Before Don Chuanjini could speak, Scorpion made Hatake Sakomo kneel down with a thud. This kneel drove Scorpion into a frenzied smile, made Sakomo's eyes almost burst with anger, and caused the crowd's cheers to grow even louder. A hero to some is a thief to others. How respected he was in Konoha was matched only by how hated he was in Sunagakure. From somewhere in the crowd, rotten vegetable leaves, stinky eggs, stones, and even excrement were thrown at Hatake Sakomo. In no time, Sakomo was battered and bloodied, covered in foul-smelling yellow, black, and white substances, while his eyelids were forcibly held open by Scorpion's chakra threads, unable to close. Hatake Sakomo's eyes streamed with blood and tears, but he could only watch and continually bow and endure beatings under Scorpion's control. Tsunade, who had been watching silently from her wheelchair, closed her eyes and tears flowed from the corners. Now, Tsunade's limbs were completely sealed, and even her fingers could not move at all. Hatake Sakomo could do nothing, and she, Tsunade, could do nothing. All she could do was listen to the cheers outside and quietly cry. However, Don Chuanjini's clone appeared beside her and said softly, Lady Tsunade, you need to go up to the second-floor balcony later and greet the crowd, and you must smile. If you cooperate with me, I will give you the dignity you deserve. Otherwise, I will push you on stage in your wheelchair, making the Senju clan, Konoha, and even the entire land of Fire lose face. Lady Tsunade, you wouldn't want that to happen, would you? Tsunade's closed eyes suddenly widened, staring fiercely at Don Chuanjini. Ugh! Hatake Sakomo made a strange sound from his throat. Scorpion, who was excitedly going insane at this scene, regained some sanity. He remembered Don Chuanjini's instructions. A person can die, but must only be sent to the guillotine to be killed. Otherwise, that person would not let him turn them into a puppet. Don Chuanjini looked over, and Scorpion regained some consciousness. Scorpion hurriedly operated on Kiki sh Ma to walk towards the execution platform, successfully placing his head on the chopping block. The villagers finally stopped their actions. Scorpion stepped forward and removed the cloth strip from Kiki sh Ma's mouth. In a fit of rage, Kiki sh Ma bit off half of his own tongue, not wanting to be humiliated again. A mouthful of blood gushed out. The crowd cheered. The criminal Kiki sh Ma was in position, and the execution was to be carried out by the victim's family member, Chiyo Scorpion, personally. Don Chuanjini shouted loudly. Scorpion revealed a cruel smile as he took the short blade that had followed Hatake Sakomo in battles. Hatake Sakomo, I will use your white teeth to kill you. After you die, I will turn you into a puppet, and you will personally kill the Leaf Ninjas, kill your son. The still-living Hatake Sakomo widened his eyes in shock upon hearing this. However, the blade had already swung down toward his neck. With a sharp sound, the blade cut through flesh, and blood sprayed several meters away. Hatake Sakomo's head rolled to the ground, his eyes wide open in anger as if wanting to say something. Unfortunately, he could no longer utter a single word. The legendary Leaf hero, the Leaf White Fang, thus met his demise. Scorpion stepped forward, undeterred by the mess, holding the short blade in one hand and picking up Hatake Sakumo's head with the other. In front of everyone, he shouted loudly, "I am Chio Scorpion. My parents were killed by this man. Today, as his son, I have avenged my parents. I will use secret techniques to turn this corpse into a puppet, and it will accompany me in battle. Anyone who wants revenge can come find me. I am always ready." As soon as Scorpion finished speaking, the crowd erupted in cheers, followed by countless voices of celebration. Some may have felt it was cruel, but the majority were excited and supportive. The idea that one could forgive their father's murderer purely because they were unable to fight back was evident. Even the strongest ninjutsu, such as mouth jutsu, could only be effectively executed after subduing the opponent. Dong Chuanjini quietly watched this scene with a smile on his lips. Chio and Ebizo both sighed lightly. They instinctively felt that something was wrong. After all, with Scorpion saying that all the hatred would be directed at him. However, they knew Scorpion's temperament, and it was possible that this request was made by him. The two remained silent. Scorpion hurriedly left with the corpse of Hatake Sakumo. Dong Chuanjini spoke again. "Let us welcome Princess Tsunade of Konoha, who is here as our guest in Sandninja. She will witness the rise of our village and see us live a good life." The crowd cheered excitedly once more, eagerly looking at the big screen and the balcony. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of wooden sandals echoed as a woman with golden hair, dressed in a green robe with a white outfit underneath and a black belt at her waist, slowly walked out from inside. The simple three colors accentuated her alluring figure even more. Chapter 65, Jealous Yakura. Yes, 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 you're thinking of an evil plan. This visitor was, of course, Tsunade. However, her exquisite and beautiful face was now covered with frost, especially the way she looked at Dong Chuanjini, as if she wanted to swallow him alive. Dong Chuanjini showed a kind smile at the corner of his mouth, stepped back a bit to give way, and gestured for Tsunade to take the stage. Tsunade, dissatisfied, coldly snorted and walked to the front of the stage. As she brushed past Yakura, Dong Chuanjini instinctively glanced at her, quickly confirming her overwhelming superiority before retracting his gaze. The third Kazekage and others were somewhat shocked at how Dong Chuanjini managed to persuade Tsunade to attend this meeting after killing Kakashi Sakumo. However, Yakura's focus was not on how to convince Tsunade to appear. Although this woman was famous, she was ultimately a captive. Just now, Dong Chuanjini's somewhat subtle gaze, which Tsunade did not notice due to her complex expression, was easily felt by Yakura, one of the parties involved. Especially the moment it lingered on Tsunade. There was a fleeting look of regret. Women are very sensitive to this competitive desire. How could this not infuriate Yakura, whose fists were tightly clenched? "What are you regretting? I ask you, what are you regretting?" Unconvinced, Yakura straightened his back, glanced at Tsunade's trembling figure, then looked at his own, and instantly felt a bit deflated. All right. Even though his was also quite impressive, when compared to Tsunade, it was truly overshadowed. Yakura's mood was somewhat poor, rather significantly so. However, at this moment, everyone had turned their attention to Tsunade, who had appeared on stage. The crowd was puzzled as to why, despite being captives, Kakashi Sakumo was dead beyond recovery, while Tsunade, who had restrained their poison techniques, was receiving a grand reception. But once they saw Tsunade's stunning figure and beautiful face, along with her excellent and composed demeanor, especially when Dong Chuanjini smiled and stood with her, presenting a pair of talents, announcing that Tsunade would oversee the medical ninja hospital in Sandninja and guide the medical ninjutsu teachers. Some of the men present suddenly understood. It turned out that the fourth Hokage had taken a liking to Tsunade. This woman was indeed beautiful, even outshining the seemingly beautiful Yakura. However, the princess of the Land of Fire was also worthy of their fourth Hokage, and he truly brought honor to the men of Sandninja. Yet many women expressed that it was Tsunade, this older woman, wanted to pursue younger men, definitely eyeing their fourth Hokage, which was why she came to Sandninja to be a medical teacher. Both sides were buzzing with discussions. June looked at the trembling of Yakura and Tsunade and felt a bit inferior, but when Dong Chuanjini began to speak and the people around her kept discussing, Yun instantly became excited. She sensed something unusual in the atmosphere between the three, especially the way her master looked at Tsunade. Although it was somewhat concealed, she still caught it. Was this a love triangle? June began to count on her fingers, wondering who liked whom and what kind of competition there was. When it came to making a choice, which side should she stand on? She wanted to stand by Yakura, but clearly, Tsunade was more suitable for an alliance with Konoha, which would surely strengthen Sandninja and bring revenge against Kirigakure closer. But Yakura was her master. How conflicting. Jun's little head felt like it was crashing. As a ninja, Yakura clenched his fists tightly while listening to the discussions below, wanting to rush down and beat up both groups, feeling utterly neglected. Do you think I'm dead? And that damn Konoha woman, she's just a troublemaker. Genie is currently in a rising career phase and cannot be buried in a gentle environment. This woman is sent by Konoha to undermine Genie's fighting spirit. No, this must be stopped. Tsunade, now sealed off from chakra, naturally did not hear clearly amidst the noisy scene. If she could hear clearly, who knows what she might do. Tsunade's appearance served as a mascot, and after saying a few simple words, Dongchuan Genie had her taken down, officially concluding the grand ceremony. He had also heard the discussions of the crowd and caught a glimpse of Yakura's vigilant gaze. With a clear conscience, although he was lecherous, he also knew that killing Kakashi Sakomo in front of Tsunade and then trying to pursue her was pure madness. He pushed Tsunade onto the stage to discuss Konoha and create internal conflicts within them. Both were heroes of Konoha, having made a name for themselves there, having defeated Sunagakure in the past. Tsunade was the princess of the Land of Fire, the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, with a high status. While Kakashi Sakomo was also granted the Hokage mantle, said to be the next Hokage's successor. Yet one suffered humiliation and died tragically, only to be made into a puppet after death, while the other was honored as a guest, gracing such a grand ceremony as the main attraction. Dongchuan Genie has already thought of a book he wants to write, titled The Senju Clan's 40 Years of Grudges and Affections with Konoha, in which he will write about all the secrets of the Senju family, especially focusing on Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, one being the strongest combat power and the other the strongest intellect. The Senju bloodline is a dark legacy spread by the evil Senju Tobirama, as he saw that the second generation of Senju clan members had no one capable of inheriting the Hokage position, while the third generation was still too young. Once the third or fourth generation grows up, and when the Senju family produces talent again, they will rally together and with a wave of their hands. The lost Senju clan can be united to seize the Hokage position. This back and forth could take decades or even 100 years to transform Konoha into the Senju clan, bringing the Senju clan to its full glory. Meanwhile, the story of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his partner Shimura Danzo, cleverly seeing through the evil plans of the old fox Senju Tobirama, step by step weakening the Senju clan, even going as far as to kill the most promising genius ninja, Senju Naritaki, who is likely to awaken would release. At the same time, it is revealed that Namake's Minato is not a commoner, but a ninja with Senju blood, subtly aligning with Senju Tobirama's plans, creating a perfect echo with the past and future, preparing to restore the Senju clan once in power. After the Konoha War ends, if Namake's Minato ascends to the position, this book will naturally come to light, and Dongchuan Genie can't help but imagine how lively Konoha will be at that time. If the Nine-Tails Night occurs as expected, he will write a book titled The Uchiha Clan's 40 Years of Grudges and Affections with Konoha, detailing the secrets of the Uchiha clan, culminating in the third Hokage teaming up with the Uchiha clan to eliminate the Senju, only for the third Hokage to then turn against the Uchiha, relocating them to the outskirts of the village as evidence. Just thinking about it makes Dongchuan Genie a bit excited. It's truly thrilling. However, in this moment of distraction, he is looking at Tsunade's departing figure, even revealing an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Yekong, annoyed, pinched the soft flesh at Dongchuan Genie's waist. Stop looking, she's gone. If you want that woman, I'll tie her up and send her to bed. Fortunately, the grand ceremony has already ended, and the cameras are no longer broadcasting. Dongchuan Genie winced in pain and hurriedly explained to Yetsong, "It's not what you think. I wasn't looking at Tsunade. I was thinking about the plan against Konoha." Yetsong rolled his eyes at Dongchuan Genie. Right, you were thinking of an evil plan. Dongchuan Genie. After the grand ceremony, Dongchuan Genie changed into the Wind Shadow ceremonial robe he had prepared long ago and began the Sand Hidden Conference. Only a few people attended this meeting: Chiyo, Aiz, Yakura, Maki, and Kaido Seiji. The third Kazekage did not call any other department heads or elders. Minor matters are discussed in large meetings, while major matters are discussed in smaller ones. Since these are all insiders, it naturally meets the standard for discussing major matters in a small meeting. The happiest among them were Maki and Kaido Seiji, whose actions on the battlefield had earned them Dongchuan Genie's favor. As for Yakura and the others, there is no doubt about their attendance. No one dared to speculate about the relationship between the two. Chiyo and Aiz gained his trust entirely due to their connection with Sasori. After Dongchuan Genie had the barrier set up, he cheerfully placed the Wind Shadow's hood on the table. As the victors, we will enjoy the fruits of victory, but in doing so, we must also build up Sunagakure. Only when Sunagakure is prosperous and strong can we truly digest this victory. Everyone's expression was very serious. Lord Windshadow, we support all your decisions. Chiyo was the first to speak. Dong Chuanjini looked around and found everyone staring at him seriously, so he gently nodded and smiled. All right, I will now start the meeting. Elder Chiyo, I have decided to establish a new mechanical industry department, with you as the minister. The members will mainly be puppet masters, focusing on the research and development of puppets while also advancing technology. Within 3 months, I need trustworthy puppet masters from Sunagakure to join this department. Dongchuan Shinichi handed a document to Chiyo. This is the founding guidelines and subsequent plans. This department is very important as it relates to the development of our Sand Hidden. Elder Chiyo, please do not let me down. Chiyo stood up with a serious expression and responded, I guarantee to complete the task. The Sand Shinobi have a puppet department, but its authority has long been undermined. Rather than cleaning it up, it is better to rebuild it. Dongchuan Shinichi turned his gaze to Kaido Yoshiyuki, picked up a document from the side, and threw it to him while speaking. Kaido Yoshiyuki, I need you to establish the Sunagakure People's General Hospital, with you as the director. The People's Hospital will be divided into 2 parts, one for ordinary people and one exclusively for ninjas. Gather all the reliable medical ninjas you can find. I want this hospital to treat all the illnesses of the people of Sunagakure. Money and land will not be an issue, but I require it to be operational within 3 months. Yes, Lord Kazekage. Kaido Yoshiyuki excitedly stood up and bowed in gratitude. Although he was only appointed as the director, this power far exceeded that of the medical department. The medical department was controlled by the great ninja clans, but this department was special. They would first need to find a substitute unit before they could take action against them. Higashikawa Shinichi looked at the excited Maki and smiled softly. Maki, I highly recognize your workability. I will hand over the position of the Minister of the Dark Department to you. I need you to quickly fill and replace it with trustworthy people. I need to expand the Dark Department to 300 members. Maki was almost ready to kneel down to Higashikawa Shinichi, being the Minister of the Dark Department. He had completely latched onto Higashikawa Shinichi's thigh, which was like getting a piece of cake. Lord Kazekage, you can rest assured. Give me a week, and I will definitely accomplish it. Good. After praising Dong Chuanjini, his expression turned somber. The first thing I need you to do after the establishment of the Umbu is to thoroughly investigate the wealth, strength, and population of all the ninja clans in the Sand Village. I mean, all of them. I'm giving you just 3 months, and you need to uncover even the illegitimate children born from one-night stands. If you can't complete the task in 3 months, then you can forget about holding the position of Umbu Minister. Maki instantly felt an overwhelming pressure. Such a detailed investigation is not just about weakening the ninja clan strength. It's aimed at their annihilation. Yes, Lord Kazekage, I will ensure the task is completed. The others also changed their expressions drastically, looking at Dong Chuanjini in shock. Chiyo wanted to say something, but was stopped by her brother, Eyes. Seeing Eyes shake his head, Chiyo fell silent. Seeing this, Higashikawa Shinichi didn't pay much attention and instead looked at HZ, extending his hand to push a document next to him. This was a document for establishing a comprehensive school in Sunagakure. As the vice principal, you are tasked with building a school that can accommodate all eligible children. I will not lack for money or land, and I will personally take on the roles of principal and director of education. The ninja class and the regular class will be taught separately. Those with ninja talent, but lacking in other areas, will be placed in a ninja development class, while those without any ninja talent will attend the regular class. I have already outlined what subjects need to be taught for the 3 types of classes in the document. You need to refine it. The operation will also commence in 3 months. Yes, Lord Kazekage. HZ stood up and bowed. Tokiwa Jinichi looked at Yi Tsong, who had not yet been assigned any tasks, and gently pushed a document towards him. Yi Tsong, there's a very important task I need you to undertake. I need you to establish the Ninja Disability and Death Compensation Department. Not only will you be responsible for compensating deceased and disabled ninjas, but you will also need to address their family's economic issues. If any problems arise with these deceased or disabled ninjas, you will need to handle those as well. Additionally, all ninjas who are injured or disabled due to war or missions will automatically be assigned to your department, even if they are serving in other departments, and you will have jurisdiction over them. Whenever a family member or the disabled individual themselves encounters an issue, I grant you the highest level of authority outside of the Umbu to address it. You can have any ninja from Sunagakure who is not part of the Umbu cooperate with your investigations, and you have the highest authority to take action, including the death penalty. This document outlines your responsibilities. Remember, it includes all disabled ninjas from the establishment of Sandninja to the present. I grant you the right to investigate past cases. To assist you in your tasks, I will provide you with a 500-member enforcement ninja team. As for who to recruit, that will be up to you, but they must be trustworthy. As these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed instantly. Even Yitsong could feel the weight of the document in his hands. The highest authority outside of the Umbu, a 500-member enforcement ninja team, and all injured or disabled ninjas since the founding of Sandninja. In this day and age, where is there a ninja who does not get injured? This was beyond the authority of a minister. Such power could easily befit a deputy Kage. The weight of this authority made Yitsong somewhat fearful that he might not manage it well, potentially hindering Tokiwa Jinichi's ambitions. Dongchuan Jini chuckled softly upon seeing this. There are too many matters to handle in this department, and I don't have suitable personnel, so I can only trouble Yitsong to lead for 3 months. After completing the basic part of the reform in 3 months, I believe capable individuals will emerge, and we can gradually divide the departments. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yitsong's anxious heart settled down. Maki took the orders and went out to organize the Dark Department. Other departments needed the cooperation of the Dark Department to get things done well. Dongchuan Jini had the 4 people open the files and personally explain the contents to them, ensuring they understood the implications. And the meeting that would determine the fate of Sandninja did not officially conclude until late into the night. Chapter 67. Reform of Sandninja. The Tumultuous Ninja Clan, Part 1. After the meeting, the most anxious were not Chiyo and the others, who only needed to follow the plan, but rather the marginalized members of the ninja clan, who had much more to do. It was obvious to everyone that Dongchuan Jini had significant plans, given how urgent the meeting was and how late it lasted. Members of the ninja clan sent people to investigate the meeting, which was attended by those same individuals. Chiyo and her brother, who were not on the same side as them, could not extract any information, and Yakura was even less likely to ask anything. Maki and Kwaitang Seiji became the best sources for information, but Maki was not home, making him impossible to find. Only Kwaitang Seiji remained. When faced with inquiries, Kwaitang Seiji shrugged and said, I received orders to establish a people's hospital responsible for treating civilians. As for others, HZ received orders to establish a school for civilians, teaching ordinary subjects, developing science, and improving the lives of the populace. I don't know about the others. It was a small meeting held by Elder Chiyo and Leader Yakura. I am not a core member, so this is all I know. Many clan heads, upon receiving the news, could immediately tell that there was a significant problem. The next day, Kwaitang Seiji and HZ went out to look for land to build schools and hospitals. Meanwhile, the 7 families gathered once again. The head of the Ueno family said, I suspect that Dongchuan Jini intends to gradually replace us by establishing schools and hospitals for ordinary people. Hachida's family was the first to speak up, saying, their family is in charge of the medical department. This is undermining our foundation. Nakagawa Katsuhisa, who controlled education, also chimed in, yes, we can't let them establish these. Once they do, they will definitely undermine us. If we back down, we will fall into their trap. Although the ninja clan lacked top-tier strength, their political instincts were exceptionally sharp. They claimed to be establishing ordinary hospitals and schools, but once established, it would be easy to expand and increase the number of ninja students. Ninja hospitals would just require command. Just as the head of the Ueno family frowned and was about to say something, there was a knock at the door of the secret chamber. The head of the Hachida family didn't explain anything the others already knew from experience. A ninja delivered a document and left the chamber. Everyone looked at the head of the Hachida family. After briefly flipping through the document, the head of the Hachida family's expression darkened, then handed all the documents to the head of the Ueno family. After everyone read the documents, their faces turned ominously grim. The documents were straightforward. Dongchuan Jini issued an appointment letter, appointing Yakura as the temporary president of the Ninja Disability Union, responsible for all follow-up work regarding ninja disabilities and arrangements for the families of deceased members. This was undermining the Ueno family's foundation. Previously, this work was done by the Ueno family, which not only had substantial benefits, but also allowed for the bribing of more descendants of ninjas. After World War II, the Ueno family successfully became the top ninja clan. Now, having Yakura do this not only blocks their financial resources, but also their political pathways. It's not just about killing parents, it's about killing their children as well. Chiyo was appointed as the head of the Sandninja Industrial Machinery Department, responsible for researching materials and civilian machinery, ensuring that Sandninja has ample production resources, allowing all ninjas and civilians to focus on studying and working without worries, leading Sandninja to prosperity and strength. This step was naturally aimed at undermining all ninja clans. Once everyone's resources and capabilities were enhanced, they could focus on training. Moreover, Dongchuanjini had also obtained a large number of mid to low-level ninjutsu from Konoha, combined with various ninjutsu mastered by the Kazekage. In a decade or so, the ninja clan would definitely be completely eradicated. This was like bleeding them dry with a knife. In comparison, schools and hospitals were not as critical. These two could be handled simply, merely requiring them to establish new civilian hospitals. Ninja schools would try to recruit all students within Sandninja, which would only require spending a bit more money, leaving Dongchuanjini without anyone to use. Both matters could be resolved with money. But what Yakura and Chiyo were doing was now urgent. They could not let them proceed with these two matters. They had to be stopped. The head of the Ueno family slammed his hand on the table. It looked like he didn't use much force, but the table was shattered into pieces. Yes, we must stop them. We can't let that young punk Dongchuanjini continue. The other clan heads also began to shout. Tokugawa Shinichi fully utilized his wind shadow privilege to bring in Jun and Daisuke Kagoshima. He ordered Daisuke to establish a secret research department to study the production of new puppets, with researchers including Scorpion and some members of the puppet family, all of whom are trustworthy. Chiyo's department is currently focused on researching basic materials and civilian machinery, with a dual emphasis on both visible and hidden aspects. As for Jun, it goes without saying that she is handling secretarial work. She has too many tasks to manage, and some tedious or errand-related work has been delegated to her. Jun's eye rolling seems like it could reach the sky. She wants to study sealing techniques and doesn't want to be a secretary, even though the Wind Shadow secretary holds significant power. However, Yakura specifically approached her, urging her to listen and help with Shinichi. Noting that there aren't many people Shinichi can trust, just a few of us. Jun was thus persuaded. Dongchuanjini is planning the reconstruction layout of Shine Village. The current layout of Shine Village is quite backward, especially with the various buildings causing some headaches, making it difficult to establish unified management. When the village was initially established, the group did not conduct any planning at all, and now to set up a hospital or a school, they have to go to the outskirts of the village. Additionally, the greenery is insufficient. Whenever the wind blows, it results in sandstorms. Windbreak walls must be built, and then windbreak forests should be established step by step to green the surrounding area. Furthermore, the camps and cities in the Land of River also need ninjas to oversee them, gradually bringing the Land of River under his control. The issue of the Wind Country's daimyo and nobles not paying him protection fees, among other matters, also needs to be resolved. There is too much to do, and Dongchuanjini is feeling troubled when one knocked on the door and walked in. Lord Kazekage, the Ueno clan, and other ninja clans have come see you. Dongchuanjini sneered and said, "Tell them I went out of the village to inspect the border work. The war isn't over yet. I'm doing this for the village. This here is my shadow clone. If they don't believe it, they can come to the office. I'll cut off an arm right on the spot. It's definitely sand." One was somewhat speechless. Everyone knows the characteristics of your space-time ninjutsu. Whether it's you or your clone, it's just a matter of words. You're just fooling around. However, Juan's stance was originally on Dongchuanjini's side, and he didn't have a good impression of these ninja clans. So he went out to tell the people from the Ueno family. The head of the Ueno family was so angry that he nearly went to Dongchuanjini's place to give him a good punch, to let him know what a sandbag punch feels like. Chapter 68, The Reform of Sandninja, The Rampaging Ninja Clans, Part 2. The ninja clans came in a fierce manner. Leaving in a huff, Dongchuanjini continues to plan for Sandy Hidden Village, aiming to strengthen the village while planting more trees. If you were to plant trees all by himself, it would be exhausting. However, if the task is distributed, with each person in the entire Sandy Hidden Village planting 100 trees a year, then 100,000 people could plant 10 million trees. If more people are added and everyone starts planting trees, even that unfortunate fellow Yamato would have to join in. Setting a small goal, they first aim to transform the desert into an oasis, and then go to the Land of Earth to help with greening efforts, since they also lack greenery in their highlands. Furthermore, Yunin Village, with their abundant martial spirit, must be in dire straits to have ended up like this. Dongchuanjini and his subordinates in Sandy Hidden Village are always eager to help. I believe other countries would also welcome them to plant trees, as this is all for the peace of the shinobi world. It is absolutely not for any personal reasons related to Shaonin, Leg Shadow, or Terumi Mei. Definitely not. As Don Chuanjini thought about his future good life, he couldn't help but smile foolishly. At that moment, one walked in with a woman. One glanced disdainfully at Don Chuanjini, thinking that this wind shadow had truly revealed his true nature. That silly smile clearly indicated he was thinking about women again. However, when Juan looked at herself, and then at the trembling Tsunade beside her, her disdain turned into disappointment. After hearing the noise, Don Chuanjini withdrew his thoughts and looked at the two, softly asking, "Do you need something from me?" Tsunade, not holding back, crossed her arms and looked at Don Chuanjini, saying, "When do you plan to let me go back?" Don Chuanjini said seriously, 50 billion Ryo, or I want 3 pairs of young boys and girls from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, but I don't want those from the branch family. I want those from main family. Are you dreaming? Why don't you add the Senju and Uzumaki clans as well? Tsunade rejected without thinking. 3 pairs of young boys and girls. In about 20 years, the new Uchiha and Hyuga clans will take root in Sunagakure. Is Konoha still Konoha then? Don Chuanjini couldn't help but laugh. There's this good thing? That's great. Let's add the Senju and Uzumaki clans as well. The more the merrier. I can afford it in Sunagakure. Tsunade's fists were clenched, but unfortunately, she was currently sealed and couldn't break free. Don Chuanjini was ruthless and used the adamantine sealing chains meant for the tailed beasts on Tsunade. Now, Tsunade could do nothing and could only angrily curse at Don Chuanjini. You little brat, do you even have any shame? Don Chuanjini innocently spread his hands. He said it was a condition. If you don't agree, it's fine. Shine can support you. Aquan gave Tsunade 30 million Ryo, and this money will count towards a ransom. Additionally, let the Umbu send 20 female Umbu to guard Lady Tsunade's life 24 hours a day without interruption. As for her residence, it will be next to the Kazakage office building. She shouldn't be treated poorly. Yes. Aquan obediently responded and made a gesture inviting Tsunade. Tsunade snorted coldly and turned to leave. Don Chuanjini smiled and did not pay any more attention to Tsunade, continuing to think about the situation in Sunagakure. The members of the major clans returned to the secret room and began to conspire. After discussing for most of the day, they decided to immediately follow the plan proposed by the 3rd Kazakage to kill Don Chuanjini and then nominate someone else to become the Kazakage. This matter could not be delayed. The longer it dragged on, the more problems would arise. When the 3rd Kazakage received this news, he also smiled. On his first day in office, just 4 appointment notices scared these ninja clans into wanting Don Chuanjini dead immediately. He was indeed a talent. The 3rd Kazakage looked down upon Don Chuanjini and the ninja clans, believing they would all die once he regained his position. The next day, the 3rd Kazakage found Don Chuanjini and said he wanted to teach him magnetic release. Don Chuanjini immediately rejected the offer, as his magnetic control was an enhanced version of magnetic release. Learning magnetic release from the 3rd Hokage was just an excuse. Moreover, the original version of the magnetic release ninjutsu was contained in the sealing scroll of Sunagakure, so there was no need for him to teach it. I'm not the 3rd Hokage. I'm just a shadow clone, and my real body is at the border. After saying this, Don Chuanjini used the body flicker technique. The Sand Ninja took out a kunai and stabbed his own arm, causing sand to flow out. The 3rd Kazakage's expression darkened. He felt insulted, but there was no way to refute this. Since Don Chuanjini had gone this far, pursuing the matter further would imply he was planning to take action against the Kazakage. The ninja clans were alarmed upon receiving this news. Don Chuanjini was clearly trying to evade targeting them. Ultimately, the ninja clans decided that since they were not planning any civilian initiatives, they would pull together all the small and large ninja clans to collectively resist Sunagakure policies. All their departments would compete fiercely against Don Chuanjini. Even if it meant throwing money at the problem, they aimed to completely marginalize him. The small ninja clans cooperated remarkably well, driven by enthusiasm, anger, and a shared enemy. The 7 major clans were very satisfied. However, when the Weno clan convened the ninja clans a few days later to gather funds and form an alliance, only a few affiliated ninja clans related by marriage showed up, and none of the other small clans attended. This made the members of the 7 major clans realize that the small clans were likely bribed by Don Chuanjini, and they seemed to be at a disadvantage this time. What time was this? Over the past week, Don Chuanjini watched the large ninja clans jumping around like monkeys. The small clans, being less politically astute than the large ones, were not fools either. Those puppet ninja clans were doing everything they could to support the 4th Kazakage. The policies issued by the 4th Kazakage were beneficial to civilian ninjas and small clans. We will help you large ninja clans to get Dongchuanjini out of power. But even if they succeeded, the losses would be heavy, and then they would be bullied by the large clans. Moreover, the number of strong people under Dongchuanjini's control far exceeded that of the large ninja clans, making their success rate higher. If they managed to eliminate the large clans, they might still get some benefits, so the small clans naturally knew how to choose. Whenever the 7 clans approached a small ninja clan, that clan would soon relay the content of the conversation and their loyalty letters to Dongchuanjini. It could be said that all the actions of the large ninja clans were under his control. Dongchuanjini allows the existence of ninja clans, but he does not permit the existence of clans like the 7 families. The appointment system for officials will have to change in the future, but there is no rush for that now. Maki has completed the restructuring of the Umbu, and personnel are continuously being recruited. Currently, apart from a dozen or so who are under orders at the Wind Shadow Building, the Umbu members have spread out to monitor these major ninja clans. The 7 families are now somewhat anxious, as Dongchuanjini's power is growing. The old method of using manpower and money to control the 3rd Wind Shadow is no longer effective. The war reparations have not entered the finance department, and Dongchuanjini truly does not lack money. If the major ninja clans fail internally, they will resort to external measures. They have decided to collaborate with nobles and merchants to manipulate the prices in Sunagakure. From here to Chapter 84, the protagonist's appearances are few, but they serve to set up the plot for several other villages. After Chapter 85, the perspective returns to the protagonist, and the groundwork laid in these chapters is very important. It is recommended to take a look if you only want to read about the protagonist. You can start from Chapter 85. I will try to clarify some points. Chapter 69, Wave Wind Minato comes out of retirement. Slaughtering the Cloud-Hidden Army, the price increase plan of the major ninja clans has not yet started. But the war between Konoha and Kumogakure begins to change with the arrival of one person. Wave Wind Minato ultimately did not wait for Tsunade and ended up cutting off one of his kidneys. It was just one kidney, and he still had another. One kidney was enough, Minato reassured himself, because he didn't have to think about maintaining the kidney's vitality after cutting it off. The wound healed very quickly. After Minato's injuries healed, he arrived at the battlefield of Kumogakure without stopping at all. Upon reaching the camp, he headed straight to his teacher's hospital room. Jiraiya was covered in bandages, with very few of his bones intact, suffering from severe internal injuries. Even if he was treated, his strength would decline significantly. Jiraiya was very happy to see Wave Wind Minato and handed him a contract scroll from my Bokuzen. This is the contract scroll from my Bokuzen. I was thinking of giving it to you after your journey, but I didn't expect the war to come so quickly. You should sign it right away. Minato was deeply moved and could only nod earnestly. All right, I will sign it now. Good, Jiraiya replied weakly, and Minato opened the scroll to sign his name. Just like entering the correct password, he instantly disappeared from the spot. Jiraiya smiled faintly, knowing he was taken to my Bokuzen by reverse summoning technique. Minato stayed at my Bokuzen for a day before being sent back. Jiraiya had long gone to sleep, as he was still somewhat weak. Minato quietly left the tent and looked up at the starry sky, clenching his fist tightly. Dongchuanjini, this time I will not fail. Minato is indeed the protagonist of the 3rd Great Ninja War era. During this half-month of recovery, he simulated the battle with Dongchuanjini every day. Ultimately, while observing the body flicker technique, he finally broke through the limits of the Flying Thunder God technique, creating a 2nd stage Flying Thunder God. No longer relying on special shurikens or other items to use Flying Thunder God, he can now apply the Flying Thunder God mark to all items. Moreover, he can use the Flying Thunder God technique while using the Flying Thunder God, with an unlimited reduction in skill cooldown. However, Minato is also very troubled, as without one kidney, his chakra amount has decreased from 10 cards to 5 cards. Minato also wants to develop a no-seal ninjutsu, but after countless simulations, he cannot create Dongchuanjini's Dragon Explosion technique. Fortunately, this time, he has the Toad oil given by the Great Toad, which allows him to achieve the effect of no-seal fire release, but developing no-seal ninjutsu is still a long way to go. The next day, the 3rd Raikage, as usual, led the ninja troops to launch ninjutsu attacks against the Konoha ninjas at the opposing fortress. The ninjutsu exchange was as usual without any surprises, but the 3rd Raikage felt something was wrong. This time, the attack frequency was fine, but he sensed that the opponent was much more proactive, no longer passively defending. Just as the 3rd Raikage was about to alert his men, he felt a deathly aura approaching him, and he instinctively stepped back. A strange short blade grazed his skin. leaving a wound on the third Reikage shoulder with blood flowing. To avoid misunderstandings, I clarify here that the Reikage's exceptional defensive power and speed only becomes strong when he activates the lightning release body technique. Without activating the technique, his defense is not that strong, and the short blade Minato is using is the Raijin Sword of Senju Tobarama, specifically designed to break defenses. A golden-haired man wearing a Konoha forehead protector, handsome in the sunlight, formed a hand seal with one hand and disappeared again, leaving behind a golden flash. The third Reikage hurriedly felt his head and neck, confirming his head was still there and his neck was unharmed, before he breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, cold sweat broke out all over his body. Wave Wind Minato, when did he come? How'd he come? The battlefield was clearly cleaned up. The third Reikage was puzzled. After the Flying Thunder God technique was exposed, any shuriken or kunai would be cleared away in advance. There was simply no metal on this battlefield. As the third Reikage pondered this, a scream broke the silence. Minato Namikaze had not left. Instead, he was using the Flying Thunder God technique to hunt down Jonin-level ninjas on the battlefield. After mastering the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato had also achieved a strength comparable to that of a Kage. Although his power might not be the strongest among Kage-level shinobi, his lightning-fast assassination skills made all Kage-level experts cautious, fearing for their lives. However, when Minato faced these Jounin with his strength, it was a massacre, especially with the battlefield littered with over 100 stones inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. It was truly like Yasuo's infinite E. Every few seconds, a ninja would die. With a cold heart, a tightly gripped short blade, and hands quickly forming seals, Minato was like a high-precision killing machine. As he was surrounded, a Cloud Ninja had yet to finish speaking when Minato swiftly slashed his throat with a short blade. Minato's golden hair flashed past, and the Jonin fell dead. The others were thrown into a panic, trying to organize a defense, but they were also cut down before they could finish their commands. The Cloud Ninjas were terrified, and the third Reikage chakra began to swirl tightly around him, gradually forming a lightning armor as faint thunderstorm sounds emerged. This was the unique lightning body technique of the Cloud Village. Let me have a word with this Minato Namikaze. However, Minato didn't even glance at the third Reikage, quickly forming seals again and appearing next to another ninja. The ninja screamed and died. The third Reikage, furious, shouted as a bolt of lightning shot towards Minato. But Minato was faster. With 3 hand seals, the lightning attack struck the ground, and another Cloud Ninja was killed. No matter how fast the lightning was, it couldn't outpace space itself. Minato's killing spree continued, and after numerous attacks, the third Reikage couldn't keep up. How could the mere lightning on the ground compete with the power of space above? Retreat! Retreat! The entire army withdraw. The third Reikage shouted loudly. The Cloud Ninjas had long been scared out of their wits, wishing they had not been born with 2 legs, and they fled in a panic. Minato continued his pursuit, and in the end, he didn't even need to use the Flying Thunder God technique. He chased down the third Reikage who was trying to block him. But the lightning armor formed by the Reikage chakra felt like paper under the unique short blade's lightning, each strike penetrating defenses lethally, and the third Reikage was thoroughly flustered. The third Reikage didn't realize that this short blade was not an ordinary weapon, but a modified Raijin sword, specially crafted by Tobarama Senju for the Flying Thunder God technique. Meant to break through defenses, specifically Susanu's defenses, and using it against him had its own flavor. Moreover, during the first attack, a Flying Thunder God mark had been left on the third Reikage, which had no cooldown period, allowing for multiple attacks. The frequency of attacks depended entirely on Minato's seal speed. Such high-frequency, high-penetration weaponry was something the third Reikage could not withstand. Ultimately, after the enormous casualties of over a dozen Anbu, the Cloud Ninjas finally managed to retrieve the heavily injured third Reikage back to the Cloud Village's main camp. Minato glanced at the Cloud Village encampment, where he saw some blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a result of the injuries he sustained while performing his technique. The Cloud Ninjas, exhausted, collapsed to the ground once they saw Minato leave. They were truly terrified of the slaughter they had just witnessed. Chapter 70, Minato Namikaze's fame. Iwagakure and Kirigakure's movements. The third Reikage returned to the main camp and was sent to a temporary hospital. Numerous medical ninjas hurried to treat him. Although the wounds were imbued with lightning chakra, making recovery slow, the sheer number of medical ninjas present helped. However, the third Reikage was the only injured member from this mission. The others were already dead. Killer Bee, wrapped in bandages and leaning on a cane, limped in. Seeing the medical ninjas surrounding the third Reikage in such a dire state, he curiously inquired from the umbu nearby. What happened? This incident was witnessed by countless people, making it impossible to cover up. They quickly revealed everything that had transpired on the battlefield. When Killer Bee learned that Minato Namikaze had used the Flying Thunder God technique to directly slaughter over 1,000 Cloud Ninjas into a state of collapse and retreat, even the third Raikage, known as the strongest spear and shield, was left dumbfounded after being butchered by Minato. This is terrifying. Over 1,000 people just fled in fear like this. How can we fight? Should we wait until Minato is exhausted and out of chakra before we engage? It wasn't that Killer Bee was afraid, but he had to take this seriously. The third Raikage could endure the Eight Tails horn being cut off, yet in a simple ambush. He was heavily injured. Who wouldn't be confused? In the Konoha camp, Shikakannara arrived with a group to celebrate Minato's victorious return. Even Jiraiya, who was injured, was brought out to welcome him. All the ninjas looked at Minato as if he were a deity. They had endured a terrible half-month, having even written their wills. But unexpectedly, a fierce man wielding a short blade had emerged, causing the once mighty Cloud Ninjas to flee in disarray. This led to the admiration of all the ninjas. And Minato had thoroughly opened the path to becoming Hokage. Minato's achievement of defeating 1,000 Cloud Ninjas and heavily injuring the third Raikage spread throughout Konoha and among those paying attention to the Cloud battlefield within just a day, shocking everyone beyond compare. Who is this? This is Minato Namikaze. The last time Suna defeated Minato and Kakashi, they didn't even promote him that much. They thought the story of the last decade was a deception, that it had elevated Minato too high, but it turned out he wasn't too high, but rather too low. This was even more terrifying than Sarutobi Hiruzen. After Minato's initial defeat, he made a comeback with such astonishing combat strength in his second appearance, and they regarded him as a top-tier expert. At the same time, all major factions scrambled to gather intelligence on Minato, trying to find any weaknesses like those of Togawa Shinichi, who feared sealing techniques. This time, Minato had shed the obvious weaknesses of the special shuriken mentioned in the book, leaving them in a panic, especially on the side of a Wagakure. Inoki, after reviewing the intelligence on Minato, summoned Kuratsuchi and scolded him severely. He was extremely disappointed in this heir. Suna had produced an unparalleled genius who single-handedly turned around Suna's failing fate, defeating numerous veteran Kaga-level experts from Konoha and forcing them to surrender, winning the war. And now, when Konoha was in such a precarious position, they also produced an unparalleled genius who similarly turned the entire Cloud battlefield around. How could he, who had always sought a suitable successor, not feel dissatisfied? Was a Wagakure not blessed by the heavens? After a moment of confusion, Inoki resolved to intensify the offensive against the Konoha camp. Kuratsuchi, take men to personally transport supplies. In 3 days, we will launch a full-scale attack on Nadeshiko City. This time, casualties will be disregarded. We must breach Nadeshiko City before the Cloud battlefield concludes. After Dong Chuanjini received the news about Namikaze Minato, he didn't care much. Although Minato's strength was indeed formidable, so what? A clash of space-time ninjutsu with the same function would always end in a stalemate. Moreover, his magnetic control could fly, and within a few dozen meters in the field of iron sand, those fragile ninjas wouldn't stand a chance. On the Mist side, after receiving the news, the rebellious 7 ninja swordsmen surprisingly obeyed the orders of Kishikura, despite their arrogance and overconfidence, after more than half a month of battles. Even though their water jutsu countered Uchiha's fire jutsu, they still faced a group of elite Konoha clan members equipped with secret techniques and bloodlines. Not only had Konoha's defenses not been breached, but Mist had suffered even greater losses. More critically, they had been ambushed, which divided the battlefield and forced the 7 ninja swordsmen to confront over 20 elite Uchiha Jonin. In one-on-one situations, they might have the upper hand, but in 2-on-1 or 3-on-1 scenarios, they began to fall behind, even becoming a bit desperate, struggling to hold on. The Sharingan truly was an eye filled with miracles. They frequently fell into illusions. If it weren't for their water jutsu and the ninja swords in their hands being able to counter the Uchiha, they would have been wiped out in that battle before Kishikura could break through their defenses and rescue them. Kishikura tapped the information on the table, glanced around to ensure everyone was listening attentively, and then nodded in satisfaction before speaking. Everyone saw that Konoha defeated the Raikage, and the battlefield in the Land of Lightning could collapse at any moment. We need to break through Konoha's defenses as soon as possible and completely crush the Uchiha. The most prestigious wielder of the decapitation sword, BYJZ, was the first to speak. Shikura, you say how to do it, and we will do it. We all will follow your command. Shikura had been waiting for this statement. He slammed the table excitedly and said, "Good. Then let me share my plan." During this period of battle, I discovered that Konoha has divided its forces into two groups. One group is naturally the Uchiha clan, whose combat power is well known. Everyone nodded in agreement. The Uchiha clan was too strong. While others lost more as they fought, the Uchiha seemed to gain strength as their clan members fell, as if their Sharingan could reproduce, opening new eyes rapidly. It made them anxious, and sometimes they hesitated to kill them. However, capturing them would only result in more Uchiha retaliation. Shikura continued. The other force consists of other Konoha clan members, like the Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka, among others. Their strength isn't particularly impressive, and they seem to be banding together, distrustful of the Uchiha. However, Uchiha Fugaku is very protective of them, and hasn't even let them engage in tough battles. So we can exploit this. As long as we execute a feint, I will release the Three Tails Isabu to lead a large force to launch a strong attack on the Uchiha's defenses, while you take a 300 elite team to attack these other clans. This will definitely weaken them significantly. Even if we can't defeat the Uchiha, it will open Konoha's defenses wide. We can take advantage of this to penetrate into Konoha's heart, and the Uchiha's defenses will crumble without a fight. And if you enjoyed this, please give a 5-star rating and encourage updates. This is really important. Additionally, I will express my gratitude for daily rewards in the next day's comments. If there are any errors, please point them out. I will definitely read and correct them. Thank you to all the readers. Chapter 71, Sanbai Isabu. The naturally evil Uchiha boy Kagutsuchi's plan was very simple, but as long as their strength couldn't crush the enemy, this plan was unsolvable. The 7 ninja swordsmen showed excitement on their faces. Don't worry, without that group of Uchiha madmen, we can definitely handle these little brats. Haha. Although Kagutsuchi smiled at their laughter, he felt very unhappy. If these old men had listened to him earlier, they wouldn't have to wait until now to execute this plan. Everyone, let's wish for a successful battle tonight, defeat Konoha, and win back our war reparations. Haha. The crowd laughed heartily again. Around 11 p.m. that night, thick fog began to gather along the coast near the hidden mist camp, gradually growing denser. As time passed, this fog covered the entire seaside, forming a trend that obscured the sky. Kagutsuchi's eyes shone with brilliance. Tonight, they would definitely break Konoha's defenses. All the ninjas consumed soldier pills to replenish their chakra and activated wind release to blow towards Konoha's camp. Many ninjas began to issue orders. With the wind's force, the enormous fog moved towards Konoha's defenses. What kind of people were there in Konoha? With Sharingan and Byakugan present, this chakra in the fog was unmasked. Who would do such things? Besides, who else could it be but the hidden mist? Enemy attack. The hidden mist is attacking. Use wind release to disperse the fog. Don't let them enter the camp. Great wind release. Countless Konoha ninjas began to get busy. Fugaku, the mist ninjas have come out of the fog, and there's a ninja with an unusually high amount of chakra. I can see clearly. This person is Kagutsuchi, but I didn't spot the 7 ninja swordsmen. Hyuga Hayashi reported to Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku's expression remained unchanged. After being the battlefield commander for more than half a month, he had matured and was no longer the Uchiha clan leader who had just arrived on the battlefield. His decisiveness was now remarkably resolute. Shursui, you lead 3 small squads to investigate where the 7 ninja swordsmen are. If they haven't appeared, they must be up to something. Search for their traces at all costs. Understood. Uchiha Shursui immediately agreed. Fugaku's orders were without issue, but the problem lay with the hidden mist. Under Hyuga Hayashi's astonished gaze, the main hidden mist forces, using the fog as cover, began to spread out and surround Konoha's fortress from multiple angles. Kagutsuchi in the center of the battlefield smiled at Hayashi. There would be a Byakugan here. Why would he go through the trouble of creating this thick fog? It was to hide the formation and surround the fortress. The strong assault was only his responsibility. With eyes resembling Madara's, Kagutsuchi wanted to test their weight. Not good. Kagutsuchi has transformed into a tailed beast. Hayashi's expression turned very grim. Kagutsuchi had transformed into a 3-tailed beast, specifically Isabu, which only had 3 tails. Kagutsuchi was actually a perfect Jinchuriki. Why was there no intelligence on this? A serious look appeared in Fugaku's eyes. Tailed Beast Bomb. Kagutsuchi immediately unleashed the Tailed Beast Bomb, which was a weakened version of the authentic Tailed Beast Bomb that any half-tailed beast Jinchuriki could use, although some chose to use it while others did not. After all, Compared to their ninjutsu, this move had too long of a casting time and was very easy to dodge. But why was the tailed beast the ultimate weapon on the battlefield? Humans could run, but buildings couldn't. Large ninja armies couldn't escape that quickly, and strong individuals had to stop the tailed beast. Even if they were stopped, the massive size of the tailed beast meant that ordinary ninjas who got too close would either die or be severely injured. One shot was unleashed. Facing the roaring tailed beast bomb, Fugaku's three tomo instantly transformed into a windmill shape. The kaleidoscope officially made its appearance. Susanoo, a blue skeletal giant over 9 meters tall, appeared in front of the tailed beast bomb. Boom! A massive explosion echoed throughout the battlefield, and smoke filled the area, making it impossible to see inside. Kagutsuchi didn't even look at the explosion. Instead, he began to gather power again. Hayashi shouted loudly, "Fugaku, Kagutsuchi is gathering another tailed beast bomb." Upon hearing this, Fugaku immediately leaped down from the city wall in a panic. Some broken bones of Susanoo began to gradually recover until it was fully restored, completely covering Fugaku's body, transforming back into the blue skeletal giant. Fugaku felt a sharp pain in his eyes. He knew this was a sign of excessive consumption of his ocular power. Just after completing his transformation, Fugaku sensed a massive energy attack approaching. Using his considerable strength to control Susanoo, he extended a gigantic arm several meters long towards the tailed beast bomb. Boom! Another loud explosion rang out. Susanoo's fist was destroyed, once again in tatters. Fugaku used his ocular power to replenish himself and charged towards the half-tailed beast Kagutsuchi. However, Kagutsuchi didn't dodge at all. Instead, he smiled brightly and formed seals. "Come forth, Isabu. It's your time to shine." Fugaku's face changed drastically, and he deepened his hand strength, wanting to stop the technique from activating. He couldn't understand why this person would open with such a powerful move. Directly summoning the three tails when being half-tailed beast transformed was enough to battle him properly. But Kagutsuchi was not looking for a fair fight. All this groundwork was to transform and completely drag Fugaku and the Uchiha clan into this battle. Boom! Fugaku ultimately couldn't prevent the emergence of Isabu. A heavy punch struck Isabu directly on the head. As for Kagutsuchi, he had long since fallen asleep inside Isabu's thick shell. This was Isabu's unique quality. It was a turtle, naturally protecting its weak points. If Kagutsuchi died, it would also die. Although it would revive, it would still have to endure the pain. As for why Kagutsuchi could become a perfect Jinchuriki, it was also due to his innate communication ability. Isabu didn't feel the same disdain as previous Jinchuriki who used it as a tool. It was willing to work with him. That punch landed squarely on Isabu's head, causing it to cry out in pain. It hadn't been hit on the head in years. Looking up, it saw those familiar eyes, instantly becoming even angrier. "Roar! Evil Uchiha brat, you will pay for this." Years ago, the tailed beast had been captured by Senju Hashirama and sealed by Uzumaki Mido, but two tailed beasts were special. The first was the Nine Tails. Although it was initially captured by Hashirama, everyone knew about Uchiha Madara's later manipulations of it. But what people didn't know was that Uchiha Madara personally captured another tailed beast, which was Isabu. The fear and helplessness controlled by that Sharingan had left an indelible mark on it, and it had long wanted to take revenge on Madara's descendants. But as for avenging Madara, Isabu preferred not to hold grudges against the dead. Chapter 72. Uchiha Fugaku's blunder enemies meeting are particularly hostile. Isabu said nothing. It was highly wary of that pair of eyes. Without even looking, it arched its back and wrapped its massive, heavy shell around its body. Like a wheel, it charged forward rapidly towards Uchiha Fugaku. This was Isabu's signature technique, Shadow Embrace. Fugaku's face turned green. He could dodge, but the city wall couldn't. Immediately, Fugaku activated his Manjiki Sharingan. In an instant, blood flowed from Fugaku's right eye, and several ways to block Isabu emerged. His right eye could predict the future direction of events and even devise solutions. Fugaku quickly selected the simplest one and began to form seals. Blood flowing from his left eye. The ability of his left eye allowed him to consume ocular power and chakra to materialize the solution predicted by his right eye. Theoretically, it could rescue Kaguya from the moon, but using it would directly drain him to death, far exceeding his capacity. 5 barrier gate. Instantly, 5 ghostly-faced gates exuding deathly auras appeared along Isabu's path. This was a defensive ninjutsu commonly used by Senju Hashirama. Boom! The massive Isabu war cart slammed into the 5 gates. It smashed through the first and second gates with ease, but its speed significantly slowed at the third gate. The third and fourth gates were also shattered, but the fifth gate, while destroyed, managed to hold it back. Aisabu shook its large head. Those walls were genuinely tough, and it was still wobbling. Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. He had deduced numerous abilities to block Aisabu, even some that could kill it, but those that needed to be materialized would have caused him to go blind on the spot. It appeared that he was bleeding heavily, but in reality, he wasn't severely harmed, and his vision hadn't even decreased. Fugaku wasn't idle. He quickly formed seals. Shadow Clone Technique. 3 Uchiha Fugaku's shadow clones appeared. Then the 4 of them began to form seals with both hands. Fugaku's eyes bled again, but this time the trembling was significant, indicating he had overexerted himself. The ninjutsu he unleashed astonished everyone, who exclaimed in disbelief. Wood release, tree binding, eternal burial. For vine-like saplings appeared beneath Aisabu, rapidly entangling it. The vines began to absorb chakra and quickly grew into a large tree, completely pinning Aisabu beneath it. Aisabu was unable to move, left to be suppressed by the giant tree. Roar! Evil Uchiha brat! How could you use wood release? Upon hearing this, everyone on the battlefield was momentarily stunned. The clan leader of the Uchiha clan could actually use wood release. This was quite rare, but the Uchiha clan members were more excited. They had witnessed the previous battle. Whether it was Susanoo or the 5-barrier gate, they had directly suppressed the 3 tails. Now, with wood release binding the 3 tails, it looked like their clan leader was impressive, and many had already begun fantasizing about defeating the Hidden Mist and making their clan leader the Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku was panting heavily, looking exceptionally disheveled. The shadow clones dissipated the moment the technique was completed. His chakra had been completely drained. Fugaku deeply regretted it. There were many methods to trap the 3 tails. 1 3 tails had produced 4 threes, yet he had foolishly played 4 aces. How could wood release consume so much chakra? His eyes now burned painfully, as if 2 drops of lava had been dripped into them. This wasn't Fugaku's fault. The Sharingan was the pinnacle of Yin release, and asking it to perform Yang release was truly challenging. The Manjiki was also quite speechless. He could have used several sage techniques, or upgraded to a 2-stage Susanoo, or even a 3-stage, but none would have been as taxing as using wood release. If it weren't for the fact that he had opened up quickly and looked like he was going to die, he might as well have opened Forest of the God right from the start. Aisabu struggled and discovered the secret, immediately emitting a mocking smile. Little brat, I see. Let's see how much chakra you can absorb. Charge! After shouting, Aisabu released chakra towards the 4 trees as if it were free. The 4 trees could absorb the target's chakra and then use it against the target. However, their capacity to absorb chakra was limited, and tailed beasts had nearly infinite chakra. The 4 trees began to crack under the pressure of the chakra. Seeing this, Fugaku painfully took out a bottle of green liquid and drank it. This was a special restorative potion, similar to Orochimaru's, with the effect of instantly replenishing chakra at the cost of life. With chakra restored, Fugaku instantly regained composure and began to form seals again. Demon Statue's Lock. This ninjutsu was created by Uchiha Madara to bind and control tailed beasts. A vast amount of ocular power continued to flow away, and his body's chakra also diminished rapidly. Aisabu roared loudly, trying to resist, but it was utterly useless. Its resistance to this technique was 0. Soon, the 3-tomo Sharingan appeared in Aisabu's eyes, causing it to stop struggling and become unable to resist. Fugaku knew that this ninjutsu had been successfully cast. Haha! The 3 tails are now under my control. Kill the 3 tails. However, at that moment, a pain that seemed to carve into his soul and made him want to gouge out his eyes surged through Fugaku. He couldn't issue the subsequent command. Rolling on the ground in agony while clutching his eyes, the excessive consumption of ocular power had triggered a backlash. This scene shocked everyone. The previously invincible Uchiha Fugaku was rolling on the ground. The Uchiha clan members reacted quickly, shouting loudly, "Go save the clan leader." Meanwhile, the Hidden Mist ninjas shouted, "Kill Uchiha Fugaku." Both groups rushed towards Fugaku desperately, but they seemed to have forgotten that Fugaku had given orders to the 3 tails. Although they weren't complete orders, he had indeed commanded them to kill. The 3 tails didn't know who the target was, but seeing so many ninjas, it simply decided to kill them all. Then the Hidden Mist and Uchiha ninjas were in trouble. In front of Hashirama and Madara, tailed beasts were like kittens, but in front of other shadow-level powerhouses, they were a formidable existence. However, in front of ordinary ninjas, they were the harbingers of doom. Soon, the Hidden Mist was scattered, crying out in despair. and the fortress they constructed was destroyed by the Three Tails, with heavy casualties on the Uchiha side. But the Uchiha were domineering. Uchiha Shursui showcased his Mangeki, Susun, and other techniques, ultimately forcibly suppressing the Three Tails. However, Shursui's Mangeki closed after that, and without 10 or 8 years, it would be impossible to use again. Meanwhile, when the fortress was breached by the Three Tails, the 7 ninja swordsmen launched a surprise attack on another fortress. Chapter 73. The Fortress is Breached, Might Guy vs. The 7 ninja swordsmen. The sudden attack by the 7 ninja swordsmen was actually within expectations, as there were quite a few Byakugan users here. However, due to the significant difference in strength, although the Hidden Mist had the fewest ninjas, their blood mist policy made them stronger when facing ninjas of similar levels. Especially when the number of ninjas was not vastly different and led by the 7 ninja swordsmen. The Uchiha clan was too preoccupied to defend themselves, leading to a strategic collapse and massacre. As the 7 ninja swordsmen broke through the defenses and fully invaded the city, the Konoha clan ninjas collapsed one after another. Without top-tier powerhouses leading them, they couldn't stop the rout. As for the dispatched powerhouse Might Guy, he wasn't even in the fortress. Although he was a recognized powerhouse for 10 years and could open the 8th gate to match the speed of space itself, claiming he could kick down any shadow-level powerhouse. This also highlighted his weakness. Using the 8th gate would result in death, and the time was short. This led everyone to know he was a one-time powerhouse. Even if he opened the 6th gate for damage, his taijutsu-focused fighting style couldn't handle the siege of 3 to 5 Jonin. During these days of continuous skirmishes, the Hidden Mist had been dragging Might Guy along. He certainly wouldn't open the 7th gate to face these Jonin head-on. He was there to intimidate the 7 ninja swordsmen and threaten the Jinchuriki. It was like using a nuclear bomb to take down a tank. That was no joke. Thus, they had to send people to protect Might Guy. Then, Kagetsuchi took advantage of this, using Might Guy as bait, causing Konoha significant casualties and troubles. Ultimately, Uchiha Fugaku had no choice but to send Might Guy to escort supplies. With supplies in the rear, ordinary ninjas couldn't break through the defenses, while powerful Jonin, like the 7 ninja swordsmen, could easily reach the rear. But would the 7 ninja swordsmen dare to gamble? The 7 ninja swordsmen were daring. They even wanted to test Might Guy's character, but they were stopped by teacheris Yagura, who wouldn't take that risk. In the end, Konoha's logistic supply was timely, and nothing went wrong. Although Might Guy was reluctant, everyone was very satisfied. Currently, Might Guy was still transporting supplies with Guy and other lower-ranked ninja teams. Just a few miles away from the fortress, he spotted Konoha ninjas fleeing. Before Might Guy could ask what had happened, he saw 7 figures wielding various ninja swords chasing after them. The 7 ninja swordsmen. Might Guy exclaimed, with a convoy of dozens of people carrying supplies. Such a large target meant that many of the fleeing Konoha ninjas gathered towards Might Guy. With so many people, the 7 ninja swordsmen naturally noticed them. Seeing Might Guy's distinctive outfit and bushy eyebrows, they exclaimed, "Isn't that Might Guy? Haha, we finally found him. Let's see what he's made of." The 7 ninja swordsmen instructed the others to continue their pursuit while they charged at Might Guy. "Might Guy, let's see how much character you have." The users of the longsword, needle, Kurasame Karamaru, and the explosive blade, Splash, the 2 brothers, laughed heartily and attacked Might Guy in an unfair 2-on-1. Might Guy, upon seeing this, became incredibly excited. In the past, he wanted to open the 7th gate and fight them seriously to repay Konoha's kindness, but he had been dissuaded. Konoha's F4 really liked powerful ninjas who didn't threaten their rule, regardless of whether Might Guy displayed overwhelming strength. Those rewards and special treatments were generously given: money, villas, and if Might Guy had wanted women, they would have offered him 2 from their clan. Although these things were in the village on the battlefield, Might Guy could only see a series of commendation letters, which were enough to move him deeply. Although Might Guy couldn't defeat 5 or 6 upper ninjas while in the 6th gate, he could indeed hold his own against 2. After more than 10 minutes of fierce fighting, the pursuing Mist ninjas began to regroup. A member of the Hyuga clan, seeing this, shouted urgently at Might Guy, "Might Guy, the Mist ninjas are surrounding us. Stop dragging it out. Quickly lead us out of the encirclement and head towards the Uchiha side. We need to regroup to survive." Might Guy realized this was indeed the case and immediately decided to fend off the 2 and lead the way toward the Uchiha. However, Biwa Juzu couldn't bear to watch any longer and said to the others, "Everyone, let's take down Might Guy first, then deal with these Konoha brats. We Mist ninjas will surely win this battle." The other 4 also rubbed their fists in anticipation, drawing their swords and attacking Might Guy. "You guys break through. I'll hold them off. The timid member of the Byakugan clan, unlike other clansmen, still had some strength. The many Konoha ninjas quickly rushed towards the still unencircled defense line. Seeing the 7 ninja swordsmen charging at him, Mike.I shouted loudly, "Open the 8th gate." A violent red chakra surged forth instantly. "Come on, this is youth." Mike.I yelled as he charged at the 7 ninja swordsmen. Guy watched his old man rush towards the 7 ninja swordsmen like a shooting star, tears streaming down his face. He knew his father was going all out. Mike.I's power in the 7th gate was immense. But facing 7 against 1 was a different story. Although this generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen wasn't as prominent as the likes of Kisame, Mangetsu, Suigetsu, and Chojuro, they were still elite upper ninjas. 7 against 1 was not something an ordinary Kaga-level ninja could handle. Although Mike.I had reached the strength of a typical Kaga-level ninja, he couldn't use ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, or summoning techniques, so there was no way he could contend against 7. Soon, due to carelessness, he was struck by a blade and coughed up blood. Kurasame Karamaru and Unrin Shin. This is the legendary Konoha beast, the strongest Trunkar, Mike.I. I see he's just a facade. The others laughed heartily. Biwajuzu frowned and said, "Stop wasting time. Quickly take him down and then deal with those brats." The user of the dual blade, Flounder, being the most obedient, charged forward with his sword. Mike.I spat out blood, watching as Kai and the others, who had already run far away but were still being chased by countless mist ninjas, smiled. "Let them witness my final brilliance. Open the 8th gate." Mike.I roared. Instantly, a blood-red chakra surged skyward from Mike.I, like a flare turning the world briefly crimson. What is this? The user of the dual blade, Flounder, closest to Mike.I, widened his eyes in terror as the powerful chakra distorted the very space around them. Boom! A massive hand enveloped in red chakra flames grabbed the dual blade, Flounder. Chapter 74. The Mist Ninja's auspicious 3 treasures appear. Mike.I's finale. In the terrified gaze of the Flounder user, Mike.I yanked him over. In unbearable pain, Mike.I, as if venting his fury, threw a punch with all his might. The man tried to abandon his sword and flee, but that punch seemed to lock onto him, making it impossible to dodge. Boom! The man's head exploded instantly, but not a drop of blood was spilled. It was completely incinerated by the high-temperature chakra flames. The other 6 were momentarily stunned. But Mike.I, driven by pain, didn't stop. He kicked the ground hard, creating a massive crater. Mike.I charged at the remaining 6 ninja swordsmen with incredible speed. The remaining 6 were not easily intimidated. They thought their comrade had been careless and rushed in with swords drawn, shouting for revenge. But they only exchanged a few blows. Mike.I landed 2 quick punches, breaking the dual blade, Dogo, and then another punch killed the user of the booby trap, Yamanaka. After taking 2 of Mike.I's rapid punches, Suigetsu and Raiga spurted blood. Raiga even dropped his weapon and ran away. The other 4, having witnessed Mike.I's power and seeing someone flee, also began to escape. As for covering each other, what a joke. Didn't they see what had just happened? 2 fists. A user of the and an elite Jainin just died like that. Now, whoever runs slow is the one left behind. Mike.I has gone crazy, chasing after the brothers Kurosaki and Murison, who had just mocked him. The brothers are feeling desperate. It was just some teasing. Did he have to target them so harshly? Soon, the 2 brothers were caught by Mike.I, and with a few punches, they were dead beyond recovery. Mike.I wanted to pursue the remaining 3 treasures of auspiciousness. The 3 of them, including Pipa Shirzong, split up to run, but Mike.I recognized one of them as the leader from their previous conversation and aimed to kill him. Pipa Shirzong was sweating profusely, feeling utterly hopeless. Why is he chasing after him? Suddenly, a punch attack came out of nowhere. Pipa Shirzong instinctively blocked with his decapitation blade. Clang! The decapitation blade was broken into 2 pieces. Pipa Shirzong was sent flying, spitting blood as he crashed into a tree, causing him to spit blood again. But as he coughed up blood, it felt like his meridians were opened, and he suddenly shouted at Mike.I. Mike.I, you can't keep using that move for long, right? If you kill us all, and then go save people, those Konoha ninjas will all be killed by our mist ninjas. And there are over 100 J-nin among them. They're already engaged in battle. Every second you delay, 1 more dies. If they all die, what is the point of you dying with us? Hearing this, Mike.I didn't even bother to finish them off and turned to rush towards the mist ninjas and Konoha ninjas. Kai, wait for me. I'll save you soon. In the end, Mike.I chose to save people, wanting to save his son and the ninjas of the village. As Pipa Shirzong said, what is the point of opening the 8 gates after everyone is dead? ISN Tia to give these people a chance to survive. After Mike.I left, Pipa Shirzong spat out another mouthful of blood. Phew, what a madman. Pipa Shirzong picked up the half of the decapitation blade he had left, not caring much. The blade could recover with some blood. He limped away from this broken place. As for the few, whoever wants to collect them can, but first, he needs to escape and heal. In his current state, even a Chunin could take him down. Mike.I unleashed all his speed, quickly charging towards the Mist Ninjas. The Hyuga clan member was using Byakugan to direct everyone to escape the encirclement. Upon seeing Mike.I, he instantly shouted excitedly, "It's Mike.I, the J-Nin. He has defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen. Everyone charge with me." The fiery Mike.I stood out in the night. Seeing this, everyone became excited. The Mist Ninjas didn't believe that there was a problem with the 7 ninja swordsmen. How could they be defeated in just a few minutes? Although Mike.I looked somewhat powerful, they had the numbers. What the Mist Ninjas didn't know was that the few minutes were a distraction. The real fight with the 8 gates lasted less than 20 seconds. Knowing he had little time, Mike.I truly unleashed all his strength and charged into the crowd of Mist Ninjas. A few Mist Ninjas tried to form hand seals, but they were met with a quick punch that exploded their heads. Then, like autumn wind sweeping away leaves, one punch took down one Mist Ninja. Regardless of whether they were Chunin or J-Nin, there was no match at all. The many Konoha ninjas watched with blood boiling, cheering loudly. After all, he was too strong, and ninjas are drawn to strength. But tears flowed from Kai's eyes because he knew this was his father opening the death gate. This was his final dance. Yet he could do nothing to help. Mike.I's reckless assault against the Mist Ninjas completely shattered their morale. Amidst the cries, the Mist Ninjas hastily abandoned 30 corpses and retreated. Mike.I shouted loudly to the Hyuga clan member, "Quick, break through, go!" After speaking, he used the last moments to chase after the Mist Ninja. The person from the Hyuga clan also saw with his Byakugan that Mike.I's life force was about to fade away and immediately shouted loudly to everyone. Everyone rushed towards the fortress with all their might. Guy ran desperately, trying to keep up with the main force. He had to run. If he couldn't run, then his father's sacrifice would have been in vain, and tears of pain flowed endlessly from his eyes. Mike.I caught up with a few Mist Ninjas and struck them down, but when he attempted to defeat the Mist Ninja in front of him, the chakra flames on his body suddenly dissipated. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button on time. Guy's fist was halted mid-motion. Thud! Guy fell to the ground, his blood and muscles drained, staring intently in the direction the Konoha ninja had left, slowly closing his eyes. The first user of the 8 gates, Mike.I, thus came to an end. The Mist Ninja, who had fallen to the ground, waited for a while, and when he confirmed he could still smell the urine from his lower body, he realized he wasn't dead. He opened his eyes and was startled to see the withered body. But upon closer inspection, he recognized it was Mike.I, and he immediately rejoiced, shouting excitedly, "This guy is dead, huh?" The numerous fleeing Mist Ninjas also stopped to confirm Mike.I's death. After seeing that he was truly dead, they all breathed a sigh of relief and began to clean up the battlefield. As for chasing the Konoha ninjas, they didn't dare anymore. However, this act of cowardice indeed saved their lives, as the Uchiha clan's ninjas were also fleeing this way. If they encountered them, these few dozen would have been done for. Chapter 75. The Mist Ninjas become the biggest winners. Hyuga and Uchiha's hidden plans. Why did the Uchiha run? It was because a big boss was chasing them. The third Mizukage and Elder Yuanshur had actually brought thousands of bloodline clan ninjas from the Mist to provide support, including the young Kisame Hashigaki and Mei Terumi in the Mizukage's escort team. Uchiha Fugaku had initially been able to take down the Three Tails directly, even controlling it for himself. But due to wanting to show off, he ended up getting himself incapacitated. If it weren't for the Uchiha clan members risking their lives to bring him back, he would have been dead. Fortunately, Uchiha Shursui activated a technique called the Mangeki Sharingan on the spot. Even though it was just activated, with Uchiha Fugaku in front, he knew how to use the Mangeki. He directly activated Susanoo to withstand the attack, and seized the opportunity to use the eternal Tsukuyami from his right eye. But then, yet another problem arose. It was still Uchiha Fugaku's issue. The demon statue's lock was originally not a very powerful ninjutsu. But the problem was that this ninjutsu was very domineering because it stored the power of the Mangeki. This was also the root cause of Uchiha Fugaku's failure. The Tsukuyami was also a power of the Mangeki, and the two Mangeki began to compete for control over the Three Tails. Now, after the eternal Tsukuyami expelled the Mangeki power of the demon statue's lock, the effect became the same as the temporary Mangeki from the left eye. Although this effect was better than temporary, it could only control for a few days. Everything seemed fine until the third Mizukage arrived with the Bloodline clan ninjas. Uchiha Shursui turned pale and could only send the Three Tails out to attack. The Three Tails was then resealed, trapped within the body of the Tsukuyumi. Fortunately, this bought them some time to retreat. A large group of people retreated like this, and, at the same time, Guy's team arrived just in time. When the two groups merged, they ran towards the Land of Fire. By the time dawn broke, the Uchiha led by Shursui and the other ninja clans led by the Hyuga clan were relentlessly pursued, eventually being chased all the way to the Land of Fire. They hadn't rested at all, and, seeing that the mist ninjas didn't pursue them, they all collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Shursui was instantly filled with sorrow. Only a little over 200 people from the two teams had survived. Among these 200, nearly 140 were from the Uchiha clan. But neither Shursui nor the other Uchiha felt happy. All these people were upper and mid-level ninjas, with hardly any low-ranking ones left, and not a single elder had returned. They had stayed behind. This meant that the older generation of the Uchiha clan did not come back, and the future generation had been decimated. The clan would surely fall into a state of decline over the next decade or two. How could this not be heartbreaking? The young Hyuga Yuki from the Hyuga clan also looked at the fewer than 100 people left under him, and his close brother from the main family, Hyuga Masahiko, along with several other branch family guards, were also missing, unsure if they had fled or been captured. If they were captured, countless Byakugan users would emerge from the mist, and those who were not in the cage would make their main family cease to be a main family. Wouldn't they? Hinata Yuki wanted to go back and find the people, but if he returned, their group would also be captured. In the end, he helplessly slammed his fist on the ground. Ah! Hinata Yuki shouted angrily. The other ninja clans were even more despairing, with some ninja clans having not a single person return. A sense of sadness enveloped the Konoha allied forces, in contrast to the Konoha Ninja Alliance. The third Mizukage was truly overjoyed. This battle not only resulted in a great victory over Konoha, but he also gained a lot, including over 20 surviving Uchiha ninjas and hundreds of Sharingan with various types of Tomo. A member of the Hinata main family and several from the branch family were also captured. Although the branch family had caged birds, the main family member could not use chakra to activate them, making them almost like the branch family. There were also over 30 various Konoha ninja captives, as well as hundreds of Konoha ninja corpses, which contained a wealth of knowledge. There might even be a chance to extract Konoha's secret techniques from them. From the time the third Mizukage appeared, he was essentially a gambler with old coins, immediately sending AO with the remaining two from the 7 ninja swordsmen, along with some young bloodline ninjas like Terumi Mei, the injured, and the captives from Konoha back to the Hidden Mist. He entrusted everything to the master to handle, hoping to see the Sharingan and Byakugan clans belonging to the Hidden Mist within 20 years. Currently, in the Hidden Mist, the Kagaya clan and the Yuki clan had not rebelled, so there were no restrictions on bloodline ninjas. On the contrary, they placed great importance on them. After all, the Hidden Mist implemented a blood mist policy, and the strength of the ninja clans was superior to that of civilians, which was a fact. Moreover, they were the clan with the most bloodline ninjas aside from Konoha. The master was also very excited to take on this appointment and immediately set off for the Land of Water without resting. The Hidden Mist had indeed gained a lot from this battle, but not everyone was happy. There were also the remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Pippa Shirzong and Suigetsu Hashigaki. In the original story, they had been humiliated by being killed by the then-unknown Might Guy, turning into a joke. This version of Might Guy had long since gained reputation, and it was somewhat understandable for them to be killed. However, they never expected that Kurozai Rhea would escape and become a rogue ninja, tarnishing the reputation of the esteemed 7 ninja swordsmen, causing their prestige to plummet. Where they had once been revered by the Hidden Mist, they were now looked down upon, making it difficult for these proud individuals to swallow their pride. Pippa Shirzong, already seriously injured, fell ill and could not recover. News from the battlefield between the Hidden Mist and Konoha reached the third Reikage, Noki, and Higashikawa Shinichi within just 5 or 6 hours. The excitement and impact of this battle made them all raise their eyebrows. Uchiha Fugaku could use would release and control tailed beasts, and another Uchiha, Shursui, had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan and could still control tailed beasts. So, the tailed beasts were just Uchiha's playthings? Even more explosive news was that the third Mizukage personally led an assault to break through Konoha's defenses, capturing a large number of Uchiha and Hinata main family members, along with a large group of Konoha ninjas. As for the hundreds of Sharingan and numerous ninja corpses, They made others green with envy. The Sharingan could be transplanted. Although the side effects were significant, its effectiveness outweighed the drawbacks. With these corpses, if they could extract some secret techniques from Konoha, that would be a windfall. Furthermore, the living individuals could be nurtured and breed, and in 20 years, the Hidden Mist would have its own Uchiha and Byakugan clans, along with other Konoha ninja factions. This made the third Raikage, who had just been rescued, faint with rage again. The third Raikage was furious. They in the cloud wanted a pair of Byakugan so badly that they were almost driven mad. The entire village was lacking in this Byakugan. As a result, they had been beaten to this state by Namake's Minato, suffering heavy losses, while the Hidden Mist quietly took the biggest slice of the cake. Chapter 76, New Alliance Plan, Sarutobi Hisashi and the exchange of interest with ninja clans. Then the Cloud Village retreated 300 miles, fleeing in response to the anxious voice of the fourth Raikage. Among the 4 Kaga-level powerhouses, only he remained. If Namake's Minato came to attack again, he really couldn't withstand it. His prideful speed could not catch up, and although his strength was great, he surely couldn't withstand a single blow from Minato, nor could he hit him. As for defense, while it was invincible, there was a blade specifically designed to break through defenses. How could he deal with that? The fourth Raikage was indeed reckless, but he wasn't a fool. He first withdrew the troops to let a few people recover from their injuries. 4 Kaga-level powerhouses surrounding Minato would definitely be unable to defeat him. Upon seeing this news, Noki immediately ordered more people to escort supplies, determined to settle everything in one battle. With an increase in numbers, the scale would grow, and it would cause a significant stir. Soon, the very weak Orochimaru, who had just finished transforming his body, was jolted awake, based on the current situation. He had already deduced what a Wagakure was planning to do and immediately wrote a letter to send to the Wagakure battlefield. In the office building of the Wind Shadow, Higashikawa Shinichi was also filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred towards the Mizukage. This was exactly what he wanted to do. He wanted to eliminate all the ninja clans within the village within 3 months, and then stabilize the village for another 3 months. After that, he would develop for another 6 months, allowing the village to grow according to the planned schedule. And then he would take Sasori to various major villages to seize bloodline ninjas, bringing more experts into the village. He hoped to dig up entire clans, such as Kagaya, Yuki, and Uchiha, nurturing them for 10 to 8 years, while also provoking surrounding countries and then launching a grand offensive. He never expected the Hidden Mist to start directly. Right now, Obito had not yet developed a hatred for the Hidden Mist, although the current Hidden Mist was still in a blood mist state. They had not yet sealed the village or focused on slaughtering their companions. If the Hidden Mist succeeded, Konoha, IWA, and Kyumo would each lick their wounds, allowing the Hidden Mist to naturally become the new Konoha. This was something Higashikawa Shinichi could not allow. He had to weaken Konoha and make other ninja villages weak as well. However, this also gave Higashikawa Shinichi an idea for a plan to make Konoha and the Hidden Mist fight to the death. At that moment, he put down his work and began drafting the layout for the ninja world after this third war, as well as what the ninja world would enter in 20 years, where the 2 lower villages would replace the 2 upper villages, creating a situation where one would become significantly stronger. That's right, Higashikawa Shinichi also wanted a share in the pie, so he calculated himself into the plan, using the Book of Konoha's 10 years to form an alliance of 4 nations to attack. This time, he wanted to play the alliance game, to attack the Hidden Mist together with IWA and Kyumo, as long as they were not fools. They would join forces to attack the Hidden Mist and share the cake of the Hidden Mist village. Don Chuanjini was getting more and more excited as he wrote. Manipulating everyone like this was truly exhilarating. On the Konoha side, they were the first to receive the news that Uchiha Fugaku was in a coma, Mike Dai was dead, Hinata Hisashi was missing, and personnel from other major ninja clans had been captured, with the fortress being breached and a complete failure. Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as the Kind Old Man and the third Hokage, smashed the Hokage office building to pieces in front of Tsunade Sakura and Mito Minion. Damn it, how infuriating. The Uchiha clan was indeed unreliable. Sarutobi's face was terrifyingly flushed with anger, especially as his eyes began to take on a blood-red hue. Tsunade Sakura and Mito Minion were trembling beside him, too afraid to persuade the enraged Sarutobi Hiruzen. It wasn't until he broke everything he could that they started to speak. Hiruzen, let's call Danzo to discuss the next steps. Sarutobi's anger subsided. Even though he was angry, things still needed to be resolved. He immediately took people to the nearby quiet room, where a few Umbu began cleaning up the Hokage office. Danzo was wheeled into the quiet room. He was dismissed from his position by Sarutobi Hiruzen on the spot for disobeying orders and launching a private attack that led to a major defeat. With the root organization being taken over by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo's external injuries had healed, but he was now weakened, having lost 70 of his strength due to this incident. Danzo truly had no idea about the orders. After returning to the village, he was placed at home to recover, and with Root under Sarutobi's control, he received no news. Now, hearing Tsunade Sakura recount the events, he was furious and directly shouted, "The battle in the mist has failed again. The Byakugan, Sharingan, and ninjas from other clans have been captured. Is Uchiha Fugaku a pig? Why did he split forces at two fortresses to launch an offensive? Why not concentrate them together for defense? Who ordered him to attack? The other two front lines didn't launch an assault, just defended honestly. Isn't this failure lesson enough? Stupid pig, fool idiot." The more he cursed, the redder Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face became, because it was he who had ordered the Uchiha to attack the mist. At that time, he only wanted the Uchiha to quickly defeat the mist. After all, a coalition of 1,000 ninja clans couldn't possibly defeat 2,000 mist troops. But he never expected such a failure. He wanted to interrupt Danzo, but Danzo ended up cursing himself, making it impossible for him to say anything against Danzo. In the end, it was Tsunade Sakura who couldn't bear it any longer. If this continued, Sarutobi Hiruzen would break down. She immediately said to Danzo, "Enough with the cursing. The reason I called you here today is to think about how to deal with this situation. The mist will fully invade the Land of Fire in 2 or 3 days." While Danzo did want the position of Hokage, he also cared about the village and didn't want a crumbling village. So he shut his mouth and started thinking of solutions. After an unknown amount of time spent in deep thought, the four finally began to discuss, and after an unknown amount of time discussing, finally came up with a plan. They would offer various benefits to have the ninja clans send troops again, with Sarutobi Hiruzen leading the charge to keep the mist at bay outside the nearest fortress to Konoha. Once the battles at Iwa and Kyumo determined a victor, they would return to eliminate the mist. Just as this plan was being finalized, an Umbu reported that the Hyuga clan, along with other ninja clans, had come to their door. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, having already discussed the plan, were not surprised. It would have been strange if these ninja clans hadn't come. They immediately found a meeting room for everyone to convene, and Sarutobi Hiruzen generously offered a series of conditions, promising to reclaim the bloodlines of each clan and make the mist pay the price. Then they sought to borrow troops from these ninja clans, although the clans were not very willing. After Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged benefits on the spot, both large and small clans agreed to lend troops. After some chaotic gathering, they finally assembled over 1,000 people. After all, the benefits Sarutobi Hiruzen offered were too great. He had truly distributed all the interest from the Umbu route and outside the academy. As for the Hokage being sidelined, that would be a matter for the next Hokage. After the war, he would definitely step down. Chapter 77. The gears of fate begin to turn in the battlefield of the cloud. Actual command had shifted from Narashikaku to Namikaze Minato, and everyone had no objections. Namikaze Minato first received news that the cloud had retreated 300 miles, and then received an urgent plea for help from Orochimaru. He thought of his beautiful and willful wife, Kushina, who was always fond of him, and a warm feeling flashed through his heart. Soon, Narashikaku and the others were called in. Namikaze Minato handed them the letter and, with a confident expression, said, "Shikaku-senpai, this is a letter from Orochimaru-senpai. I want to take people to Kanabi Bridge to blow up Iwa's supply lines and destroy their supplies. Without the supply lines and this batch of materials, it should be enough to force Iwa to withdraw." Narashikaku nodded after watching, as he was not a hesitant person. "All right, Kirigakure has retreated 300 miles, so they don't pose much of a threat to us. We can send 100 people for you to take. Choose whoever you need." "Good." Minato Namikaze agreed readily and turned to select personnel. However, he knew that although Yunin had retreated, they had not been defeated. They did not send all the elite ninja, but selected 100 special Jonin who were strong in physical combat. Just as he finished selecting the personnel, Kakashi Hitaki, Obito Uchiha, and Rin Noara arrived in front of Minato. The reason they were there was due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's inability to use anyone, leading to the early graduation of students from the Ninja Academy. As for why it was still this trio, it was a deliberate arrangement by Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had initially intended for Tsunade to succeed him as the 4th Hokage, but she was captured. Orochimaru performed remarkably well on the battlefield against Yunin. But after Sarutobi Hiruzen took over the roots, he discovered the series of experiments Orochimaru conducted with Danzo, especially the human experiments related to wood release and forbidden jutsu, which resulted in hundreds of casualties. If Orochimaru weren't still fighting desperately, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have removed him and sealed him away to restrict his chakra. Jiraiya's performance was also impressive, but his personality made it clear he could not become Hokage. He simply wasn't cut out for it. At that time, Minato Namikaze had a moment of enlightenment and developed the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique, wanting to showcase his strength to Sarutobi Hiruzen. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Minato's spatial ninjutsu, he was excited, as it was comparable to the legendary East River Shinichi. He had traversed the ninja world for so long without being timid or afraid. Even when Kakashi's father threatened his position, he had never taken real action. However, the battle with East River Shinichi had left him with a psychological shadow. After returning to Konoha, even knowing that Jiraiya and Orochimaru were fighting desperately and the situation was precarious, he preferred to send Konoha's newly graduated genin and Kushina to the battlefield rather than fight again himself. Now, seeing Minato so powerful, he suddenly had an idea. If Minato could indeed end this battle, appointing him as Hokage could be acceptable. Minato was a commoner. Although he had great achievements, he lacked sufficient power, and he could still hold onto authority for a few years, becoming a sort of elder statesman of Konoha. Thus, he immediately handed over the Raijin sword of Senju Tobarama to Minato. He then entrusted Kakashi, the son of Kakashi Hitaki, to Minato, hoping to develop the obviously talented ninja, hoping to produce another Konoha White Fang. Minato was naturally willing. If it weren't for Kakashi's father covering his retreat, he would have died at the hands of that man. Sarutobi Hiruzen also sent Obito Uchiha under Minato's command, as Obito's strength would be an important pillar after the war. At this point, Uchiha Fugaku had not yet been defeated. He then casually included a medical ninja, Rin Noera, creating this student team for Minato. Although it was a year or two early, it was a coincidence that these four came together. Now, the three came to Minato because they also wanted to go to the Iwagakure battlefield. Kakashi Hitaki spoke first. "Teacher, I want to go to the Iwagakure battlefield. I want to become stronger and avenge my father." Kakashi's face was full of hatred. After the news from Sunagakure came out, all Konoha ninjas were filled with righteous indignation. After all, Kakashi's father had died too tragically. Not only was his death brutal, but also humiliating, being turned into a human puppet. How could this not infuriate people? From then on, Kakashi wore a mask, becoming a cold ninja solely focused on revenge. He wanted to become stronger and kill Sasori and East River Shinichi. Obito Uchiha also shouted loudly, "Teacher, I want to go too. I must become stronger and wash away the shame of the Uchiha." The news of the defeat of the Kirigakure front lines had long since spread across major lines. Not from Konoha, but from Kumogakure and Iwagakure. The loss of the Kirigakure front in this war was primarily due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders for the offensive. Had they continued to defend, they would not have been ambushed. Even so, the Uchiha clan would take the blame. But Fugaku's actions were indeed outrageous. Who else could be blamed if not him? Thus, Fugaku and the Uchiha clan were heavily pushed into the position of scapegoats. Faced with the pointed fingers of the ninjas, such proud Uchiha clansmen could hardly endure this humiliation. Obito activated his single Tomo Sharingan in anger. "Teacher, we are a team. If Kakashi and Obito are going, I want to go too." Rin Noera also looked at Minato with determined eyes. Minato was clearly unwilling to let the three go. This was war, and they were only Nin, which made him uneasy. Both had special significance. However, in the end, Minato could not withstand their pleas, and he finally handed a shuriken engraved with the Flying Thunder God mark to Kakashi. "This is my Flying Thunder God mark. If anything happens, activate it, and I will try to come as soon as possible." "Okay, teacher." Kakashi's gaze was very firm as he tightly gripped the special shuriken. Minato reached out and ruffled Kakashi's and Obito's hair several times, turning their hair into a mess, though their hairstyles were already somewhat similar to Nest's. "All right, hurry up and pack your things. We will depart in an hour." "Yes." The three excitedly bowed and then ran toward the tent. An hour later, Minato led the surprise attack team away, while the letter carried by the summoning beast had already been sent. After Minato and the surprise attack team left, a black and white figure merged into the big tree. After a while, in a cave in the land of rain, Kurizetsu appeared before Uchiha Madara. "Lord Madara, the child you asked me to pay attention to has already followed Minato Namikaze to the Iwagakure battlefield. Should we take action?" Uchiha Madara opened his aged and murky eyes and looked into the distance. Although it's a bit early, it's enough. Let the wheels of fate begin to turn. Chapter 78. The Battle of the Kamizumi Bridge begins. Orochimaru received the letter sent by Minato and walked to the edge of the map to strategize. He then called for Kushina and Oil Girl Ryoma. After both arrived, Orochimaru said to them, Minato has already taken the surprise attack team to Kamizumi Bridge. We need to prepare for support and hold back the Iwagakure army to provide him with conditions. Upon hearing that her boyfriend was coming, Kushina immediately excitedly said, That's simple. I'll go into half-tailed beast mode like before, drag the 2 Jinchuriki, and then you, Lord Orochimaru, can hold off the 3rd Tsuchikage. The rest can be left to Ryoma-kun. War is an opportunity for a significant increase in strength. Kushina had grown from being a 3-tailed half-tailed beast to being capable of fully entering 9-tailed half-tailed beast mode, overpowering the 2 Jinchuriki of Iwagakure. The 9 tails was indeed too strong. Old Girl Ryoma also felt this plan was feasible, as it had worked before. But Orochimaru shook his head and said no. Why? Kushina anxiously asked. Oil Woman Ryoma also looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru pointed to the Kaminarabashi on the map and said, This place is too important. They're transporting so many supplies, and it is highly likely they're going to launch a full-scale attack. If I were the Tsuchikage, I would definitely send 2 Jinchuriki and Wide to personally escort the supplies. Noki would also definitely bring people to defend against us. They don't need to defeat us. They only need to hold us back, and their goal would be achieved. Right now, we don't need to hold these people back, but rather break through, escape, and meet up with Minato to blow up the Kaminarabashi, then capture the 2 Jinchuriki and force Iwagakure to withdraw their troops. Kushina and Oil Woman Ryoma's eyes lit up. Then let me go. I can definitely help Minato if I break through. Kushina rubbed her fists together, very excited. Orochimaru nodded. All right, but you can't set off yet. You need to wait for 5 hours. By that time, Minato will likely be discovered by Iwagakure, and you can set off then, timing will be just right. However, you will be the only one breaking through. We will hold back the strongest of Iwagakure, but there will definitely be quite a few who slip through and interfere with you, and you will have to handle it yourself. Orochimaru's voice was somewhat serious and heavy. After all, the pursuit along the way would not be small, possibly involving hundreds or even thousands of people. All right, leave it to me. Kushina slammed her fist on the table, smashing it to bits. Oil Woman Ryoma and Orochimaru's lips twitched. Ever since Kushina arrived, their tables had been somewhat insufficient, as she would smash them whenever she got angry, and it was always the kind that was shattered. After the 3 discussed their plan, they did not publicize it widely, as any abnormality would alert Iwagakure to their plans. 5 hours later, Orochimaru issued the order to proactively attack Iwagakure. Kushina took this opportunity to use transformation jutsu and rush towards Kaminarabashi from the main force. Noki was not someone who sat idly by, seeing Orochimaru leading the charge. He understood the principle that something unusual must be afoot and thought for a moment before realizing something. Since they dared to fight, they must have a plan. Old Purple, take 300 elite troops to support Kaminarabashi. Even if the bridge is destroyed, we must ensure that this batch of resources arrives. With this batch of supplies, we can break through their defenses even if we have to use the supplies as weapons. Yes, Old Purple took his men and headed towards Kaminarabashi. Minato had already arrived around Kaminarabashi with 100 ninja. As long as the IWA ninjas weren't blind, they could see it. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Hearing the voice of Iwagakure, Minato immediately shouted loudly to the many ninjas. You go blow up the bridge. Just destroy the bridge. Minato leaped up and threw kunai marked with the flying thunder god seal at these people. When a large number of kunai covered the ground, it was Minato's time to shine. The bug of the flying thunder god technique was fully displayed. After forming a hand seal, a flash of golden hair took a life. The IWA ninjas recognized the obvious mark of Minato and immediately shouted, It's Minato! Quickly call Lord Han. Boom! Both sides entered into a battle to break through the defense line, and once they clashed, it was a life-or-death struggle. When Minato killed more than 10 IWA ninjas, a loud shout rang out, Kill with me. A man clad in a chakra cloak, with 5 tails unfurling behind him, charged out. This man was the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails, Han. Han did not go after Minato because he knew he couldn't catch up. Instead, he brought his men to attack the Konoha ninjas. Naturally, Minato would not stand by and watch Han kill his Konoha ninjas. He was faster than killing, but he couldn't complete the task. He could only actively confront Han, and his kunai had been replaced with a Raijin sword. Han had long heard of Minato's attack methods, and naturally would not be foolish enough to confront him head-on. Instead, he continuously used wide-range ninjutsu and his tails to assist in the attack. Minato could not leave a mark on Han's chakra tails, and for a moment, the two fell into a standoff. Minato became anxious, wanting to break free to launch an attack on the other IWA ninjas. After all, he had brought few ninjas and could not withstand the IWA and ninja siege. But while Minato was killing, Han was also killing Konoha ninjas. Minato and his 103 vulnerabilities. Minato felt somewhat helpless and immediately headed towards the bridge. He needed to blow up the bridge himself. At this point, Han was not having it. His orders were to guard the bridge, so he could only chase after Minato to fight. This brought them to Minato's favorite phase, where he could place explosive tags on the bridge while also killing people. Han could only chase, try to minimize losses, and couldn't kill Konoha ninjas at all. The two continued this chase, but as time passed, Minato decided he needed to deal with this person first. The explosive tags on him could only be used for the bridge or the supplies. Because he was among the IWA ninjas, Han's large-scale ninjutsu could not be launched. Finally, Minato left a mark on Han. He was going to kill him. As long as he released the 5 tails, the bridge would be destroyed. Just as he forced Han into a corner, a loud shout came from a distance. "I'm here to help you." It was Y2, who had arrived with his ninjas, while the supplies were still far behind. Although Y2 was a Jonin and couldn't defeat Minato, he brought elite ninjas. Dozens of Jonin surrounded Minato. For a moment, Minato found it impossible to directly kill Han and Y2. He could only try to lure them into a guerrilla strategy, waiting for an opportunity. But the IWA ninjas were not foolish. Unable to stop Minato, they had to protect Han and Y2 as they killed Konoha ninjas. Minato was dragged down by these vulnerabilities. If it were Orochimaru, he would have directly given up on these ninjas and blown up the bridge. But Minato could not do that. "Minato, I'm coming." Another loud shout resounded as a woman with long red hair made a dazzling appearance. It was Kushina. Naturally, it's not possible. Just then, Minato Namikaze picked up the Thunder God sword and instantly attacked Han with a flying Thunder God technique. "Your opponent is me." In an instant, the roles of attack and defense changed. Minato was truly lethal with every strike, and Inoki desperately tried to block him, but was knocked down by a single slash. Inoki cried out in agony, unable to get back up. Han was extremely anxious, but Minato's attacks grew even fiercer, and wounds appeared all over his body. Puff! Han was knocked to the ground by a sword strike, and before Minato could deliver a finishing blow, a tailed beast ball hit the ground in front of him. Minato instantly formed hand seals and left, preventing the finishing blow from landing. "Old Z," Han shouted excitedly. "I'm here. Let's take on Minato together." Old Z transformed into half-tailed beast mode. Minato snorted coldly. "Come on then." The three of them began to fight fiercely. Old Z had brought along 300 elite ninjas who had just arrived. Unfortunately, they had to face Kushina, who was in half-tailed beast mode. It was like sheep entering a tiger's den. They couldn't stop her at all. They tried to use sealing techniques, but she was a master of sealing techniques. Trained by the Uzumaki clan, the sealing squad was forcefully pushed back, and Kushina even managed to gather a tailed beast ball. Stop her. But unfortunately, ordinary ninjas simply couldn't withstand this attack. Boom! The tailed beast ball slammed into the Shinobi bridge, blowing a hole right through the middle. Everyone began to break through in their own ways. Minato shouted loudly when he saw the Shinobi bridge destroyed. The Leaf Village ninjas, already suffering heavy casualties, began to scatter upon hearing this news. The Rock ninjas angrily shouted, "Kill this group of Leaf ninjas." In an instant, the scene turned chaotic with everyone chasing and fleeing. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin naturally were not dead. Upon hearing the order to break through, the three of them ran faster than anyone. Free Rock Jonin chased after them. However, they didn't get far before Rin was injured and lost her ability to move, forcing the three of them to take a break on a mountain. "Quick, activate the shuriken that Minato-sensei gave us," Obito said anxiously. "It's already activated, but Minato-sensei is fighting those two Jinchuriki. We need to buy some time," Kakashi hurriedly replied. "Okay, I understand. Kakashi, you hide Rin well. I'll draw these guys away. Let's show these rock ninjas what I'm capable of." Obito patted his chest, choosing the option that the Uchiha would take. Kakashi nodded seriously. "All right, once you hide Rin, I'll come find you. Be careful." Rin was crying heartbrokenly. "Don't worry about me. I can't escape. You two hurry and run." "Fool, we're a team. I'm a proud Uchiha. Kakashi, I'm leaving Rin to you. You must keep her alive." As Obito walked out of the cave, he waved his hand casually, appearing indifferent and walking with grace and determination, but his Sharingan had quietly transformed into the Two-Tomo. This is the Uchiha's power of love combined in a desperate situation, showing its resilience. However, the Two-Tomo was still not enough in front of Jainin, but it was enough to scatter the three of them. But even though they were scattered, he was still caught by the Jainin, and Obito was no match for them. Puff! Obito was struck against a rock, coughing up blood. One rock ninja disdainfully said, "I'll blow you up with an explosive tag. I'll show you who's boss." Uchiha puffed. What a joke. 2 explosive tags were thrown out. Just as the rock ninja was smugly waiting to see the little brat get blown up, he suddenly heard a crackling sound of electricity. The rock ninja instinctively swiped his hand back. Swish! Kakashi's left eye was grazed by a kunai, blood dripping out. Kakashi was in unbearable pain, but the lightning in his hand grew even more violent. A hand crackling with electricity pierced through the rock ninja's chest. Puff! The rock ninja spat out blood, wanting to say something but couldn't utter a word, and just like that, he died. However, the explosive tags had already been activated and thrown out. Facing the threat of death, Obito activated his abilities, opening the Three-Tomo. The Three-Tomo gave him some strength, and he still had powerful dynamic ability, suddenly leaping into the air. Boom! The explosive tag exploded, shattering the entire boulder into pieces, which caused the cliff stones to tremble and fall. Obito, unable to dodge in time, was hit by the falling rocks. Kakashi pulled out his bloodied hand and rushed towards Obito quickly. Although Obito had jumped, he was still unable to avoid the explosion and the falling debris. Kakashi hurriedly dug Obito out, and after a while, he managed to pull out Obito, who was half-bloodied, and anxiously shouted, "Obito, are you all right?" Half of Obito's body had been blown away, but he was still alive, weakly asking as blood flowed from his mouth again. "Is Rin hidden?" Kakashi looked at Obito with his remaining eye and said seriously, "She's hidden." "That's good. My time is short, and I can't take revenge anymore. You should take my left eye and transplant it onto yours. I hope you can use my eyes to protect Rin, and if you get the chance, rescue my clan from the Mist Village and make them pay." Kakashi shook his head in pain, refusing. "No. Fast, come here. There's a trace of that little brat. I have a trace of that little brat here too. It seems to belong to that leaf Kunoichi. Today, I'm going to enjoy myself." 2 voices from the rock ninjas came. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito instantly became furious, his Three-Tomo eyes glaring at Kakashi. "Kakashi, you need to act. Rin is in danger. You need this power." Kakashi shouted in anger, venting his fear and rage. Half a minute later, Kakashi quickly rushed toward Rin's direction, but by this time, his left eye had already transformed into the Three-Tomo Sharingan. Kakashi had previously looked down on Obito, not recognizing him as a burden, and even less so his feelings for Rin, but during the 7 days they spent together, especially today, he understood the meaning of comradeship and being a ninja. "Obito, I will protect Rin and fulfill your wishes, living on for you." After Kakashi left, Kuro Zetsu appeared beside Obito. Waving his hand, 2 white Zetsu also appeared and quickly merged into Obito's body to sustain his life. So this is Uchiha, the glory of the clan, the protection of a loved one, the unwillingness to compromise in the face of death. Truly, he is someone Madara has his eyes on. Kuro Zetsu said softly as he watched white Zetsu repair Obito's body. He had personally witnessed Obito going from a child who graduated early to activating the Three-Tomo in just 4 days on the battlefield. Chapter 80. Onoki successfully persuades Orochimaru to surrender. The battle led by Minato Namikaze was a success, not only destroying the entire Kaminobi Bridge, but also crippling Iwagakure supplies. He also conveniently captured Orochimaru, Han, and KT, and alongside the half-tailed beast-transformed Kushina, they decimated over 1,000 IWA ninjas, forcing them to flee in disarray, leaving behind hundreds of corpses. Minato saved Kakashi just as he was pushed to the brink of exhaustion. Although only a handful of the Konoha ambush team survived, the battle at Kaminobi Bridge was a resounding success. However, the situation on the front lines for IWA ninjas was far less favorable. The disparity in numbers was too great, and the casualties were significant, forcing the Konoha ninjas to retreat back to their fortress. Noki was furious and personally led a team to intercept Orochimaru, while sending others to assault the entire Konoha ninja army. The Konoha forces were in disarray, and Orochimaru was still in a weakened state. Although the giant snake, Manda, was summoned, the sealing team was formidable, and Manda was quickly sealed away without even being able to unleash its summoning technique. Noki also made his name known to the world, demonstrating why dust release was called a bloodline limit elimination technique. He took a hit and forcibly subdued the weakened Orochimaru, who was then sealed on the spot by the sealing team that came rushing over. Both Orochimaru and Manda were sealed, staring at each other in disbelief. Manda's temper flared up once again, unable to distinguish between big and small. Orochimaru, if I get free, I want 300 sacrifices. The proud Orochimaru refused to accept this prisoner-esque fate, coldly glaring at Manda. You want sacrifices? By this afternoon, I'll have Noki stew you, and I'll have a taste of snake meat. Manda roared in anger. Orochimaru, how dare you? Be quiet. I've tolerated you for too long. You're just a summoning beast. I am your master. Orochimaru yelled in fury. Manda wanted to roar again, but an explosive tag detonated on its body. Manda cried out in pain. Orochimaru is right. You're just a summoning beast and should listen to your master. The one who came was naturally Noki. What do you want? Orochimaru's tone was icy, yet there was no hint of resentment. Losing was losing. Noki had always admired Orochimaru from the start and sincerely invited him to a Wagakure. Orochimaru, my men have surrounded the Konoha ninjas, and I came to ask you to persuade them to surrender. If they do, I guarantee not to harm a hair on them, and neither of us will suffer losses. Right? Orochimaru snorted coldly. You're afraid that Minato Namikaze and Kushina will blow up the Kaminobi Bridge, destroy your supplies, and then use KT and the two Jinchuriki to threaten you into surrendering, right? Noki clapped his hands and said with a smile, I am indeed afraid and have thought the same. Once Minato showed his space ninjutsu, I knew this battle couldn't be won. I sent those 3 to delay Minato. They're the backbone of a Wagakure, and I don't want to lose any of them. I believe you want to kill them, but will demand my retreat. But Orochimaru, you should think about yourself as well. After this war, will Konoha still be a place for you? Orochimaru's pupils narrowed. He was not shocked by Naka's understanding of this ambush, but rather how he knew about his human experiments. With a serious expression, he asked, What do you mean? Naka's smile was bright, but his words made Orochimaru's heart sink. Orochimaru, do you think I don't know about your human experiments? Does Hiruzen Sarutobi not know? You and T want everyone to find out about your experiments, would you? How do you know? Orochimaru's pupils contracted into a vertical line, filled with dangerous intent. Because I left a secret on your original body, but unfortunately, it's gone now. This type of forbidden ninjutsu cannot succeed without countless experiments. Orochimaru laughed mockingly. You're right. I have indeed conducted human experiments, and there have been hundreds of them. As a madman practicing the forbidden, do you still want to touch it? Anoki waved his hand, looking at Orochimaru with eager eyes, as if he was looking at a treasure. He excitedly initiated the strongest ninjutsu in the ninja world, the mouth escape. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare, but I do, and I can provide countless death row inmates, bandits, and rogue ninjas for your experiments. I can even publicly support your experimental projects. Everything said on the battlefield will be true. Your position as elder is yours, and if you truly care for a Wagakure, in 5 years, the position of Tsuchikage will be yours. I am willing to abdicate for your sake. For the first time, Orochimaru fell silent. After a long while, he looked up at Anoki and asked his question of confusion. Why do you support me, a madman? At that moment, Anoki's eyes were filled with love and sincerity. I love my village deeply, but I know the future does not belong to us at Wagakure. Konoha has Minato Namikaze, countless ninja clans, and rich heritage. Who knows when the next Minato Namikaze will appear? Higashikawa has already obtained the seeds for future strength from Konoha. In the vast sea, we cannot attack. In another 20 years, they will likely become the next Konoha. Sandninja is now under the control of Higashikawa Shinichi. That kid has great ambition, but his strength is undeniable. The intelligence I have shows that he is working hard to consolidate the ninja clans in the village. When all power is in his hands, Sandninja will enter a great reform era, and after the reforms, it will enter a period of prosperity. Kimogakure's ninja combat strength is not inferior to ours, and their number of ninjas is not significantly less. But their heirs remain stable, and they are continuously developing chakra tools and weapons, along with their lightning release body forging secret techniques that always preserve their lower limits. We, Iwagakure, although we have powerful dust release, I have searched the entire Wagakure and found no ninja who can inherit dust release. Although we have the most ninjas, the individual quality is not as good as the other 4 countries, and we can only rely on numbers to win. After I die, Iwagakure will inevitably decline. Orochimaru, I need you. Iwagakure needs you, your forbidden jutsu creativity, and your hope to make Iwa stronger. I am also willing to hand over the Tsuchikage position to you. I will bear all the blame and pressure, shielding you from storm. If I speak a single lie, then the Sage of Six Paths will not bless Iwagakure, and Iwagakure will be despised, turning into a small ninja village. Inoki spoke passionately and sincerely, looking intently at Orochimaru, waiting for his agreement. Orochimaru was also deeply moved. He truly did not expect a leader of a large nation to go this far for his village. If it was just a temporary measure, then Inoki and Iwagakure would become a joke and would never be able to hold their heads high again. Inoki quietly waited for Orochimaru to think. After a few minutes, Orochimaru looked up at Inoki and said, I can persuade the Konoha ninjas to surrender. Your conditions do tempt me, but I need time to consider what you said. Inoki's face showed a look of ecstasy. Good, I'm willing to wait for you. After the two finalized the conditions, Orochimaru rode on the great snake to the battlefield. Konoha's remaining ninja numbered only around 2,000, which was one of their last elite forces. Everyone stop! Orochimaru shouted loudly from atop the great snake. Both Konoha and Iwagakure were momentarily stunned. Immediately, a rock flew into the air and came to Orochimaru's side, and it was Inoki. Stop it! The ninjas from both sides looked at the two standing together in confusion, wondering when they'd come to stand together. However, you have to admit, they looked quite striking together, and some female ninjas couldn't help but gossip about the earth snake tongue combination. Regardless, the two leaders had already stood together, and their subordinates were also willing to stop. Who wants to fight and kill if they're not forced to? The scene fell into a bit of silence, and after Inoki and Orochimaru gave their instructions, they quietly waited for the others to return. About half an hour later, Minato Namikaze and Kushina arrived at the battlefield with 13 people, only to see this scene. This is not what I imagined. Wasn't it supposed to be a desperate fight? Why has it turned so harmonious? And why are you two top commanders so close together? Why do I feel like an outsider? Minato's expression was serious as he approached Orochimaru and quietly asked, Orochimaru-senpai, what's going on? Orochimaru looked at Minato Namikaze and the three ninjas being carried, and softly said, Thank you, Minato-kun. When you blew up the bridge and burned the supplies. The war was already over when I was captured by Lord Tsuchikage. If it weren't for Lord Tsuchikage releasing me over half an hour ago, for the sake of peace and the bigger picture and stopping the attack, we might have faced total annihilation. Minato's pupils contracted in shock as he looked at Orochimaru. Then at Inoki, who smiled slightly at Minato. The fact that Orochimaru was captured was clear to many and could not be avoided from spreading. He would still have to make a living under their hands, and Orochimaru frankly admitted this. Without waiting for Minato to respond, Orochimaru patted his shoulder and said casually, All right, Minato, don't be like this. The burden of Konoha will be on your shoulders in the future. Don't show any expressions of doubt. Remember that you carry the hopes of the entire Konoha and the defense of the Fire Country. Minato felt a mix of excitement and anxiety, as if Orochimaru had become a different person. Orochimaru-senpai, Konoha is also yours. Orochimaru waved his hand lightly. No, the future of Konoha is yours. Let's go to the peace talks. The war between Konoha and Iwagakure is over. Orochimaru added in his heart. The future of Iwagakure is mine. Saying this, he walked with Inoki towards the prepared tent. Minato told Kushina and his 13 bodyguards and immediately followed. Inside the tent, leaders from both sides were already waiting. More than 30 people filled the tent. Orochimaru, Inoki, and Minato sat in a triangular formation, kneeling in the center. Once everyone was present, Inoki directly announced the end of the war, and Orochimaru echoed, The war is over. The others silently accepted it. If the leader said it was over, what else could be done? Life is life. After reaching a consensus, they began to negotiate. Although it was a peace talk, the end of the war did not mean an immediate withdrawal of troops, but rather a peaceful division based on the current situation. Of course, the fairness of this division was another matter. Soon, news of the peace talks reached Konoha. Tazuna, Mito Minyen, and others were very excited. They were genuinely afraid of losing all their ninjas. Konoha was now relying on the return of ninjas from the Iwagakure and Kumogakure battlefields. If they suffered heavy losses, Konoha might not recover for 20 or even 40 years. Just arriving at the Konoha fortress, Sarutobi Hiruzen received news of Orochimaru and Inoki's peace talks. He was not dissatisfied with Orochimaru negotiating on his own. On the contrary, he was pleased. Good. Orochimaru is indeed my good disciple. Someone, send a message to Orochimaru. He will handle the peace talks entirely. If necessary, We can sacrifice the interests of a few small countries. Watching the message being sent out, Hiruzen felt relieved, as if half of the mountain pressing on his shoulders had been lifted. The disastrous defeats at Sunagakure and Kirigakure had left Hiruzen sleepless, suffocating him. The withdrawal of Kumogakure's troops by 300 miles allowed him to breathe a bit of fresh air. Now, with Awagakure's peace talks, Kumogakure would likely also negotiate. After reallocating personnel, he would make Kirigakure understand what it meant for a father to discipline his son. News of the peace talks quickly reached the desks of others. Dongchuan Jinni ordered Maki to expedite the examination of the shinobi clans and instructed Yekon to quickly stage an attack to recruit more ninjas into the escort team. The third Mizukage of Kirigakure had just entered the Land of Fire when he received this news and immediately instructed his subordinates to use transformation jutsu to disguise themselves as Konoha ninjas, starting to raid the fire merchant nobles. He also issued orders for large ships from the Land of Water to transport supplies nearby. The forces from Konoha, Iwagakure, and the peace talks were being drawn away, and it was clear who would be targeted next. Kirigakure had already made a significant profit. He was indeed a gambler, but a rational one. Having won so much, it was time to withdraw, but even during the retreat, there was still an opportunity to grab something. As for the peace talks, with Konoha in such a state, would they dare to come to the Land of Water after the war? Even if they did, they would not be afraid. After all, they were just the battered Konoha. A mere Konoha could be easily dealt with. Would they really attack from all four nations at once? What a joke. Sarutobi Izashi could only stare blankly after hearing about Kirigakure's robbery. He couldn't possibly intervene. Meanwhile, in Kumogakure, the fourth Reikage, A, met with Kurabi and the recently recovered third Reikage, A, to discuss the situation. According to the law of three men gathering, a genius idea would automatically emerge. Kurabi, the newly emerged idea king, spoke up. Since Awagakure has initiated peace talks, we definitely won't be able to hold on. How about we take a prisoner and let the army raid a bit before we retreat? Upon hearing this, the fourth Reikage felt as if a cloud had been lifted, and excitedly said, I think this plan can work. If we gain nothing, we will suffer great losses. We can have our men disguise themselves as Konoha ninjas to raid. But who should we take as a prisoner? Kurabi, for some reason, locked eyes with the third Reikage, and simultaneously spoke, Jiraiya. The three big men let out a lewd laugh. Even the eight tails within Kurabi shrank back its tentacles, finding it too lewd. At that moment, Jiraiya, who was recuperating at the camp and teasing the female doctor, couldn't help but shiver, feeling as if he was being targeted. With his mind wandering, Jiraiya shook his white hair, took out a mirror, and looked at himself in it, narcissistically saying, it must be some little girl missing me. My charm is just too great. Sigh, being so charming is also a kind of sin. That night, Jiraiya lay in bed looking at the starry sky. During this period of injury, he felt particularly comfortable, not only being taken care of by 3 or 4 beautiful female nurses and doctors every day, but also because these women admired him greatly. In simple terms, they were easy to fool, and Jiraiya naturally took advantage of this, making them laugh heartily. Life couldn't be more fulfilling. If he hadn't gone looking for the prophesied child and spent his life fighting, he would have been enjoying life in the village long ago. But where could he find this prophesied child? Jiraiya found it hard to sleep. Suddenly, 2 sounds echoed, and Jiraiya instantly became alert, turning to look in the direction of the noise. But there was nothing. Wait. Boom. A massive explosion sound came from the fortress. Instantly, the entire fortress seemed to be activated, with noise and shouts erupting. Kumogakure was attacking the camp. Where's the enemy? Boom. Another loud explosion rang out. Oh no. It's the 2 tails, Jinchuriki. No, the 2 tails is the 8 tails. Nonsense, it's the Reikage. Oh no, it's an illusion. Countless Konoha ninjas shouted loudly. What is going on? Jiraiya picked up his crutches and leaned on them as he headed outside. Lord Jiraiya, are you alright? A Konoha female nurse quickly ran over. Mifine. What is happening outside? Is someone attacking the camp? I don't know. Lord Jiraiya, let's quickly avoid this. The female nurse supported Jiraiya and was about to leave. Jiraiya was right here. 2 figures swept across the sky and appeared not far from Jiraiya. Although Jiraiya was injured, he could see clearly, and it was precisely because he saw clearly that he exclaimed, 4th Reikage, Killer B. Jiraiya, you have good eyesight. Are you going to cooperate with us and get captured? Or should we kill everyone in front of you and release the 2 tails to completely destroy the Konoha defense line, causing heavy casualties among your Konoha ninjas? The 4th Reikage asked in a threatening voice. Lord Jiraiya. The female nurse immediately hid behind Jiraiya weakly tugging at his sleeve. Her voice so pitiful. Jiraiya, if you get captured, it will only be a matter of exchanging conditions. But if you don't cooperate, we will immediately release the two tails for a massacre. The fourth Raikage threatened Jiraiya again. Listening to the explosions and shouts outside, Jiraiya's expression was very serious. Neither he nor the other ninjas could stop these two. No, three, including the two tails Jinchuriki. I'll count to three, and then we attack, the fourth Raikage said again. Jiraiya's face was conflicted. He certainly didn't want to be captured, but even more so, he didn't want the two tails to be released. Once released, their camp would definitely be doomed. 2. The fourth Raikage shouted coldly. Injured and lacking combat power, he couldn't save anyone, but if he got captured, they would make excessive demands from Konoha. 1. The fourth Raikage shouted loudly. At the same time, Killer.B took an attacking stance, and the little nurse tightened her grip on Jiraiya's arm, becoming even more anxious. Attack! I surrender. Just as the fourth Raikage shouted to attack, Jiraiya shouted loudly. Lord Jiraiya. No. The little nurse looked at him anxiously and shouted. Jiraiya smiled and patted the little nurse's head, proudly saying, It's okay. I'm Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. They wouldn't dare do anything to me. You're right, Lord Jiraiya. In a flash, the fourth Raikage appeared in front of Jiraiya and attacked with a scroll aimed at his abdomen. Ah! Jiraiya cried out in pain and fell to the ground weakly, and the little nurse was also pushed down, letting out a trembling whimper. This is a preset sealing technique. Killer.B, put away the shadow sphere. We're leaving. Jiraiya, you made the right decision. If you had resisted, you would have been the one to ruin the entire Konoha fortress. Killer.B stepped forward and picked up Jiraiya. Retreat. The fourth Raikage didn't even look at the pretty little nurse and shouted to Killer.B. Killer.B shot a retreat signal into the sky and quickly carried Jiraiya away. By the time the Konoha ninjas discovered the two, it was already too late. Lord Jiraiya. Fourth Raikage, Killer.B, damn it, chase them. Narashikaku shouted loudly. The two tails Jinchuriki, Yui, saw the fireworks and quickly left. Unfortunately, Konoha's interception was very quick and didn't allow her to escape. Catch her. We'll exchange her for Lord Jiraiya. Akimichi Choji shouted loudly. Many ninjas split up, some rushing towards Yui and others towards the fourth Raikage. Seeing the fireworks, Yui wanted to run, but if she couldn't escape, she would negotiate with them, as the village would definitely come to rescue her later, which were the fourth Raikage's exact words. Seeing more and more Konoha ninjas, Yui immediately shouted loudly. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll summon the two tails. But the numerous Konoha ninjas ninjutsu had already attacked. It was better to take her down first before negotiating. However, unexpected events happen. That's why they are called unexpected. Yui was injured and couldn't dodge these attacks. She was ruthless and immediately released the seal. But before she could summon it, she was struck down by ninjutsu. However, after the seal was released, the two tails had actually lost a large part of its restraints. In human terms, the two tails happened to survive when the Jinchuriki was killed and managed to escape heavily injured. Boom! Meow! Amidst the huge explosion of ninjutsu, a giant cat with two tails appeared. At this moment, the cat was weak but filled with anger. Yui had a decent relationship with her, and now she was dead, leaving her in such a mess. Humans, you will all die. Narashikaku looked back in terror at the giant two tails and shouted loudly, Everyone, leave the fortress. Upon seeing the giant two tails, Jiraiya shouted angrily, What the hell is going on? Didn't we agree that if I surrendered, the two tails wouldn't be released? I ordered to surrender if the situation was bad. Otherwise, what was the point of shooting the retreat signal? That was our village's perfect Jinchuriki. The fourth Raikage angrily shouted back at Jiraiya, Jiraiya, as a cost, I'll release the first half of your shadow sphere. You'll take the blame for this. And you need to find me some suitable Jinchuriki. Saying this, he took out a scroll from Killer.B's pocket and produced a new shadow sphere. Killer.B cooperatively covered Jiraiya's mouth, and the fourth Raikage infused chakra into it, quickly heading towards the fortress. Killer.B carried Jiraiya and ran, completely ignoring Jiraiya's terrified and furious expression. Because the two tails was already in a weakened state after Konoha ninjas paid a heavy price. They resealed the two tails into a copper jar filled with runes, which was a temporary sealing vessel for tailed beasts. They had come prepared for the possibility of the opponent releasing the tailed beast for resealing. But just as Narashikaku breathed a sigh of relief, a bolt of lightning flashed, knocking over several sealing team members, who then picked up the copper jar and ran. The Konoha ninjas were dumbfounded. Damn it, chase them. Narashikaku, the strategist, also turned red with anger and cursed. Chapter 83. Iwagakure and Konoha allied forces surround and kill Kyomobikure. Can Nara Shikaku catch up to the third Raikage? It is obviously impossible to catch up. Even if we did, we wouldn't be able to defeat them. However, everyone was blinded by anger. They sacrificed hundreds of lives just to seal the two tails, and then it was taken away so easily. Damn it. The third Raikage rushed out of the camp like a bolt of lightning, heading for the camp 300 miles away. Finally, Nara Shikaku and the others gave up the chase upon seeing the ninjas outside the camp. Although the Cloud Ninjas had sent out a large portion to loot, there were still over 1,000 guarding the camp. Konoha could fight hard, but if they did, their last elite would be lost. Nara Shikaku looked at the Cloud Ninjas with hatred, feeling more frustrated than ever in his life. But Konoha wanted to retreat, and the Cloud Ninjas didn't say it was possible, especially the third Raikage, whose temper was also volatile. He immediately led Killer Bee and the ninjas back to counterattack. They fought all the way to the Konoha fortress, killing until Konoha was in disarray before they finally returned happily. After a night of battle, as the sun rose, Nara Shikaku looked at the heavily damaged ninjas and the fortress filled with ruins, feeling heartbroken. The night's struggle had turned the fortress into ruins and have the more than 3,000 ninjas. When he calculated the death toll in the big tent, Nara Shikaku immediately drew a short sword, intending to commit seppuku. Sudao Dingswa, who had come to deliver information, rushed forward to hug Nara Shikaku. This person was really fierce. One dozen just stabbed themselves with a short sword without first taking a bath and changing clothes. This was not the proper protocol. Shikaku, what are you doing? Although we are in dire straits, it's not yet time to despair. Nara Shikaku struggled desperately, his face filled with pain and sorrow. Don't stop me. I am a sinner of Konoha. I foolishly prided myself on being smart, yet ended up in such a mess, causing the deaths of thousands of ninjas. How can I stay calm? I must die to atone for my sins. Sudao Dingswa Wunti gave Nara Shikaku a chance to commit suicide and held him tightly. Someone, hurry. Victory and defeat are common in military affairs. If you die, you die, but have you thought about us? What we do next? If the Cloud Ninjas attack, we will lose even more without a commander. Nara Shikaku shouted in pain. At this moment, some ninjas came in, and with a group of people pulling, they finally subdued Nara Shikaku. News from the battlefield of the Cloud soon reached the Iwagakure battlefield. The two who were negotiating, Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru, were also taken aback. Minato Namikaze anxiously shouted at Orochimaru, "Orochimaru-senpai, I leave this place to you. I must immediately head to the Cloud battlefield." Orochimaru reached out to stop Minato Namikaze, his snake-like eyes revealing indifference and wisdom. There's no rush. Since Shikaku said they have retreated, it means the Cloud has already planned to withdraw. Your presence won't make much difference. We should find the Tsuchikage and work together to besiege the Cloud, making them pay in blood for their debts. Minato Namikaze calmed down a bit. He respected Orochimaru, but he was still puzzled. It's a good plan, but will the Tsuchikage really agree? Orochimaru said with a tone of confidence and certainty. He will agree to our request as long as we offer a certain amount of money for hire, and we also have a basis for cooperation. Minato Namikaze was half convinced, but out of trust in Orochimaru, he agreed. Soon, the two arrived in front of Inoki. After hearing Orochimaru's plan to besiege, Inoki's eyes lit up. With Konoha ninjas leading the charge, they would deal a heavy blow to their archenemy, the Cloud, and according to Orochimaru, they could even earn money from it. Orochimaru truly deserved the sacrifices he made to bring back the future Tsuchikage. He hadn't even arrived in the village yet, and had already given him such a big gift. All right, we can cooperate, but we need 400 million Ryo in compensation. Minato Namikaze wanted to say something, but Inoki waved his hand to stop him, his expression serious. I want to take this money for nothing. The third Raikage and some Cloud Ninjas will be held back by us IWA Ninjas, and I will personally deal with the fourth Raikage. At least one of them must die, and as for the remaining Cloud Ninjas, you two will handle them. How many Cloud Ninjas die will depend on you, Konoha. All right, let's do it this way. How about we set out today? Orochimaru agreed without hesitation. Minato Namikaze's expression also turned cold, not out of dissatisfaction with Orochimaru's unilateral agreement, but out of hatred for the Cloud. He wanted the Cloud Ninjas to pay a price. Everyone quickly issued orders and agreement. In the Cloud camp, the fourth Raikage said to the third Raikage and Killer Bee, Jiraiya and the Two Tails have already been secretly sent away by a small team. We should also retreat now. Minato Namikaze will definitely come back after receiving the news. All right, I'll have people retreat in batches. The third Raikage replied. After discussing, the cloud began their retreat. With such a large-scale maneuver, countless scouts were deployed, and information flew everywhere. The cloud quickly learned of the alliance between IWA and Konoha. The worst news was that the IWA and Konoha villages had actually surrounded their retreat route. Damn it! How did they unite? Why did they unite? The fourth Raikage slammed his fist against a tree, breaking it. The third Raikage, with a cold expression, pointed to a city on the map and said, I will hold one city with 1,000 men. You take the remaining people to break out. As long as we return to the land of lightning, the coalition will disperse, and we will be safe. The fourth Raikage naturally understood the significance of holding the position and quickly said, let me cover the rear. Your experience can help the village recover from the war. The third Raikage shook his head with a smile. The future belongs to you young people. From now on, you will lead the people to restore the village. After returning, you can have more contact with the Uchiha clan and offer them positions among the elders. I believe they will accept our invitation. The fourth Raikage wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the third Raikage. Grow up, Ei. You are like the sun at 9 o'clock, while I am like the setting sun, needing to emit my last warmth. The fourth Raikage fell silent. A few hours later, Minato Namikaze, Inoki, and Orochimaru arrived at One City. Ha! I didn't expect you to unite. But if you want to deal with our village of the cloud, be prepared to lose a tooth. Inoki snorted coldly. You probably can't stop it, Inoki. You lead all the IWA ninjas to besiege One City. I want the third Raikage dead, and all cloud ninjas must die. Yes. The wounded Yellow Earth responded to the command. Inoki looked at Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru and said, next, let's go hunt them down. All right. Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru agreed. Chapter 84. The Death of the Third Mizukage, the Death of the Third Raikage. The fourth Raikage loses an arm, the tragic end of the Third War. The pursuit of 3 shadow-level powerhouses. Although Orochimaru was weak during this period, he could command a ninja army. They chased and fled, with the Cloud Village suffering a crushing defeat, scattering and fleeing. Although the Konoha ninjas had Orochimaru's command, they also suffered heavy losses, whether by accident or intentional negligence was another matter. The fourth Raikage lost an arm, escaping back to the land of lightning with the remaining ninjas, while Killer Bee was severely injured and used the tail beast technique to escape the battlefield when he was on the brink of death. When the fourth Raikage gathered the army in the land of lightning, he discovered that of nearly 6,000 troops sent out, only a few hundred remained, all injured. Although many were scattered and killed, the maximum number that could return was just over 1,000. Thus, the second victim of the Third War appeared, which was the Cloud Village. It couldn't be said to have suffered heavy losses. It was more accurate to say it was nearly wiped out, while the first was naturally Konoha. The remaining number and strength of the ninjas in the Cloud Village, although they could not fall out of the 4 great nations, had become as weak as Sunagakure without the true strength of Tokugawa Shinichi. The fourth Raikage clenched his fists tightly, crying out in pain, Konoha, I will make you pay the price. Konoha also suffered significant casualties, with around 4,000 ninjas across 2 fronts, leaving just over 2,000 alive. Narashikaku felt complicated emotions. Although they had avenged their great enmity and the Cloud Village had been unable to lift its head for over 20 years, their losses were too great. After Noki returned to Manua City, the third Raikage was still stubbornly resisting, but there were only a few ninjas left by his side. This battle was too brutal. It was truly life-threatening, and the number of ninjas from IWA had also dwindled to over 3,000. Noki immediately joined the siege against the third Raikage. Minato Namikaze wanted to help, but was stopped by Orochimaru. Minato, what you need to do now is support the Mist Village battlefield. That is the final battle. I hope that after I handle things here, I will hear your victory and the next Hokage singing your name. Orochimaru casually took out a letter. Minato Namikaze was momentarily stunned. This is my recommendation letter, recommending you to become the 4th Hokage. I believe you can lead Konoha out of this predicament. A rare smile appeared on Orochimaru's serious face. Minato Namikaze took the letter very seriously and said, this time, I will definitely win and lead Konoha to greatness again. Minato Namikaze left, taking his elite team composed of his 13 bodyguards and over 100 Jonin to the Mist Village battlefield. Narashikaku left a small team of a few hundred for Orochimaru and began to retreat. His war was over, and he needed to manage the aftermath. Noki smiled as he saw Orochimaru join the assault on the third Raikage. You're here. Orochimaru nodded slightly, looking at the third Raikage, who seemed like a war god. with eyes shining with a desire for scientific research. Well, let us kill the third Reikage first. This person has high research value. Perhaps we can develop his lightning techniques and even improve them. Alright, then we need a complete body. After agreeing, Noki shouted to the ninjas. Engage in long-range harassment to distract him. Be sure not to damage his corpse. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately dispersed and changed their tactics. The third Reikage laughed heartily. I see, you two have teamed up. Orochimaru and Noki were not in a hurry at all and slowly began to wear down the third Reikage. When the sky brightened again, under the first rays of morning sunlight, Orochimaru pierced the third Reikage's throat with a Kusanagi sword. The third Reikage died. Noki and Orochimaru began to clean up the battlefield. There were too many corpses from both Konoha and the Cloud and IWA villages that needed to be dealt with. Negotiations still needed to continue. This time, it was about the division of the surrounding small nations. After a night of rushing, Minato Namikaze and the others also returned to Konoha. Tsunade and Mito Kazuma had already prepared a welcome banquet. Although they had formed a coalition with IWA without their permission and given a substantial amount of hiring fees. The battle had crippled the Cloud Village for at least 30 years, laying a solid foundation for peace in Konoha. They were both very happy. After arranging for everyone to eat and rest for a day, Minato Namikaze set off with his team towards the Mist Village front. Meanwhile, Mito Kazuma and Tsunade took advantage of the daytime to spread the news of the joint attack by Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru on the Cloud Village, completely crippling it and driving it back to the Land of Lightning, ensuring that it would not be able to wage war for 30 years. The victory news spread throughout the entire village. Konoha Village rejoiced. The war was finally coming to an end. Although the time from the start of the Third War to its general conclusion was less than a month, this war was the largest scale in the ninja world, with the most tragic losses, incomparable to the previous two. Every village was in mourning. Such celebration and propaganda could not be hidden from the third Mizukage, who was not far from the village. Upon hearing the news that the Cloud Village had been breached by the Konoha and IWA coalition and that the third Reikage had died, with the Cloud Village suffering heavy losses, he immediately ordered the Mist Village troops to retreat. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled broadly. This battle was finally coming to an end, as long as they defeated the Mist Village. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the news of the Mist Village's retreat, he immediately mobilized the remaining troops to catch up and buy time for Minato Namikaze. Konoha's ninjas might not be able to defeat the Mist Village, but they could hold them off. The third Mizukage was also a person of temperament. He let the lower ninjas take the loot from this robbery, while he led over 200 Genin to fight and withdraw. Sarutobi Hiruzen engaged in guerrilla warfare with these ninjas, creating quite a scene. By the time Minato Namikaze arrived, the third Mizukage had already retreated to the coastal city. The third Mizukage looked down at Minato Namikaze and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who led the Konoha ninjas, with a helpless expression. Before, when the battles between IWA and the Cloud were not over, he was full of confidence and unafraid of Konoha. But after both battlefields ended, he became somewhat disheartened. The third Mizukage sent his orders back to the village with the Genin, knowing that he needed to hold the rear this time, and that he needed to die, to give Konoha an explanation. If the Mist Village could retreat with full spoils, then Minato Namikaze, after taking office, would definitely seal off the Land of Water or even attack. Dying in the identity of the third Mizukage would be enough to extinguish Konoha's anger and the public opinion within the Land of Water, giving the Mist Village enough time to grow. Without the baptism of war, the Mist Village would definitely replace Konoha's position. Sarutobi Hiruzen also saw through the third Mizukage's thoughts, so he cooperated with Minato Namikaze to kill the third Mizukage, who also willingly sent away his Genin. The death of the third Mizukage meant that the third war had officially ended, but both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Minato Namikaze did not feel happy, as Konoha had suffered too many losses that were unimaginable. Konoha, which could mobilize 10,000 ninjas, was left with only over 3,000 ninjas, and their strength had been reduced by more than half. Out of the promised 10 shadow-level powerhouses, only Orochimaru, Minato Namikaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Uzumaki Kushina remained. Uchiha Fugaku was blind. It was faked, but Uchiha Shursui stepped up, although he also lost an eye. However, Jiraiya and Tsunade were captured. Kakashi Hatake died tragically. Danzo was half dead, and Might Guy was dead. All the casualties were from the Hokage faction. Konoha had completely fallen from the pinnacle of the ninja world, dropping to a level similar to Tsunagakure before the true strength of Tokugawa Shinichi. Chapter 85. The formation of the guard team and the welfare spiral sphere. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others felt the tragedy, but in this era, who wasn't tragic, especially Takuzawa Shinichi? Konoha have fallen, suffered so much. And your current basic strength is the same as the past basic strength of Sunagakure. Is there still law and order? Dongchuan Jinni looked at the intelligence in his hand and smiled. He didn't expect the results to be even better than he imagined. Konoha was directly rendered useless by his actions, with only about 1/3 of its strength remaining. The combined strength of Kumobikure and the ninjas inside the village had lost 2/3, leaving over 3,000 remaining. The Wagakure still had about half their strength, but it was not a concern. As for Kirigakure, it seemed that the Mizukage was dead. But as the saying goes, a blessing in disguise, their gains this time were the greatest. Very soon they would pay the price for it, but first, he needed to wait to clean up the matters in the village and let the major ninja villages catch their breath. Dongchuan Jinni smiled slightly at the case of the pension robbery that Yi Tsang had written and directed himself, then shouted towards the door. Come in. One quickly pushed the door open and walked in. One had now adapted to her daily work. Dongchuan Jinni handed over the appointment notice he had written earlier to Wan. Make a copy of this, and I want to see this notice in any public place in Sand Hidden Village. Also, have Elder Yekon come over. Okay, Wan readily agreed. Shortly after, Yekon arrived at the office. I have already issued the appointment letter, so you can form the Ninja Disabled Guard team now, with a total of 500 members. Additionally, here are the standards for joining the guard team and the benefits. Dongchuan Jinni handed a document to Yetsong, then looked her up and down. Although Yetsong had been busy these days, she seemed neither thinner nor fatter. It would be nice if she gained a little weight, just like Tsunade. That would feel good to the touch. Yetsong could naturally feel Dongchuan Jinni's wandering gaze on her, but she didn't mind at all. Instead, she felt a sense of joy. After a while, Yetsong finished reading the information about the guard team and was somewhat surprised. Although the salary was high, it was reasonable given the job content. The entry standard was for the families of the injured or teammates and friends. While there were risks, the first batch's standards were acceptable, but the benefits seemed too good. Joining the team came with a free no-hand-sign ninjutsu, a B-rank ninjutsu each year, and an A-rank ninjutsu every 3 years, plus an additional 2-month salary each year. With such a vast amount of resources for training, did we really have that much money? In the end, Yetsong didn't ask if there were that many ninjutsu available, as she didn't know if they could produce such ninjutsu, especially the no-hand-sign ninjutsu. Was it the technique called Dragon Explosion? That was a top-secret technique. Tikawa Shinichi seemed to have seen through Yezong's confusion and immediately smiled. The no-seal ninjutsu is not my Dragon Explosion. That technique is too high of a requirement. I have developed a new no-seal ninjutsu, which I call the Spiral Sphere. As he spoke, Tikawa Shinichi raised his hand and instantly formed a blue, violently charged chakra sphere. He hadn't seen this technique used in the records of Minato Namikaze. Whoever uses this ninjutsu first owns it. If Minato had developed it, he would definitely accuse him of plagiarism. As an elite jonin, Yezong could naturally see the quality of this ninjutsu. Her beautiful eyes showed surprise and delight as she looked at the chakra sphere. Then she looked up at Tikawa Shinichi in excitement and asked, "When did you develop this?" Dongchuan Jinni was very satisfied and smiled as he said, "It's just an ordinary A-level ninjutsu for now, but this ninjutsu can be upgraded." As he spoke, Dongchuan Jinni added wind attribute chakra to the Rasengan, making it more violent and restrained. This is what it looks like after I added the wind attribute chakra. According to my deduction, all attribute chakras can be enhanced. Each enhancement has different effects. It's just a bit of a pity that I can only use the wind attribute transformation right now. Yitsong's beautiful eyes flashed with delight. She really loved this ninjutsu called Rasengan, especially how round it was, leaving her with no ability to resist. Dongchuan Jinni smiled at Yitsong, reached out to stop the output of chakra, causing the Rasengan to dissipate, and guessed her thoughts again. Do you like it? If you like, I can teach you the steps to practice this ninjutsu right now. As for infusing chakra nature into the Rasengan, that's a bit tricky. People without talent can't learn it. But I can teach you step by step. Yitsong was not someone to be shy. Since this ninjutsu was to be taught to the guard team, it was fine for her to learn it. As for the step-by-step teaching of chakra nature change, she pretended not to know what this little man wanted to do during that time. Life in this small world was quite ordinary. The situation among the noble families was even more chaotic, and even relatives could get married. Okay, Dongchuan Jinni handed over the training method for the spiral pill, and Yitsong eagerly took it, unable to wait to start reading. Dongchuan Jinni looked at Yetsong and smiled again. The ninjutsu on the sand hidden technique scroll. Come to my office when you have time. Learn as much as you can. Mastering more ninjutsu is never a bad thing. Yetsong, holding the spiral sphere training technique, looked up at Dongchuanjini in surprise. Isn't this against the rules? I am the Wind Shadow. My rules are my rules. If I want to show you, I will show you. By the time you graduate from the ninja school, you will have learned at least 3D rank ninjutsu. Dongchuanjini spoke very domineeringly, just like a domineering CEO in a novel. Yitsong felt a bit touched, but still complained in a somewhat annoyed manner. All right. I know you're domineering in your work as Wind Shadow. I'll just choose A to learn. You can't have too much at once. Dongchuanjini's domineering aura had vanished, and he said excitedly, this time, the guard team is something I have thought through carefully. You can casually learn ninjutsu. In the future, the guard team will undergo assessments every 3 years. In the first year, 25 team leaders will be retained, and in the second year, 25 vice team leaders will be selected. Both the team leaders and vice team leaders will stay, with team leaders being replaced every 6 years, and vice team leaders serving 3 years as team leaders, continuing this cycle. As long as you reach the level of Chunin, you can qualify to enter the guard team through selection. It will only take 10 years, and the number of special Jonin will suddenly exceed 2,000. The number of ordinary Jonin will depend on their abilities, but at least 50 elite Jonin will emerge every 6 years. Coupled with the training of the Umbu, there will be at least 200 elite Jonin every 12 years. Other departments will also cultivate talents, and in just 20 years, our Sunagakure will become the strongest nation. Yitsong was also very excited because, just as Dongchuanjini said, having at least 2,000 special Jonin, hundreds of ordinary Jonin, and at least 200 elite Jonin in 10 years would be an incredible scene. It would be comparable to the peak of Konoha's wealth. But where will the money come from? Raising so many people would cost a fortune, Yitsong asked after calming down slightly. Dongchuanjini chuckled, his smile exceptionally lewd and cruel. Don't forget, we have a large number of fat sheep here, with the accumulation of several major ninja clans over hundreds of years, as well as the nobles of the Land of Wind. If they do not support our reforms, then the bandits in the desert will have to reason with them. Chapter 86. Dongchuanjini has a ruthless heart. This child must not be left alive. After being taught the principles of the Rasengan by Dongchuanjini for a while, Yitsong learned how to condense the first step. He was also filled with very earnest motivational talk and got a serious boost of morale before he exited the Wind Shadow office building, slightly excited yet exhausted. Looking at Yitsong, whose complexion was rosy and shiny but tired, Juan's little head was filled with doubts. After all, the two had indeed spent quite a bit of time inside, and the noises coming from there were a bit strange. This seems like something from certain discs. Juan quickly shook his head and took a deep breath. This kind of gossip should not be entertained. Half an hour later, when the announcement was plastered all over Sunagakure, all the ninjas were excitedly celebrating, while several major clans gathered together with the heads of their vassal families. This time, there was no need for the head of the Yinya family to slam the table. The head of the Onong family immediately smashed the table. Damn it, I was wondering why that little Dongchuanjini didn't allocate funds to the patrol team. It turns out he wanted to sideline me. Everyone's expressions were also quite grim. Although the Onong family's patrol team only had 500 members, it was a core force firmly under their control. If the patrol team were to be disbanded or gradually replaced, with competitors emerging, the armed forces in their hands would be reduced again. This was a department with legal authority to apprehend and interrogate within the village. Exactly. That little bastard didn't even inform us and is determined to cut off Yitsong's recruitment. We cannot let him go unchecked. He is trying to replace us step by step. The head of the Hada family and the other heads were also filled with righteous indignation. The head of the Yinya family looked at the recruitment order and sighed slightly. Although he hated Dongchuanjini, he could not deny that this person was truly ambitious and capable, whether it was setting up these ninjas for recruitment, single-parent families, war orphans, disabled ninjas, teammates, friends, relatives, or others. The salaries of these recruited ninjas would be provided by the beneficiaries, and a fifth of the support money would be deducted. This position was designated by the beneficiaries to a specific person who was originally a relative of the deceased or disabled. They naturally had the emotional willingness to take care of them. Even if someone lost their relatives, they would still receive a job that required only a small salary contribution, and other ninjas would be willing to work, thus effectively helping struggling families and preventing compensation funds from being misappropriated. While the salary was a minor issue, the important part of joining the team was that they would be taught that A-rank non-printed ninjutsu, 1 B-rank ninjutsu per year, and 1 A-rank ninjutsu every 3 years. Although it was a 3-year rotation, this was enough to drive people crazy, as this included 2 A-rank ninjutsu and 3 B-rank ninjutsu. The reason why ninja clans are called ninja clans is that they possess a large number of ninjutsu and secret arts, along with abundant training resources, which are essential for winning over talented civilian ninjas and nurturing their own descendants. Although it was a 3-year rotation, the salary for those 3 years would be enough for the beneficiaries' families to live for 10 to 8 years. It is important to know that the compensation funds are distributed over 3 years, along with various welfare policies. A rotation would just cover those expenses, making it possible for such families to nurture the next ninja's growth. Moreover, ninjas nurtured with resources would not be weak. After a few years, they would become elite, and they would surely be grateful to Yi Tsang and Dong Chuanjini. With fame, resources, and strength, it would take less than 10 years for a peaceful evolution to occur. Coupled with schools, hospitals, elite positions, and the status of jounin, the decline of these major ninja clans would be inevitable. Previously, they wanted to resist and undermine their ninja clan's foundations. Now they are directly cutting off the succession of ninja clans, ensuring that there will no longer be ninja clans in the ninja village, and everyone will be like dragons. This is something the ninja clans cannot allow. Once everyone is like dragons, the ninja clans without privileges and resources become no different from the dead, and civilian ninjas should remain poor and weak. However, they cannot stop it. If they try to stop it, they will face the scorn of all villagers because it obstructs the meaning of sacrificing ninjas for the village and hinders the paths of many talented ninjas. Dong Chuanjini has a ruthless heart. This person must not be kept alive. The Ueno family leader knocked on the table to draw everyone's attention, and after the crowd quieted down, he shared all his speculations. The heads of various families immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Dong Chuanjini's methods were too ruthless. What should we do about this? The Hada family leader clapped his hands, his face full of anxiety and helplessness, and shouted loudly. Everyone's expressions were grim. They had no way to stop it. Yes, what should we do about this? The finance and logistics can't hold Dong Chuanjini's neck. What should we do? Yes. What should we do? The crowd was anxiously pacing around. In the end, they couldn't come up with a countermeasure and turned their gaze to the silent Ueno family leader. The Ueno family leader's expression was serious as he slowly spoke. We cannot oppose, but everything Dong Chuanjini is doing requires a lot of money. Even if there are several hundred million in war reparations, how long can he sustain such extravagant spending? A year or two. Regarding the rising prices of materials in the village, the entire ninja world is currently lacking resources, and merchants have all withdrawn to Konoha. The money and conditions there are better than ours, so most have failed, and it's basically impossible to stockpile goods. Therefore, Dong Chuanjini also needs a large amount of money and resources. Right now, whoever has more wealth is certainly the daimyo. As long as the daimyo increases the budget to 200 million, then his plan can be implemented at a low cost. At this point, the Ueno family's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous glint. As far as I know, when Dong Chuanjini took office as the Wind Shadow, he only sent out a notification letter, and the daimyo's envoy did not even arrive, which infuriated the daimyo. The heads of various families instantly became excited. Yes, their daimyo from the Land of Wind is best at cutting off supplies, having kept the third Wind Shadow from recovering to pre-war levels for over a decade. Then let us contact the daimyo and have him reduce funding support for Sunagakure. The Hada family leader immediately said, Right, exactly. This letter needs to be written by the third. He hates Dong Chuanjini even more than we do. The Nakagawa family leader agreed. I think it's a good idea. We must make Dong Chuanjini's plan go bankrupt. In 2 years, without money, let us see how he reforms. The support he has now will come back to bite him hard later. Ha 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 ha. A group of conspirators rejoiced, but unfortunately, this time, they brought along small families that supported them. Whether these small families are truly united with them is uncertain, as at this moment. Although 2 individuals are laughing wildly, the mocking glint in their eyes proves they do not wish to stay on this sinking ship. Dong Chuanjun is domineering and powerful, having consecutively defeated 4 shadow-level strongmen from Konoha, forcing them to admit defeat and pay compensation. Such overwhelming strength requires strategy. Digging at the roots of the ninja clans from all angles, and considering the absolute ninja clan's rituals. If they were in Dong Chuanjun's position and things became uncontrollable and unsolvable, what would be the next step? Since the problem cannot be resolved, the next step would be to eliminate the person who created this issue, leading to a massacre. With just 1,000 ninjas from a ninja clan, if they could achieve something now, the 3rd Kazekage Wunti have been forced to abdicate, and Dong Chuanjun Wunti be the 4th Kazekage. Chapter 87. The 4th Kazekage of each village ascends, Captured ninjas reduced to breeding machines, the actions of the great ninja clans are still very swift. After the third Kazekage received this news, a mocking expression flashed across his face. These people just can't make it to the stage. This type of petty trick can give me a headache, but it's nothing for that young Dong Chuanjun, who would flip the table if his temper flared. However, despite his complaints, the third Kazekage still helped out, as Dong Chuanjun had offended him too deeply, and he also wanted to see him perish. The next day, just as Dong Chuanjun arrived at his office, and hadn't even sat down, one hurriedly approached him with 2 letters in hand. These were 2 letters collected from the suggestion box, with no information written on the covers. I opened them to find they were 2 anonymous suggestions from small ninja clans. The suggestion box was set up by Dong Chuanjun, modeled after his previous life, located at the entrance of the Kazekage building. All information is anonymous, allowing people to directly submit suggestions to the Kazekage, personally overseen by Wan, with the Umbu responsible for tracking and handling the reported content. Dong Chuanjun took the letter and began to read it. After finishing, he not only didn't get angry, but instead smiled happily. Ha ha, these ninja clans are really interesting. Wan knew the content of the letter and said, somewhat anxiously, what is so funny about it? The daimyo is planning to reduce the budget, and, if that happens, our village won't be able to maintain balance at all. Dong Chuanjun reached out his hand to Wan, asking her to come closer. Wan felt a bit confused, but out of trust, she stepped forward, only to be patted on the head by a pair of big hands, which even rubbed her head a few times. Wan's big eyes widened in surprise, filled with vigilance as she took a big step back, feeling flustered and slightly angry as she said, what do you want? You already have Yeet's song, so don't have any ideas about me. Dong Chuanjun was somewhat speechless and waved his hand at Wan. Enough, I'm not interested in you. Whether you're fierce or not, whether you have a backside or not, the child is starving 9 times a day. I just want to say that I now have power and strength. Those ninja clans and daimyos have nothing to fight me with. Let them succeed once. Let them go crazy once. Only by going completely crazy can we maximize the benefits when we net them in. One was very angry at what was said. She was still young and hadn't developed. Feeding a child has nothing to do with size, but upon hearing the information in the latter part of his words, she panicked and asked, are you planning to kill the daimyos too? Dong Chuanjun looked at Wan with a half smile and said, your idea is a bit dangerous. How could I possibly kill the daimyo? It's just that after the daimyo reduced military spending, our Sunagakure has no money, and a large number of Sand Shinobi have become rogue ninjas. The injured Sand Shinobi decided to save themselves by expanding Sunagakure, creating a city that can accommodate 100,000 people, relocating a large population into the city, and developing the economy to maintain expenses. At the same time, we are cooperating with Amigakure to open rivers to divert water into the land of wind, planting a large number of trees along the banks, and reclaiming land for agriculture, building cities and stationing troops to achieve self-sufficiency. Due to insufficient military funding, Sunagakure will not maintain the security of the land of wind to survive, leading to countless rogue ninjas and bandits appearing throughout the land of wind, countless nobles suffering, and bandits killing people during the daimyo's inspections. It's also normal for a 3-year-old child to ascend the throne with the support of powerful officials, right? Wan shivered. Is this really his plan? It's truly terrifying, but for some reason, it feels so exhilarating. Dong Chuanjun smiled and said to Wan, all right, you just need to know these things. We have enough money for now. After I deal with the ninja clan, I'll go play with the daimyos and nobles. Wan nodded. She was still a bit scared. After all, in the ninja world for such a long time, where is there a ninja village that can handle daimyos and nobles? The dragon-slaying technique displayed by Dong Chuanjun is not meant for the ninja villages. It is intended for the noble lords. When the strength is sufficient to sweep through the other countries, the family trees of these nobles will become valuable assets. The family tree is truly a genius invention. When the letters from the ninja clans and the third Kazekage were sent out, Konoha was busy holding the 4th Hokage's inauguration ceremony. As for who the 4th Hokage is, it is as unquestionable as who the 4th Kazekage is. Namikaze Minato, the hero who single-handedly defeated 3 villages, took over the Hokage mantle from Sarutobi Hiruzen, and someone draped him with a cloak that read 4th Hokage. Countless villagers and ninjas of Konoha cheered with joy. The Hokage they had been looking forward to, and the future of strength and peace, had finally arrived. Orochimaru licked his lips, looking at the contented Sarutobi Hiruzen, the spirited Namikaze Minato, and the very pleased Kushina. Finally, he glanced at Danzo, who sat in a wheelchair with a gaze full of desire, and a smile crept onto his face. It was indeed a joyful day, but unfortunately, Konoha had already decayed completely. Minato, you truly have no idea how difficult it will be to clean up the mess you've inherited. The next day, Kyumogi was also holding the inauguration ceremony for the fourth Reikage, but it was not as lively as Konoha's. Instead, there was more sorrow. The battle had been too devastating. Not only did they gain nothing, but they also lost more than half of their wealth. After the inauguration ceremony, the one-armed fourth Reikage issued his first order to send 10 fertile widows to Jiraiya, who would have his chakra and body sealed. Children were a must. Not only did they need a Jinchuriki for the two tails, but they also needed to increase the population. Kyumogi lacked nothing but widows, and to restore the population, he had to make an effort and sow more seeds. Jiraiya looked at the 10 women before him with curiosity. But when he saw the beautiful woman at the front holding a large bowl of a strange-smelling potion, he became visibly anxious. "Sir, it's time to take your medicine." "No, I want tea, drink it." Jiraiya wanted to struggle. However, he couldn't mobilize his chakra now, and with his limbs restrained, how could he resist? Thus, a large bowl of medicinal soup was forcibly consumed. Gradually, Jiraiya felt warmth in his lower back, and then his mind began to blur. The 10 women nodded in agreement. 2 days later, the only respected elder of Kirigakure, Genji, successfully appointed Kogetsu Yatsukawa as the fourth Mizukage despite opposition. Although Kogetsu Yatsukawa looked like a child who wouldn't grow, he formed alliances with various ninja clans upon taking office, using a large number of Sharingan to buy and promote other potential ninjas. He also did the same thing as Kyumogi, urging the capture clans to start reproducing, ensuring that more Uchiha and Byakugan bloodlines would be born within 3 years. Especially Hinata Masahiko and Hinata Hayashi, due to their fondness for the Byakugan and Kirigakure, their treatment was exactly the same as Jiraiya's, starting with 10 women each. Chapter 88. Reducing military expenses to create chaos, using strength to fight strength while the other ninja villages were implementing reproduction plans. The daimyo of the Wind Country received a letter from the Sand Village Ninja Clan and the 3rd Kazekage. After reading the letter, the daimyo summoned his trusted ministers. 3 plump, middle-aged noblemen entered the room, and the daimyo handed the letter to them. Both the daimyo and these 3 nobles supported the idea of reducing military expenses for the Sand Village. Those who did not support it were not called here. Chief Financial Officer Shida Ikushi excitedly said after reading it, "Since the ninja clans want to bring down Dong Chuanjini, why don't we lend a hand? After all, that guy is too overbearing and does not regard your highness the daimyo at all. He must be properly punished, and we need to replace him with a compliant Kazekage. Yes, that's right. Let him know who is in charge in the Wind Country. Let him know that the daimyo cannot be insulted." The daimyo was not a fool. Although he thought the same way, if they pushed too hard, it was also possible for him to run away. He said, "The idea of reducing military expenses is certain, but we can't cut too much at once. Let us discuss how much to reduce today, enough to keep the Sand Village in a state that cannot reform, but we also cannot push them too hard." The 3 nodded in agreement. It was indeed such reasoning. After a day of data comparison and discussion, the daimyo decided to reduce the military spending for the Sand Village to 94 million. Everyone was very satisfied, and then a court meeting was convened to announce this matter. The nobles looked down on the ninjas, considering them pets, but there were also some nobles who disagreed with reducing military expenses. Of course, they did not respect the ninjas, but feared that desperate dogs might jump over the wall. "Your Highness, the current military spending for the Sand Village cannot be reduced. They are in a post-war reconstruction phase. If they do not recover their vitality now, it will lead to long-term consequences." A noble stepped forward to advise the daimyo. Others with similar thoughts also came forward to persuade him. However, there were too few of them to shake the entire court, and more people stood up to criticize them. In the end, Chief Financial Officer Shida Ikushi stepped forward to conclude this debate. "The Sand Village has the compensation from Konoha, which is enough to complete post-war reconstruction. Reducing some military expenses is necessary to build a palace for your highness the daimyo. After all, it's almost your 50th birthday. Do you want your highness to have no new palace to live in?" Others echoed, and the opposing voices did not dare to speak further. The daimyo and nobles could not be deprived of enjoyment. Soon, the matter of reducing military expenses was settled by Shida Ikushi, and the daimyo said nothing. The news returned to the Sand Village, and the ninja clans celebrated, while Dong Chuanjini snorted. What a bunch of fools. Using military expenses to build palaces is no different from those distant old ladies who must be compensated. But there's no rush. There's enough money now. The ninja clans held another meeting to discuss how to use this news to drag down Dong Chuanjini. However, after their meeting ended, Dong Chuanjini received a full report of the meeting contents from 2 ninja clans. These people were even more foolish. Instead of helping me promote it, I'll promote it myself first. Dong Shinichi called in a scroll and whispered something. After hearing it, the scroll quickly took action. Soon, the news that the daimyo, under the instigation of Finance Minister Shitani Yakuji, decided to cut military spending spread throughout Sunagakure, along with other wrongdoings committed by Shitani Yakuji. The people of Sunagakure immediately launched a verbal assault on Shitani Yakuji, cursing his ancestors and degrading him. For the people in the ninja world, the daimyo is filled with sanctity, and they would never dare to question it. However, when Dong Shinichi pointed the finger at Shitani Yakuji, people naturally felt emboldened to curse him. Many in the ninja world, under the pretext of clearing the court, sought to support a new daimyo, which was just a pretext created by Dong Shinichi for himself. The prior propaganda made it impossible for the great ninja clans to carry out their plans completely, leaving a few of them frustrated and ready to spit blood, forcing them to hastily implement a hard-hitting plan. Various departments controlled by the ninja clans began to bypass Dong Shinichi, reducing the salaries of non-ninja ninjas and increasing the commission rates on mission allocations. Welfare policies for schools, hospitals, and other services were canceled, and new punitive measures were introduced for patrol teams, including fines. Although the mission department was directly under the Kazekage, the authority for mission permissions did not lie with the Kazekage. It was jointly managed by the Mission Exploration Department and the Logistics Department. Once these actions were set in motion, within just 2 days, the ninja civilians in the village were lamenting. This was the power of the ninja clans, and it was also the reason why Dong Shinichi wanted to eliminate them. Their power was too great, to the point of controlling a large part of Sunagakure. Seeing the situation, Dong Shinichi did not take any action, while Yitsong, Chiyo, and Maki anxiously arrived at the Kazekage's office. Shinichi, why not directly issue a Kazekage order to take back the mission department, as well as the welfare of other departments? Isn't this going to ruin our Sunagakure? Maki quickly spoke up. Lord Kazekage, our Umbu has already uncovered some of the mistakes made by the ninja clans, and we can definitely take this opportunity to strike against them. Dong Chuanjini looked at the anxious crowd and stood up to speak to them. When dealing with snakes, we must kill them. A half-dead venomous snake is still a venomous snake. If we leave them half alive, they will retaliate desperately, and that will create more chaos in Sand Hidden. Right now, we need to confront them openly, and we must also confront them openly. We can't encircle and suppress them. You need to quickly improve the school, hospital, and guard team, so we can replace their power at any time. After we eliminate them, we must stabilize the entire Sand Hidden village as soon as possible. Additionally, the task department must be reclaimed, but not right now. Didn't they say they were increasing the commission? Then we should cut off their source by pulling their personnel away from the department center. Is that feasible? Yitsong asked with some confusion. Dong Chuanjini looked at the Wind Shadow office building with a beaming smile, raised his hand into a fist, and confidently said, "They threaten us with the majority of ninjas and civilians, so we will turn it around and use it to crush the ninjas with the majority of civilians." Dong Chuanjini immediately issued the pre-prepared orders, not because he was not preventing in the first place, but because others needed to feel the pain to support his decision. He announced the decision to streamline departments such as the escort team, logistics department, and ninja school, eliminating all unnecessary positions to weather the difficult period of military budget cuts, urging everyone to endure together. He also stated that all villagers and ninjas would participate in a one-day vote to decide which departments and personnel should be cut. Many ninjas cheered with excitement, feeling heartbroken over the reduction in their income due to budget cuts. However, when they had the power to decide on the fate of the high-ranking leaders in their departments, who often looked down on their work and were slow to act, the crowd became less concerned about their income decrease and eagerly prepared to vote. This act of the lower ranks overriding the higher-ups was even more exhilarating than the New Year celebrations. Chapter 89. Eliminate all minions of the ninja clans and set a trap for the feudal lord of the Wind Country. What was this kid thinking? Allowing all commoners to participate and giving away the voting rights of the high-level ninjas is simply outrageous. I see Dong Chuanjini has gotten carried away. We should unite all high-level ninjas to remove him from power. Several major ninja clans began plotting against Dong Chuanjini in a secret room. The head of the Winnow family still looked grim. This vote wouldn't solve anything, especially since they were the ones to take the first action and let the Wind Shadow take the blame. Dong Chuanjini played a clever game of using strength against strength. Ordinary people do not understand the power struggles between the ninja clans and the Wind Shadow. They only know that the Wind Shadow is the most powerful in the village, and everyone listens to him. Officials and commoners are naturally in opposition, such as charging money for services, taking money without delivering, not acting without money, and deliberately making things difficult. These people have done all. The voting has taken place, and it was live-streamed from the central square. Someone came in to report. The faces of many ninja clans darkened. I will turn on the TV now. The head of the Hada family immediately turned on the television. Dong Chuanjini stood on the large balcony on the second floor, watching the grand scene he had created. I hope you all are satisfied. This is my big gift to you. He glanced at Dong Chuanjini and then at Yakura, who was maintaining order and hosting the event. A smile also appearing on Yakura's lips. These pests deserve to be cleared out. Although there were over 10,000 people, Yakura had a large team leading them. In just 2 days, the escort team had recruited all their members, and the first batch consisted of real-life injured comrades. Their backgrounds were easily traceable. After a day of busy work, the voting event was finally completed, and a whole box of votes had been collected, read aloud on the spot. Each time a name or department was announced, the ninja clans felt a mix of anxiety and fear. The square was brightly lit, and over 600 names, departments, or positions appeared on the large screen, causing a thrill of fear among the onlookers. Higashikawa Shinichi also stepped onto the stage. Countless people cheered for Higashikawa Shinichi's name, reaching a climax. Dong Chuanjini waved his hand to the crowd with a smile, and the cheers grew louder. Everyone, the voting matter has officially reached its conclusion. Next, I will announce the final results of the voting. The list appearing on the big screen shows all those with votes below 100. I will send people to investigate the matter from beginning to end. If there are any crimes, they will be punished according to the relevant rules. Departments, personnel, and positions that received more than 100 votes will have their work terminated and will be investigated by the Dark Department. If the votes exceed 1,000, they will be directly dissolved, and all related personnel will be dismissed and detained. As Dong Chuanjini's words fell, the entire central square erupted again. The people have long suffered from corrupt officials. Many clan heads of the ninja tribes slumped in their chairs. In every department, at least half of the people or positions were on the list. Even worse was the head of the Shangon clan, whose guard team of 500 had 490 on the list, and all had more than 100 votes, with some even reaching 1,000. The guard team was completely finished. Suddenly, the head of the Shangon clan spat out blood. This stunned everyone present. Head of the Shangon clan, are you okay? The scene was chaotic. The head of the Weno clan shouted loudly with a gloomy expression, "Enough, stop the noise." Everyone stopped their actions and looked towards the head of the Weno clan. Let all the ninjas on the list defect and find a place to settle down. There are living forces and cannot be taken down like this. The head of the Shangon clan, with blood in his mouth and a vengeful look in his eyes, said, "Shun Tiwi rebel, if this continues, we will be wiped out sooner or later." Others also looked at the head of the Weno clan, their eyes reflecting a desperate resolve, as if waiting for a declaration of rebellion against the Wind Shadow. The head of the Weno clan sighed and said, "What do we use to rebel? We have just over 1,000 ninjas, while Dong Chuanjini has more than 2,000 at his disposal, along with the support of Yetzong and Chiyo. Not to mention Dong Chuanjini's top combat power. We are at a disadvantage in both numbers and ninja quality. We can only conserve our strength, create obstacles for him, and wait for the moment when most ninjas are not on his side to rebel. Listen to me, send these people out of the village. Let us keep a low profile, conserve our strength, and wait for an opportunity. In a year or two, Dong Chuanjini will definitely not be able to hold on." Many ninja clans cursed a few times in anger. Thus, the ninja clan conference dispersed. Orders were sent out one after another. Dong Chuanjini looked at the Dark Department and the 2 defected small ninja clans with a light laugh. "I'm not afraid of you running away. I'm afraid you won't run. Once you do, doesn't that just make you ready-made traitors and bandits? Isn't this the opportunity for problems to arise in the land of wind?" Juan, who was watching closely from the side, thought this was also part of his plan. One ring tied to another. Everyone was under his control. Wouldn't this person sell her out and then help him count the money? One couldn't help but shiver. Dong Chuanjini reached out and wrapped his arm around Juan's waist, pulling her onto his lap, and leaned closer to her confused and panicked little face, saying, "Don't worry, I won't sell you. You are my secretary, an important assistant." Juan blushed, quickly broke free from Dong Chuanjini's embrace, and ran out like the wind. "Ha!" Dong Chuanjini smiled happily, rising to look at the starry sky outside the large floor-to-ceiling window, filled with excitement and grandeur. This operation successfully drove out all of the ninja clan's visible minions from the village in a peaceful manner. leaving the ninja clan to rely solely on their own family strength. The tiger is still a tiger, but it no longer has its claws. It is strong and powerful. Yet that is all. It also dug a big pit for the daimyo. As long as the replacement is carried out step by step in another 2 months, once the new department starts operating smoothly, the ninja clan will have no reason to exist. The actions of the Dark Division and the new guard team will only begin the next day, and most of the people on the list have already fled, with only a small number captured. Dong Chuanjini was furious and, for the first time, convened all department leaders in the conference room to insult and criticize all members of the ninja clan. Many members of the ninja clan endured the humiliation in silence. After Dong Chuanjini finished cursing, he loudly said, "Send my wind shadow order. All these people will be labeled as traitorous ninjas, and their family members will have all welfare benefits canceled. Couples must divorce, and children must change their surnames to receive basic security funds. Only after remarrying will the welfare benefits be restored, allowing the children to attend school." The head of the Winnow family was the first to object, Lord Windshadow. "Isn't this too inhumane? The children are innocent and should not be implicated in their family's wrongdoing." Don Chuan replied, "When they embezzled and abused their power, didn't their families enjoy the rights as well? Why should they only enjoy benefits without facing consequences? If we don't impose strict punishments, everyone will commit crimes and then run away, becoming traitorous ninjas, while their families are still favored. That would ruin the entire Sunagakure." Dong Chuanjini slammed the table and shouted loudly. Chapter 90. All Powers Converging. The Conspiracy of Konoha. Several clan heads of the ninja clans were scolded back. After the meeting, the clan heads of several ninja clans sent messages to the defectors to comfort them and assured them that they would send their families out. The defectors did not scatter, but occupied a village. And as for the original villagers, the men were killed while the women were kept as slaves. Although the villagers were very anxious after receiving the news, they felt reassured thanks to the guarantee from the ninja clans. Don Chuanjini did not arrange for anyone to fill the vacancies in these departments. Instead, he concentrated power in the hands of the remaining personnel. Apart from the position of the guard team, although the Steel family's guard team still exists, it has been completely replaced by the new guard team, led by Yi Tsang. There is no rush to hand over other powers or to add more people. With these individuals in place for about a month, his people can completely take over. As for the opinions of the Shinobi clan, they can be ignored. Those who cannot participate in management are unable to stir up any trouble. When the actions of Don Chuanjini reached Minato Namikaze, he felt an extraordinary envy. The day after Minato became Hokage, he understood what it meant to struggle. If it weren't for the fact that the third Hokage was the teacher of his teacher, he would have slapped him long ago. All departments were controlled by the clans, even the finance department, and the Umbu was under the control of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Fortunately, these people were very cooperative with him as Hokage. But the key issue was that cooperation aside, they were really dividing up the benefits for their own families. The entire Konoha was in dire straits. The 400 million from Awagakure hadn't been given yet, and the 300 million that the Fire Country's daimyo sent for support had just been used for compensation and was already gone. A compensation of 300 million was more than enough even if 10,000 people died, yet this time the number of casualties and injuries in Konoha was around 6,000. Moreover, the attacks hadn't even reached the village. They only occurred in the surrounding cities, which were managed by the daimyo, so Konoha didn't need to handle them at all. Right now, Minato had no money to reform the village, stock up on supplies, or improve people's livelihoods. Even the small treasury he had with Kushina only had a few million left. For a Hokage and a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, with the top combat power of 2 villages, to have only a few million in savings was unbelievable. This was the result of Kushina desperately stopping Minato from distributing his salary as subsidies. Minato's political skills were lacking, but that didn't mean he wasn't learning or didn't have reference standards. Dong Chuanjini's actions in Sunagakure truly allow the village to have a single voice. Whether it's opening schools and hospitals to ordinary people or forming a new guard team and expanding the Dark Department, these are enough to significantly restore or even increase their strength. In just 2 or 3 years, the village can regain its vitality. As for the daimyo cutting military expenses and having a fallout with the ninja clans, he has a premonition that Dong Chuanjini will accomplish something earth-shattering. On the other hand, Namikaze Minato was lost in thought when he heard an elderly voice. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Minato put down the documents in his hands and revealed his trademark smile as he asked, "Third Hokage, you've come. Is there something you need from me?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was very clear about what Minato was looking at. which was also the reason he came. Dongchuanjini's various actions were well documented in the intelligence of the major ninja villages. Except for Iwagakure, all other hidden villages had new fourth Hokages who were just starting, and Dongchuanjini was the perfect template for this. In just a month after the war, he used various means to completely subdue the major ninja clans within the village, reclaim power, build his own forces, and integrate thoughts. Sunagakure, with countless powers at its disposal, was stepping out of the shadows of war. With time, the village's strength could be restored or even become stronger. In 10 years, there would be at least 1,000 elite jonin and hundreds of jonin. If it weren't for the foolish daimyo of the Wind Country holding them back, they would have already wanted to attack Sunagakure. As a village where one person has the final say is truly terrifying. While feeling fearful, all the village leaders wanted to become like Dongchuanjini, the kind of leader that a village should have. Minato, just look at the news from Sunagakure. Don't let it confuse your mind. Villages are different. Our Konoha is made up of dozens of large and small ninja clans. If we suppress the ninja clans, it would sever Konoha's roots, Sarutobi Hiruzen advised. The light in Minato's eyes dimmed a bit, but he still smiled and said, I know that without the ninja clans, Konoha would no longer be Konoha. I'm just thinking if there's a way to disrupt Sunagakure's development. Now that Dongchuanjini's momentum has been established, if we let him develop smoothly, he will become our village's enemy in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very pleased with Minato's thoughts and remarks. He stroked his beard and said kindly, don't worry about this. I will have Danzo and his root organization incite the Land of Rain and cut off cooperation with Sunagakure. Without the cooperation of the Land of Rain, other small countries are under the control of the Land of Earth. Inoki is also very willing to block Sunagakure's growth. The Land of Rivers has become impoverished after the last turmoil, and with our blockade, they will find it difficult to develop without supplies and task provisions. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with confidence, but Minato felt differently. His thoughts were not just about blocking Sunagakure. He was considering the war 10 years from now. Under such intense blockade, they could only last for 10 or 8 years at most. By then, Dongchuanjini would inevitably launch a war where failure would lead to destruction. Who would he attack for the most gain? It would undoubtedly be Konoha. But could Konoha's current state really handle Sunagakure's resurgence in 10 years? Even if they could deal with Konoha, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. What would happen when the other 3 ninja villages attacked Konoha? As for attacking Sunagakure, that was impossible. The costs and returns were proportional, and Sunagakure was notoriously poor. However, it was indeed necessary to limit Sunagakure's development to further reduce the military spending of the Wind Country. All right, then I'll trouble Elder Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with great satisfaction. After chatting for a while, the two parted ways. Namikaze Minato formed the Flying Thunder God seal and arrived at the Hokage Rock, overlooking the entire Konoha. Although it was still prosperous, it felt somewhat alien to him. Third Hokage, Konoha is not just the ninja's Konoha, it is everyone's Konoha. You already have enough power in your hands. It's time to give the ordinary ninjas a way to survive. Minato closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged on Hokage Rock to meditate and cultivate his mind and body. After Sarutobi Hiruzen returned home, Danzo, Mito Kazan, and Tien Koharu quickly approached him. How'd it go? Did Minato agree to our plan? Tuanzong asked anxiously. Chapter 91. The Konoha Operation, Hansa's desire to eliminate the Akatsuki organization. After receiving accurate news from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tuanzang's old face turned red with excitement. He was eager to regain power. During these days without authority, it felt like ants were crawling all over his body, making him extremely uncomfortable. This time you can rest assured. Hans in the Land of Rain has had a conflict with the newly emerged Akatsuki organization. As long as I propose to eliminate the Akatsuki organization together with him, it will be enough to sever his ties with Sunagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded at the confident Tuanzong. Although his old comrade was unreliable on the battlefield, he was still competent in these schemes. All right, just don't lose my people. Just you wait and see. Tuanzong scoffed dismissively and walked away. You're not even Hokage anymore. How could you lose my people? Tuanzang's left arm was now an arm made of Hashirama cells. Although it had significant side effects and required substantial maintenance costs, his current power was far less than before. However, he was not short on money. He could fully afford the expensive maintenance fees for this arm. That night, Tuanzong went to the Land of Rain. The next day, Minato Namikaze learned about this news and felt even worse. He then held a meeting to decide on selecting members for the Hokage's bodyguard team, totaling 14 people. The various ninja clans of Konoha were also very active, Being a disciple of the Hokage or a member of the Hokage's bodyguard team would provide them with experience, and there might even be a chance to become Hokage later on. It was true that the position and power of Hokage had been divided among the ninja clans, but this position could naturally balance the power of the clans, favor certain clans, and also use other clans to suppress specific clan powers. Of course, the major ninja clans could unite to oppose the Hokage, but the Hokage was not necessarily a politician. They were definitely the strongest, and they did not dare to cause too much trouble, fearing a complete breakdown. The news about selecting the bodyguard team also reached Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui. Although the Uchiha clan had lost their elite forces in the last battle, most of the survivors had awakened their Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku bore the blame for the defeat in the war and voluntarily stepped down to let Uchiha Shisui take over. Uchiha Shisui was also reasonable and actively allowed Uchiha Fugaku to become an advisor elder of the Uchiha clan, although it was not the same treatment as before. The only remaining elder from before was a grand elder who had fallen ill due to the heavy losses from the battlefield and seemed unlikely to live for many more years. Various reasons led to Uchiha Fugaku still being the second in command of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shisui looked at Uchiha Fugaku, whose eyes were bandaged, and spoke. Elder Fugaku, I plan to send clan members to join the Hokage's bodyguard team. Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly. That's a good thing. It's up to the clan leader to decide. Uchiha Shisui was neither an extremist nor a conservative, but was pro-Hokage. After getting Uchiha Fugaku's agreement, he was very excited. All right, I'll let the young people in the clan give it a try. Uchiha Fugaku appeared quite calm on the surface, but he did not pay much attention because his focus was not on this matter, but rather on a letter he had received from Kumobikure. The selection for the Hokage's bodyguard team went very smoothly for Minato Namikaze. In just 3 days, they had selected the members. The Uchiha Hyuga and Inuzuka clans each had one member chosen, and the Oil Woman and Inuzuka clans were not lacking either. However, there were also members like Kakashi, Might Guy, Sakura, and Asuma who were included, indicating that Minato Namikaze truly intended to reclaim authority. The results were quite good. Those selected or their clans gave him some face and were willing to follow orders. Minato Namikaze truly regained some power, allowing him to appoint some less important personnel. However, this also offended another portion of the clans. They felt that Minato was willing to accept younger members, but not their people, which clearly showed disdain for them. Minato Namikaze was not in a hurry. He was still young and would gradually reform the system, using time to smooth over these conflicts and create a balance between the ninja clans and civilian ninjas, which would benefit the village's development. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Tuanzong entered the Land of Rain, he and Hans quickly hit it off as their thoughts aligned. Sunigakure had aimed to annex Amigakure in both the First and Second Shinobi Wars, as the Land of Rain was coveted for its strategic location and abundant water resources. Likewise, Han sought to become the 6th great ninja village by invading the fertile lands surrounding the Wind Country. However, when Amigakure was strong, Hans was ambitious and wanted to lead Amigakure to become the 6th great ninja village. But in the Second Shinobi War, Sunigakure, Iwagakure, and Konoha each dealt a blow to his imperial dreams. This shattered Hans's morale. But now it was different. The recent Third Shinobi War was unlike the previous two, as the 5 great nations had directly clashed, and the small hidden villages suffered little damage, instead giving these minor villages, especially Hans, an opportunity. Now, Hans was full of hope and believed this was a chance bestowed by heaven. He began to harbor some dissatisfaction with the newly emerging Akatsuki organization, which he had previously indulged. Thus, he decided to eliminate the Akatsuki organization, unify Amigakure, and then attack Sunigakure to take control of the territory he had always wanted, becoming the 6th great nation. After receiving this news, Dongchuan Shinichi was also amused. Hans, oh Hans, why did you choose to provoke those people? Even with Danzo's help, can you really defeat those eyes and the one hidden behind Obito? Teacheris Shinichi does not intend to intervene. He cannot help Hanzo, and since in the original work, the Akatsuki organization wiped out Hanzo, helping the Akatsuki does not bring much benefit and would disrupt Madara's plans. It's not that he fears the elderly Madara, but there is no need to stop him, allowing the Akatsuki to maintain their original state. Capturing tailed beasts and implementing the Moon Eye plan is more beneficial than harmful for him. Adults only speak of interests. Dong Chuanjini put down the intelligence in his hand, thought for a moment, and then wrote a letter. Although he wouldn't personally intervene to help the Akatsuki organization, he would do his best to assist them in defeating Hanzo. He then said to the person next to him, 1. Have someone deliver this letter to the Akatsuki members. Tell them, this is the information we have gathered. We in Sunageki respect the Akatsuki's philosophy of peace and hope for their victory. However, since this is an internal matter of the Land of Rain, our newly appointed Kazekage is a proponent of peace and can provide some supplies, which can be repaid later when we are more prosperous. All the details are in this letter, and I hope to receive a reply to discuss important matters together. Juan took the letter and ran off, as if fleeing, fearing that Dong Chuanjini would try to embrace her again. The last time, she hadn't slept well the whole night, and, after finally falling asleep, had even dreamed that he was bullying her. Chapter 92. System Update. Frustrating lottery. Dong Chuanjini lay back with his hands behind his head, sinking into the luxurious chair and humming a little tune in comfort. Tonight is the settlement day, and he wondered what good things might be in store. He was willing to trade 10 years of Naruto's life for something nice. If there wasn't anything good, then Naruto shouldn't blame him. He would unleash a shocking display of language and words. Dong Chuanjini smiled as he looked at the Senju clan and Konoha, prepared for Minato Namikaze after 45 years. Time quickly passed to the evening. Dong Chuanjini was lying on a lounge chair in his exclusive villa, looking at the blue sky and feeling quite good. Soon, it was 12 o'clock. Due to the host not having broken through 100,000 trees, there was no new settlement, and the survival reward was being settled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the planting project settlement, rewarding the learning method of 6 styles, Gale Foot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching a new height in prosperity, rewarding the special ninjutsu wall creation technique. The host has completed 3 settlements, and the beginner protection period has ended. To thank the host for their support and companionship during the beginner period. This system will also provide the host with 3 points through monthly settlements. Additionally, a free lottery opportunity will be given once a month, and each settlement reward can be chosen in direction and type. Please click for details. Dong Chuanjini suddenly woke up, sitting up and started to check the new features of the system. As for the 2 new skills, he didn't even look at them. The system upgrade was the main event. He knew that even if he caught a tail and activated the teleportation and magnetic control, he still couldn't compete with Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. He currently had a fear of insufficient firepower. This system was quite interesting. It even said that after such a long time of companionship, it would gift him 3 points and a free lottery. After clicking to view the details, it took Dong Chuanjini a long time to understand the rules, and he was immediately overwhelmed. The newly upgraded features of the system were truly a love-hate relationship. It allowed him to choose rewards and directions, with only 2 selectable directions, skills and resources. It looked very good, with many choices in the 2 major categories, such as life skills like unforgettable and wheel technique, and combat skills categorized into various ninja techniques and pirate abilities from different worlds. Resources were similar, with technology and immortal cultivation among others. It looked incredibly powerful and appealing, and with selectable rewards, if he could directly switch to a sword array of the immortal slaying, he would be invincible. However, the downside was that the system had merged the multipliers and survival rewards pool. The selectable direction was free, but he had to randomly draw from the vast pool of skills or resources, which was no joke. He could end up with toilet paper, stones, or even air from the prairie. If he didn't want to draw garbage, he could try the other skill, the selectable reward. The function was good. It could indeed be directed towards a specific skill, but the frustrating part was that he could save up the monthly settlement as points. But he had to first anchor a world that produced this skill. The stronger the world, the higher the points needed. For example, the 4 swords of the immortal slaying clearly had a battle power far beyond that of Naruto, and just anchoring it required points, 2 points a month, which could never be exchanged, relying only on hard random draws, unless he raised the Naruto world to the same level of battle power as other worlds. And when he spent points to anchor a world, the frustrating part came. When he wanted to draw, he had to spend points to stabilize the trajectory. After stabilizing a skill or item from a world, the number of lottery draws varied based on the value of that item or skill. Theoretically, based on the items or skills level in that world, each draw would increase the probability. If he had bad luck, it was fine because the system had small and large guarantees. As for the small and large guarantees, they were the classic lottery pit. The small guarantee was 90 draws, and the large guarantee was 180. Looking at the small guarantee's 50 to 55 probability, the small guarantee could take 4 years, while the large guarantee could go up to 9 years. Looking at these guarantees and probabilities, Dong Chuanjini felt immense pain. How inflated were these numbers? After playing these deceitful, skin-swapping mobile games for so many years, he still didn't realize that these probabilities were written just for him. Resources and skills did not share guaranteed draws. They had to be drawn from two separate pools. He could tolerate that, having seen it before, but that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that the one draw given by the system each month didn't even count towards the guaranteed draws. Zhang Chuanjini finally understood why the system offered a free draw. It was just to let him accumulate points to exchange for corresponding items. Using this draw as a gamble, betting on that one lucky shot and those damn 3 points, which would actually be distributed over 3 months. System, you're really broke. Bang! Zhang Chuanjini was so furious that he trembled and directly punched the table in front of him, shattering it. Swish, two Umbu appeared on the balcony, looking at him in shock. What on earth happened to make their wind shadow so angry? It's nothing, you can go, he said. It's just a trivial matter. Higashikawa Shinichi naturally wouldn't tell them. He just waved his hand to let them leave. After the two members of the Dark Division left, Higashikawa Shinichi lay back on a lounge chair again. After smashing the table, most of his anger had dissipated. Although this lottery was quite a scam, it was actually a positive optimization. After all, he had 2 settlement opportunities each month, which meant 2 points. Additionally, if he managed to break through with trees, he could earn an extra point. Generally speaking, he used to have 2 lottery chances, but this time it was changed to 1 lottery per month, reducing 1 opportunity. However, after saving up for nearly 4 years, he could at least obtain something of similar strength. In 9 years, he would definitely get something he wanted, which was not bad. After all, the 2 monthly lotteries were similar to this one, both being blind draws from various worlds. Now it was changed to allow for blind draws and fixed random draws. Looking at his single point and 1 lottery chance, the worlds that could be anchored were quite numerous, such as Yuanji Kong, Gakuen Mokashiroku, and Yebingdong. However, in these places he couldn't draw skills or items, nor could he cross over and play as a character. But the system was somewhat reasonable. In the Naruto world, anchoring was unnecessary. At that moment, Higashikawa Shinichi pragmatically sought out wood release. 2 types of wood release appeared. One was the original wood release, which was a skill and belonged to the top-tier items in the ninja world, conforming to the size guarantee system of 90 to 180. The second type of wood release was not a skill, but an item. When undergoing Hashirama cell transplantation, taking the medicine would allow for successful transplantation. This item did not belong to the first or second tier, but rather the third tier, theoretically obtainable in 50 attempts. But if luck was bad, it could take up to 90. On the other hand, Hashirama cells were much cheaper, requiring only 10 attempts, meaning that wood release could be obtained in just 2.5 years. However, considering how Yamato and others transplanted Hashirama cells gave rise to wood release, alongside the perfect fusion of cells between Uchiha Madara and the original owner Senju Hashirama, the wood release effects were very reasonable. Chapter 93, A Single Shot, Senju Hashirama's Research Notes. Even so, Higashikawa Shinichi did not plan to draw this transplantation medicine. It was simple. The income did not match the expenditure. With so many lottery chances, it was better to save them for other skills. For instance, his upgraded magnetism control only required 100 points to anchor a world. Although this system was quite troublesome, once the world was anchored, those 100 points could also be considered as a drawn prize, randomly providing some items. Points could be accumulated, but this free lottery chance could not be wasted. At that moment, Higashikawa Shinichi began searching among the millions of resources and tens of thousands of skills in the Naruto world. Although there was no filtering, there were at least search settings. After researching for a long time, his eyes blurred from all the secret techniques and amazing items in the ninja world. While scrolling down to view an item, Higashikawa Shinichi inadvertently glanced over a prop and instantly became excited. Senju Hashirama's Research Notes, a manual on the comprehensive study of wood release conducted by Senju Hashirama in conjunction with his brother, was burned by Tobarama Senju due to its involvement with the secrets of the Senju clan's body. Upon seeing that the guaranteed output probability was 30, increasing by 8 with each draw, theoretically, it would take 10 draws to obtain it. Seeing this output rate, Higashikawa Shinichi immediately determined that this was a good item. Evil old ghost Tobarama Senju, you finally exposed a flaw. System, give me a powerful draw. Dong Chuanjun issued the command and used his free lottery chance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the research notes of Senju Hashirama. Huh, there are no special effects at all and no preparation. As soon as the lottery command was given, he directly won. Dong Chuanjun took out the research notes on Senju Hashirama and held them in his palms. He was truly bewildered. Was this a beginner's protection period? If he had known earlier, he would have gambled on wood release, sage techniques, Rinnegan, or the god tree's fruit. Dong Chuanjini wanted to give himself a slap, but seeing that the top-tier item only had a 0.6 draw probability, he knew he couldn't become a gambling addict. Since he had drawn it, he might as well take a good look and see what secrets this evil Tobirama had hidden. Opening the notebook, the first thing that caught his eye was a nude image of Senju Hashirama, which made Dong Chuanjini chuckle. Indeed, this evil Tobirama was something else. The artistry was truly lifelike, and no wonder he was called the god of ninjas. The cost of this was certainly not small, almost comparable to him. After the teasing, Dong Chuanjini began to read the diary seriously. The content of the diary started with detailed physical test data of Senju Hashirama, clearly recording his physical strength, speed, self-healing abilities, and more. Following, there were data on the power of ordinary ninjutsu and the variations in chakra usage. Although not very important, Dong Chuanjini still read it with great interest. This was a detailed report on Senju Hashirama. Hashirama truly deserved the title of the god of ninjas, as his ninjutsu power was at least twice as strong as that of ordinary ninjas. As he flipped further, he arrived at the section on wood release, and Dong Chuanjini sat up straight from the lounge chair. Senju Tobirama did not disappoint him. It detailed how Senju Hashirama awakened wood release. One morning, after waking up, Hashirama had mastered wood release. Dong Chuanjini sat up straight and then lay down again. It turned out to be a talent, just looking at the I-8. Fortunately, the later sections developed some wood release techniques, explaining the principles in great detail. It seems that the two brothers intended for more descendants to learn these wood release techniques, which is why they wrote so extensively. Unfortunately, there were only techniques without the actual wood release skills. Dong Chuanjini muttered to himself. There were still a few pages left, but these pages made Dong Chuanjini's expression serious. Senju Tobirama had carefully examined Senju Hashirama's cells, blood, spirit, but this was stopped by Mito, and the research was abandoned, which Tobirama regretted, stating that the experiment was incomplete, mental energy, chakra, and even a detailed analysis of the soul. This analysis confirmed that the wood release bloodline was distributed within Senju Hashirama's cells, and that his soul was more robust than others, also confirming that theoretically, any member of the Senju clan could awaken wood release. The content on the last page was quite different from the previous ones, and had less volume, but the information was the most significant. The reason the elder brother could awaken wood release was that deep within his soul was the will of another person. When I tried to touch it with the spirit transformation technique, wood release must be studied. I am a family sinner. 32 elite clan members died because of me. All of it was half-written, causing Dong Chuanjini to scratch his head, and the last few sentences were particularly maddening. When the Uchiha experimental body underwent transplantation, the elder brother cells actually began to merge slowly. This was, again, 3 experimental bodies, and only one person's cells started to merge, and his Sharingan was also slowly evolving. This is impossible. They all died. The experiment was also halted by the elder brother. I don't know if Uchiha cells can be transplanted, but unfortunately, there is only one wood release. So why not let the Senju clan? This was the last sentence of the notes, also left unfinished. This made Dong Chuanjini fall into deep thought. He was also aware of the grudges and entanglements between the Senju and Uchiha clans, and even what the will within that body was. Uchiha Madara could perfectly merge wood release. However, it couldn't serve as a detailed reference because what happened to Madara couldn't be a reference, as he was too unique. But one thing was certain. The perfectly merged wood release and the Mangeki Sharingan could evolve into the Rinnegan. After all, these are the eyes of the sage of 6 paths. It is very normal for the powers of the Senju and Uchiha to combine and produce the ancestral eyes. Senju Tobirama also proved that the vitality cells of wood release could lead to an evolutionary trend in Uchiha Sharingan. So would the Uchiha bloodline awaken? But no. After thousands of years, Dong Chuanjini truly did not believe that there was no combination of the Senju and Uchiha clans to produce offspring. Moreover, given Senju Tobirama's nature, he must have facilitated several pairings between Uchiha and Senju members to produce offspring. Tobirama served for quite a while, and he must have seen it. The notes at the end were all dead. Whether they were killed by someone or the experiments failed was indeed a question, which brought the focus back to Uchiha Madara. He was the first successful fusion of Hashirama's cells, perfectly mastering wood release and also giving rise to the Rinnegan. The only difference between Madara and the experimental bodies was that Madara had the Mangeki. If the Mangeki were transplanted to a Senju clan member, could it stimulate wood release? Ugh. If they already have the Mangeki, why bother with the Rinnegan? Why still think about that broken wood release? But Dong Xuanjini dreamed of wood release. With a clap of his hands, countless trees grew. His tree planting plan and the greening project in the land of wind could be put on the agenda. Chapter 94. I want both the Mangeki and wood release. Speaking of the Senju, it also brought up the Uchiha. Isn't this a coincidence? The Senju have people here. Whether it's a granddaughter or a grandson, Tsunade is definitely one of the most legitimate bloodlines of the Senju. As for the Mangeki, there are too many in the ninja world. Fugaku, Shursui, Madara, and even later Obito and Itachi all have Mangeki. As for drawing the Mangeki, what a joke. He still needs the Mangeki for what, in 10 years? When the Shinobi clan is completed, and once the villages recover from the war. If the Four Nations water attack plan succeeds and operations are handled well, the Mangeki is not impossible, especially the effects of Fugaku's eyes. The information is clearly written, and it's a skill he mentioned when explaining why he could use wood release. Foresight and visualization, both are divine skills. As for why Dong Xuanjini knows this, it must be said that the Uchiha's way of thinking is not afraid of being targeted. They directly publicized it, which is a bit insane. So, a task needs to be done. How to persuade Tsunade to become one of his own. After all, the combination of the Sharingan and wood release is something he truly can achieve without his own people. Should he directly use the ultimate means and sacrifice his appearance to awkwardly take Tsunade in? That's the plan. Dong Xuanjini clenched his fists tightly, his expression serious. For the land of wind, for Sunagakure, he decided to sacrifice his own appearance to take in that mature and charming woman, Tsunade, who was around 30 years old. With long hair, big waves, beautiful and full-figured, possessing grace and strength, capable of bearing sons, and able to raise 7 or 8 children without them going hungry. I have sacrificed so much. Dong Shinichi looked up at the sky, feeling a bit melancholic. Then he recalled a long-forgotten skill, the 6th style, Gale Foot, a special ninjutsu for wall creation. The Gale Foot technique does not use any chakra. Instead, it attacks by creating a vacuum, striking like a sharp slash to eliminate the opponent. Therefore, this technique did not change at all upon entering the Naruto world. But can any ninja truly possess a physical strength comparable to that of the pirates? Never mind, he decided to give this skill to Chiyo and Yakura, to see if they could find someone to experiment with it. Dong Xuanjini did not waste time on this and looked at the special ninjutsu, the earth wall technique. The ninjutsu is very simple. It raises a tall, thick, and long earthen wall from the ground, and the key is that it does not require chakra to maintain, allowing it to withstand a large amount of damage. What makes this ninjutsu special is that other ninjas of the same rank can add height to the wall, and it fits perfectly as well. However, there is a significant drawback to this ninjutsu, which is that it consumes a considerable amount of chakra. For example, an average shunin can only release 3 before being drained of chakra. While this ninjutsu may seem like a useless skill in the hands of others, it is far from useless in Dong Xuanjini's hands. This is essentially a powerful tool for artificially creating mountains, constructing city walls, blocking sandstorms, and altering river courses. It is undoubtedly an essential skill for civil engineering. He decided to let Chiyo find some ninjas to learn it, and once he replaces the logistics department, he will have the logistics personnel learn this ninjutsu. It makes sense for logistics to engage in civil engineering. With a relaxed mood, Dong Xuanjini also had a good night's sleep. The next morning, he called Chiyo and Yakura to his office. These are 2 new ninjutsu I have developed. Chiyo was somewhat surprised. Could this person possibly be another second Hokage? How could he develop new ninjutsu in just a few days? The Rasengan still hasn't been learned by anyone yet. Dong Xuanjini didn't care about this. The Rasengan looked simple, but the chakra precision required was too high. He casually assigned 2 ninjutsu techniques to the 2 individuals. Seeing them studying the ninjutsu, Dong Xuanjini explained, one of these techniques is specifically for logistical construction and has little use in daily combat, while the other is a taijutsu technique that I developed specifically for middle and lower ninjas without much potential. I have 5 other styles in mind, but still too early for that. The reason I called you 2 here is to have you find someone to experiment with these techniques and see if they can learn them, as there is a threshold for this ninjutsu. Yitsong frowned slightly as he looked at Lan Jiao. The requirements were indeed very high, but it wasn't impossible to try. All right, we will arrange for some people to conduct the experiments. After discussing the ninjutsu, Dong Xuanjini took out the research notes of Senju Hashirama. These 2 were trustworthy, and he was willing to share some secrets. Yitsong and Chiyo looked at the ancient notebook, and when they saw the name on the cover, they were instantly filled with shock and disbelief. Yi-Song exclaimed in a slightly sharp voice, "Senju, Hashirama." Don Chuanjini quickly said, "Don't be so loud. Although I've set up a barrier and sent the Umbu away, be careful. Walls have ears." In just a fraction of a second, Don Chuanjini summoned the sand soldiers to directly shift positions, covering Yi-Song's enticing red lips and quietly reminding her. Yi-Song's pretty face turned slightly red, and she quickly blinked to signal Don Chuanjini to let go. Higashikawa Shinichi reluctantly pulled his other hand out from Yakura's waist and set Yakura down from his embrace. Shifting slightly to the side, Chiyo pretended not to see this scene, and both of them excitedly looked at the notebook on the table. As soon as they opened it, Yakura's face flushed again, but fortunately, the subsequent information was so explosive that it was hard for Higashikawa Shinichi to appear as calm as he had been. When they saw the section on ordinary ninjutsu, they couldn't help but nod. The detailed data from Senju Tobarama's hands-on comparisons was extremely useful to them. As for wood release, they studied it even more carefully, eager to memorize all the knowledge, just waiting for their awakening of wood release to go on a rampage. It was no wonder they were excited. After all, this was the power that could end the Warring States period. When Uchiha Fugaku's wood release appeared, it shocked the entire ninja world and stirred up a storm in the ninja community. When the Uchiha combined with wood release, wouldn't that also mean the destruction of the ninja village system? That was the reason Uchiha Fugaku was so eager to master wood release. After looking at the final experimental records, they were even more shocked than when they first learned about this notebook and saw wood release with their own eyes. Seeing that the two were lost in thought for a long time, Higashikawa Shinichi broke the silence. As you can see, I obtained this notebook by chance. Even without acquiring wood release, just the cells of Hashirama can help the Sharingan develop, which is enough for the Uchiha to rise. Yakura looked at Higashikawa Shinichi with passionate eyes. She wasn't doubting the authenticity of this diary, because she knew the secret of the divine tree. You mean, we need to get some of Hashirama's cells, then persuade the Uchiha clan members to defect from the village, turning the Uchiha into the Uchiha of Sunagakure? Don Chuanjini's eyes were filled with greed as he slowly clenched his fist. I want both the kaleidoscope and the wood release. Not only do I want the person, but I also want to master these two skills. And if you enjoy this, please leave a 5-star rating and nudge for updates. I want to improve my rating, sob. It's really important for this book to gain some visibility. Additionally, I will express my gratitude for daily rewards in the next day's announcements. If there are any mistakes, feel free to comment, and I will definitely correct them. Thank you to all the readers. Chapter 95. This Liao AI's will technique must be bought. I want the kaleidoscope and the wood release, and I also want Tsunade. Don Chuanjini is very greedy. Yi-Song looked at the greedy man in front of him and felt no resistance. On the contrary, he was happy. In the eyes of someone you like, all your decisions are correct, until Don Chuanjini said the following. I have decided to sacrifice my appearance and reluctantly take Tsunade. Several big question marks instantly appeared over Yi-Song's head. Are you joking? Isn't it the wood release and kaleidoscope you want? What does Tsunade have to do with this? Yi-Song felt extremely irritated, like a cabbage he had painstakingly raised, which he hadn't even touched. Then the cabbage went and found a pig to uproot it. Meanwhile, Chiyo nodded thoughtfully. Although this move by their Kazekage was bold, the benefits were significant. First, it could ease relations with Konoha and even allow for normal trade, greatly improving the current plight of Sunagakure. Furthermore, Tsunade is a strong woman. Not only could they obtain a very powerful ninja, but if they have more children, their excellent genes would ensure they're not weak. The future 5th Kazekage might even be stronger, which would greatly benefit Sunagakure in the future. As for the relationship between Yi-Song and Don Chuanjini, the Kazekage can indeed have 2 women, but can this Kazekage convince 2 very powerful women? Don Chuanjini believes he cannot persuade others, but some things cannot be resolved through words. However, Tsunade is currently so furious that she would love to kill you. After all, you killed Kakashi Sakomo in front of her, and it was such a humiliating death. In the end, Yakura did not question why Don Chuanjini insisted on Tsunade, but instead focused on solving the problem for him. Don Chuanjini felt warm and a bit ashamed of Yi-Song's support. Right now, he was acting like a scumbag. How could he not understand Yi-Song's feelings for him? Especially since he was the one who brought her into the KTV scene. He was genuinely afraid that Yi-Song would oppose him. If Yi-Song opposed him, it would be difficult for Don Chuanjini to be assertive. People close to him were different from outsiders. He couldn't hurt a woman's sincere feelings. This isn't a problem. I'm confident. And besides, Tsunade is very important. She occupies a significant part of my subsequent plans. Yi-Song's eyes dimmed a bit as she spoke in a muffled voice. All right, I will carry out all of Lord Kazakage's orders. Seeing this, Dong Chuanjini didn't care at all whether Chiyo was present or not. He generously reached out to hold Yitsong's hand and said gently, I'm doing this for the village, and besides, you still owe me 3 children. In response to this blatant remark, Yitsong's face instantly turned red, and he looked at Dong Chuanjini in disbelief, stammering as he spoke. Jini, are you joking? You said you were going to marry Tsunade. Yitsong's voice softened again. Higashikawa Shinichi looked up at Chiyo, who was eating a melon, and said, What are you looking at? Do you know you're being quite a nuisance here? Seeing that Higashikawa Shinichi was kicking her out, Chiyo felt a bit regretful that the excitement was over, so she immediately got up. I'll go have someone study the ninjutsu, she said as she walked out. Yakura, blushing, also spoke up, I'll go too. Just as Yakura was about to get up, Higashikawa Shinichi pulled her back down and hugged her tightly. Dong Chuanjini once again held the soft and mature Yekong in his arms, and with no one else in the room, his rationality gradually strengthened. As if he had eaten a raw Einstein. After Chiyo left, Yekong was the first to speak. Let go of me, don't do this. I'm teaching you the development of the spiral sphere ninjutsu, and it needs to be hands-on. This isn't the Wind Shadow's office. Don't you want to ride on the Wind Shadow's head and slap him hard? I'm your SF. Hee, I can see you're pretty excited too. This is still outside. Don't worry, she's busy now, and she also knows about us. Yekong seemed no longer like that powerful user of Scorch Release, but just a little girl, trying hard to break free from Dong Chuanjini's embrace, but it was like a tickle, saying some harsh words. Dong Chuanjini tightly embraced the beautiful girl, allowing Yitsong to struggle, but refusing to let go. When we first met, I didn't think much of you. As soon as Shinichi Tokugawa said this, Yitsong stopped struggling and turned to look at him with a hint of confusion and disappointment. Dong Chuanjini hurriedly approached, but unfortunately, Yitsong dodged, so he could only settle for second best, and gave her a hard kiss on her youthful but not so delicate face. This time, Yitsong didn't struggle, and Dong Chuan leaned in again to whisper in her ear. That's because at that time, I just wanted to quietly grow up. After all, it wasn't my home ground back then. But when you really taught me seriously and treated me well, I realized that some kindness isn't so easy to repay. So I thought about the name for our child to repay that kindness. Yitsong felt a mix of shyness, anger, and irritation as she twisted Dong Chuanjini's arm. Although she was a strong female ninja, she had read many books on how to be a virtuous wife and mother over the past month. And she had taken clear notes on some of the little details. Who do you think you are wanting to on the first meeting? Woo-woo. Dong Chuanjini directly leaned forward to stamp, realizing that he and Yitsong had not yet reached the point where things would naturally come together. They merely both had certain ideas. At that moment, Dong Chuanjini decided that sweet talk and natural progress were not appropriate. Seizing this rare opportunity, he decided to plant the seeds first before expecting results. Today, he must master the Rasengan. Yitsong also struggled symbolically, but under Dong Chuanjini's firm attitude, she gradually handed over the initiative to him to teach her the knowledge of the Rasengan. The barrier was still very useful, especially since he had instructed the Umbu to patrol the surroundings. Initially, he wanted to explore would release or other confidential matters without leaking information, but he didn't expect to find another use for it. Yitsong truly was a formidable warrior from Sunagakure, with exceptionally strong taijutsu and mental strength, to the point where Dong Chuanjini had to use his real skills to deal with her. In the end, Dong Chuanjini couldn't help but admire Yitsong's fighting spirit. After completing her set of 18 Rasengan techniques, she even exhausted his stamina. Yitsong fell asleep contentedly after that. Dong Chuanjini chuckled at the competitive spirit, carrying Yitsong into the small break room next to the office. He winced at his sore waist and decided he needed a good rest. For this reason, Dong Chuanjini resolved to train hard in body techniques. Some things couldn't be accomplished just by having strong power. He then focused on the technique and the system, planning to show Yitsong who the true king was after a month. At this moment, one anxiously returned to the Kazakage building, where the barrier was still maintained, and the Umbu blocked his way. The Kazakage had ordered that this meeting was very important, and unless it was absolutely urgent, it could not be interrupted. While looking anxious, said it was indeed an urgent matter. Orochimaru had defected to a Wagakure with compensation money from Konoha. Chapter 96. Orochimaru joins a Wagakure. The 3 villages of Sand, Rock, and Cloud divide the 3 ninjas. One held an intelligence scroll, feeling extremely anxious. The 2 Umbu were also confused. Orochimaru, defecting to a Wagakure with money, was as unbelievable as the sun rising in the west and setting in the east. Who was Orochimaru? He was the disciple of the 3rd Hokage, a competitor for the Hokage position against Hitaki Kakashi. And saying he was of pure lineage would be an understatement. He truly had Konoha's blood running through his veins. He was also a hero of Konoha who had fought valiantly in the Second and Third Shinobi Wars, especially in the Third War. If it weren't for Orochimaru's desperate resistance against a Wagakure, Konoha would have never waited for Minato Namikaze to come to the rescue, and everyone knew what would have happened then. As a result, they won the war, and he was appointed to an elder position by the new Hokage, Minato Namikaze. And now you tell me that Orochimaru has defected, going to his old rival, Wagakure? It turns out the persuasion to surrender on the battlefield was genuine. This is no different from a high-ranking official defecting to the National Army back in 49. The two Anbu ninjas didn't dare to delay. After confirming that Wan was indeed Wan, they let him in. Wan rushed into the Kazekage's office. As soon as he pushed open the door, he smelled a strange odor and then looked around the sofa, desk, coffee table, Kazekage's desk, Kazekage's chair, by the window, and on the balcony. There were oddities everywhere, along with that smell. Wan's anxious expression shifted. She instantly transformed into Sherlock Wan. She had never seen a pig run, but she had seen one before. The ninja world also had its daily life, and some industries were quite developed. One had seen this before, and the plot corresponded one by one. As for who did this, there was only one master in the Kazekage's office, and that was naturally Don Chuanjini. As for who he was with, it was Chiyo and Yetsong. It absolutely couldn't be Chiyo. Although Don Chuanjini was a bit hungry, he wouldn't be that indiscriminate. That left only one person, Yetsong. One felt like she was watching a drama unfold, yet she also felt like her toy had been snatched away. After all, Yetsong had told her that the master was just testing Don Chuanjini and that they were growing together, and she believed in their future. But this was the test, Yetsong. Especially since Don Chuanjini had teased her yesterday. Good for you, Don Chuanjini, you're just a scumbag. One gritted her teeth, genuinely angry. But after being angry, she sighed deeply. After all, she was the outsider. She knew their relationship was complicated. Wan placed the scroll at the entrance of the break room, thoughtfully positioning the red part on top to ensure that Don Chuanjini and Yetsong would see the urgent intelligence scroll when they left. Now, Sunagakure had undergone various reforms, including a reclassification of intelligence. Ordinary white scrolls represented daily work reports, blue represented issues that needed to be handled within the village, purple was for external matters, documenting events occurring in other countries, and gold had a very singular function, being the Kazekage's decree issued by Don Chuanjini. Red indicated significant events in the ninja world that could change the landscape of the ninja world, such as starting wars or the annihilation of small nations. Later that night, Don Chuanjini was awakened by hunger. Looking at Yetsong, who was still deeply asleep, he smiled. No matter how capable you are, I am stronger. Rising from Yetsong's entangled hands and feet, Don Chuanjini took a clean outfit from the wardrobe, covering up his wounds. Yetsong had scratched him pretty hard, and he was a perfect Jinchuriki. Why couldn't he automatically heal his injuries? After all, these were just superficial wounds. Don Chuanjini stretched and walked out of the room, wanting to order something to eat and tidy up the place. As he opened the door, he saw the entire office brightly lit, and the cleanliness had already been taken care of. It was spotless. However, the barrier outside was still up. Without waiting to investigate whether it was someone from the group or who had cleaned, he noticed the red scroll on the floor. His expression shifted from confusion to seriousness. Did something major happen in the ninja world again? Don Chuanjini picked up the red information scroll and headed towards the wind shadow chair. He sat on the clean chair and opened the scroll to take a look. This glance was shocking enough to stun Don Chuanjini. His little butterfly had set off a war 3 years earlier, and now this was the result. The timeline goes back to yesterday, when bluffing Shueimin had just gained a significant amount of influence in the village and was feeling happy when the 400 million ryo from the Fire Nation daimyo also arrived. The Fire Nation daimyo and the nobility truly lived up to their promise to Konoha, contributing a total of 13 billion ryo for war reparations and post-war reconstruction. If it weren't for the fact that reallocating funds would affect the operation of the Fire Nation and their luxurious lifestyle, they would have also sent money to support Konoha, and even increased this year's military budget to 300 million ryo. The information brought tears to Don Chuanjini's eyes. If only the daimyo and nobility of the Wind Nation could give him money like this, he would not plan to kill them according to the clan records in the future. On the contrary, he would protect them. Isn't it just about enjoying life? I've seen a lot, and I can personally create some enjoyment projects for you. I digress. When the 400 million ryo from the daimyo arrived, bluffing Shueimin decided to send someone to a Wagakure with the money. Orochimaru immediately recommended himself. Seeing that Orochimaru was willing to go, Bluffing Shueimon agreed. Orochimaru acted quickly, taking his loyal team of over 20 ninjas and leaving. Although 400 million Ryo sounds like a lot, it can be sealed with just 40 sealing scrolls. While sealing scrolls are not cheap, Bluffing Shueimon did not skimp on them. Each of the 20 people took at most 2 sealing scrolls. The ninjas moved very quickly, especially under Orochimaru and the others' full speed. The next morning, Orochimaru arrived in the Earth Country, and at noon, he came to Awagakure through the reception of Noki. And then the exciting operation began. He arrived at 12 o'clock noon, the village assembly was called at 12:10, and at 12:15, Orochimaru put on the Awagakure forehead protector and swore allegiance to Awagakure. At 12:16, Noki announced in front of the whole village that Orochimaru officially became the Minister of Science in Awagakure, with a rank and power that was unimaginable. Orochimaru could mobilize all departments, and any matters only needed to be reported to the Tsuchikage. At 12:17, all J-nin in Awagakure voted in full support. At 12:18, Awagakure sent out a notice to the entire ninja world. When various ninja villages learned of this news, they all exploded, exclaiming it was impossible, thinking it was a prank from Awagakure. How could Orochimaru bring money to ally with Awagakure? It wasn't until the afternoon when a photo of Orochimaru wearing the Awagakure forehead protector sitting in the first seat on the left in the Awagakure conference room was exposed that people finally believed it. When Sarutobi Hiruzen received this photo, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. Additionally, it was revealed that the ransom for Tsunade's release from Sunagakure was 5 billion Ryo, and the ransom for Jiraiya's release from Kumogakure was 8 billion Ryo. Such a high price clearly indicated that they would not be released, causing another uproar in the entire ninja world. Thus, the legendary Konoha Sannin, with one in sand, one in rock, and one in cloud, saw the dissolution of the era belonging to the Konoha Sannin. Chapter 97. Dongchuan Jini. I am not a fighter in my life, but I enjoy solving fights. The impact of Orochimaru's entry into Awagakure was not just a shock, but a series of tremors. The greatest impact was on Konoha. First, Sarutobi Hiruzen spat blood, and after regaining consciousness, he called Bluffing Shueimon to the hospital. Shueimon, I am getting old. I originally wanted to help you stabilize the situation in Konoha, which is why I used the Umbu to monitor some people. But after this incident, I can no longer face you while using the Umbu. However, you must remember to monitor the few factions I sent out to watch closely. Bluffing Shueimon was still very surprised. Had the third Hokage changed his personality? He wasn't clinging to power anymore, but power is something that doesn't wait for anyone. Not taking it would be foolish. All right, I will do as you say. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and then spoke again. Next, give me 1,000 people. I want to go to Awagakure to demand people back. Third Hokage, I don't want to go demand people. But our Konoha is currently in dire need of people to restore the village's vitality.